Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, To whom is the new source of transcendence given? At this time, the assassination star, in the eyes of Shiyu and others, is full of treasures. The assassination star is also a long-standing power, and it must have accumulated huge wealth, waiting to be plundered. The assassins of the assassination star also involve various races. Among them, the non-human race, disassembled and disassembled, is also full of treasures. Their skills are also the best skills of assassination, and there may be some worth copying. In addition, the talents of human assassins must also be suitable for assassination. It can be said that the top assassination talents in the universe are concentrated on the assassination star. Each of the assassins here was excavated, trafficked, and brainwashed by the super killer Ziffin himself from all over the universe, and there are almost no poor talents. If Lu Chengyi uses the plundering talent to plunder the assassination talents one by one, Lu Chengyi will definitely become a first-class killer in the universe. Although it is a bit strange for an archaeologist to change his job to become a killer, the identity of a killer is also in line with the plundering talent. In the future, the use of the plundering talent can be maximized. At this time, the entire assassination star field has become a battlefield. Super gods have come, why don't you surrender? After knocking out some assassins from the outside world, the 5 super gods of Blue Star descended into the interior of the assassination star. The assassination star not only has assassins, but also a large number of logistical personnel who assist the assassins. For example, the teleporter who teleported the 4th assassin to the vicinity of Blue Star is one of the best. These guys are the same. As long as the resistance is not particularly strong, and they are not the kind that will resist even if they self-destruct, they will not be killed if they can be spared. After all of them are captured alive, the benefits can be maximized. In the assassination star that was divided into 2 halves, a certain city was already in chaos. Lord Yage, please teleport me away. This is all my savings, all for you. Outside the assassination star, the 10 super gods descended, and Ziffin chose to escape. Naturally, the people who stayed on the assassination star also wanted to escape from here. Among them, some people found the teleporter Yage who mastered the magnetic movement skill, hoping to use its power to leave this place. It's over, it's all over. The entire assassination star field has been blocked. There's no way to go anywhere. However, facing the outside world's help, the planet was spinning, and the teleporter Iger could only sit in the room, powerless. Now it can't even teleport itself. How can it teleport others? It's here, found it. Just as many people gathered in the city, 2 figures appeared in the sky. One was a plump owl girl, and the other was a beautiful cat girl. They flew in the sky and pointed to a building. Roar! With their arrival, the space was torn apart. One of the 5 super gods of Blue Star, a sacred Killin, broke through the city, blew away the buildings, and locked his eyes on a strange starry sky life that was blown away. Submit, or die. The Killin super god was overwhelming. Submit, submit. I am willing to submit. As a perfect god, the teleporter Iger was frightened to death by the arrival of the super god level Killin ancestor. He was powerless to resist and could only shout while being blown away. Other people in the city were also pressed firmly to the ground by the power of the super god. Their pupils turned white. They dared not look up or stand up, and they were trembling all over. It should be it, alive, the foreseeing owl said. Shiyu asked her to lead the super god seniors to capture the teleporter alive. This is easy. Not only can she predict where this teleporter is, but she can also predict where the treasure house of the assassination star is. You are quite sensible, the Kirin super god thundered, and the teleporter Yage was stunned, and then was pinched in the giant palm of the Kirin super god. Just an assassination star, the Kirin tribe super god only felt like a super god today. It turned out that he was so strong. The first killer organization in the universe, it can break in and break through at will. I don't know if the younger generations in the tribe have seen its heroic appearance. When the gem cats entered the star to catch people and search for treasures, the Emperor of Time also focused all his attention on the super god killer Ziffin. At this time, Ziffin was trapped, but it was not weak either. It was extremely difficult for Shiyu and others to capture Ziffin alive like they did with the gods, so they could only kill him on the spot. Senior Shitty, you are so handsome, Ying, Yi, you have my style. Shiyu and others stood on the space battleship, not running around, not rushing to grab the treasures in the star, but watching intently. This battle was enough to destroy the star field. Shiyu's pets were cheering, and staring. In front of them, the galaxy was flowing backwards, the years were submerged, and time and space were shaking. The super god killer was covered in blood, and his murderous intent was rising, but he kept hiding, not wanting to fight the Emperor head-on. But the battle was almost one-sided, like a cat and a mouse. No matter how Ziffin ran, he could not escape the palm of the Emperor. The sun's light flowed, the divine power surged, and the rules of time intertwined into a net of heaven and earth, forming a gorgeous battlefield. There were several scenes that even Shiyu and others could not understand the level of rule application now. Only Ki watched with relish. Shiyu, if it was a master of the level of Shidi, we would have the risk of failure if we traveled through time and space in front of him. Shiyu said, that's normal. After all, there are 5 time system super gods, and the second largest system that Shidi is proficient in is the space system. Time and space are inseparable. Fortunately, Senior Shidi is in the same camp, otherwise such an opponent would be too terrible. Yeah, Ki nodded in the beast control space. If there was a strong man like Shidi in the mythical era of Blue Star, the 3 invaders would not be a big deal. Ying. At this time, the 11 and the others became more and more excited. The assassination star field is not just the assassination star. Of course, other planets are not as important as the assassination star. However, these planets, under the battle between the two sides, are like bursting balloons, flashing in the starry sky, turning into gorgeous fireworks. The aftermath exploded the stars. 11. They all looked forward to when they would have such combat power. Not far away, that time will not be far away. Shiyu was also very excited during this team building. After this time, whether it was him or the upcoming Woody, Empress, Dragon Emperor and other predecessors of the Blue Star Donghuang lineage, they would definitely have a good growth environment. After this battle, Blue Star's reputation of protecting its shortcomings can be completely spread. Who dares to provoke a 1-star 10 super god? He didn't believe that at this point, the Four Saints family would dare to continue to assassinate him, which was tantamount to a suicidal act. Looking at the battle in the distant galaxy, Shiyu and the others were paying attention. Time seemed to have no meaning at this time. Shen Bao and the others could clearly sense that the time flow rate of the assassination star field had changed. As for the time changes on the side of Shitty, it was even more chaotic, and it was impossible for people to tell how long they had been fighting. However, the battle between the super gods was undoubtedly the longest. At this time, the assassination star had even been plundered. The 5 super gods, Gemcat, Owl, Sky Emperor, Lin Feng and Blue Star, had even returned to the starry sky. Everyone watched this battle that shocked the galaxy together. The 5 super gods swallowed their saliva together. They only felt that Shidi did not use his full strength when fighting them. It seemed more like warming up. And now the battle with Ziffin seemed to be an experiment to see how much he could suppress the first killer in the universe with his full strength. Shiyu and other spectators had already seen the result, that is, the first killer in the universe could only delay and avoid the battle by constantly running away, and could not compete head-on. I hate it, crazy Ziffin. The thick purple hair turned white, black skin, countless white wrinkles appeared, and the 2 dry horns connecting the dimensional space had also been broken. This was the most embarrassing time for Ziffin. As a powerful Black Shadow clan, it never thought that it would come to the end of its life in such an embarrassing situation. With a wail that shook the ancient and modern times, the super god killer, covered in blood and with his life force constantly depleted, seemed to finally be unable to hold on. I want you to die? The crazy Ziffin seemed to be calculating something the whole time. When he was extremely weak, he finally broke through the shackles of the Emperor of Time. He did not think about leaving, because there were even greater shackles outside the assassination star field. At this time, he only wanted to kill the source of all this, the culprit, Shiyu. Although the 5 super gods of Blue Star, the Emperor of Space, and Lin Feng were all around Shiyu, Ziffin was already burning the source of his own explosion at this time, and he was confident that he could definitely take away a god level. The night was approaching, the galaxy reversed, and the dark curtain enveloped Shiyu and his group. Shiyu sighed and said, "It seems to be over. This guy, did he really think that he had broken free from the shackles of time and space?" The super god killer attacked, the 5 super gods of Blue Star mocked, and the Emperor of Space and Lin Feng also looked forward to it. This link was agreed upon by them, and the Emperor of Time, the buff link, deliberately revealed a flaw to attract the desperate super god to receive the buff. "Come." Shiyu stretched out his right arm, and a black coat appeared on his palm, activating the origin plundering ability. Rin, the Wind of Blessing. Under Shiyu's command, a light wind of luck blew on the space battleship, sweeping Shiyu, the Gemcat, and the owl. "I make a wish to explode the source of transcendence." The Gemcat girl looked at the killer who attacked, and although she was afraid, she still activated her ability of the Star Praying Tribe. Foreknowledge, fate is determined. The owl girl did the same, and once again strengthened her own predicted fate of exploding the source of transcendence. Under the superposition of multiple buffs, the super god killer Ziffanin was slightly stunned when he looked at Shiyu and others who were looking at him like a ferocious beast. The next moment, a sword of time crossed the void and accurately inserted into Ziffanin's heart, nailing it sluggishly in the starry sky. Immediately afterwards, Ziffin's body began to collapse like a star, forming a vortex of divine power, exploding with a loud bang, and a large amount of regular aura flowed. "I won't give up." With its final wail, its body exploded with a loud bang, but it was blocked in another space and time. As its body exploded, a large amount of power on his body dissipated, and 2 of the 3 sources of transcendence that appeared also began to disperse, but in the end, they did not all disappear. The light of the sun was all absorbed by the most original source of transcendence and suspended in the starry sky. Exploded. When Ziffin's figure turned into dust in the universe, the source of transcendence representing his super god status remained forever, like a mini-sun, emitting amazing divine power, illuminating the entire star field. Seeing this source of transcendence, Shiyu and the others were so excited that they felt that the biggest gain of this battle had been achieved. The 5 super gods all showed eager expressions. Although each life can only absorb the true source of transcendence once, and getting a second one is useless, whether it is left to future generations or traded, this source of transcendence at the level of the universe's treasure is undoubtedly the most precious thing in the universe. It really exploded. Kongdi and Lin Feng were also very excited. Who knows the despair they felt when they finally succeeded in assassinating the super god after going through so much hardship but failed to explode the source of transcendence. But this time, fate finally didn't play tricks on them. Generally speaking, the probability of exploding the source of transcendence by killing super gods is very low. Of course, this is relative to weak super gods. Their source of transcendence power has a high probability of dissipating with the death of the main body. But for powerful super gods who have transcended several times and whose source of transcendence has been replicated several times by themselves, the probability of the source of transcendence dissipating is undoubtedly greatly reduced. If the probability of killing a transcendent 1 super god and getting the transcendent source is 1 in 10, then the probability of hunting a transcendent 3 super god and getting the transcendent source should be 3 in 10. With the addition of Shiyu, Lin, Qixing, and Zhanxing, the 4 assistants finally did not miss the biggest gain in this battle. Good luck. At this time, the Emperor of Time also came across time and space and held the transcendent source in his hand. He looked at the Emperor of Space, Lin Feng, and Shiyu and said, "Who of you 3 wants this transcendent source?" The words of the Emperor of Time made the Emperor of Space and Lin Feng smile bitterly. The Emperor of Space said, "Senior Emperor of Time, I didn't help at all in this operation. This transcendent source is not my turn." "Me too, Senior Emperor of Time, there is no reason for me to take this transcendent source." Although the Emperor of Space and Lin Feng were eager for the transcendent source, they also understood that this transcendent source had nothing to do with them. Damn it, the 5 super gods of Blue Star were very jealous at this time. They felt that the Donghui group was extremely outrageous. They could even refuse the source of transcendence. No one wanted to give it to them. Meow, the foreseeing owl was also jealous. Hey, shitty, right? You used the 5 sources of transcendence that I predicted, and now a new one has been revealed. Why don't you ask me? Even if you don't want to give it, it's better to be polite. It seems that no one is embarrassed to take it. After all, this super god killer was solved by you, Senior Shitty. Shiyu smiled and said, "Otherwise, just use it for the remaining 5 pets." No, Shidi shook his head and said, I don't plan to use the source of transcendence to cultivate the next pet. Lin Feng and others were stunned. Shidi said, the source of transcendence is the condition for the god level to be promoted to super god. But do you know the condition for the super god to be promoted to the universe level? Kongdi and others shook their heads. There are only 5 universe levels in the entire universe. How they were promoted, I'm afraid only they themselves know. I have a guess. I and my 4 pets were not in perfect condition when we were refining the source of transcendence, so we wasted a lot of the power of the source of transcendence and did not perfectly fuse them. It can be said that the stronger you are before fusing the source of transcendence, the better the absorption effect. Isn't there a legend of the epic god on the universe? As a god level that can rival the super god and break through the limitations of the god level, so I was wondering, do you need to reach a certain limit at the god level, then break through a certain limit, and then be promoted to a super god, in order to reach the universe directly? The epic god is just a god level breakthrough of the perfect limit, mastering the superb skills. According to Dong Huang's classification of skills, if there is another level of divine skills above the superb level, what if there is another level of divine skills? If a god level god reaches that level, let alone fighting against the super god, can his combat power be close to the cosmic realm? The epic god breaks through to the super god, and is already the peak power among the super gods. So, are there stronger gods? Next, I want to take the remaining pets and conduct an experiment. Super god level, for me, no matter how high or how many times I advance, it is meaningless. Next, I want to see the truth of the cosmic level. That's what I want to do. After the Emperor of Time finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. After the demon race super god was silent, he said, hey, the 5 of us. The source of transcendence is our success, and the source of transcendence is our failure. We broke through before we reached the perfect god, and we have not been able to appreciate all the limits of the god level. Don't be so ungrateful, Lin Feng said disdainfully. Giving you another chance is like giving up the source of transcendence. Human race, perhaps there are new limits above the 10th heaven of the god level, but unless I reincarnate and cultivate again, I can no longer explore, Emperor Shi said regretfully. There is a cause and effect between me and Blue Star. This source of transcendence can also be regarded as a prop to eliminate cause and effect. Let you handle it. Emperor Shi looked at Shi Yu and said, how do you think it should be distributed? Emperor Shi also knew that Blue Star needed 5 super god human races to explore the ruins of the earth. Therefore, he wanted to prioritize the cultivation of 5 super god human races as much as possible to end the cause and effect of using the 5 sources of transcendence left by the ruins of the earth. Shi Yu was speechless, and said, my level is not high enough. Let Senior Kongdi and Senior Lin Feng decide. If I need it, I will find it myself. The source of transcendence is a rare thing for other people, but Shi Yu is confident that he will be able to obtain a lot of it in the future, and he does not think it is so rare. In addition, Shi Yu feels that what Shidi said seems to make sense. He once had the idea of trying to continuously add points to pets so that they do not fuse the source of transcendence and see where their limits are. If Senior Shidi's guess makes sense, then a rash breakthrough may lead to a lifetime inability to advance to the universe level. Shi Yu suddenly wants to figure out what the conditions for advancement to the universe level are before making a breakthrough plan, otherwise he may regret it for the rest of his life. Don't look at me. Finding that everyone was looking at him and Emperor Kong, Lin Feng waved his hands and said, no one wants it. Otherwise, give it to Senior Wang Kong. When Senior Wang Kong and I went to hunt the super god together, we had an agreement. If the source of transcendence was revealed, Senior Wang Kong would use it first. When Senior Wang Kong became super, he would work hard on the battlefield until a source of transcendence was revealed for me. Haha, it's a pity that it didn't burst at that time. Emperor Kong was a little speechless. He and Lin Feng did have this agreement. Wang Kong, you have been at the peak of the god level for hundreds of years. This source of transcendence can make you go further. Next, I may not stay in Blue Star all the time, stay in Donghuang, and go to find the truth of the universe, but Blue Star and Donghuang also need a human super god to protect them. Are you willing to take over this source of transcendence and take on the responsibility of protecting Blue Star and Donghuang? Emperor Shi asked Emperor Kong. In that case, I will respectfully obey your command. Emperor Kong clasped his fists and said, after I am promoted to super god, I will devote all my energy in the second half of my life to the development of Donghuang. As long as I am here, Donghuang will be here. Ha ha ha. Good, you are indeed the best candidate, Shitty said. Your spatial talent is even better than mine, and you look much more honest than Lin Feng and Shi Yu. If we let them advance to super gods early, they will probably only make enemies everywhere for Donghuang and Blue Star. Now, what Blue Star lacks is time and space for development. After you advance to super gods, you can help Blue Star build interstellar teleportation arrays that connect more places, and you can also create more cultivation resources to allow Donghuang to develop more rapidly. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't know how he could be on the same level as Shi Yu in the eyes of Senior Shitty. What a joke. He has been working hard on King Kai for hundreds of years, but he has not caused as much trouble as Shi Yu in a year. Yes, to get rich, you must build roads first. After Senior Kongdi is promoted to super gods, he can build many roads. It is not enough to have only one main road of permanent teleportation array, and many branch roads are also needed. In addition, the cultivation resources of the geniuses of Blue Star should not be lacking. Shi Yu was happy. The characteristic of the Sky Emperor's army at that time was that the average level of soldiers was the highest among all dynasties. The number of legendary beastmasters during the Sky Emperor's period was also the largest in all dynasties before the revival of mythology. Even in modern times, it cannot be compared with that time. This is all because the Sky Emperor can produce a lot of resources that speed up the cultivation speed of the beast control space, and if the Sky Emperor reaches the super god level, he will obviously evolve into a more powerful resource tycoon, and maybe even be able to train a large number of peak god level beastmasters. Okay, at this moment, the Sky Emperor smiled bitterly, willing to take on this important task, which is obviously nothing compared to the opportunity to be promoted to a super god. In this case, the source of transcendence will be handed over to you, the Time Emperor said, throwing the source of transcendence to the Sky Emperor, and the 5 super gods of Blue Star became more and more jealous, and at the same time, they also frowned. The Sky Emperor was already powerful enough at the peak of the god level, and if he was promoted to a super god, what would happen? Originally, the 5 major gods of Blue Star were no match for the human race. Now that the Sky Emperor has been promoted, the main race of Blue Star is obviously the human race. The 2 emperors of Donghuang, time and space, both have the most powerful attributes. No matter how you think about it, the development of the human race is unstoppable. Thank you, everyone. At this time, after taking over the source of transcendence, the Emperor of Space was also full of emotion. He first looked at the Emperor of Time and said, Senior Emperor of Time, I will continue to protect the foundation of Donghuang and let the name of Donghuang resound through the starry sky. Lin Feng, our agreement is still there. One day, I will definitely get a source of transcendence for you, Time, Senior Emperor of Space. Don't be polite. You now have the real source of transcendence. You have those pseudo-transcendence sources on Blue Star, or you can give them to me. Shi Yu smiled and said, I took one last time, and I really researched something. Shi Yu beast can become stronger by eating pseudo-transcendence sources, so next, he will definitely accept all the resources. Senior Kongdi laughed and said, no problem, and Teacher Tuna and Teacher Ying. Thank you very much. Without your skills, the source of transcendence would not have been obtained so smoothly this time. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to tell me, Kongdi said. Breakthrough, Shitty said. Okay, Kongdi nodded, while the super gods of the 5 major gods of Blue Star had a face full of question marks. What about them? So why not thank them at all? Even if they didn't have any credit for this operation, they also worked hard. Chapter 602, Foreseeing Loneliness. 2 days later, following the coordinates left by Shi Yu, countless forces came to the Assassination Star region and saw the blood-stained starry sky and the desolate Assassination Star. Spaceships and star battleships of major forces landed on the Assassination Star, and the people who got off looked at the environment of this star in silence. A crew member of the Universe Overlord Corps flying a pirate flag burst into tears immediately. Animal, not even a piece of first-level energy crystal was left. The energy veins of the Assassination Star were also drained completely. Even this planet will explode in a few months. How come this Blue Star lineage is even more ruthless than us space pirates? Damn, I wanted to come here early to see if I could pick up some garbage and spoils. With the wealth of the Assassination Star, any random things can be enough to cover the cost of this voyage, but how did they manage to leave nothing behind? Who can tell me? The resources are gone, and there is no corpse to be seen, only bloodstains, and they didn't even let the dead go. The current situation of the Assassination Star region made the arrivals silent and tearful. Here, a super god war once took place. The speed of time in the star field is still somewhat different from that in the outside world. This is the change in rules after the super god war. There are also super god level strongmen who came to the assassination realm. They are all super gods who have a grudge against the Assassination Star. Seeing the destruction of the Assassination Star, they feel very complicated. The Holy Flame Realm Lord, who had asked Shiyu for the coordinates of the Assassination Star before but did not get an answer, saw the dead silent Assassination Star and the traces of the super god's death, and could not help but be silent. Although you ignored the reward in question of this realm master, which is a heinous crime, I will remember this favor, and many strong men looked at the current situation of the Assassination Star field and felt terrible. This should be the result of the battle between the human super god named Shidi and Zifan. The battle between the overlords can change the natural environment of a region, and the super god war is even enough to change the rules of a star field. At present, the rules of this star field have obviously been rewritten and affected by the power of the super god, and it is unknown how long it will take to recover. No one survived on the Assassination Star. Soon, the news of the Assassination Star spread throughout the universe, and King Kai and countless planetary forces in the universe knew about the blue star and the horror of the Donghuang lineage. King Kai, after Shiyu cut off the live broadcast, there was no peace here. Countless realms were waiting for Shiyu to find out who wanted to assassinate him. If Shiyu continued to seek revenge, it would probably be another bloody storm. In this boring era, no one doesn't like to see rivers of blood. And when such things happen, there is no lack of incitement. The king of Whistleblower once again reappeared and said that it was definitely the Four Saints family who contacted the Assassination Star to assassinate Shiyu. The Four Saints family and the Assassination Star have a long-term cooperative relationship. The Four Saints family doesn't know how many Four Saints evolvers with super god qualifications have been assassinated by the Assassination Star. The Four Saints family has provoked the Blue Star lineage. It's over. The king of Whistleblower's incitement once again made the Four Saints family angry. You fart. The four holy families jointly appeared to declare that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with the four holy families, and increased the intensity of the arrest of the whistleblower. At this time, on the battleship returning to King Kai's planet, Shiyu and others were discussing how to deal with the four holy families. In fact, if Shiyu and his team simply thought about it, they could lock on to the four holy families. What's more, this time it was confirmed again on Zifanen. During the chase, Zifanen kept giving in, saying that the Assassination Star was also under pressure from the four holy families, and there was no other way to accept the order, just to collect money to do the work, and there was no irreconcilable contradiction among them. Of course, Shidi naturally didn't listen to this. The assassin organization existed before and after the establishment of the Donghuang dynasty, and all of them were uprooted by him. He couldn't stand this kind of rat who lived in the shadows and pursued interests. If the four holy families chose to send geniuses of the same level in the family to challenge Shiyu publicly, even if they were holding the purpose of killing Shiyu, he would look up to the four holy families. Forget it, I think it's not appropriate to tear our faces with the Four Saints now, Shiyu said. The Azure Dragon Super God is Transcendent Level 6, and the other three Four Saints are also above Transcendent Level 4. If we want to fight, we will definitely fight four at the same time, and they also have their own allies. On our side, there is only one big boss, Senior Shidi, and the pressure is too great. Even if we succeed, we will suffer heavy losses. After all, the Zuikong, Donghuang, Dongsuan, and Xianmo realms are all on King Kai. It's easy for us to attack, but it's difficult to defend. I agree. Wang Kong has just been promoted and needs to adapt to the power of the super god. It's not suitable to go to war with such a strong enemy immediately. The five super gods nodded. The Four Saints are not like the Assassination Star. The Assassination Star is not a force on King Kai. It can be destroyed, but the Four Saints are a large force spanning hundreds of realms. If you want to destroy them, if you can't destroy them quickly, the impact will be too great. Senior Shidi, let's put aside the four sacred families for now. After this battle, they will definitely not dare to do anything small, Shiyu said. In fact, in essence, this is still my own business. When I become stronger, even if it is not for the revenge of this assassination, for the promotion of my Azure Dragon pets, I will eventually fight with the four sacred families. When I have enough strength, I will take this revenge together and kill the 4 sacred super gods in an official duel. I will make the decision with the 4 sacred super gods, so that we can minimize our losses." Although Shiyu also wanted to solve all the troubles immediately, he knew that if he went to war with the 4 sacred families, it would not be a one-sided battle. At that time, there would definitely be casualties on the Blue Star side. If it was because of his own affairs and innocent people were involved, Shiyu did not want to see it. "How long do you think it will take you to have the ability to defeat them?" Shiyu looked at Shiyu. Shiyu said, 10 years. Within 10 years, okay, Shidi said, then you will deal with the 4 sacred families. Seeing that Shiyu was so determined and would not just live under protection, Shidi appreciated him even more. Such a genius of the younger generation was worth protecting. 10 years, listening to the exchange between Shiyu and Shidi, the 5 super gods looked miserable, thinking it was outrageous. What a joke. The 4 sacred super gods, which one is not an old monster that has lived for hundreds of millions of years? You want to hunt him down in 10 years? Ha ha ha, that's interesting. The 4 sacred super gods are so strong, the explosion rate must be higher. Lin Feng laughed beside him. Kong Di was meditating in another room. It was a pity that he didn't hear such an interesting conversation. "Well, only you dare to think about it," the predictive owl muttered. Before she was born, those 4 old guys were already the strong ones who dominated the Kaiwang planet. Shiyu had to work hard. "You've been traveling for so long, but you didn't predict where the 3rd wishing star inheritance is." The gem cat always pays attention to the outside world and is not interested in fighting and killing. Anyway, when Shidi is there, she knows that no matter how Shiyu wanders, at least someone can cover him. It's not that easy to find. We have only visited the tip of the iceberg in the universe ocean. Besides, who knows if the Kaixing clan has thrown the inheritance to a farther place. It's a pity that I didn't major in the power of foresight during the time I was in the epic ruins, otherwise I could assist in foresight, Shidi said. Another point is that he doesn't believe in the power of foresight. It doesn't matter. We are good at this in the astrology clan. Leave it to us. By the way, will the fact that the 4 sacred families spent money to assassinate you not be announced for the time being? The owl asked Shiyu. Well, forget about this, let's keep it for now, Shiyu said with a smile. As long as we don't announce it first, no one will know who assassinated me and who hired the killer. At that time, in addition to the 4 sacred families, if you don't like someone, you can also put a hand on him and then take action with justification. The assassination star that assassinated me could be the 4 sacred families or other forces that join the 4 sacred families. If it is announced all at once, it will not have much use value. At the same time, you can also pretend to get the transaction catalog of the assassination star. Aren't there many geniuses of the super god forces who were assassinated by the assassination star? It feels easier to throw dirty water now. Are you human? The 2 cats looked at Shiyu dully. You are really immoral. You are thinking of using the assassination star to throw dirty water on others. Not long after, Shiyu and others returned to Kinkai. In the suspended realm, a huge warship descended over the Sky City. Countless beastmasters appeared, looking excited. Through Shiyu's explanation of the history of Blue Star and Donghuang, these beastmasters first knew that their own realm master was so awesome. Through this battle, they also knew for the first time that their home planet was so powerful. This battle can be said to have greatly increased the pride of the beastmasters of Wenkong and Lin Feng's direct lineage. Although only Shiyu, the 5 great gods, and Shi Emperor appeared in this battle, and Kong Emperor and Lin Feng did not appear, it did not prevent them from getting excited together, because they were all family members. At this time, the warship had not yet landed, and a super god's power swept across the entire suspended realm. The powerful spatial fluctuations were shocking. As a sun-like source of transcendence rose in the sky, a figure first emerged from the warship, with extraordinary spirit. Realm Master, seeing his figure, many people were stunned. Realm Master Wang Kong is also going to assassinate the star this time? Wait a minute, behind him, countless people couldn't believe it. The next moment, Kong Emperor looked at thousands of cities, and almost all the people in the realm could hear his voice. From now on, I am a super god. The suspended realm applies to become a first-level realm. As the Sky Emperor finished speaking, there was a rumble, and thunder streaked across the sky of the entire suspended realm. Countless beastmasters looked at the sky shock, staring at their own realm masters with their mouths wide open, wondering if they had heard something wrong. Super God, The children of the Wang family stared blankly at the sky. Zilan, a disciple of the Sky Emperor, also looked at the figure of the Sky Emperor in the sky in disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. Soon, the news that Wang Kong, the realm master of the suspended realm of the Blue Star and the Donghuang lineage, was promoted to super god spread throughout the king of the realm star. This shocked the starry sky myriad races, and suddenly they understood what was going on. Ziffin is really dead. Its source of transcendence was extracted and absorbed by this Wang Kong. This Wang Kong is a powerful person. He once had a record of assassinating a super god at the god level. He is also proficient in the space system. This time he is promoted to super god, which will be even more terrifying. Wait a minute, so, Blue Star now has 11 super gods on one star? What a joke. The news of the Kong Emperor's promotion to super god also quickly spread to the Four Saints family, making the 4 super gods of the Four Saints family silent again, a little dizzy. Come here. The 4 super gods summoned their subordinates and ordered, take the generous gifts and go to the suspended realm to congratulate the Lord Wang Kong on his promotion to super god. Be sure to eliminate the influence of the villain's rumors. The Four Saints family, facing the Blue Star lineage at its peak, was obviously also very wary. They didn't want to tear their faces immediately, nor did they want the Blue Star lineage to tear their faces with them immediately. They chose to be soft and tried to negotiate temporarily. With the return of Shi Yu and his team, not only the Four Saints, but countless forces, all took advantage of the promotion of the Sky Emperor to the super god and came to the suspended realm to send gifts and congratulations, hoping to establish friendly relations with the Blue Star lineage. Some also came to thank the Blue Star lineage for helping them destroy the assassination star. During this period, everyone who came could see another prison city like an air prison in the sky of the suspended realm. This prison now holds tens of thousands of assassins, all of whom were captured alive by Shi Yu and his team in the Battle of the Assassination Star. At this time, under the power of the Emperor of Time, most of their power has been wiped out, controlled below the god level, suppressed, and waiting for trial. Shi Yu had nothing to do, so he liked to chat with the talents here, and they all spoke very nicely. Your name is Yaij. Shi Yu stood outside a prison, looking at the teleporter Yaij who was suppressed by chains inside, and said, My lord, please spare me. Teleporter Iger begged for mercy. My ability is very rare. I was also captured by that bastard Ziffin to assassinate the star. I had no choice. I don't want to help the evil either. Please spare me. I will do my best for you, Shi Yu said with a smile. Did you use the magnetic skill to teleport the killer near me? Teleporter Iger said bitterly, My lord, it was me, but I don't know anything. I'm just a tool. What's the current level of your magnetic skill? Shi Yu asked. Iger said, It's a perfect skill. As long as the target is within the range of the universe, it can be teleported, but it won't work if it leaves this range, so useless. Shi Yu was stunned. Iger was stunned. Is this useless? It said quickly, It's very useful. As long as you have the other party's belongings, you can locate them. On the assassination star, I am the most indispensable assistant, sir. Okay, Shi Yu said, show me a show. If it works well. Yaij was overjoyed and knew that his ability was irreplaceable and no one was willing to kill him. No problem, sir. After a while, the teleporter Yaij was beaten to death again by Shi Yu without knowing why. Shi Yu left the prison happily, feeling happy, and felt that he had more and more life-saving skills. Brush, brush, brush. Shi Yu walked through the prison and heard a lot of writing sounds. They were killers, writing their talents and abilities. Originally, this was a group of dead men. Most of them would not betray the assassination star even if they died, but they couldn't stand it. The time system ability was too buggy, so they directly deleted their memories of being loyal to the assassination star. Next, it depends on how many valuable skills and talents can be squeezed out of this group of people. Shi Yu was still looking forward to it. At least the resources that Alan Cat had plundered on the assassination star were really rich, enough to make the third-level new realm of Donghuang realm even richer than the first-level realm. In short, the emperors coming from Blue Star to King Kai planet, Senior Sister Lu, are blessed. They may have more money than Shi Yu who just came to King Kai planet. Sister, I've decided. What decision? Somewhere in the suspended realm, I'll receive the whistleblower who also came to send his blessings. I've made up my mind. I won't add any additional conditions to Shi Yu. We'll just choose him to be the son of prophecy of our astrology clan. Our clan will do its best to assist him in his growth. Humph! The owl looked at him with contempt and said, "What have you been doing? I told you he has potential, but you didn't believe it. Now they need your assistance?" The Time Emperor, the super god of time, and 4 super god time pets, Chief Tutu looked conflicted and said, "You didn't tell me before that Blue Star has such great fortune. If you had told me earlier that Blue Star is a high-level lucky star and that the Blue Star lineage is so powerful, then I wouldn't be so conflicted. Moreover, it didn't agree easily because it was afraid that its identity as the whistleblower would drag down Shiyu. Also, although the Time Emperor is very powerful, don't forget, sister. With the help of our family treasure, we can predict even the first or second cosmic level, let alone the super god. Go talk to Shiyu, he must have something he wants to know." The predictive owl fell into deep thought and said, "Well, now you know how sharp my vision is." The whistleblower nodded frantically. After a while, Shiyu was called by the owl. "Lord Shiyu, you are really powerful this time. This time, I asked my sister to find you because I want to talk to you about cooperation again." "Oh? What cooperation?" Shiyu said. Chief Tutu said, "There is a treasure in our astrologers that can enhance the ability to predict. Only the astrologers can use it, and it can predict things at the highest level of the universe. However, when using this treasure, the treasure itself will be greatly worn out. It can only be restored once every 1,000 years. This prediction opportunity is actually not very useful for the astrologers, because when the astrologers predict their own things, there will always be some backlash, but for outsiders, the accuracy is extremely high. So, I want the astrologers to form an alliance with Blue Star and take 3 prediction opportunities as a gift, and give the treatment of the prophecy son of the Lord of Shiyu realm. As long as there is a need, you can use the power of the astrologer's treasure to predict at any time." Shiyu smiled and looked at Chief Tutu, knowing that it had changed its position after seeing the performance of the Blue Star lineage this time. "Okay, I just have a few things I want to predict. Chief Tutu, please estimate whether it can be done." "What?" Shiyu said, "I want to know the exact method of promotion to the universe level. Even the Emperor of Time didn't know this, and I didn't know if the astrologers had any way to know it." Chief Tutu's ears twitched, and he said, This, theoretically, can be done, but it is not predicted all at once." "What do you mean?" Shiyu said. Chief Tutu said, "There was also a super god who came to me to seek a way to advance to the cosmic level, but unfortunately, the prediction did not give clear instructions, but only guided the other party to continue to stay on King Kai's planet. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope in the future. He thought he could find out by asking Lord Kai, and after he waited for a long time and finally waited for Lord Kai to wake up once, but because Lord Kai was a planetary life, the method of advancing to the cosmic level was different from other lives, and he did not get the result, and then, it was cut off here." Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, "Then I'll try it too." Chief Tutu said, "Okay. But I need to return to the family before I can give an answer. Is there anything else you want to predict?" But Lord Shiyu is really ambitious, and he is also coveting the throne of the universe." Shiyu smiled and said, "Besides that, I also want to know where the remaining 5 inheritances of the Kaixing clan are. That should be no problem, right? Didn't you say that you would also assist Teacher Ying in finding the inheritance?" "That's no problem, but like the previous prophecy, it takes time. The former involves the universe level, while the latter, the predicted range may exceed the universe C, but the entire universe, which also takes time. Is that so? Then let's answer these 2 questions first." After Shiyu and Chief Tutu finished their communication, the other party immediately said goodbye and returned to the family to help Shiyu predict. After his brother left, the predictive owl looked at Shiyu with a smile and said, "Shiyu, I guess you will rest here for a year and won't go out to play, right?" Shiyu rolled his eyes and said, "Teacher Owl, don't predict such meaningless things. You might as well do more divination to see if there are any epical ruins similar to the one that Shitty entered on Blue Star." I know. The predictive owl felt bored. A few days later, the top 8 of the Blue Star World Championship were finally taken to King Kai. As soon as they entered here, the 5 Beastmasters of Donghuang found their own places to fight for the next conferred God War. Yes, among the top 8, there are a total of 5 Beastmasters of Donghuang. In addition to the 3 Emperors and Lu Qingyi, the Legend of the Sea also successfully entered the top 8. After the myth was revived, the evolution speed of his giant kun, which was suspected to have the inheritance of alien insects and mastered infinite swallowing, increased significantly. After arriving on King Kai, he was immediately pulled over by Lin Feng, who had the talent for evolution, to be his assistant. Lu Qingyi entered the assassination prison and served as the warden. With the cooperation of the pet of the Sky Emperor, he controlled the prison. As for the Martial Emperor, the Female Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor, they were strongly requested by the 5 major gods to invest in the 3 emperors. The 5 major gods finally realized the potential of the Blue Star human race. They missed the Sky Emperor, Lin Feng, and Shi Yu. This time they chose to focus on the 3 emperors, intending to try to let their future 10th pet be chosen from the 5 major gods no matter what. I have to say that this is actually quite good. After all, the Emperor of Time, the Emperor of Space, and Lin Feng are not free to take care of them. The female emperor with the blood of the Phoenix can get much better training in the Phoenix clan than tossing around by herself. The Dragon Emperor is obviously also on the Dragon clan side, and can get better development. As for the Martial Emperor, the Angel clan and the Demon clan are also interested in the Martial Emperor's outstanding talent for a fusion. As we all know, the fusion of humanoids and humans has the best effect, but the Martial Emperor is not interested in birdmen and demons, but is a little interested in the extinct Killen clan of Blue Star. This moved the Killen clan, who usually suffered a lot of grievances. Sleep. Since the Blue Star lineage destroyed the Assassination Star, the suspended realm has been dozens of times more lively every day, and Shi Yu has also chosen a quiet hard practice again in the lively background. After breaking through the god level, he started to toss around. Now he has no shortage of resources and is also protected by a big boss. Shi Yu can finally work overtime with peace of mind. However, before Shi Yu could calm down for long, the predictive owl came to Shi Yu in a hurry. Shi Yu, the prediction results are out. What? Shi Yu looked at the owl and said, which one is it? The owl said, the cosmic level 1. In fact, this is the first time that the astrologers predicted how humans would break through the cosmic level and got a clear answer. The last time they asked the astrologers for prediction, it was not humans but starry sky life. My brother, I made predictions for you and your initial pet 11. What conditions are required for 11 to break through the cosmic level by himself? Shi Yu asked. Owl said, the predicted result is, the Universe Overlord Legion. Huh? Shi Yu was stunned and said, what do you mean? Owl said, that's all. If 11 can really break through to the universe level, then the opportunity lies in the Universe Overlord Legion. This kind of thing is originally about seeking a tiny possibility from countless impossibilities. There is no clear direction at all, and you can only find it yourself. Shi Yu, you guys, you predicted it for nothing. Do I have to join the Universe Overlord Legion? Owl, cosmic level, this is cosmic level, Shi Yu said helplessly. Okay, then, I will break through by myself. What about the cosmic opportunity? If I break through to the cosmic level and become a cosmic level Beastmaster, then in theory, I should be able to strengthen any super god pet to the cosmic level just like a super god Beastmaster. Your method of breaking through to the cosmic level is really clear, said the predictive owl. Even my brother said it. I didn't expect it to be such a clear method. In general, the method for other life forms besides the human race to advance to the cosmic level is still unclear, but the human race, or yours, is very clear. What? The predicted result is that as long as you can contract a cosmic level life, then you will be a cosmic level Beastmaster. Shi Yu? Shi Yu had a black line on his face, and felt that the astrologers were talking nonsense. What should I do if I don't want to cooperate with the astrology clan anymore? Teacher Owl, why do I feel that the astrology clan is as unreliable as you were before you awakened at the Imperial Capital University? Isn't this nonsense? I have cultivated a cosmic level pet, so I must be a cosmic level Beastmaster. Ahem, Owl said, wait a minute, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that you need to contract a cosmic level pet at the super god level to break through to the cosmic level, rather than cultivating it yourself. After all, we don't know how to cultivate a cosmic level 1, probably, when you reach the peak of the super god, if you can successfully cross-level contract with one of the cosmic level bosses, including the Realm King, Beast King, Dark King, Zerg Queen, and Cosmic Overlord, then you can break through the life level and reach the cosmic level from the super god. Of course, it still seems a bit unreliable. Chapter 603, All Weapon Masters. Goodbye. Shi Yu chose to say goodbye to the owl. It's not that tricky. No matter how you think about it, the five guys sitting on the throne of the universe can't be contracted by anyone. It's better to hope to cultivate a universe level by yourself than to expect to contract them. Wait, the owl said. Yes, it seems that there are more than these five choices, huh? It is said that there is a sixth universe level in the universe who may exist, but may not exist. We know that this sixth universe level is actually real, so there is also a great possibility that your contract object is it. After all, the traces of its existence have been lost in the history of the universe. As an archaeologist, you will definitely explore its traces, right? Maybe you will be connected with it because of this. Shiyu looked at the owl and said, your reasoning this time seems to be a little bit reasonable. I did have the idea of looking for it, the owl was proud. But it's still unreliable. You have also guided us to the Universe Overlord Legion. Do I still have the chance to contract with the Universe Overlord? Are you sure I won't be beaten to death? The owl said with a bitter face. Well, as for something like foresight, it's already amazing to be able to predict it to this extent. You know, you have just entered the god level, and you are still some distance away from becoming a super god. Now the direction is a little clearer, which is always a good thing, Shiyu said. Okay, then next, let me move around more with the Universe Overlord Legion, and then explore who the sixth universe level is. Right, the owl nodded. That's right. Wait a minute, do you think it's possible for me to meet Lord Kai and ask about the method of planetary advancement to the cosmic level? Shiyu said, the advancement method of planetary life is indeed different from that of other life forms, but I also have Zio-Z. Then, Zio-Z breaks through, and I use its power to reach the cosmic level myself. Is it possible? The precognitive owl was stunned. Well, Lord Kai doesn't wake up all the time. It's common for him to sleep for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. If you want to wait for him, God knows how long you have to wait. Unless King Kai's planet encounters a crisis and the other four cosmic levels make moves and leave their own turf, King Kai basically doesn't care, even if it wakes up, only when it reaches the peak of the super god, that is, Transcendence 10, will it have the opportunity and qualifications to see it. Well, the guy who once sought the method of cosmic advancement from the astrologers later became a peak super god. Now it's one of the three pinnacle super gods under King Kai's command. In addition, I don't recommend that you ask the cosmic level directly for methods to break through the cosmic level. Just explore it secretly by yourself. Have you ever thought about what to do if a universe can only accommodate 5 cosmic levels at most, and the birth of a new cosmic level must mean the death of another cosmic level? Just like the 4 holy super gods do not allow the 4 holy evolutionists with super god potential to challenge their positions, the 5 cosmic levels may not allow anyone to challenge their positions. You are not the direct descendant of King Kai's planet. Why does Lord Kai tell you to ask other cosmic levels? That's even more unreliable. Have you heard of such a rumor that the reason why the 6th cosmic level disappeared may be because there can only be 5 cosmic levels in the universe, and its existence is not allowed, and then it was erased by someone? Shiyu fell into deep thought, feeling extremely troubled. I see, Shiyu nodded and said, then help Teacher Ying predict the inheritance of the wishing star quickly. I'll take advantage of this time to practice in seclusion. When both of us are done, we'll go on a real starry sky tour. I'm also going to look for Goddess Nuwa. By the way, could she be the 6th cosmic level, Owl? Why do you only think about beautiful things? Are you addicted to hugging thighs? Haha. Shiyu smiled and scratched his head and said, I don't think it's reliable either. I'll be satisfied if she is a super god. After all, if she is cosmic level, it would be easy for her to cultivate a super god human race without asking Blue Star for help. The predictive owl said, when that cat obtains all the inheritance of the Kaixing clan, maybe with its assistance, it can predict the cosmic truth more clearly. At that time, you don't have to guess by yourself. That's right, let's do this for now. Shiyu sent the owl away, and did not continue to retreat. Instead, he walked out of the room and waited for another distinguished guest. Calculating the time, she will be here soon. Sure enough, not long after, Shiyu waited for a warship marked with a logo of the Universe Overlord, landing towards this city. Zygian Special Forces. At this time, seeing the Universe Overlord army, Shiyu's heart was complicated. Is the opportunity for 11 to break through the universe level here? Is it the same as what the owl said, the universe level is counted, and they have to knock down the Universe Overlord before 11 can be promoted? But in that case, why didn't he fight the Dark King, the Insect King, the Beast King, and the Realm King? Aren't these 4 universe emperors said to be weaker than the universe overlord? If he must challenge a universe level, Shiyu will definitely choose the Dark King instead of the universe overlord. After all, there's Su. Of course, at that level, it is not certain whether the purifying star spirit can still restrain the other party. The president of the Environmental Protection Association is also a purifying star spirit, and he is assisted by the vice president of the super god. Not to mention the Dark King, even the peak super gods under the Dark King can't be killed. It is not realistic to want to jump to the next level. Congratulations, Realm Master Shiyu. Captain Zijian arrived and saw Shiyu for the first time, and smiled and congratulated. Now, your blue star lineage has become famous throughout the universe. It's amazing, it's just a false reputation. The blue star lineage looks super god, but its overall strength is far from the real top forces. Shiyu also smiled and said, it will take a long time to develop. Next, we can move around more. Building a good relationship with the Universe Overlord Core can also buy some resources outside the Kinkai and the Universe Sea. No problem, Captain Zijian said. Here, this time I came here, I owe you the Super Godstone, the planetary resources you want, and the Universe Star Map you want. I brought you all of them. Happy transaction, Shiyu said happily. He didn't expect Captain Zijian to be so quick. On Kinkai, there are only star maps about the Universe Sea. It is not easy to get the star maps of the other 4 universe-level forces. If you really want to get them, you still have to rely on the Universe Overlord Core. Although the one brought by Zijian is not very comprehensive, it is much better than what Shiyu can get, and it can be of great help to his future travel. As for the planetary resources, Shiyu naturally bought many planets from the Universe Overlord Core. He had promised his pets before that he would prepare a star weapon for each of them. This time, he fulfilled his promise. There are a total of 12 intermediate planets that have not bred life, and each of them is of top quality. After refining, their combat effectiveness should be greatly increased. It cost Shiyu a lot to buy this batch of resources, but now he has money. The resources he got from looting the Assassination Star are enough to support Shiyu to buy 12 intermediate Death Stars, not to mention that there is still a part that Zijian hopes to pay with the fruit of cultivation. Happy transaction, Captain Zijian also said. Shiyu, after the transaction was completed, Zijian said, can you help me introduce Shidi? Shiyu was stunned and said, this may be a little difficult. After Senior Shidi came back, I don't know where he went, and I can't find him. Of course, this is a lie. After Shidi came back, he chose to retreat again, saying that he would not see anyone and refused all visitors. Zijian was stunned and said, after Shidi comes back, if you see him, please help mention him. Do you have something to do with Senior Shidi? Shiyu asked. Did the Time Emperor teach you your archaeological skills? Captain Zijian asked with a smile. Well, half of it is correct, Shiyu said. I didn't make a mistake. A super powerful person who is proficient in the time system must also be a great archaeologist. In fact, I may have to go back to the headquarters soon, Zijian said. Didn't you just get assigned to the university? Shiyu said in surprise. It's only been a short time, and you have to go back. There is not enough time to travel, Captain Zijian shrugged and said, I can't help it. A very special and important epic relic was discovered there. The headquarters has begun to summon archaeologists who do not have important tasks to go back and explore. This relic is not ordinary. I am not sure, so I want to find more external aid to go back and explore together. Of course, I will definitely give them rewards. Shiyu smiled slightly and said, Senior Time Emperor should not look down on ordinary rewards, but what kind of relic is it that makes Captain Zijian bow down to him? Zijian looked at Shiyu and said, relics from the previous cosmic era. After Zijian finished speaking, Shiyu was stunned. Relics from the previous cosmic era? The relics of the era generally refer to the relics of the previous cosmic era, that is, the era where Shiyu's previous life was, and the era where the Earth is. And the relics of the previous cosmic era that have remained in this era are very, very few to be honest. No wonder Zijian said that he was not very sure, the time interval is even longer. You might as well find me instead of Senior Shidi, Shiyu said. He is not interested in archaeology. Captain Zijian snorted and said, I trust your ability, but do you dare to follow me? I'm afraid that my fleet will be stopped by Lord Wangquang before leaving Kinkai, and by the super god of your blue star. Shiyu smiled and said, that's true, but if there's a chance, maybe we can cooperate. After all, I may not stay on King Kai all the time. Zijian thought of the star map that Shiyu asked him for, and realized that Shiyu must have other plans. Since the Emperor of Time is not here, forget it. I'll go visit the Lord of the Sky Realm next. She put her purple hair back on her head and turned around and said, if you really go to the territory of the Universe Overlord Core one day, and I'm still there, you can come find me, no problem, Shiyu said. By the way, bring more good wine when you visit Senior Kondi, he likes to drink, Captain Zijian. Got it. Shiyu is a retrograde. The Emperor of Martial Arts, the Empress, the Dragon Emperor, Lu Chengyi and others have all come to King Kai to train, but Shiyu packed up and planned to go back to Blue Star to practice hard. The reason is very simple. It's too eye-catching to let the pets refine the stars here. It's better to go to the remote galaxy where Blue Star is. And, if you want to add some points, the world power that Ginseng Baby has abandoned for a long time is finally useful. Isn't it better to get the power of Blue Star for free than on King Kai? Get the power of Blue Star for free, combined with the power of the Four Saints relics and the remaining resources of Shiyu now. He plans to make a big sprint. If everything goes well, it won't take long for him to strengthen all members to top-level gods or even perfect gods. Next, after packing up, Shiyu returned directly to Blue Star and left a bunch of resources to Teacher Ying, asking her to take care of the Donghuang realm. Why are you back again? At this time, on Blue Star, the World Tree and the Blue Star Will also knew that he was famous in the universe. All this is naturally thanks to Shiyu's enemies, otherwise the Blue Star lineage would not have had the opportunity to show its power. The last time Shiyu came back, it was to avoid the limelight. What is it for this time? The World Tree suspected. Shiyu was causing trouble again. Hey, what's that look? I came back this time just to practice in seclusion, Shiyu said. Ant World Tree, where's our mother? Hurry up and get me some pseudo-transcendent source. There are 55 left, right? Give me 35 first. I'll take Senior Wang Kong's share as well. I've already agreed with him, World Tree. Why do you want so many of these? It was at a loss. Isn't Shiyu, this kid, not yet super god level? Of course it's useful. It's used to improve strength, Shiyu said. Quick, no. Got it, if Shiyu wants it, then give it to Shiyu. I'll get it for you. The World Tree exhaled, took out a part of the pseudo-transcendent source stored inside the Blue Star, and gave it all to Shiyu. 35 pseudo-transcendent sources can allow super gods with better qualifications and lower realms to break through 1-2 times. I don't know what Shiyu is here for. Let's go. Shiyu took the pseudo-transcendent source and left immediately. Naturally, the first thing he did was to strengthen the Shiyu beast. Shiyu returned to his hometown, the ice field, and entered the secret realm of cultivation he opened up in the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, and summoned all his pets. Before assigning the cultivation tasks, Shiyu first took the source of transcendence one by one under their gaze to strengthen the Shiyu beast. After fusing a source of pseudo-transcendence and being fully armed with the Four Saints equipment, Shiyu beast already possessed the combat power of a quasi-epic god. Now, with a gift of Blue Star, his physical strength has been terribly improved again. When Shiyu fused 1/3 of the source of pseudo-transcendence, he felt that Shiyu beast's physical strength had undergone another qualitative change, as if there were gods and demons roaring in his body. Under Shiyu's control, his eyes were like stars, and his body seemed to be able to support the world, containing unparalleled divine power. Not bad, Shiyu beast clenched his fist. According to my judgment, at this time, Shiyu beast, with a blessing of the power of the Four Saints' faith and the spirit glow not dispersing, should have the ability to compete with weaker super gods, Lin said. Very good. Shiyu was also very satisfied, and felt that this pseudo-transcendence source was not wasted. He continued to strengthen the fusion. He didn't know how long it had been, but Shiyu beast's body was already filled with a hazy light of the sun. After consuming all the pseudo-transcendent sources, his physical strength reached an incredible level. At this time, every pet beast looked at Shiyu beast in surprise. Just looking at it and approaching it, they could feel a huge super god pressure. This feeling was no different from when they faced other super gods. Eleven's face was solemn, and he felt that he could not beat Shiyu beast this time. Damn it. Perhaps, with the help of Shiyu beast at this time, even if we can quickly defeat one of the 5 super gods of Blue Star, it will not be difficult to do, Lin said. It's a pity that there is a lack of powerful offensive and defensive means, Shiyu said. If Chong Chong and Chitong reach the level of perfect gods, practice all the faith skills to the perfect level, and then use the four saints' relics, Shiyu Beast should be able to have the strength comparable to Super 4, right, Transcendence 1-3, Transcendence 4-6, Transcendence 7-9, Transcendence 10, respectively represent the four major stages of transcendence. The gap between each small stage may be overcome, but it is more difficult to cross between the major stages. This is also the reason why the Emperor of Time can suppress the Super God Killer. In addition to the strong time system, it is also related to his higher level. Shiyu estimated that the current limit of Shiyu Beast, with the help of the power of the four sacred pets and the four sacred relics, should be Super 2 Super 3. With its strength, it can bully the 5 super gods of Blue Star, and it is not impossible to compete with the super god killer Ziffanon, but it is obviously still a little bit away from the Emperor of Time and the 4 sacred super gods. Not enough. However, it can be improved. Yet, Lin said, so more strengthening needs to be completed. Shiyu said tiredly, hey, the mental clone controls the Shiyu Beast, I'm so tired. Damn, the stronger its power, the greater the burden on the clone. Let's do this for now. I also have to improve my mental strength. Rin, next you take everyone to find a quiet place in the starry sky to refine the stellar weapons. I'm going to sleep for a month first, after you all have finished refining and I wake up. We will add some points, okay? After Shiyu finished speaking, everyone immediately rubbed their hands and took over their own star stones. They were very much looking forward to it. They had wanted the star weapons for a long time. Chong Chong, Ki, you already have weapons. I have other things to ask of you. Chong Chong, you use the 4 saints relics and the rules of spring to take care of the cultivation fruits planted by the ginseng baby. Ki, you have experience in refining stars. Go and help the 11 and let them take fewer detours. After Shiyu finished speaking, Chong Chong was shocked. How did he become a gardener? But forget it, using the power of creation with the help of the 4 saints relics is also a kind of cultivation. Ah, don't you need me to stay by your side? In this way, you will only have. Ki was worried that Shiyu would be assassinated again. It's okay, Chong Chong is here, and Shiyu Beast is here. Shiyu has taught the magnetic skill to Chong Chong, the only one who can learn this move. Although this move is called magnetic, it has nothing to do with the lightning system. It is a skill of the space system and the spirit system. Its arrival has once again strengthened Shiyu's ability to escape. But unfortunately, the previously copied cosmic hole still has no learning conditions for any pet, which makes Shiyu very silent. Should I find a cosmic giant beast to contract? Otherwise, the skill will be wasted. Okay, he said. Go ahead. Shiyu saw a group of pets still staring at him eagerly, and laughed as he drove them away. Then, many pets began to act according to Shiyu's instructions. Shiyu also fell into a sleeping state. Although his space and time talents had not reached level 10 at this time, Shiyu chose to practice the beast control space this time. He hoped that with the help of 2 meditation jades and the god level practice fruit, he could quickly raise the beast control level to the 7th level of the god level. By then, the physique will undergo a qualitative change again, and it will be easier to add points to the pets. In addition, it can reduce the burden of controlling the Shiyu Beast. The Shiyu Beast was in a daze, the insects were farming, and Shiyu's body was sleeping, forming a picture of diligence. In the starry sky, the 11 of them were also busy. This was another competition for everyone to do one thing at the same time. Every pet hoped that the star weapon it refined would be the most powerful. Among them, 11 got a golden wood dual element star. It stood on the star and naturally hoped to refine it into the shape of bamboo. At that time, the bamboo can not only cooperate with its fighting god body as a weapon, contain 1 star of divine power, but also be used as food, tonic, and medicine. Of course, each pet has a different way of refining weapons. Some choose to strengthen themselves, and some choose to check for leaks and make up for deficiencies. For example, Shen Bao Bao was outrageous and decided to refine a large tripod. It got a star with fire as the main and wood as the secondary. It planned to refine a tripod to assist itself in researching and cooking various foods, and even refining pills. In the plant association, there are also a group of monks who use plants to refine pills. Shen Bao Bao plans to learn from them to make his own way wider. Shen Bao Bao is going to name it Shen Xian eating. On the other hand, Qi Tong got a golden fire dual element star. Qi Yu originally wanted to prepare a new star for Qi Tong to refine, but considering that Qi Tong's firepower was already very strong, but lacked gold power to neutralize it, he chose a gold star. Qi Tong's side, of course, had to refine a sharp gold sword to match his illusion as a heroic spirit, one illusion and one reality, a combination of two swords. As for Su Su, she got an ice and snow star that had been eroded by the cosmic disaster Lingji. The time of the star was frozen. Shi Yu planned to see if he could cooperate with the skill deduction and the sky frost cold air in the future to let Su Su learn the disaster skill Lingji. Su Su decided to refine the star into the appearance of a crown and turn herself into the starry sky slime king. Lin got the same space star as Qi, which was used to strengthen the space ability of the battleship. He planned to refine it into a special device and load it onto the battleship. Shi Yu actually wanted a lucky star to strengthen Lin's luck, but unfortunately the Universe Overlord Corps could not find time, luck and other stars. Shi Yu could only let Lin refine a space star first, and then replace it when he found a lucky star in the future. Xiaozu was the most excited. He learned the star refining skills, which meant that he could finally master the means of attack that would not affect himself too much. The star he got was also a space star. The space star was the best star that could be found under normal circumstances. Before he met a better one, Shi Yu could only let them make do with it. The weapon that Xiaozu wanted to refine was the star ring. In the second team, Xiaoji, Ya, Dwarf Cat, Turtle, Xiaobing and others also showed their magical powers. They took their own stars and refined their favorite weapons such as giant swords and demon pestles. Just like that, Shi Yu slept for a month. During this sleep, the meditation jade was consumed very quickly. 2 pieces were directly wasted. Of course, Shi Yu is not short of this thing now. Although it is expensive, with the current wealth of Blue Star, he can buy it casually. At this time, he also successfully broke through to the 7th level of the God level, and the pets have also completed the refining of the stars one by one. At this moment, they have entered the stage of adapting to and mastering the new weapons. And the next step is naturally to add points. At this time, Shi Yu, who has reached the late stage of the God level, can currently add points to the God skills such as ordinary God skills such as wind control and advanced God skills such as light control. But unfortunately, the top God skills cannot be added. It is estimated that Shi Yu's own level is not enough, and he needs to wait until the peak of the God level to try again. But some can be added. After the pets come back, Shi Yu directly chooses the current theoretically most important God skills to add points. As the first in the last session, Shen Baobao naturally enjoys the treatment of adding points first. Shen Baobao's world grace and cultivation fruits are typical of adding points earlier and getting more benefits. 4 months later, King Kai, the deputy lord of the Donghuang realm, the gem cat lady in formal attire, happily received the owl. It lived up to expectations, the owl said. It's finally over. Thank you for your hard work. The gem cat lady looked forward to it. How is it? The owl said. The remaining 5 wishing star inheritances are not within the scope of the universe. 4 are in the territory of the universe overlord, and 1 is in the territory of the Dark King. If you want to find them, you may have to go on a long journey. The gem cat looked bitter. It was really far away. She herself would never dare to go there. She didn't know how Shi Yu's hard training was going. It's been 5 months. Can he beat the super god level? If he can, then he can go on a trip at any time. The gem cat obviously trusts Shi Yu very much, and trusts his unscientific breakthrough speed very much. I'll go ask Shi Yu. He seems to have been wanting to go out to find Nuwa and the remains of the earth, the gem cat said. If he hadn't been waiting for your predictions about the wishing stars, he would have been practicing hard while traveling. Shi Yu mainly wanted to try, with the help of Shi Yu Beast, whether he could open the remains of the earth that Nuwa mentioned without gathering 5 super gods. Wait, the owl said, don't tempt him. I predicted that he would practice hard for a year before going out to travel. It's only been 5 months, a few months away from the prediction being successful, the gem cat said. Today I'm going to ruin your practice. Damn it, you bad cat. Wait, I'll go too. The locations of these 5 wishing stars were actually predicted by her with the help of the family treasure. She stole her brother's job. The main reason was that if all the predictions were successful, it would be a lot of experience, and the owl didn't want to miss it. Chapter 604, heading to the polluted land. In the blue sky of Blue Star, two figures were flying at high speed. They were the two talented people, Gemcat Ying and Owl Tuna, who were looking for Shiyu. Not long after, they arrived at the ice field and found Shiyu, who was making a snowman. Gemcat and Precognitive Owl? Is he really practicing seriously? Said Precognitive Owl. Gemcat was also silent, and both sides fell down quickly. At this time, Shiyu, who had made a snowman and smashed it with a punch, also discovered the arrival of Gemcat and the others. What are you doing? As soon as he landed, Gemcat couldn't help asking, is this what Shiyu said about coming back to practice? The children in the kindergarten in Pingchang next door on the ice field are not as boring as him. Oh, Teacher Ying, Teacher Tuna. Shiyu exhaled a breath of cold air and looked at them. To be precise, it is to cultivate the mind and let the mind blend into nature. If you only make a snowman and don't smash it with a punch, we will believe it. What's wrong? From your looks, you seem to have almost predicted where the Kaixing clan's inheritance is, Shiyu asked. He was wearing white clothes and practicing Tai Chi in the wind and snow, which made the two cats look upset. Weird, too weird. It's been less than half a year, why is Shiyu like this? Was he stimulated by something? It's not my fault, the Gemcat said. How is your practice going? Can you beat the super god level? When can we go on a trip together? Shiyu said. Almost, Owl. You both have questions. One dares to ask, and the other dares to answer. It's you. No wonder you are lazy. It turns out that you have almost practiced. The cats were delighted. Okay, now going with Shiyu, at least safety is guaranteed. I am really cultivating my mind, Shiyu couldn't help but say. I have to cultivate it. Because his mentality has collapsed continuously in the past few months. If he doesn't relax quickly, it will definitely affect his condition. Originally, Shiyu had been very smooth in the past few months. Take the world grace skill of Shenbao for example. From entry level, to proficiency, to mastery, to perfection, and finally to perfection, plus 47, Shenbao's growth level has been rising rapidly. Soon, it reached the level of perfect god. Just when Shiyu was expecting to be able to point out a superb skill and add points to become an epic god, it was all over. The point of perfection to superb was stuck directly, and the success rate of adding points was 0. It was as if Shenbao had a bottleneck from becoming an epic god, and this bottleneck could not be broken by ordinary additions. This was the beginning of Shiyu's mental breakdown. Next, Shiyu changed his skill on Shenbao, the cultivation fruit experiment, but it was still stuck at perfect plus 47. Helplessly, Shiyu had to change a pet and add points to Killin's blessing wind and mechanical spirit, but the result was still the same, stuck at the level before the epic god and unable to break through. This made Shiyu very depressed. Pulling these 4 skills to perfection was almost all Shiyu's gains in the past 4 months. As for other pets, they haven't had time to upgrade yet. However, although the power level of Shenbao and Lin has reached the perfect god level, the normal combat power of Shenbao and Lin is not that strong among the perfect gods. Because the magic skills that upgrade them are all auxiliary. Shenbao's world grace is a skill that can get the world power for free. Now that the perfect level has been completed, this skill is no longer a useless skill. Even if Shiyu and his friends go to other planets at this time, they can forcibly plunder the world power, and finally don't have to catch Blue Star to get the wool. If you travel in the starry sky next, this world power can be said to be a very good skill to replenish energy. There are many planets in the universe. Just stop and enter a planet, and Shenbao can plunder a lot of world power for supply. The second one is the fruit of cultivation. This is obviously not helpful for improving Shenbao's combat power, but it is helpful for the cultivation of all team members. Thanks to Shenbao's perfect cultivation fruit, Shiyu's time and space talent finally caught up with his own level and reached level 10. After that, Shiyu began to wonder if ordinary divine skills could not be upgraded to perfection. Just like the highest level of quasi-divine skills is only perfect, so he began to strengthen Lin's Wind of Luck, a high-level divine skill. I hope my luck will be better. As a result, after the Wind of Blessing was filled up, it was the same and could not break through. At this time, Shiyu realized that in order to cultivate the pet to the epic god, there might be something missing besides the skill level. At this time, Shiyu did not bury his head in hard work, but chose to go to the world tree and ask it to help awaken Blue Star, wanting to ask this ancient existence. In the end, he got an answer. Will level. Blue Star Will said that the original Zulong was above the perfect god and below the epic god. These peak gods entered a mysterious state when they fought against the super god invaders during the invasion war and burst out with stronger power. This mysterious state is like the pet that masters the will of the overlord, which bursts out beyond the level, but it is stronger than that, which can be called the sublimation of overlord will. The top gods of Blue Star call this the heart of super god, or the will of super god. This is the key ability of the perfect gods of Blue Star to fight against the three super god invaders. Now, Shiyu gradually understood. Just like the will of the overlord, it determines the difficulty of adding points to the super-level skills and quasi-god skills. To achieve superb skills, you may also need a higher level of will to cooperate with each other. Only by mastering the will of super god can you cultivate superb skills and become an era god. And if you want to cultivate the will of super god, you must reach the god level and have a certain determination to challenge the super god. It is not that the era god can fight the super god, but only those who have the strength and determination to fight the super god at the god level and survive can become the era god. The pale-faced ones burst out the source of transcendence and were promoted to super gods directly, while the black-faced ones honed the super god heart and were promoted to epic gods after reaching the standard. After thinking about this clearly, adding points is not Shiyu's main pursuit. Now that Shiyu Beast is here, he has no shortage of high-end combat power. How to cultivate the super god heart and super god will for his pets is what Shiyu needs to think about most now. He tried to use Shiyu Beast as a super god level sparring partner and let the 11 of them challenge, but the effect was not good at all. Although Shiyu Beast has super god combat power, it is accumulated by various elements. In addition, against Shiyu Beast, the 11 of them cannot generate any determination to win, and it does not meet the conditions for the birth of super god will. In other words, Shiyu Beast is not an enemy and cannot give the 11 of them the oppression that affects their minds. It is not comparable to the super god oppression that the mythical races were exterminated one after another when the Blue Star was invaded. Limited by this point, Shiyu is not in a hurry to improve the strength of the 11 of them. He began to add some functional divine skills first. After the Wind of Luck, it is the Spirit of Machinery. This skill, to a large extent, determines the speed and safety of Shiyu and his team's future navigation in the starry sky. It can be said that it is a skill that is very necessary to improve. With a blessing wind, Rin may now be the starry sky battleship with the best configuration in the Kai King Star. Even the Universe Overlord Corps may not be able to find a few space battleships with better configuration than Rin. Shiyu made these preparations in advance, undoubtedly waiting for the Gem Cat to come to the door. He plans to take the Gem Cat to travel in the universe and starry sky to see if there is any way to help 11 and others break through their will. In addition, traveling in the starry sky will not actually waste too much time for cultivation. Because the baby ginseng has mastered the grace of the world of refining stars plus perfect perfection, it has already taken a lot of blue star power for free and stored it in the Emperor of Heaven cauldron. With the Four Saints relics, it is enough for Shiyu to use it for a long time, even for several years. In addition, most of the time in interstellar navigation is meaningless flight time. This time is best spent sleeping. This is also the reason why Captain Zijian likes to practice the fruits so much. Sleeping is undoubtedly a waste of time, but if sleeping can also be practiced efficiently, then the nature is different. Where are the remaining 5 inheritances? Shiyu asked. 4 are in the territory of the Universe Overlord, and 1 is in the territory of the Dark King. The Gem Cat took out a star map and handed it to Shiyu, saying, "The Universe Overlord Legion is worthy of being the place where the wealth of the entire universe is deposited. There are actually 4 of them over there, which seems a bit difficult to take, and the Dark King's side also feels very dangerous, but fortunately, from the interstellar position, it is not too far from the Universe E, so there is no need to go deep into the other party's territory." Shiyu looked at the star map and said, his eyes lit up, "Really good, what's good?" The Gem Cat was stunned. Shiyu said, "Of course it is the location of the wishing star. This wishing star within the scope of the polluted land is very close to the location of the epic ruins marked on the star map left by the goddess of Wa." "Really?" the Gem Cat said. "On the way." Shiyu nodded and said, "On the way." And the Dark King's territory. Shiyu's eyes were green, which made the predictive owl shiver. "What do you want to do?" the owl asked. Shiyu smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay. In fact, The Dark King's territory is the best place for Shiyu to exercise the will of his pet. Su, for example, has the determination to purify the polluted land. If it is allowed to compete with a super god level Abyss clan, maybe it can cultivate a super god heart. Compared with other pets, Su is the pet that Shiyu thinks is most likely to cultivate a super god will first as long as the right method is found. There is no time to lose, get ready, and set off in 2 days, Shiyu said. Well, Owl teacher is going to go, Owl said. Aren't you afraid? Owl's face was dark. What am I afraid of? Shiyu was surprised, and almost forgot that Owl teacher was no longer the same Owl teacher as before. It has awakened the memory of its previous life and has been restored to the genius girl of the astrologer clan. It is a big guy who dares to go to the Blue Star, the frontier of the universe, alone to find the source of transcendence. If we want to go to the polluted land, it seems closer to start from Blue Star. The geographical location of Blue Star is at the intersection of the alien insect nest, the polluted land, the giant beast universe empire, and the universe sea. In addition to being far away from the headquarters of the Universe Overlord Army, it is closer to the other 3 places than starting directly from King Kai. Of course, this may also be the reason why Blue Star was so miserable and suffered invasions from 3 major forces in succession. Should we start from Blue Star? Said the Gem Cat. Well, we will start from Blue Star, but before we set off, I have to talk to Senior Kangdi and the Blue Star Mother Goddess, Shiyu said. Otherwise, let's go directly. They will be anxious if they can't find us. Okay. Then I will go and prepare first. I will leave the Donghuang realm to Senior Shinun. He is now going to King Kai to learn more advanced mechanical technology. 1 thing is done, 2 things are done, said the Gem Cat. Akak, Shiyu nodded. After the 3 of them talked, Shiyu immediately set off and came to the permanent teleportation array, intending to go back to King Kai. The World Tree clone saw Shiyu coming and asked, "Are you leaving?" When the Gem Cat and the Owl came here just now, it knew that Shiyu would not stay for long. "Are you reluctant?" Shiyu said with a smile. The World Tree clone said, "You are being sentimental. It seems that you have saved enough resources. Shiyu has been on Blue Star for half a year, and the world power he consumed is more than the natural power consumed by all the gods and demigods on Blue Star combined. Fortunately, Shiyu is a god level, not a super god. Otherwise, the World Tree judged that Blue Star could not afford a Shiyu of the same level. This kid is not using, but saving. He can't use it all at the moment, and he also saves the world power he has extracted to other places for backup, which directly makes the World Tree speechless. However, in this way, even if Shiyu leaves Blue Star, he still has a large amount of reserve resources, which is more convenient. Of course, speechless, this consumption is a drop in the bucket for Blue Star, which has now been promoted to a high-level planet. Shiyu has the ability to take it away and use it to improve his strength, and Blue Star is also happy to see it. Well, but I will be back later. Teacher Ying and I will set out from Blue Star to look for the inheritance of the Wishing Star lost in various parts of the universe. Let me tell you first, you want to travel. World Tree was stunned and said, "Are you sure? Traveling in the universe is much more dangerous than practicing in King Kai. If you encounter a cosmic disaster, you will not be able to survive even if you have several lives. Don't worry, it's okay. I have made sufficient preparations," Shiyu said, and then he stepped onto the permanent teleportation array, intending to talk to the Sky Emperor. Wait, the most important thing is why we set out from Blue Star. World Tree's face darkened. If you are traveling in the universe sea, it is obviously more appropriate to set out from King Kai. If you set out from Blue Star, obviously, Shiyu's destination is not a certain place in the universe sea. It is the territory of several other super creatures sitting on the throne of the universe. Shiyu wants to travel to the territory of other universe emperors. Thinking of this, it suddenly became a little nervous. Oh my god. Shiyu can provoke a lot of powerful enemies when he goes to a place like King Kai, where the order is relatively peaceful and stable. If he went to the enemy camp, the World Tree couldn't imagine it. Blue Star is advanced, but he can't be kept. What kind of person is he? King Kai, Donghuang Realm. At this time, the Donghuang Realm has been thriving. A large number of Beastmasters from the Zhuangkong, Dongsuan, and Xianmo realms moved here to live, obviously seeing the future development potential of the Donghuang Realm with a permanent teleportation array. Of course, relying solely on immigrants from the three realms and the arrivals from Blue Star, the population of the Donghuang realm is still a little small. In order to introduce population, Shi Yu chose to let Xiao Zi move the star continent in his body out of his body and move it to Qingkai, turning it into a huge lake island in the Donghuang realm. The lives on the star continent did not know that their world had changed at this time. When they were able to leave the star continent, they would directly come to the Donghuang realm. At that time, they would be led by the four saints' faith avatars left by Shi Yu on the star continent. The reason why Xiao Zi was asked to move all the lives in the inner world out was because Xiao Zi now had the ability to fight, and there might be many battles in the future. In order not to affect the lives in the body, it would be safer to move them to Qingkai. In addition, the cultivation system of the star continent is the power of faith. Xiao Zi's inner world has always been an important source for Shi Yu to produce the power of faith of the four saints. But now, Shi Yu has obtained the relics of the four saints, and the demand for the incense power of the star continent is no longer that great. In this way, it is better to let the natives of the star continent join the Donghuang realm and let them contribute to the construction of the Donghuang realm. Compared with the people from other places, the practitioners on the star continent are the real direct descendants of Shi Yu. Xiao Zi is their mother planet, and Shi Yu is Xiao Zi's contractor. This relationship is not comparable to immigrants from other places. Senior Kongdi. Senior Shidi is here too, after arriving at King Kai's planet. Shi Yu came all the way from the Donghuang realm to the suspended realm. When he came to the Sky City Temple to visit Senior Kongdi, he found that Senior Shidi had also come out of retreat and was discussing something with Kongdi. The two emperors of time and space looked at Shi Yu and could see that Shi Yu seemed to be stronger. Shi Yu, you came at the right time. Kongdi saw Shi Yu return and said, I prepared some good things for you and was about to send them to you. What good things? Shi Yu was stunned. Could it be a resource to speed up the practice? Kongdi laughed and said, yes, during this period, I condensed 3 specially improved 11-level space crystals. The effect should be better than the meditation jade. You should be able to reach the peak of the god level earlier if you practice with them. Really? Shi Yu was overjoyed and said, thank you, Senior Kongdi. I am in need of such resources. He is worthy of being a space-based super god. During this period, I also built a secret realm in the Donghuang realm. The Emperor of Time was beside him at this time, and he smiled slightly and said, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for you to use, but if you have a suitable candidate to recommend, they can all enter to practice. Shi Yu said, a time-related secret realm. Yes, a time secret realm with a different internal time flow rate from the outside world, the Emperor of Time said. After practicing hard for a long time, the outside world is just a moment, but the restriction is that only those below the god level and with strong will can stay in it for a long time. The god level that contains the power of stable rules will conflict with the rules of time in the secret realm, and the load is large, so they can't stay for long. This is what I built for Wudong, Wangzai, Long Qingai and others, so that they can quickly accumulate the foundation before the god realm. Isn't this the secret realm of time at the Imperial Capital University? The secret realm of time at the Imperial Capital University can only be entered by those below the Overlord level, and the Emperor of Time built this one, and it seems that anyone below the super god can enter. No. People above the super gods should also be able to experience this feeling. Shi Yu remembered that when the Emperor of Time fought against the 5 super gods of Blue Star, they were in a time and space with a different flow rate from the outside world. However, that should be maintained by the Emperor of Time himself. If it is separated from the secret realm maintained by the Emperor of Time himself, it is estimated that there is no such power. Shi Yu said regretfully, it would be great if there was a secret realm of time that the gods could enter stably. He would sleep in it for 100 years first. Maybe when I reach the peak of the super god, it will take a certain amount of time and I will have a chance to build it, the Emperor of Time said, but you didn't come here this time to continue your hard training, but there is something else I want to discuss with Wang Kong. Shi Yu said in surprise, Senior Shidi, don't you dislike foreknowledge? It's not foreknowledge, but guessing. Shidi shook his head. Xiao, what's up? Kongdi also felt that Xiao didn't seem like the kind of person who would come to him for no reason. Shi Yu looked at Senior Kongdi and said, Senior Kongdi, I plan to travel in the universe with Teacher Ying and Teacher Tuna for a while. It will probably take a few years, at least a few years, so I came to tell you, well, it's mainly to find the wishing star inheritance of the Kaixing clan for Teacher Ying. I heard that if Wa7 are gathered, it means that you have the power of wishing of the entire Kaixing clan, and you can make a wish to hang a super god level wish. You, Kongdi was speechless. Now that Blue Star and Donghuang are developing so well, you still have the mind to go out and have fun? If it were him, he would definitely retreat and practice hard in Blue Star for hundreds of years before talking about it. Let him go, Shitty said, he will be fine, and there should be new opportunities. With his current ability, even the 5 super gods can't do anything to him. There are not many people in the entire universe who can pose a threat to him. Senior Shitty is still far-sighted, Shiyu couldn't help but say. Kongdi was slightly startled, and after a long silence, he said, okay, your current strength is indeed not weak, Kongdi said. He started wondering in the universe when he was at the demigod level, and now Shiyu is almost invincible under the super god, and there is really no reason to stop Shiyu from going out to explore. However, come back every once in a while to report your safety. Safety comes first. Don't provoke enemies that you can't defeat. After all, we are not with you, okay, no problem. In order to come back as soon as possible, I came here to get some resources. Can you give me a few more super god level cosmic crystals as energy for the battleship? In this way, we can fly faster and have a higher chance of escaping from cosmic disasters. In addition to coming to tell his elders, Shiyu also came to ask for navigation resources. Okay, now our Blue Star lineage has nothing but a lot of money. The Sky Emperor waved his hand with heroic spirit. Thank you for the gift from the Assassination Star. Sure enough, war is the most profitable. A few days later, Blue Star. After Shiyu and his team prepared a bunch of resources, they were about to set off. The huge Starry Sky battleship stopped on the snowy plain, and Shiyu, Catgirl, and Owlgirl boarded the ship one by one. Afterwards, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chidan, Su Su, Zyadaji, Ye and other pets were also not left behind, and they were as excited as a tour group. Previously, it was a team building for the Blue Star lineage. This time, Shiyu's entire team went out for a team building. When I saw this battleship, I knew it was a sure thing this time. After entering the battleship, Owl exclaimed in amazement. The length of the ship is over 1 kilometer, and the interior space is huge. This is a newly upgraded battleship that Lin has upgraded with a perfect, +47, mechanical spirit and the newly acquired top-grade mechanical materials, which can drive super god-level energy. In addition to high speed and high safety, the interior is also a different world, and each member has his own secret room. That's, Shiyu smiled. How could he not be prepared for a trip? In the universe, there are definitely no more than 20 battleships with configurations that can surpass Lin. Before the trip, 11 had already leaned against the window, waiting to set off. It was a rare trip to the universe, so Shiyu naturally let all his pets go out, so that everyone would be more happy together. Let's go. After a long time, the common shouts of Shiyu and others came from the interior, and the huge battleship on the ice field flashed and disappeared into the Blue Star. That direction is the polluted land, right? In the secret realm of the World Tree, the World Tree looked at the departing warship and was silent. The polluted land is the territory of the Abyss clan. No, or rather, the Abyss clan is just one of the many races in the polluted land, the World Tree said. Mother Goddess, they should be fine, right? Do you think it will be okay to take the Kanghae elves and the purifying star spirits to the polluted land? A faint voice came from the Blue Star, which startled the World Tree. Besides, would normal people put up a pirate flag on a warship when traveling? No problem. No problem, maybe when they come back, they can bring back the victory news of overthrowing the Dark Emperor. They all say that you, Mother Goddess, are a cosmic reincarnation, but why do I feel that this Shiyu is a cosmic reincarnation? Said the World Tree. Thanks to the leaders of UC, Nu, Xiang Yi, Moran Jinghui, Mi Fan 52, Tang Men Bai Long, Sui S Ruming and other big guys. Chapter 605, There are wolves in front and tigers behind. In the vast universe, in the boundless void, the planet is just a speck of dust. The white warship ran wildly in the starry sky, as if there was a vicious dog chasing and biting behind it, at an extremely fast speed. Now that Lin has achieved the perfect mechanical god, he drives the super god-level cosmic crystal, and his speed of shuttling in the universe can already surpass most of the super god level. In the words of the Gymcat, this is the power of Krypton Gold. You know, when Kongdi and his team were looking for Blue Star, they were reluctant to use the Super God Cosmic Crystal. If they used the Super God Cosmic Crystal and the warship that could drive the Super God energy, the genius of the Killen clan would not be swept away by the starry sky storm. But now, in order for Shiyu to finish his work and go home earlier, and for Shiyu to be safe all the way, the Blue Star lineage dared not save, and all went on the best. However, although the speed was not slow, Shiyu and others still went through 3 months without seeing a single figure. In addition, the environment here is not as beautiful as the universe sea. Not long after, except for Lin who is working hard to drive the ship, all the other members were already snoring. Shiyu, Gemcat, Owl, even 11 and Shen Baobao himself, all ate the cultivation fruit, and entered a sleep state in the nutrition warehouse to cultivate, waiting to reach the destination. Of course, it is not that they sleep all the time, but a cycle of adding points, sleeping, adding points, and sleeping. After Shen Baobao reached the perfect god level, the feedback of the supplement Pet Beast on the body has allowed Shiyu to add points of top-quality divine skills with extremely high difficulty. Now that he is coming to the polluted land, Shiyu will naturally choose Susu's origin fluctuation and Xinghei contract to add points along the way. In this way, after driving for 3 months, Lin finally discovered the first life planet. This life planet has reached the intermediate level. The richness of resources and the strength of the world's power are incomparable to the planets encountered before. Well, it seems that we can replenish resources here, baby, wake up, Lin called Shen Baobao. In the nutrition warehouse, Shen Baobao rubbed his eyes and woke up in a daze. Yi, Shen Baobao spoke, what are you doing? We found a mid-level life planet. Let's rest here for half a day. You go up there to replenish your energy, and then we'll continue on. Yi, Shen Baobao said okay, and went to the clothes rack to get a white coat and prepared to go out. Although they brought a lot of resources, who knows how long they will drift outside. As long as they encounter a good resource planet, they will absorb a little world power before leaving, which can ensure their sustainable points. Wait a minute, Lin suddenly stopped Shen Baobao who was wearing clothes and preparing to go out. What's wrong? Shen Baobao asked. This planet doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems on the surface. At this time, as he was about to land on this planet, Lin observed and suddenly found that the state of this planet seemed a little wrong. This is a life planet similar to the blue planet, composed of oceans, land, and sky. Among them, the ocean area occupies the vast majority. The land here is less than that of the blue planet, and can only be called an island, scattered on the ocean. However, at this time, under Lin's scanning, it found that most of the oceans of this star were stained black. The power of the abyss. This planet may be the territory of the abyss, or it may be a planet invaded by the abyss, just like the blue star. It seems that I need to find a partner for you, Lin said, and woke up Susu again. After a while, Shen Baobao and Susu were both pulled to the observation room by Lin, and looked at the environment inside the planet through the screen. Too much, the Star Sea Elf King with a crown looked at the polluted planet with anger in his eyes. Unforgivable. Shen Baobao said, that's right, let Susu purify this planet first before it draws the world power, otherwise, all the world power drawn will be polluted. Susu, you go first, Shen Baobao said, I'll cover you. That's my plan, too. Lin appeared, transformed into an illusory mechanical ship girl, standing between Shen Baobao and Susu, and said, Susu purifies the Abyss Sea. Because of the Star Sea contract, it doesn't consume power, so help purify this planet first. This intermediate planet should not have super god-level existences, so don't worry about anything. The three of us can just rush over, but to be safe, give me 10 minutes. I'll send an exploration robot to enter the planet first and conduct another reconnaissance, Lin said. There was no need to disturb Shiyu and the others from sleeping and practicing for such a small matter. Lin felt that she, Shen Baobao, and Susu could solve it. After a moment, an almost invisible Rubik's Cube robot broke away from the battleship and flew to the star first. About 10 minutes later, the reconnaissance robot sent by Lin brought enough information about the planet, name, Cheyenne Shuxing, level, intermediate planet, introduction, a natural planet with an age of 2 billion years 1 million years ago, a massive strange water crashed into it, and the planet gave birth to autonomous consciousness and evolved into low-level planetary life. Due to the internal environment, a large number of water element life and water-based creatures evolved first. Afterwards, the planets will turned into the god of the sea and created 7 sea beasts to manage Shuxing together. In this way, Shuxing began to slowly evolve under the management of the god of the sea and the 7 sea beasts. Until now, Shuxing has evolved into an intermediate planetary life. However, the good times did not last long. 2 years ago, an abyss army came and tried to occupy Shuxing. The two sides launched a war. Shuxing was defeated. In just over a year, it was completely defeated. The 7 sea beasts all became abyss beasts, and the incarnation of Shuxing's will, the god of the sea, was also polluted and bound. When Shuxing's will was completely abyssalized, Shuxing would be transformed into the Abyss Star and become the territory of the Abyss clan. The Abyss army that captured Shu Star was under the command of the Abyss super god Pinos. The highest commander of the army was one of the 9 top Abyss gods under Pinos, the Blood Salamander Sina. At this moment, inside Shu Star, the Blood Salamander Sina, who was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex and had bright red wings like a blood moon, walked step by step towards the will of Shu Star sealed on the Abyss altar in front of him, surrounded by thousands of Abyss creatures. This was a little elf that was less than 1 meter tall, shaped like a water blue balloon, and had light blue eyes. As the incarnation of an ocean planet, its body should have been pure, but at this time it had been stained with countless traces of the Abyss, and its will was constantly being eroded. Planet will, stop resisting in vain. Entering the embrace of the Abyss will do you no harm. When the time comes, you will have the opportunity to evolve to a higher realm. The Blood Salamander Zina looked at the will of Shu Star. The other party's resistance to pollution would only make them waste too much time on Shu Star. Lord Pinos was preparing to attack the Universe Sea and had summoned his subordinates from all sides. As one of the other party's generals, Zina could no longer waste too much time here. Dream on. The will of Shu Star could not accept it, because it understood that when it was thrown into the abyss, it was no longer itself. During the war, she could clearly hear the wailing of the sea beasts that she had created and then transformed into the abyss. Even if they had gained powerful strength and evolved into a stronger race, they were ferocious and powerful on the surface, but they were still wailing in their hearts. If they also sank into the abyss, then they would have no possibility of being purified. On Shu Star, those lives that still resisted the invasion of the abyss would also have no hope. Really? Do you really think you can resist us? Said the Blood Salamander Zina. The reason why the war lasted so long is not because Shuxing is so strong, but because a traitor appeared in the Abyss Legion and provided you with a way to purify the power of the abyss. It fiercely swept towards the elite of the Abyss Legion and said, if I knew who the traitor was, I will definitely give it a new life. After solving the will of this planet this time, the next one is you. The will of Shuxing was slightly silent. During this year, someone did help Shuxing in secret, but it didn't know who the other party was. It looked at many Abyss soldiers. In the place where the Abyss Beast Masters of the Abyss Legion were, among a group of God-level Beast Masters, a black-robed woman with an Abyss sea snake standing beside her had a calm expression and took a deep breath. She was the traitor mentioned by the Blood Salamander. Her name is Li Ling. Although she is a member of the Abyss Legion, she has indeed been helping Shuxing in secret. I hope I won't be discovered. The so-called rebirth is to dedicate all my rationality to the abyss. At that time, I will become a ruthless fighting machine. The magic beast without a soul is no longer as simple as being affected by the abyss. But the most regrettable thing is that she has helped Shuxing for so long, but this star eventually fell. Today, the Abyss Army will activate the super god pollution source to pollute the will of the planet for the last time. They don't want to delay here for too long. Planet will. The Blood Salamander Zina took out a super god pollution source given by the Abyss super god, looked at the will of Shuxing, and said, this is your last chance. Take the initiative to accept the abyss. It's best not to let me use this. It still hopes that Shuxing will become a somewhat rational abyss star. If it is polluted by the super god pollution source, it dare not guarantee what Shuxing will become in the end. It seems that you are not giving up. Do you still think that there will be someone who can help you now? Ha ha ha, you can see if it dares to show up. The Blood Salamander laughed. However, the next moment, the sky changed. The will of Shuxing, the Blood Salamander Zina, the undercover beast master Li Ling, and a group of abyssal creatures all looked up at the sky. They had no idea what was happening. The rain clouds covering the entire planet suddenly condensed, and heavy rain covering the entire world began to fall, and countless purified water drops fell from the sky. The blood salamanders in us stared at this scene blankly. The will of Cheyenne Shuxing was also a little confused, and then looked at the blood salamanders in a. What is your strange request? Although I don't know who it is, it seems that someone has come to help Cheyenne Shuxing. What a strong purifying power. Is it the person who has been secretly helping Cheyenne Shuxing? These raindrops fell on the sea of the abyss, and the power of the abyss was purified in an instant. When they fell on the abyss sea beasts, their minds affected by the abyss also immediately recovered. The abyss life whose power of the abyss has penetrated into the soul, encountered these water drops, and was strongly disinfected and sterilized like touching boiling water. In just a moment, the huge purifying rain made the abyss army in chaos. Seeing this scene, the blood salamander Zina was directly shocked and confused. The next moment, it was not allowed to have too many thoughts. The strong purifying rain actually made it, which had reached the top god level, feel some effects. These purifying rains seemed to have self-awareness and targeted purification. The purifying rain encountered by the blood salamander Zina was extremely effective and could not be resisted at all. After a few drops fell, it was like an entire sea of stars pressing on it, making it crawl down, rolling on the ground, in pain, and white smoke coming out of its body. At this moment, Li Ling, the beastmaster undercover in the Abyss Army, was very surprised and had no idea what was going on. In addition to herself, Tian Shuxing had helpers? Suddenly, she thought of something. She heard that the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association has recently made a big move on the polluted land. Could it be that this remote planet that was invaded was discovered by the purifiers of the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association? Although she didn't understand why the purifiers of the Environmental Protection Association would come to such a remote place and not go to the main battlefield, Li Ling was very happy in her heart. In this way, at least this planet could be saved. Purification rain, the will of Cheyenne Star, which was sealed and polluted, also found that the entire planet was being purified. It couldn't help but be very surprised. What kind of power must be able to release the skill of purifying the entire planet in an instant? Moreover, even a powerful blood salamander was suppressed by the purifying rain and rolled on the ground. Is it the Environmental Protection Association? Although it is a rural planet, this year, the will of Cheyenne Star has also learned a lot about the division of cosmic forces, and knows that the Abyss Legion also has its enemies. Now it seems that its persistence is indeed right. Without these persistence, it would be impossible to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Boom! Not long after the purifying rain fell, the sky shook, and a huge white warship appeared in the sky. Damn it! As the blood salamanders and countless abyssal creatures roared, Cheyenne Shuxing Will and Li Ling looked at the battleship expectantly and excitedly. Pure white, flawless color. However, soon, their joyful expressions came to an abrupt end. The huge white battleship was densely covered with black pirate flags, and on each pirate flag, there was a skull that looked very scary and evil, as well as slogans: Epic Pirates, if you meet us, please do not resist. We will only plunder a little world power within the range that the planet can bear. Cheyenne Shuxing Will? She opened her mouth slightly, and her brain was a little dizzy. The original joyful mood, snap, was gone. See, pirates? Not the reinforcements of the Environmental Protection Association, but pirates? In Cheyenne Shuxing Will's impression, the Dark King Legion, the space pirates, are all bad guys. Although the other party's slogan said that they would only plunder a little world power within the range that the planet can bear. But how could Cheyenne Shuxing Will believe what a robber organization said? One was polluted and eroded into the Abyss Star, and the other was drained of its planetary power and became a dead star. No matter which one, Cheyenne Shuxing's Will could not accept it. It only felt that there were wolves in front and tigers behind, and there was no love in this world. The universe was too dangerous, and she should not have evolved consciousness. Cheyenne Shuxing's Will also collapsed, looking at the pirate flag with her big watery eyes, feeling tired and without love. Oh my god, Li Ling next to her was also shocked. Unexpectedly, the fleet that descended on Cheyenne Shuxing was not a fleet of the Environmental Protection Association, but a space pirate organization. What a joke. At this time, the most unacceptable thing was the blood salamander of the Abyss Legion. Just a pirate. In the polluted land, there are also many space pirates, and most of these space pirates have become pirates out of necessity. The Dark King Legion has been committed to polluting the life planet into its own territory and expanding the power of the Dark King Legion. Some planetary life that does not want to be polluted but cannot resist will escape from their planets and become space pirates in the starry sky, free and easy. Therefore, in the eyes of most of the Dark King's Legion, these pirates are just a ragtag army, and they are not a big deal at all. But now, a strange pirate group suddenly appears and suppresses them instantly. No matter how you think about it, it is a very humiliating and incomprehensible thing. Just the Dark King's Legion, a bunch of scum, disappear. Susu flew out of the warship, floating on the warship, looking at the black ocean below. Its appearance once again stunned these people, because Susu's image is a slime king. No one expected that a slime would come out of this pirate warship, but to be honest, the refining star crown worn by Susu at this time was black and blue, and it did look like a pirate hat. Of course, the most important thing is that Susu's arrogant words shocked a group of abyss creatures. This pirate group, knowing their origins, is still so bold. Do they want to die? Purification. After coming out, Susu didn't even look at those abyss creatures, and purified them on her own. If she didn't purify them, this planet would be gone. Through the Star Sea contract and origin fluctuation that Shiyu had added to perfection not long ago, Susu had a thought, and the origin fluctuation enveloped the entire abyss army. Boom. The origin fluctuation dissipated, and the polluted power on the top abyss god below instantly became the root cause of its death, making it wash away all traces of existence in an unclear manner. The powerful abyss god was purified into ashes and killed instantly under the will of Xian Shuxing and Li Ling's shocked expression. This situation happened to every soldier in the abyss army. They were all purified into ashes in an instant and were unable to resist. As an undercover, Li Ling almost cried when she saw this. Her pet almost cried because the origin fluctuation had already touched it. Wait. We are good people. Good citizens. Don't kill it. It was a huge abyss sea snake. Li Ling quickly looked at it. What made Li Ling relieved was that although the abyss power on it was being purified, it was not like other abyss life forms, where even its body was purified into flying ashes and completely died. She, and her abyss beast, seemed to be unaffected. In just a short moment, the Abyss Legion on Xianshu Star was wiped out by Susu, who was fighting at full strength. Ning. At this time, Susu also noticed the will of Xianshu Star below and the only two Abyss Legion soldiers who were not wiped out. The method of judging its origin fluctuation is that it will be wiped out only if it has the power of the Abyss and has a heart that yearns for the Abyss. If it is only polluted by the power of the Abyss, but like it can resist the power of the Abyss and yearn for purity, then only the Abyss power on the body will be purified, but it will not be wiped out. Susu did not expect that there would be such a person in the Abyss Legion. The warship slowly fell. The will of Xianshu Star was also freed from pollution and purified. Faced with this situation, the will of Xianshu Star should have been grateful, but when she saw the slogan of this pirate group, she was even more panicked. Woo woo woo, one was wiped out, and here comes a more terrible one, help. After the battleship landed, the door of the battleship opened and the baby ginseng, wearing a research suit, walked out from it. After seeing a slime and then a ginseng come out of this pirate group, Xian Shuxing Will and Li Ling gradually began to be confused about the configuration of this pirate group. The will of the planet is here too. Shen Beiao was slightly surprised when he found Xian Shuxing Will. It stood on the battleship and said, "It seems that we just helped you solve a big problem. In this case, it's not too much to take a little reward. Don't worry, I won't take more. It's not too much, as long as the world power left is enough for the world to operate. That's enough." Xian Shuxing Will saw Susu and Shenbei ferocious and didn't dare to say anything at this time. Shenbei was very satisfied. On the spot, under the surprised expression of Xian Shuxing Will, he activated the grace of the world, forcibly plundered and extracted the world power of Xian Shuxing, and poured it into his Xian eating. It can really plunder. Xian Shuxing Will was feeling that his power was being drawn out continuously. Ning. At this time, Susu looked at Li Ling and her abyss sea snake. At this time, Li Ling was also silent. She had never seen such a space pirate. Their main goal was to plunder the power of the world. You know, in the universe, the most famous race that could plunder the power of the world was the space beast. Apart from this, few races could plunder the power of the world so easily, but looking at the appearance of this research ginseng, it was easy to do it. In addition, The terrifying ability of this slime could kill the entire Abyss army in an instant and purify the entire planet. Li Ling only felt that she had encountered something terrible. Polluted land. Is there such a strong pirate group? You are good. However, what was different from what Li Ling imagined was that the Slime King who destroyed the entire Abyss army just praised them and returned directly to the battleship. Wait, wait, Li Ling shouted hurriedly. SHH, Cheyenne Shuxing Will flew over here and saw that the two people were not purified. She guessed that this human beast master was the one who had been helping Cheyenne Shuxing. It could feel that the other party was different from other Abyss soldiers. Do you want to be robbed too? Let me bear it alone, the planet will said. Chapter 606, The Vicious Shiayu Pirates. Li Ling looked at Cheyenne Shuxing Will speechlessly. Good man, you are the one who has been secretly helping Cheyenne Shuxing. I just saw that the purification rain just now was basically ineffective against you, Cheyenne Shuxing Will said. Li Ling said, yes, don't thank me, I just want to know now that the Abyss army has been destroyed, how can I leave this planet? She was upset. Su Su went back, and only Shen Bao Bao was left outside, sitting on the Emperor of Heaven cauldron, drawing the power of the world. Instead of calling Su Su, she chose to ask Shen Bao Bao. This sir. May I ask, are you really space pirates? Can I join you? Li Ling's heart was pounding. Now that the Abyss army has been destroyed, even if their spaceships remain, she, who can't drive spaceships, has no idea how to leave this planet. She doesn't want to stay on this planet forever. This Abyss army has been destroyed, and there will definitely be other Abyss armies coming here to explore next. Can't stay for long. Who are you? Shen Bao Bao looked puzzledly at the Beastmaster group that Su Su had left behind and didn't destroy. A woman in a black robe with a black ponytail, with watery eyes, looked pretty and had a good figure, but she shouldn't be the type that you liked. No, Shen Bao Bao refused directly. Well, by the way, why weren't you destroyed? The purification power just now seemed to have no effect on you, Shen Bao Bao asked curiously. Li Ling smiled bitterly and said, my name is Li Ling. I wasn't affected. Maybe it's because my heart is not on the Abyss clan. She looked at the bald Abyss sea snake that was purified. After a slight hesitation, she summoned another diagram. The next moment, a water-type elf with tentacles and a water-blue body appeared. Li Ling, after being summoned, the elf immediately flew into the woman's arms. Ocean Faith Purification Elf. Shen Bao Bao was slightly startled and immediately found that this elf was very similar to Su Su in the Kanghae elf stage. I joined the Abyss Legion to overthrow it, Li Ling said. Good man, Cheyenne Shuxing Yizi was in tears. However, not long after being moved, Cheyenne Shuxing Yizi was stunned. Hey, suddenly, there was another figure on the battleship. It was a cat girl with cat ears and cool clothes. She stared at Li Ling's chest with fiery eyes and said, little girl, you seem to have brought some precious treasures. Can you take it out and show it to me? Cheyenne Shuxing Yizi was shocked and looked at Li Ling with complaints. She said, don't provoke these pirates. Look, I was robbed originally, and now you are going to be robbed too. Although the gem cat just woke up at this time, she was very energetic. She woke up by herself and woke up because she sensed the inheritance of the wishing star. What a lucky person, worthy of being Lin, the gem cat girl said secretly in her heart, and then looked at the woman left by Su Su. It feels that the inheritance of the wishing star is on the other person. Li Ling covered her chest and looked at the new member of the Epic Pirates, and her expression changed slightly. Good boy, don't be afraid. Are you carrying something special, something with strong wish power? Can you show that to me? Li Ling took a step back, wondering why the cat lady in front of her knew what treasure she was carrying. No, logically speaking, that shouldn't be considered a treasure. At least after carrying it for so many years. She didn't find anything magical about the pendant. At this time, facing the vicious pirate group, Li Ling felt that she couldn't hide or resist anything, so she stiffly took out a pendant-like ornament and laid with a round sapphire from her chest and said, Is this it, Mimi? The gem cat lady teleported in an instant and came to Li Ling, saying, not bad, this is it. Where did you get it? The thing in front of her was one of the inheritances of the wishing star that Yu and his friends were looking for. Now it was clearly not the destination predicted by the owl, but it appeared directly in front of her. The gem cat was surprised. She directly pushed the great credit to Lin. This luck was amazing. This is our family's inherited treasure. It is said that, with it, your wishes will come true. That being said, but it looks like an ordinary thing. This is not an ordinary thing, but you don't know how to use it. It's a waste. Give it to me, the gem cat said. Is it okay? You can trade it for what you want, otherwise, I can just fulfill one of your wishes. Li Ling and Xian Shuxing Yizi were a little surprised at this time. They didn't understand why this cat was so easy to talk to. They thought that the other party would come to rob the treasure directly, but it turned out to be a trade? This, Xian Shuxing Yizi was puzzled and looked at the robber like Shenbao. So, why is it a trade on this human side, but it is a direct plunder when it comes to her? Helping you purify the power of the abyss is not a trade. Shenbao seemed to feel what Xian Shuxing Yizi was thinking and glared at it. Xian Shuxing Yizi was stunned. That's right. The grace of saving a life is greater than anything else. Shenbao sighed, feeling that the will of this planet was not very smart. It should be a newborn planet. The amount of milk it plundered with the grace of the world did not seem to be much, but it was better than nothing. Facing the request of the gem cat, the Beastmaster Li Ling was very silent. It seemed that she was reluctant to part with a pendant. What's the point of being entangled with a pendant that can't be used? The cat was anxious. How about I exchange it with you for a delicious and useful cultivation fruit? Shenbao. Damn it, you can just ask me to pay. My lord, I am a Beastmaster of the Kagura Star in the Crimson Star region. 20 years ago, my planet was invaded by the Dark King's Legion, and I am the only one left in my family. This thing is the only relic left to me by my mother, Li Ling said. The gem cat was stunned. Don't give me this set. I can give this to the Lord, but if possible, can I ask you to take me to the university? She said. Only this request. The gem cat was stunned. Yes, Li Ling nodded. You want to go to the university? What are you going there for? Asked the gem cat. I want to join the Environmental Protection Association, said Li Ling. After the planet was invaded, I escaped successfully, and then I kept thinking about how to save my planet. Later, I learned that the University Environmental Protection Association had been fighting the Dark King Legion, so I wanted to join this organization. However, because I don't have the ability to travel long distances between stars, it's almost impossible for me to go to the university alone, so 10 years ago, I chose to join the Dark King Legion and wait for the opportunity. Of course, I just pretended to join the Dark King Legion and didn't go along with them. During the period of the Abyss Legion, when they invaded other planets, I tried to help the invaded planets, but unfortunately, it didn't have much impact on the outcome. Li Ling sighed deeply. The strength of the Dark King Legion was far beyond the reach of the invaded small planet. If the Environmental Protection Association and the Dark King's army are rivals, then if I join the Dark King's army, I will be able to meet them sooner or later. At that time, I may be able to provide them with some important information. Originally this time, I thought I met someone from the Environmental Protection Association, but I didn't expect. Li Ling smiled bitterly. The result was a pirate, which was outrageous. Well, in a sense, you are also lucky, the Jewel Cat said. The Environmental Protection Association, what a coincidence. Although we are pirates, who says that pirates can't be members of the Environmental Protection Association? But unfortunately, they have something else to do next, and may not have time to take this guy around. Well, Rin, can you teach her how to fly a spaceship and let her go to King Kai by herself? The Dark King's army should have left a spaceship, the Jewel Cat asked the battleship Rin. No problem, no problem. I can even leave a mechanical assistant behind. However, with her strength and the warships left by the Abyss Legion, it is difficult for her to go to the universe alone as a newcomer. At this time, under the unexpected expression of Xian Shuxing Will and Li Ling, the spirit of the warship appeared, and the ship girl Lin walked towards the gem cat and said, Teacher Ying, is this a genuine product? The real thing is the real deal. The gem cat Ying was extremely excited. In this way, there are 3 inheritances. Li Ling can't use this and thinks it is no different from ordinary things. That's because she doesn't have the qualifications to accept the power of the Praying Star clan. Well, if it is her, after integrating this Wishing Star inheritance, her strength should be able to reach the top god. Not bad, not bad. This is the rapid improvement of her strength without any hard training, relying solely on resources. Sure enough, if you want to upgrade, it is faster to use resources. You just said that your hometown is the Kagura Star in the Crimson Blue Star region, Lin asked. Yes, Li Ling nodded and said, The location of Kagura star is very close to the cosmic sea, on the edge of the polluted land, the crimson blue star region. Lin materialized a star map and said to Li Ling, "Take a look, is the crimson blue star region this place?" "Yes, it's there." Seeing the star map materialized by Lin, Li Ling's eyes were slightly red, and he said, "Now the 9 life stars in the crimson blue star region have all been occupied and polluted to become abyss stars." Lin looked at the star map and said, "Are you sure that the crimson blue star region has all become abyss territory?" "That's right." "Who is the strongest abyss clan occupying there?" "Super god level abyss shooting life form, Pinos," Li Ling said. "The legion I joined is under the command of Pinos. The opponent is very powerful, an abyss monster that has transcended twice. It is said that Pinos is currently preparing to join forces with the other 9 Dark King Legion super gods to launch a new round of attacks on the cosmic sea and expand the polluted land," Li Ling said. Lin fell into deep thought. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin in deep thought, the Jewel Cat asked. 10 super gods, that's a lot. The place we are going to is in this Phelan Star region," Lin said. The Jewel Cat suddenly remembered something. "Yes. This Li Ling is from Phelan Star region, and the inheritance of the Wishing Star was brought out by her from a planet in Phelan Star region, so the originally predicted location should be Phelan Star region. Now, although the inheritance of the Wishing Star has been found in advance and there is no need to look for it, the remains of the Godwa are also there. If Shiyu wants to go to the remains of the Godwa, he still has to go to Phelan Star region. And this place is the temporary military station of the Abyss Super God, which is probably not easy to enter. Otherwise, let's send her to King Kai and then make plans," the Jewel Cat suggested. At that time, it might be safer to fight back with the Environmental Protection Association and then go to Phelan Star region. The inheritance of the Wishing Star in this area has been found, so there should be no need to rush to find the remains of the God. "No, let's go directly to the Phelan Star region." At this time, another figure appeared on the battleship. He was wearing a red and white combat uniform and smiling. Above his head, the star sea elf Susu was lying quietly on it. The gem cat's face was bitter. Shiyu. It just so happens that I have something to ask the super god of the Abyss clan." Shiyu lay on the railing and said, "Transcendence 2, it's acceptable. 1. The remains of the god. 2. The will of the super god. 3. The military merits can be exchanged for the best stars to refine the stars for the pets. 4. The source of transcendence. Let's go to liberate the Phelan Star region, destroy the Abyss Super God, and return directly to the Universe Sea from the Phelan Star region. By the way, it's to thank this little girl for the gift." Shiyu smiled. "Teacher Ying, you won't be afraid, will you?" "What am I afraid of?" Ying muttered. "Anyway, she was not the one fighting, she was just a supporting role." "Well, I guess so." Lin looked at Li Ling and said, "Thank you for your wish pendant. As a reward, we will try to help you liberate your homeland. Oh, by the way, the one who just spoke is the captain of our pirate group. On this warship, all matters, big and small, must obey his orders." At this time, Li Ling was stunned. Destroy the Abyss Super God, and unseal the Crimson Blue Star region?" She looked at Shiyu, very shocked. What kind of vicious pirate group could just casually say that they were going to destroy an Abyss Super God? What kind of monster organization did she encounter? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Earth Relics and Nuwa. Cheyenne Shuxing just experienced the invasion of the Abyss Legion, but it was unbelievably clean. Cheyenne Shuxings will listen to Shiyu's devilish speech in a daze. Destroyed the Abyss Super God? At this moment, Shenbeo's voice also came out. It's done. It put away the Emperor of Heaven's cauldron and plundered the world's power for almost half an hour. Is that all? Cheyenne Shuxing's will was startled and looked at Shenbeo. This is just the beginning. Yi, Shenbeo pointed to the battleship slogan, if you meet us, please don't resist. We will only plunder a little world power within the range that the planet can bear. Cheyenne Shuxing's will was stunned. Is this true? Yi, I don't want to plunder only this much, the key is that you are too weak. If you take more, you will be gone. Shenbeo shook his head, making Cheyenne Shuxing's will a little uncomfortable. Listen to me. Thank you. Now that the supplies are finished, let's set off. Shiyu stretched and said, this place should be not far from the Phelan Star region. Yes, Li Ling, the Beastmaster of the Phelan Star region, swallowed his saliva slightly. So the other party was serious? Really planning to go to the Phelan Star region to find the Abyss Super God Pinos? Rin, copy a star map for this planet's will. After Shiyu and Lin finished talking, he looked at the will of Xianshu Star and said, if you are worried that the Abyss army will make a comeback, you can follow this star map, leave this star region, and go to the Universe. Of course, the journey is long and dangerous. You decide whether to go or not. In fact, I think that the Dark King Army and the Environmental Protection Association will start a battle next, and they should be too busy to take care of themselves. It is also a good choice for you to try to hide yourself during this period. Here, Lin gave Xianshu Star Will a copy of the star map according to Shiyu's request. The elf took the star map and was stunned. It's hard to believe that this is the style of pirates. How come these space pirates are different from the pirates who invaded Xianshu Star before? Good man, it spoke. Shiyu was happy, then looked at Li Ling and said, how about you, do you have any idea about where to go? Li Ling said, if you really want to liberate the Phelan Star region, I can be your guide. I am very familiar with that star region. Li Ling was a little moved. She also saw Susu's strength just now, killing the top gods in seconds. She definitely has the strength of a perfect god. Moreover, it is the kind of perfect god that specifically restrains the Abyss clan, which is similar to her ocean elves. However, it should be stronger than her ocean elves. After all, after she left her mother planet, the power of the ocean elves was directly cut in half, but looking at the starry sky slime just now, the power is endless and very terrifying. There is such a perfect god who restrains the Abyss clan, plus, a group of pirates whose strength is hard to see through. The other party is so confident, maybe this pirate group really has the ability to liberate the Phelan Star region. Of course, there is another problem. If there is a big battle with the Abyss Super God Pinos, how will the Phelan Star region deal with the Dark Alliance from all sides? The Crimson Blue Star region is an important military location for the battle between the Dark King Legion and the Universe. If there's an accident here, the other 9 super gods of the polluted land will definitely notice it. No matter. Li Ling shook her head, looked at Shiyu, and chose to listen to them. Okay, then you can be the guide, Lin. Take good care of her. Next, we will try our best to enter the Crimson Blue Star region without alerting the Abyss Legion and the Abyss Super God, Shiyu said. In fact, he also has the same concerns as Li Ling. If you want to fight the Abyss Super God, you must fight the Abyss Super God before leaving. After the battle, leave immediately. If you explore the ruins slowly after the battle, there is indeed a risk of being surrounded by more super gods. As for the mess in the Crimson Blue Star region, it is naturally given to the Environmental Protection Association. He and Susu don't have time to stay in the polluted land all the time. Next, under the eager gaze of the will of Xianshuxing, the extremely vicious epic pirate set sail again. It's time for me to go too. After this battle, Xianshuxing will followed Shiyu's advice and tried to wander to the Cosmic Sea. This is your room. As for Li Ling, the Beastmaster of the Phelan Star domain, she was invited by Lin to the battleship and a room was prepared for her alone. Next, come and tell me about the situation in the Phelan Star domain. Lin left a clone and looked at Li Ling. Li Ling nodded quickly. Lin planned to use her understanding of the Phelan Star domain to replan the route forward. On the other side, the gem cat with the richest harvest was also impatient to leave. Shiyu, the rest is up to you. I'll lie down. Okay, Shiyu nodded. This cat was really lucky. Sure enough, it was good to fill up Lin's blessing wine before setting off. He felt that there should be more good things waiting for him in the Phelan Star domain ahead. Shiyu smiled and called the pets. The battle is imminent, everyone wake up. Although you can rely on luck, you also need some basic strength. Shiyu dare not be careless. Before going to the Crimson Blue Star region, let's raise Susu's origin fluctuation and star C contract as high as possible. Oh, Shiyu's pets all stood up. Even 11 rubbed his eyes and prepared to add points for assistance. Today's 11 is no longer the 11 before. The healing and purification abilities derived from the control of light that has reached the divine skill stage can also be used for assistance. In addition, several of the gossip bean bears have mastered the ability to assist. In terms of not wronging himself, Shiyu never wronged himself. He tried his best to pull in those who could help us strong men. Half a month later. In the training room, the gem cat opened her gem-like eyes. Meow meow meow. She excitedly jumped down from the bed, restored her cat form, and fell on the blanket and rolled wildly. Excited. She excitedly jumped up again, pounced on the soft bed, and turned into human form. It took her half a month to finally fuse the third inherited wishing star. Her wishing star skill, directly under the blessing of the power of the praying star clan's inheritance, was upgraded to the level of perfect mastery, and was only one step away from perfect proficiency. To describe it in Shiu's terminology, it is Mastery plus 11. It's so powerful. The gem cat felt that she was now extremely powerful. Driven by her skill level, plus the various fruits of cultivation in the past 6 months, and the feeding of super god level resources, her growth level was directly upgraded to the top god level in one fell swoop. As long as there are resources and money, the level of divine power is actually the easiest to improve. Just Krypton resources will do. Of course, if you want to obtain combat power that matches the realm, you still have to improve your skill proficiency. After being happy, the gem cat hugged the pillow and fell into deep thought. She is obviously up in level now, but her strongest attack trick, the 9 series combination skill meteorite illusion, is still stuck in the quasi-god skill stage. This is embarrassing. Not only this, its mental control and 9-color divine light are still at the quasi-god skill stage. Forget it. It's good to have a high level of key skills. Take it easy. I'm still young, Gem Cat comforted herself. Her strongest skill now is the wishing star. At least the level of this super race skill has not fallen. The wishing star, which is close to perfect divine skill, may not be used as a combat skill or an escape skill. Teacher Meo Meo. At the same time, sensing the earthquake-like movement of Teacher Meo Meo, Lin's voice appeared on the radio in the room. Teacher Meo Meo, congratulations on your promotion. After the fusion is completed, please come to the conference room. The gem cat, wearing a prayer star skirt, was slightly stunned, tidied up her appearance, and teleported to the conference room. Shiyu, Kankole Lin, Aurel, Susu and others were all there. Wow, this is the top god. This is too fast, Owl couldn't help but say after seeing Meo Meo. This is only 3/7 of the wishing star inheritance. It is worthy of being the inheritance crystal of the praying star clan. If all the inheritance crystals can be collected, the gem cat's achievements will definitely exceed any previous praying star clan. After all, this is the wish crystal of the entire praying star clan. It's okay, the jewel cat girl had a proud face. Did something happen? She asked. Shiyu said, well, we have arrived at the periphery of the Crimson Blue Star region. At present, this star region is blocked layer by layer. We plan to sneak in. We have obtained a more detailed star map from the Beastmaster in the Crimson Blue Star region, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the star map left by the Goddess of Wa only marked the approximate range of the ruins in the Crimson Blue Star region, but did not mark where it is specifically. It's very troublesome to find it, so next, we have to ask for the power of prediction of the Owl Teacher, and cooperate with your power of wishing, and we will try to predict it. That's no problem, the jewel cat agreed. Then I will start, the predictive owl said. Let's start. At this time, the predictive owl took the things left by the Goddess of Wa and used them as a medium to start predicting. She closed her eyes, and the bonus of the jewel cat and Lin began to appear on her body. Soon, a yellow-brown planet appeared in the dark vision of the predictive owl. Of course, if there is only this hint, then Shiyu and his team have searched in the Phelan Star region, but it is still like looking for a needle in a haystack. 3 stars, but soon, the picture predicted by the foreseeing owl changed. There were 3 stars surrounding the yellow-brown planet. It's here. Find the yellow-brown planet surrounded by 3 stars, that's where the ruins are. She opened the pupil of time and made sure to speak. This special environment should not be difficult to find. Walk. Shiyu stood up. 2 days later, in the Phelan Star region, the warship used invisibility, concealment, space jump, shrinkage, and other means to cross the heavy blockade of the Abyss Legion and enter the Phelan Star region. Although the defense line is huge, the technological content is too low. It is far less powerful than Lin's power. The Abyss clan that blocked the Phelan Star region is not strong enough, nor is it as strong as the perfect god Lin. This is normal. Under the command of the Abyss Super God, there will not be many perfect gods. The star region is so huge that it is impossible for all places to be perfectly defended and reconnaissance. In terms of technology, it is not the strong point of the Dark King Core. King Kai claims that it is the second in technology, and only the Universe Overlord Core dares to claim to be the first. And now Rin's technological crystallization is obviously all from King Kai. After entering, according to the prompts of the foreseeing owl, Shiyu and others began to look for a yellow planet surrounded by 3 stars. Found it, with a definite prompt, it is much easier to find. As long as the starry sky environment does not meet the requirements, just ignore it directly, and there is no need to check each planet one by one. There are not many life planets in the Crimson Blue Star region, and most of them are dead stars. The scorching starry sky where the battleship Rin is stagnant at this time is obviously also a desolate galaxy. The resources here are scarce, and the environment is so bad that even the Abyss Core has not left any traces here. This situation is what Shiyu is most happy to see. If the remains of the Earth are located in the enemy's base camp, it will be troublesome. Rin, ascend the star. At Shiyu's call, Rin began to descend on this yellow-brown planet with a harsh environment. This planet is indeed desolate. After stepping into it, it is an endless desert with nothing. No, there are life fluctuations. After landing, Shiyu thought that this dead star would not have any life, but soon he found out that he was wrong. Just after arriving, Lin detected a life fluctuation on this planet. Who is it? Could it be the goddess Nuwa? Not likely. The Abyss? Impossible. Here, earth and fire elemental life can survive, but other life does not need to come here. The Abyss that invaded the Crimson Blue Star region are all water and dark elements. Even if there are resources here, the probability of running here to dig is not high. Buzz! Soon, the warship flashed and appeared above the life fluctuation. At this time, sand vortices began to rumble on the desert-like land. Yellow sand was flying, and a monster that was more than 10 meters high and looked like a desert castle rose up. Its whole body was made of wild sand, and it looked like piled sand and sand dunes. Its eyes and mouth were empty. This shape reminded Shiyu of the purple-skinned cavemen of the refining star clan. At the moment, it is more appropriate to describe this elemental life with a dune cave beast. At this time, the dune cave beast rose up, looked at the battleship in the sky, and made a heavy sound. After so long, someone finally came to this place. Is it a coincidence or something? It looked at the battleship, and at this time, Shiyu also walked out of the battleship, landed alone, stood on the desert, and faced the dune cave beast. Hello, Shiyu said. Excuse me, are you a native of this planet? I am the owner of this planet, an outsider. This planet does not have any scarce resources. If you have nothing to do, leave here, the sandcastle monster said. I will leave after asking a few questions. Shiyu smiled and said, don't be so polite, friend. I don't know how long you have been on this planet. The sandcastle monster fell into deep thought and said, it should be tens of thousands of years. Shiyu said, then have you found any special places on this planet, such as? Shiyu used the time travel migration to look for the fluctuations of the epic ruins, but he didn't find any at all. For example, the ruins of the era. He asked the sandcastle monster, always feeling that the other party's identity was not simple. Even if this planet is suitable for elemental life like it, there are countless better choices for the god level. A god level is willing to stay on this kind of shitty planet for tens of thousands of years. There must be something fishy. Sure enough, as Shiyu mentioned the ruins of the era, the breath of the sandcastle monster gradually increased, and the emotional fluctuations also changed dramatically. Where are you from? It asked. Blue Star, Shiyu said. Hearing this, the emotions of the sandcastle monster suddenly became active from silence, and it was shocked. You are from Blue Star, you really know something, Shiyu said. Do you know Nuwa? The sandcastle monster nodded quickly and said, our clan is the guardian of this planet left by Lord Nuwa. I don't know how many generations of guardians we have. The purpose of staying on this planet is to wait for the arrival of the people of Blue Star. I didn't expect that in my generation. I finally waited, it cried with joy. Although it couldn't shed tears, it could move sand. Are you the guardians left by Senior Nuwa? Shiyu was even more excited and said, so, do you know where Senior Nuwa is? Senior Nuwa left a message saying that you can see her when you arrive at the ruins. She is still alive, right? The guardian of the sandcastle said, of course, Lord Nuwa is still alive, but have you met the conditions to enter the ruins? Shiyu's expression froze, and he said awkwardly, That condition is too difficult. It has not been met yet. I just came here to see it myself according to the position of the star map, the guardian of the sandcastle said. Damn it, then I have to stay here, Shiyu? So this is the key point? The guardian of the sandcastle said. The original body of Lord Nuwa is sealed and sleeping deep in this star. Due to some special reasons, I cannot wake Lord Nuwa before you meet the conditions to open the ruins. Shiyu pondered slightly. What happened to Nuwa? Sleeping. Could it be that her life has come to an end, and she can only wait for a turnaround by sleeping and sealing? Or did something unexpected happen and she can only sleep? What did Washen experience after leaving Blue Star? However, compared to the endings of the 5 great gods, such as Zulong and Yuanfeng, who have died, Washen is at least still alive, which is already very good. Guardian God, can you tell me what happened to Lord Washen? The sandcastle guardian shook his head and said, I don't know either. Shiyu pondered, then Lord Guardian God, can you tell me where the ruins are? Although I haven't gathered enough 5 super gods, I found another key that may open the ruins. I want to try it. If I try it, it shouldn't have any effect, right? The sandcastle guardian looked at Shiyu and said, have you found other ways to open the ruins? Really? Well, I want to try it, if I can, Shiyu said. This should be no problem, the sandcastle guardian said. In that case, follow me. After it finished speaking, it drilled into the ground. At the same time, a huge abyss hole connected to the ground appeared on the ground. Shiyu was slightly startled, and then quickly followed. I don't know how long it took to fly. Shiyu came to the underground world and saw a stone wall door. There is a pattern on the stone door, which is 5 concave places, 4 of which are located in the 4 directions and 1 in the center. After seeing it, Shiyu guessed that this might be one of the reasons why Nuwa was looking for 5 super god human races. At this time, the guardian of the sandcastle was already waiting for Shiyu in front of the stone door. It said, this is the door to the epic ruins. Try your method, okay? At this time, entering the underground world, Shiyu once again activated the time-passing technique. He closed his eyes slightly and tried to communicate with this epic ruins with his own earth soul. Then, he continued to touch it. However, there was no effect. He did not give up and summoned the Shiyu beast again. With the appearance of the super god Shiyu beast, the guardian of the sandcastle next to him was stunned. Weird. The next moment, under its gaze, the Shiyu beast stepped forward and touched the door of the ruins with one hand, trying to communicate and resonate. But unfortunately, nearly half an hour passed soon, and there was still no response. Shiyu was silent on the spot. What's going on? My earth soul and Shiyu beast's earth body can't make the ruins react. Was it in vain? Sure enough, we still have to go the route of 5 super gods. Oh, it's a waste of time, come on. The guardian god of the sandcastle, who had been watching for a long time, turned from expectation to disappointment and said, Lord Nuwa will not miss anything. The opening method she left behind should be the only way. You should continue to work hard. Well, it looked at Shiyu, who was unwilling, and said, by the way, if it is really difficult to achieve that condition, in fact, before Nuwa fell asleep, she left some things for our clan. In addition to leaving enough power to protect this planet, there is also a prop that can be handed over to the arrival of the blue star at a critical moment. What? Shiyu's eyes lit up. The guardian god of the sandcastle said, a prop containing the clone of Lord Nuwa. Lord Nuwa said that if the humans of Blue Star do not have enough super gods in the future, they can summon the clone of Nuwa and provide some help to Blue Star. Then this, can you give it to me? Shiyu asked. Although he was sure that the Blue Star lineage could gather 5 super gods within 100 years, he would not miss out if he could get more help. Okay, at this time, the guardian god of the sandcastle also gave up and spit out a bottle from his body. In the bottle, there were also resources similar to this oil of creation. The guardian god of the sandcastle opened the bottle, and the next moment, the soil emitted a faint light. Kaka. The bottle broke, and the clay kept changing. Just like the will of Blue Star used this oil of creation to create humans before, this piece of soil also quickly showed a human form. To be precise, it was in the form of a snake body and a human head. This life with a snake body and a human head floated in the air, closed its eyes, covered its face with a helmet, and did not show its emotions. Its movement in the air was as agile as that of a goddess. Not only was its body graceful, but its clothes also looked light and elegant. Soon, Shiyu felt the amazing divine power on her body. It definitely had divine power beyond that of Shin Bao Bao, Lin, and Qi, and completely exceeded the standard of the perfect god. It seemed that it was the great power that only the legendary epical god could possess. And this was just a clone. God Hua was really strong. At this time, the incarnation of the goddess Hua opened her spiritual eyes, looked down from mid-air, and her gaze fell on the guardian of the sand castle and Shi Yu. Chapter 608 I Can Track Myself. Lord Nuwa, seeing this clone, the guardian of the sand castle was extremely excited and immediately bowed. The clone of Nuwa nodded, and finally focused all its attention on Shi Yu, who swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Are you the human beast master of Blue Star?" No. Her eyes fell on Shi Yu beast in an instant, and then fell into a state of contemplation like a crash. From expressionless to slightly incredible. You have a big secret. Your previous life is from the last era. The guardian of the sand castle scratched his head beside him, not understanding at all. It grew up on this planet since childhood, and has less experience than the will of Shine Shu Star. Senior Nuwa, Shi Yu saw that Nuwa could tell the relationship between Shi Yu beast and himself at a glance, so he couldn't help but say, "Senior Nuwa, I am considered a human on Blue Star in this life, but I really don't know anything about my previous life, that's why I keep exploring the ruins of the era." Nuwa said, "In this way, have you gotten rid of the curse of not being able to survive to the next era after the era is destroyed? I don't know if it's a success or a failure." She shook her head. She looked at Shi Yu and said, "You must have been very powerful in your previous life, but in order to reincarnate into this era, it seems that all your power has been dispersed. Now even the super god level is difficult to fight." Shi Yu smiled bitterly and said, "I guess so. However, the problem is that he doesn't know why he was so powerful in his previous life. He is just an ordinary person. After he died, there wouldn't be some crazy scientists who used his body to do some experiments, right?" "How many super god levels are there in the human race on Blue Star now?" Nuwa asked. "There are two," Shi Yu said. "Emperor Shi and Emperor Kong." "I understand," Hua Shen said. "We were in a hurry before, and we did not give the world tree enough guidance. The birth of two super gods is beyond my expectation, but this is not enough. To open this relic, at least 5 super gods are needed. At present, there are still 3, no, 2. She looked at Shi Yu and said, "You will soon be a super god. I can provide you with some help." Shi Yu was delighted, but he still asked the question he was concerned about first. "Senior Hua Shen, may I ask what level your original body is and why you are sleeping here and cannot be awakened?" Hua Shen was silent for a while and said, "It's okay to tell you. My original body is at the quasi-universe level, the peak of the super god level. When I tried to break through the universe level and failed, I was backlashed and was forced to seal myself for recuperation. The situation at that time was very complicated. My attempt to break through was also related to the relic. In short, I don't plan to unseal my original body before I can't enter the relic." Failed to break through the universe level, Shi Yu was slightly surprised. He joked with Al before, what if Hua Shen was the 6th universe level? In fact, Shi Yu quickly abandoned this idea. Because according to some secret records, when the 6th cosmic level was active, Nuwa may not have left Blue Star and was not born yet. The time does not match at all, so the 6th cosmic level must be someone else. Therefore, Shi Yu felt that it was already good for Nuwa to have the super god level and the strength of Emperor Shi. However, Shi Yu did not expect that Nuwa was stronger than he imagined, and even had the capital to impact the cosmic level. Although he failed, the super god peak, this level, is already incredible. Under the command of the 5 cosmic levels, each cosmic emperor only has 2-3 followers at the super god peak, which is a pitiful number. Senior Nuwa, what are the conditions for breaking through the cosmic level? Shi Yu asked. Nuwa looked at Shi Yu and said, If I knew, would I still fail?" She made Shi Yu speechless. Hua Shen said, "I do know some conditions for breaking through the cosmic level, but they may not be suitable for you. I can only tell you that the conditions for breaking through the cosmic level are different for each race and each individual. You must find them yourself and try them yourself. Other people's paths cannot be copied. The breakthrough conditions for each individual are different." Shi Yu nodded while repeating Hua Shen's guidance. He felt that it made sense and suddenly became clear. Indeed, as the highest level in the universe, it would be a bit strange if he could copy other people's paths. Okay, this clone can't exist for too long. Next, I can provide you with 3 helps. I hope that the human race on Blue Star can give birth to 5 super gods as soon as possible. Shiyu looked at Hua Shen, wanting to hear what the 3 helps she was talking about were. Hua Shen said, first help, in the Blue Star mythology era, in addition to the remains of Nuwa, I actually discovered the remains of the second era, which is related to the Blue Star of the previous era. It's just that at that time, I couldn't explore this relic because some conditions were not met. I hid this relic at that time and waited for future exploration. This relic contains good opportunities and resources. You can try to explore and crack it. Could it be that there are 5 sources of transcendence in it? Shiyu asked, thinking of the relic that Shidi entered. Hua Shen was talking about that relic, right? The source of transcendence. Hua Shen shook her head and said, it is an ancient war relic, which seems to have been opened up by a battle between 2 powerful beastmasters in the last era. My impression of this relic is that a beastmaster, who controls a winged flying dragon, fought a battle with another beastmaster who controls a black and white bear tribe. For more, you need to explore it yourself, Shiyu? Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and said in his heart, oh my god, are you talking about the mythical war between Huangdi and Jiao? Wait, does this kind of relic really exist? What on earth was the last era? The 4 sacred beasts, Nuwa, Jiao, how come there's everything? You seem to know something about this relic, Nuwa said, if so, then your chances of cracking the relic should be higher. This is one of the helps. The second help, do you know the Universe Overlord core, Shiyu? I know, Shiyu asked, Senior Nuwa, what happened to the Universe Overlord core? If you have any difficulties, you can seek help from the Universe Overlord core. I once helped Sabosi take charge of the Universe Overlord core for a period of time in the Universe Overlord core, and also helped it crack many epic relics. Although I don't really want to ask it for help, if you need it, you can mention my name. Sabosi is the Universe Overlord. Shiyu opened his mouth slightly again. Damn. Shiyu felt that Nuwa shocked him more than she did. First, she revealed the remains of Chiyu and Wang Di, and then she said that she had held an important position in the Universe Overlord core and even managed the Universe Overlord core? The gods who left the Blue Star were really doing well, and those who were doing poorly were also really doing poorly. Nuwa was obviously one of them, doing very well. Unbelievable. Shiyu was stunned, and felt that Nuwa was too powerful. Although she was not a cosmic thigh, she found another cosmic thigh for Shiyu. Moreover, she was the strongest existence in the universe. In an instant, Shiyu felt that there was nothing to be afraid of in this world. Even the Universe Overlord is his own person, and he can get close to him. What else is there to be afraid of? Shiyu suddenly swelled up. The last help is my help for you. Nuwa looked at Shiyu and said, that body is your previous life, right? Yes, Shiyu nodded. Nuwa said, you only control it mentally, but your soul has not returned. What are you worried about? Shiyu nodded again. You are right to worry. Although your current soul and your previous life's body have a very high degree of fit, your previous life's body is too strong and your current soul is too weak. Forced fusion will place a great burden on you. You also feel it. You use your spiritual clone to control him, and you will also consume a lot of energy. That's right, Shiyu said. Before I strengthened my previous life, the consumption was not so great, but after strengthening my previous life, the consumption of control is getting bigger and bigger. Shiyu suddenly regretted using the pseudo-transcendence source to strengthen the Shiyu beast. If it hadn't been strengthened, according to the Nuwa god, maybe the level of the soul and the body could match up quickly. However, if the Shiyu beast hadn't been strengthened, Shiyu wouldn't dare to go out and come to the polluted land, and he wouldn't have seen the Nuwa god's clone. Thinking about it this way, it's not a loss. I can teach you a special contract method, so that you can make a contract with it, so that your past life and present life can be merged, which will be safer and easier. After the contract is completed, you can directly control its actions with your thoughts. Its status will be no different from your contracted pet for the time being. At that time, you can also simulate the fusion through the fusion ability until the matching degree is 100%. Can it? Shiyu said, but wasn't I a human in my previous life? Besides, he is super god level, and I am god level. Hua Shen said, it doesn't matter. He is not a human of this era. He is a super god but not a super god. It is not difficult to be contracted. Just rewrite the contract method. It is similar to the god's contract of King Kai. In addition, you and it have a very high degree of compatibility. Even if you cross the level of the contract, there is no problem. Although you have to bear a greater burden than now, you can also get great feedback after the contract is completed. No one understands humans better than me. Hua Shen's tone was very certain. Contract, Hua Shen had said this, and Shiyu immediately wanted to know how to contract the Shiyu beast. You follow my clone into a state of spiritual resonance, meditate together, and I will guide you to complete the new contract, Hua Shen said. Okay, Shiyu nodded. The next moment, he closed his eyes again. In his mind, the voice of Hua Shen appeared. Her hands were very warm, guiding Shiyu to learn the contract of God. I don't know how long it took, but the spiritual connection between Shiyu and Shiyu Beast gradually became closer. Shiyu himself, under the feedback of Shiyu Beast, all kinds of attributes improved rapidly. Especially the physical strength, soon approached the standard of super god humans. Of course, the super god standard that Shiyu's body is approaching now is different from the super god standard of Shiyu Beast. Shiyu is only close to the super god physical standard of the human race, and Shiyu Beast, this guy is not a human at all. The super god physical standard it possesses is benchmarked against the stars and the myriad races, and is benchmarked against extraordinary life, which is far stronger than the physical strength of ordinary humans of the same level. This is also what Shiyu discovered later. Of course, under the feedback from Shiyu Beast at this time, what made Shiyu most happy was not the improvement of his physique, but the improvement of his beast control level. Although he did feel a strong burden when he contracted Shiyu Beast at the beginning, now this burden is slowly disappearing, and his beast control space level has actually directly crossed multiple levels. He directly reached the peak state of the god level, the 10th level of the god level. The peak of the god level, Shiyu opened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that his advancement was so fast. With the help of the cultivation resources given by the Sky Emperor and the fruit of cultivation, he only improved one level in the past few months. However, just contracting Shiyu Beast directly gave him feedback to the peak of the god level. In other words, as long as I merge a source of transcendence now, I can also be a super god beast control master, Shiyu said incredulously. A long time ago, he was the one who dragged down the pet beast. 11 When they were promoted from extraordinary to commander, from commander to king, and from king to overlord, they all reached the peak of the next realm as soon as they were promoted, and had the strongest echelon combat power of that level. But at the same time, Shiyu was basically far away from the next level and the current level bottleneck. It was the culprit that caused the pet to be unable to break through. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the power of adding points was too strong. But at the god level, everything seemed to be reversed. 11 of them broke through from the strongest demigod, and they were only intermediate gods close to the advanced god level. They were still several levels away from the peak epic god of the god level, the advanced god, the top god, and the perfect god. Now most of Shiyu's pets are still stuck at the advanced god level, far away from the peak of the god level. However, this time, Shiyu himself finally took a step ahead of the pet and reached the peak of the god level, which made Shiyu feel that this time he might be able to break through to the super god level before the pet. The benefits of contracting multiple pets have finally come, and this is the feedback given to me by some pets. I have reached the peak of the god level. If the subsequent levels of 11 and the others are all up, can I break the limit of the 10th heaven of the god level as the Emperor of the Time guessed? You are very qualified, Goddess Hua also said at this time. However, although I really want to see the birth of 5 super god blue star humans immediately, the number is far from enough now, so there is no need to rush. Don't fuse the source of transcendence easily. Shiyu looked at Goddess Hua and said, Senior God Hua, what does this mean? To be precise, don't easily fuse the source of transcendence that has been fused by others. The source of transcendence also has different qualities. Fusing the source of transcendence of poor quality may affect your future path, Goddess Hua said. There are 3 sources of the source of transcendence. The universe naturally condenses one every 100,000 years. Kill a super god and there is a chance of plundering, or the super god commits suicide and takes the initiative to pass it on to others. It comes from the ruins of the era, and it remains from the last era. Among them, in terms of quality, the source of transcendence obtained by killing a super god and the source of transcendence remaining in the era are of average quality. The source of transcendence that condenses naturally every 100,000 years is of the best quality. There is a saying that only by fusing the source of transcendence naturally born from the universe can one have the opportunity to enter the cosmic level. This is one of the many theories about breaking through the cosmic level. Of course, This source of transcendence is also the most difficult to obtain, even more difficult than hunting a super god. The peak of the god level you see in the universe now is far from the true limit of the god level. Among the god levels, there are a group of god levels that have the ability to defeat the super gods. They pursue higher goals and do not care about the super god level. They just want to take a chance on the glimmer of hope of entering the cosmic level. They are unwilling to fuse the source of transcendence that others have fused, and choose to wait for the transcendental origin that appears once every 100,000 years. They even seal themselves for 100,000 years, 200,000 years, and 300,000 years, constantly sealing themselves to prolong their lifespans. They are only born once every 100,000 years, just to compete for that naturally condensed source of transcendence. Whenever this source of transcendence appears, the universe will be in turmoil. In addition to the cosmic level, even the super god level will join the competition. If possible, you should be promoted. It is best to integrate this source of transcendence. You have the protection of your past life, so you are qualified to compete with those monster gods who have sealed themselves for hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years. Chapter 609, Calling the Abyss Super God. At this time, when Shiyu heard Nuwa say that the source of transcendence that is naturally condensed in the universe every 100,000 years is the best, and the others are second-hand goods and are not good, he was stunned for a moment. In his mind, the excited expression of Senior Kongdi when he got the source of transcendence emerged. No. Senior Kongdi. Not only Senior Kongdi, but even the source of transcendence obtained by Senior Shidi are all incomplete in the epic. Not the best quality, which may affect the promotion to the universe level in the future. Senior Shidi. Shiyu instantly felt that the two emperors of time and space were not very lucky. However, it seems that it did not affect Senior Kongdi very much. Senior Kongdi was already very satisfied to be able to transcend the god. However, Senior Shidi, he also aspired to pursue the universe level, and he felt that he had made a mistake in the step of integrating the remaining source of transcendence in the epic. I don't know if he can turn it around. At present, the Emperor of Time has not allowed other pets to continue to integrate this source of transcendence, which seems to be making up for it. I wonder how long it has been since the last time the universe naturally condensed the source of transcendence, Shiyu thought to himself. After hearing what Nuwa said, Shiyu naturally wanted to compete. However, if he had to wait for tens of thousands of years, it would be meaningless. Unless he also sealed himself for tens of thousands of years to wait, even if he was still alive at that time, Shiyu felt that it would not make much sense. He was not such a patient person. Wait a minute. Shiyu found a blind spot. Is it possible to let Ki take him directly to the time when the source of transcendence appears? Travel to the past and fight against the ancient epic god. Going back and forth more than a dozen times, taking more than a dozen naturally condensed sources of transcendence and giving them to his pets. But the cause and effect involved is a bit too huge. Of course, Shiyu also has to consider whether he can beat other competitors. According to Nuwa, the legendary epic gods in the universe seem to be few in number because they basically do not come out to extend their lifespans and are sealed all the time. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Nuwa said that some super gods may join the competition. With Shiyu's current strength, it is okay to fight against a weaker super god. But if he wants to compete for the transcendence of the origin, it is tantamount to being an enemy of all competitors. At that time, as long as he shows a little advantage, he will probably be attacked by everyone. The strength is far from enough. I am afraid that without a combat power of more than 4 transcendence, there is no chance to transcend the origin. At this time, Shiyu just thought for a moment, and the clone of Nuwa opposite him suddenly began to become a little illusory and dim. Shiyu immediately looked at Senior Nuwa and shouted, "Senior Nuwa," but there was no reply, and her figure slowly disappeared. "Farewell, Lord Nuwa." The guardian god of the sand castle next to him saw Nuwa disappear and immediately shouted, and then explained to Shiyu. Because of the original body, the clone of Lord Nuwa will also suffer a great backlash. Next, I ask you to quickly meet the conditions for entering the epic ruins. There must be something in the ruins that helps Nuwa recover, so the lady cares so much about this ruins, the sand castle guardian guessed. Okay, Shiyu nodded. Thank you, guardian god. Next, guardian god, will you stay here? Shiyu looked at it. Yes, the sand castle guardian said, although this place is remote, it's okay. Let's go up first. I'll take you. Not long after, the silver-white warship set sail again from the yellow-brown planet. Looking at the scenery outside the warship, Shiyu felt melancholy. It was right to come here in advance. He turned and walked towards the meeting room. At this time, the pets were already waiting for the meeting. Pushing open the door, one by one, the pets looked at Shiyu eagerly. 11 excitedly slapped the table. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Shiyu smiled slightly. Of course, 11 was anxious. In fact, Shiyu had also told the pets about the myths on Earth. When 11 was still a child, Shiyu told it stories all day long. Whether they were true or false, novels or myths, he had told them all. For example, the story of a beastmaster named Tang who contracted a stone monkey, a pig-headed man, and a kappa to challenge fierce beasts along the way. The story of the Yellow Emperor summoning Yinglong and fighting the demon Shiyu had all been told. Now that 11 knew that Shiyu and the iron-eating beast might have really existed in the last era, and that they were extremely powerful and left behind relics, how could it not want to explore the relics that the goddess Wa mentioned? What exactly happened down there? In addition to the pets that had a spiritual connection with Shiyu, the gem cat and the owl wanted to know what happened after Shiyu arrived down there. Nothing. Shiyu sat down and said, sure enough, the relics cannot be opened, but I saw the clone of the goddess Wa. Gem cat and owl, what? Senior knew Wa. In order to accelerate the emergence of 5 human super gods in the Blue Star lineage, you provided me with some help. Have you sensed my current level? Shiyu smiled, and the gem cats and owls looked at Shiyu carefully. Then, they all opened their mouths wide, and vaguely, they seemed to see the unattainable 10-layer sky behind Shiyu. The powerful spatial oppression bloomed from Shiyu. This spatial force was enough for Shiyu to suppress ordinary gods with the pressure of the beast control space alone, force them to contract, and turn them into slaves. Peak of the god level, the owl said. Damn, you ate Nuwa, Shiyu? I ate myself, Shiyu said. In short, Nuwa helped me improve my strength. She told me that there is an epic ruin on Blue Star that I can explore. Then, she said that if we encounter difficulties, we can go to her old friend. Yeah, that's about it. By the way, when Senior Nuwa was at her peak, she was a powerful life at the peak of the super god. It's really amazing. The jewel cat and the owl were very surprised. Super god peak? This Nuwa is too strong. What a harvest, the owl was excited. Sure enough, she was reincarnated to Blue Star. There must be a goddess of luck guiding her. Although King Kai is good, there are too many powerful races. The astrologers are nothing. I feel that only by playing with Blue Star can we have great opportunities. So next, are we going back to Blue Star to explore the ruins? The jewel cat looked at 11. This little guy is so anxious. 11 felt that he was not far from strengthening. The first place in the next team competition must be it. Except for the first time, when he was the first, 11 hadn't won the first place for a long time. No, we haven't done anything serious yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Right, Susu. Shiyu looked at Susu sitting on the opposite chair. Ning. Susu said that it was right. It hadn't peaked with the Abyss Super God yet, so how could it just go back? Many places in the star field were dirty. If it didn't purify it before going back, it would be upset for 10,000 years. Let's stay for a while, Shiyu smiled and said, it's a rare opportunity to come out. Next, our mission is to hunt down the Abyss Super God Pinos. Let's see the real gap between us and the Super God. Plus, military merits and the source of transcendence, we can all try. This time, Susu is the main force, and the others are auxiliary. A super god must have many subordinates who are close to the super god, and there may even be subordinates who can restrain the power of purification. The mission of the others is to help Susu remove obstacles so that it can fight the Abyss super god quietly. So what should we do next? The owl had an ominous premonition of working. At present, the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association and the Dark King Legion are in a state of confrontation. War may break out at any time. The war is imminent, Lin said. We have to fish in troubled waters in this situation. The most important thing is to find the right time. Next, if we can accurately know when the Environmental Protection Association and the Dark King Legion will make big moves, it will be most beneficial to us. So next, we will act separately. Teacher Owl, you and Teacher Ying will predict which day to take action together. It will be most beneficial for us. From a metaphysical point of view, let us seize the right time, and I, Yeah, and I will find an opportunity to investigate the situation of this Abyss Legion everywhere. As for the situation in the Crimson Blue Star region, well, we have to call on that Li Ling to try to gain the advantage of the terrain. Hearing this, Owl said, do we still need people's support? Of course, before we become a troublemaker, Susu and I can still work harder. Shiyu smiled. Ning, Susu looked expectant. Great. Let's go to the abyss together. After a while, Li Ling, the Beastmaster that Shiyu and his friends picked up from Xianshu Star, was also called to the conference room. Captain Shiyu, you guys are looking for me. After Li Ling entered the conference room, she came to the side of 11, Chong, Shen Bao, and Shi Tong, who were sitting neatly in 2 rows. She was silent for a moment, still feeling that this pirate group was a bit strange. Except for Shiyu, who was the only man, they were either cute creatures, 11, dwarf cat, or some weird creatures, 4-headed black tortoise, blindfold demon duck, or a bunch of beautiful women, 2 cats, Shi Tong. I always felt that this pirate group was a bit abnormal. Well, let me ask you a few questions, Shiyu said. Confirm it again. You told Lin before that the Abyss Super God Pinos is now on your home planet, Kagura, right? Yes, Li Ling nodded and said, after my home planet fell. The headquarters of the Abyss Army has been stationed there. We plan to take action in the near future. Next, I will ask you to go out with Lin to investigate the environment around Kagura. Is there any problem? No problem, Li Ling said. Is it just me and Miss Lin? She looked at the ship Spirit of the battleship, Rin. No, for safety reasons, let's have one more. Shiyu looked at Yeah. Yeah stood up from the chair, tilted the blindfold, and turned into a one-eyed pirate duck, with the power of the abyss all over her body. Li Ling widened her eyes. The Abyss clan. Unexpectedly, this pirate ship not only has members who are proficient in the power of purification, but also abyss life. This is simply, what is the origin of this pirate group? With it, your aura can also better integrate into the starry sky, Shiyu said. Then, time passed quickly. With a goal, everything has motivation. When Lin's clone, Ye and others went out to search for intelligence, Shiyu added points to Susu frantically. After Shiyu contracted Shiyu Beast, his strength was improved, and the speed of adding points was greatly improved. In just half a month, Susu's attributes are as follows: racial skills, God level, faith skill, Star Sea contract, perfect plus 47, origin fluctuation, perfect plus 8, inheritance water drop, entry, water ice control, proficient, sky frost cold, proficient, professor skills, God level, endless devouring, entry, refining stars, proficient. At present, this attribute is actually not Susu's best state. Due to time constraints, Shiyu only had time to upgrade Susu's Star Sea contract level, but the origin fluctuation has not been fully added. In addition, Susu actually has another change since the conferred God War. That is, infinite devouring, successful advancement. Shiyu copied the endless devouring from the abyss alien insects. During this journey, he was finally able to teach Susu. In this way, Susu can devour resources above the God level more efficiently to evolve. Shiyu already has an idea and plans to let Susu swallow the cold and silent crown that he refined. The cold and silent crown is a weapon that Susu refined from the ice and snow star eroded by the cosmic disaster cold and silent through star refining. Cold and silent, like the starry sky storm, is a cosmic disaster that contains the properties of ice and time. Wherever it flows, time will be frozen, and everything will be frozen, becoming a forbidden zone for life, which is extremely terrifying. This skill is actually similar to the sky frost cold air, so letting Susu swallow the cold and silent crown is to see if it can upgrade the sky frost cold air skill to higher level skill, the cosmic disaster skill, cold and silent. Of course, Shiyu is too late to do these things now. Because the result of the joint prediction of Zhil, Gemcat, and Lin is that the best time to hunt the Abyss Super God is tomorrow. If we miss tomorrow, the variables may be relatively large. After careful consideration, Shiyu and others decided to challenge the Abyss Super God at this time. Although Susu is not on the best condition, at least the Star Sea contract has been filled up, and it is indeed only one step away from the God of the Epic. It can be called a quasi-epic God. In addition, its power restrains the Abyss system, so it may not be impossible to fight. At this time, Yoyo and the others have also completed the investigation and are able to return. Phelan Star Region, Kagura Star. This star is now the base camp of the Abyss Super God Pinos, and it is also where the other party is stationed now. Outside the planet, an invisible warship slowly approached here. Next to him was Li Ling, the Beastmaster of Kagura Star, who was called by Shiyu. Shiyu stood in the warship, staring at the blackened planet through the screen, expressionless. Captain Shiyu, what should we do next? Next to Shiyu, Li Ling took a deep breath, looked at his home planet, and asked Shiyu. How to do it? We are pirates, so of course we will attack openly, Shiyu spoke, causing the Beastmaster Li Ling beside him to open her mouth slightly. Attack openly? No tactical strategy? So, we have been wandering here for so long searching for intelligence, just to attack head-on today? Instead of choosing a more appropriate strategy? She couldn't understand. As if to verify Shiyu's words, Lin approached Kagura Star without saying a word. Kagura Star is the base camp of this Super God Abyss army after all, and its defense measures are indeed not comparable to other places. It's just that the huge battleship was discovered by the Abyss army as soon as it approached. Countless members of the Abyss stationed outside the star looked at the huge battleship that suddenly appeared with fear. Who is it? They were more nervous than Shiyu, because they were now in the confrontation stage between the Dark King army and the Space Sea army, and any slight disturbance could be fatal. A sneak attack by the Space Sea army? Or their own people? They felt a huge force of the Abyss from this battleship. Wait, pirate group. However, soon, the Abyss Legion stationed outside the Kagura Star discovered a densely packed pirate flags on the warship. In addition, they also discovered life emitting the power of the Abyss. Fuck, pirate duck. It was a huge, muscular duck, standing in front of the warship, wearing a pirate hat, covering one eye with a black eye mask, conserving strength, and only revealing one evil god eye. The huge power of the Abyss that swept the starry sky made Duck look very much like one of the Abyss Legion's own people, but the dress was undoubtedly a pirate. The next words he shouted were also undoubtedly pirates, very arrogant. Duck, the epic pirate group has arrived, all outsiders, get out of the way, Duck, robbery. Shout out your boss. His name is something like Pinos, right? The huge shouting made the Abyss Legion dumbfounded. Damn. What's going on? Space pirates, robbed them from the Abyss Legion? Don't they know that the leader of this Abyss army is a super god level strong man? Chapter 610 Vegetarian Duck Combination. In the Crimson Star region, outside the Kagura Star, many Abyss creatures stared fiercely at the pirate duck of the epic pirates. Although it is also an Abyss creature and they are all of the same race, the arrogant behavior of the pirate duck is tantamount to provoking their regular army. The Abyss is a large race. Because of the nature of pollution and infection, the race is spread all over the universe. It is not impossible for some individuals to become pirates. However, these regular armies really can't imagine why a miscellaneous organization like the Space Pirates has the courage to rob the Super God Core. Duck stepped on the starry sky and walked out of the warship step by step. Circular dark ripples appeared under his feet. Ripples appeared with every step. In a blink of an eye, above the starry sky, outside the Kagura Star, he formed a confrontation with thousands of Abyss Clan troops. Boom. Duck's momentum exploded further, and the might of the high-level god was undoubtedly revealed. When Shiyu's pets just broke through half a year ago, the divine power level was at the peak of the intermediate god. And now, after half a year, they have almost all been promoted to the growth level of the high-level god. It's not that he relies on skill points, but the divine power level that is piled up by various god-level cultivation resources and food made by the ginseng baby. With Chong using the Four Saints relics to open the field of creation farming, and with the ginseng baby using the world's grace to farm for free, Shiyu's pets eat a feast every day that other gods don't know how long it takes to eat. However, although the high-level gods are not weak, the Abyss army on the opposite side just wants to laugh when they see this. Damn it, you are a high-level god. Even if you are placed on any intermediate planet, you are not the strongest. How dare this pirate duck? Looking for death, in the Abyss army, a black fishman who looks like a sergeant, holding a gun, directly aimed at Tia, and fired a blue water bullet with a bang. The water bullet was as fast as a light bullet, streaking a blue light in the starry sky. What is incredible is that this water bullet actually contains a strong power of purification. It's really a roll. Inside the warship, Shiyu shook his head. The Dark King Corps and the Environmental Protection Association were at loggerheads. In order to understand and restrain each other, many purifiers of the Environmental Protection Association contracted polluted pets. On the Dark King Corps side, there were actually many polluted monsters that mastered the purification ability. That is the Death Purifier, the ultimate weapon developed by the Environmental Protection Association, and later mastered by the Dark King Corps. The purification bombs fired can cause huge damage to the abyss creatures below the top gods. In addition to huge consumption and single function, there are basically no other disadvantages. Li Ling looked at the starry sky and said nervously. Don't worry, it's just the purification power mastered by external forces, Shi Yu said. It's not enough to think that this method can solve the monster Ye who has two powers. Swish. The purification bomb hit, Ye frowned, and a weapon was condensed in front of him. It was a blue-gold pestle. Ye swung, and the arc of the water bomb changed instantly. The demon-subduing pestle directly absorbed the purification bomb, which shocked the abyss core on the opposite side. What is that? What? The attack of the death purifier was absorbed. Give it back to you. Ye swung it again, and the purification bullet in the demon-subduing pestle was thrown back intact, even faster, causing the pupils of the black fishman who launched the attack to shrink. Boom. Its right shoulder was pierced by a drop of water, and the huge purification power began to sweep over its body, causing it to stagger painfully in the starry sky, and the weapon in its hand also fell into the starry sky. Damn it, you dare to attack me. At this time, Ye was angry and planned to give the Abyss Army a little gift. It held up the Vajra demon-subduing pestle, and the wave vision and heart eye opened. At the top of the pestle, it began to condense a purification bullet that continued to grow, but this purification bullet was ridiculously large. In just a moment, it expanded into purification mercury like an asteroid, and the blue-gold purification light shone like the sun. Roar! Just seeing this light, many soldiers of the Abyss Army were in great pain and wailed. What is that? In the warship, Li Ling was incredulous. It was clear that this pirate duck had just erupted with a power of the abyss comparable to that of a high-level abyss god, but at this moment, how could it burst out with such a brilliant purification power? She didn't understand. But there was no doubt that Ye was going to fight against thousands of abyss tribes on her own. At this time, Ye gently pointed at the huge mercury under her command in the direction of Kagura Star, and then as the mercury exploded into countless light rains, she killed herself into the Abyss Army. Don't ask so many questions, just watch, the opponent's super god. No, let alone the opponent's super god, even the opponent's perfect god, it seems that they don't take it seriously. It's just some trash guarding outside the star. In this case, let Ye play with the opponent first, Shi Yu smiled. Don't look at Ye as a high-level god now, but that is its own power. In addition to itself, it also has weapons at this time. Ye refined an intermediate purification star and refined it into a demon-suppressing pestle, which cooperated with her own Vajra demon-suppressing pestle skills. In addition to the extremely strong self-purification power of this star, Su also specially endowed this weapon with the spirit of the Sea of Purification, making this weapon even more powerful. This is equivalent to your holding this weapon, inheriting Su's purification power. When fighting against the Abyss Clan, it is simply a random killing, and it can also easily surpass the level. At this time, the weaker Abyss Clan, just touching the light rain, instantly lost their combat ability and fell from the starry sky. The stronger Abyss Clan, although they can resist the light rain, are also strongly affected. Yu descended, accompanied by a wave of the Vajra subduing demon pestle in his hand. A large number of figures were overturned like a mountain collapsing, and exploded in the starry sky. The Vajra subduing demon pestle in its hand seemed to have amazing divine power, killing gods and demons. It seemed that Yu was too outrageous. Finally, a stronger Abyss Clan appeared in the guards of Kagura Star. This is a giant water ghost that looks like an ape. It exudes black energy and holds a trident. It attacks with anger. The trident is surrounded by the rules of darkness, sweeping the abyss power of super god quality and directly attacks Ye. Boom. Ye is not to be outdone. It grows huge and also holds the demon-suppressing pestle to sweep the power of purification and smash the opponent's dark trident. After a violent sound, cracks appear on the dark trident, and the abyss aura leaks out, which makes the water ghost horrified. Huh? The demon-suppressing pestle sweeps the power of Ye, the power of one star, and the power of Su, breaking through the limit of the opponent's weapon in an instant. The quality is not at the same level at all, and it directly penetrates the abdomen of the water ghost. Yeah, dark water. Under the incredible expression of the top god of the Abyss army, it found that this pirate duck not only wanted to purify itself, but also absorbed its abyss power. After using the weapon to penetrate the starry sky, Yea's other hand turned into black mist, and a black hole-like vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. He directly pinched its neck, purifying its abyss power into pure abyss power that was easier to absorb without the mark of other people, and absorbing this abyss power into himself to strengthen himself. Puff. In just a moment, a top god was destroyed by Yea's combo. Not only was most of his body purified, but most of his power was also absorbed. In an instant, he was extremely weak and dying. Yea threw away its remains and rushed into the Abyss army again, just like a demon god, a killer god, through the combination of purification, dark control, and evil god's eyes, while hunting and strengthening himself. This, Li Ling continued to stare blankly. That was a top god, a general under Pinos. On Xianshu Star, the top god was killed instantly by a starry sky slime without any resistance. Here, this pirate duck was also equally brave. No wonder Shi Yu dared to challenge the super god. It seems that any member of this pirate group has the strength to defeat the top gods. Not good. It didn't take long for the Abyss army guarding outside the Kagura Star to discover the bug of this pirate duck. It was not afraid of the power of the Abyss or the power of purification, and there seemed to be no means to restrain it. Moreover, while fighting, the duck who devoured the power of others seemed to have a constant flow of power, especially the weapon, which had a huge power from beginning to end and never weakened. At the moment, the duck was so excited that it exploded. Although it was a tricky nature and relied on the power of the big sister Su, the feeling of absorbing the power of the Abyss to strengthen itself was too cool and really addictive. Of course, the duck was also very alert. It purified the power before absorbing it. Otherwise, it would definitely fall under the power of the Abyss and then be killed by the Beastmaster and the big sister. Unbelievable. Who is this guy? At this moment, in the boundless void, in addition to Shi Yu and his team, there was another uninvited guest. They also used high-tech means to sneak into the Crimson Blue Star region and sneak into the vicinity of Kagura Star. This is an elite team of 4 people, with 2 humans and 2 space creatures. Among them, one of the 2 space creatures is a purification race ranked in the top 10,000 of the Starry Sky 10,000 races, and the other is also an Abyss beast, but it seems that the control of the Abyss power is also very good. Pirates? Outrageous. How could pirates attack Kagura Star at this time? To be precise, how dare pirates attack the Abyss Legion? At the moment, the team was shocked. They are actually members of the Environmental Protection Army stationed at the edge of the Universe Sea. The Universe Sea has already made a decision to attack the general attack. They are equivalent to scouts, who came here to explore the way first. As a result, they did not expect to see such a good show in the enemy's base camp. The base camp of Pinos, one of the Abyss super gods, who is regarded as a great enemy by them, is being attacked by pirates at this time. It's outrageous. The key is that the pirate duck is so strong that he actually practiced purification and the power of the Abyss together to beat the top Abyss god. What is the origin of this pirate? Unfortunately, they are stationed at the edge of the Universe Sea all year round, and are in a highly tense state of preparation for war at all times. They have no time to pay attention to the demigod competition on King Kai's planet. Otherwise, if it were the people on King Kai's planet, they would be able to recognize Yaya when they saw her performance at this time. So strong, with their exclamations, Yaya swept through the army again, sucking 10 god-level Abyss beasts to her side with great momentum, and pulling against the sky. Duck, Yaya fiercely solved the enemy, interpreting the pirates to the fullest, acting in her true colors, but at this moment, Yaya, the scouts of the Environmental Protection Army, and Li Ling in the warship appeared at the same time with their pupils shrinking. Since you are quite strong, surrender to me and I will spare your life. Countless mantras gathered in the starry sky, and a terrifying black fog seemed to cover the entire Crimson Blue Star region. Everyone was dragged into a brand new Abyss world, without seeing the stars, and trapped in the dark sea. Yaya suddenly raised his head solemnly, and saw that above the higher star sea, there was a lot of fog, full of weirdness and horror, and the stench was hovering in the starry sky. It tried its best to open its wave-mind eye, trying to observe the huge figure behind the star fog, but failed. It couldn't beat it. Soon, Yaya had this idea in his mind. The super god of the Abyss, Pinos, The Environmental Protection Army reconnaissance team trapped in the abyss was extremely frightened, and they knew that the crazy behavior of this pirate group would inevitably cause the super god to descend. Lord Pinos, the remaining abyss army, was also very surprised to see Lord Pinos appear. However, unlike what they imagined, Pinos did not attack the pirate duck. Instead, he seemed to appreciate the other party and wanted the other party to submit to him. "You don't deserve it." However, the answer of the pirate duck, no matter who saw it, was no different from dancing on a landmine. It was obviously suppressed by the terrifying breath and trembled all over, and the hand holding the demon-suppressing pestle was shaking a little, but it still looked directly at the weird fog and disdained it. "It's not up to you." Without seeing him, Pinos showed the gap in strength between him and the god-level creatures, which was like a dimension apart. The abyss tide, like the collapse of the starry sky, flooded the warships and Yaya in this shattered world. Just as it said, "Yaya is not up to you." With the power of the super god-level abyss life, it is easy to erode the will of a life and change its race. It must have another trump card. Seeing Yaya so arrogant and invincible in the face of the super god, the scouts of the Environmental Protection Army swallowed their saliva. In this case, they could already judge that they must have been discovered by the abyss super god. However, because they were too weak and not worthy of the attention of the abyss super god, they were now surrounded by the abyss. If they wanted to leave alive, they could only rely on this pirate group. As long as the other party could put some pressure on the abyss super god, they could escape. The news here must be spread back quickly. Under the gaze of everyone, Yaya looked directly at the incoming abyss tide, took a deep breath, and used its ultimate trick. "Yeah, change people, big sister, save me, help, yeah." Feeling such a terrifying power of the abyss, Yaya instantly analyzed that she could not do it whether it was devouring or purifying, and looked up to the sky and shouted for help. At this moment, the starry sky seemed silent, and the corners of many people's mouths twitched. Pop! But the next moment, accompanied by a wave of water drops falling into the water, Yaya's call for help seemed to really work. From a point in the center of the starry sky, a point of holy light wave continued to spread and illuminate the surroundings. Next, when everyone couldn't believe it, this purification wave began to forcefully push away the abyss tide from all directions. The terrifying purification wave also instantly purified the remaining abyss life, and even dispelled the black fog of the starry sea, allowing the abyss super god Pinos to reveal his true form. He was dark green all over, his body was extremely huge, with a faint outline of a seahorse, and his body was full of spikes. Not only did his face have 10 red eyes flashing, but his dense hair like seaweed was also entangled on it, which was extremely creepy. Pinos, floating in the starry sky, looked in the direction of the battleship with some surprise. A starry sky slime wearing a crown also floated in the starry sky, looking at it calmly and disgustedly. Purifying star spirit, the first time he saw Susu, Pinos recognized its race. "Are you from the Environmental Protection Association?" It knew that it was impossible for pirates with such strength to appear for no reason. The appearance of the purifying star spirit allowed it to determine the identity of this pirate group. The purifying star spirit was only owned by the Environmental Protection Association. Once this race was born, it would be absorbed by the Environmental Protection Association, and there would be few omissions. "I see. Are we going to launch a general attack today?" However, launching a general attack in such a stupid way and sending such a weak star spirit is a bit disrespectful of my existence. The abyss super god Pinos could feel the power of Susu, and he should have the strength of a perfect god, but it was still wishful thinking to want to defeat it by leaps and bounds. Even if the troops on the other side of the universe were insufficient and they could not gather 10 super gods, there should be several super gods. Now, he was actually looked down upon and thought that he could fight with a purifying star spirit that was not even a super god. Pinos couldn't help but feel amused. "Ning, you talk too much nonsense." Susu looked at Pinos calmly. With a flash of her eyes, her body continued to grow and became a giant slime like a star, which made Pinos' expression condensed. What it cared about was of course not Susu's body changes, but the voices of countless stars in the crimson blue star field, which were asking for help from this purifying star spirit. Not only the countless stars in the crimson blue star field, but also the stars in several surrounding star fields, all wailed at this time, contributing endless power and converging towards this side. Pinos instantly realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment just now. The opponent's strength was definitely not just an ordinary perfect god. The opponent's innate skill, The skill that signed a contract with the starry sky was terrifyingly high. Boom. In a trance, Susu's body was filled with light, which turned into a purifying wave, and in an instant, it overturned and blew away the huge body of Pinos. Pinos was like a star flying backwards, smashing countless small meteorites. Roar, the brutal origin wave blessed by the quasi-superb Star Sea contract bombarded Pinos, making it roar angrily. At this time, the audience watching this battle was completely silent. The 4 scouts of the Environmental Protection Army saw Pinos being blown away and screamed, and were dumbfounded. And what was Pinos talking about just now? Purifying Star Spirit? Environmental Protection Association? They looked at Susu in disbelief, and were very sure that the other party was definitely not their people. Their battle plan did not have this link at all. They had never seen such a teammate in the void battlefield. What was going on in this battle? At this time, after being attacked by Susu, Pinos was first convinced that he had indeed underestimated the other party. If it was the Abyss clan of Transcendence 1, they might really be defeated by this purifying star spirit. The opponent's star contract level is terrifyingly high, but unfortunately, he is Transcendent 2, and although his skill level is terrifyingly high, it seems that he has not yet reached that level, the level that is enough to support the purification of the star spirits beyond the level. You succeeded and angered me. Soon, the figure of Pinos was filled with black light, looking like a self-explosion, which was terrifying. Boom. The next moment, Pinos's body really exploded directly, and a large amount of abyss power poured out from its body. The abyss beasts that were just defeated by Yale were all resurrected at this moment, and each of them had the strength of a top-level god. The entire starry sky was instantly densely packed with hundreds of top-level abyss gods, which was extremely shocking. Go. In the void, with an order, hundreds of top-level gods of different forms, who had lost consciousness and were completely controlled by the abyss, madly attacked Susu. Seeing this, Susu frowned and swept across with a source of fluctuations. The azure wave instantly fixed many abyss gods in the starry sky. However, along with the figure of Pinos, it turned into a humanoid sea monster with a face as blue as indigo, hair like cinnabar, and a huge mouth with fangs. These abyss gods resurrected by it also exploded immediately. Boom 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 boom. However, this time it was not the huge power of the abyss that emerged, but a strange curse power that was born and appeared directly on Susu's body out of thin air, causing dark abyss lines to appear on its body like a starry sky slime. Ning. Susu wanted to purify, but found that purifying these abyss lines seemed to be as difficult as wanting to completely purify the abyss super god in front of him. Even with infinite energy, it would take a lot of time. I need your power. Just as Susu can mobilize the power of the starry sky, this abyss super god seems to be able to mobilize the power of the starry sky, but what it mobilizes is the power of the abyss on the polluted planet. Facing Susu's angry expression, the abyss super god Pinos also began to absorb the power of the abyss from the crimson blue star region. The reason why the abyss clan expanded its territory was also for this reason. The wider the abyss's influence, the stronger the abyss clan's strength. Countless abyss powers gathered in Pinos's mouth. Its huge mouth of the abyss seemed to be connected to another dimension. A purple light column flashed, as if it could annihilate the stars. It pierced through Susu with a boom. At that moment, Susu could no longer care about the abyss curse on her body and chose to resist the enemy's attack with all her strength. Its origin fluctuations also turned into a blue-white light column, condensed in front of her body, and burst out. The two light waves intertwined. Boom. Purification and abyss fluctuations collided. When one side was too strong, the restraint relationship would be weakened to the limit. The current situation was that although Susu's power restrained the other side, because her level was weaker than the other side, she could only barely resist. You are no match for me, Pinos uttered the light of the abyss, which eventually overwhelmed Susu's power. The huge beam of light instantly smashed Susu's body into pieces. However, in an instant, a new body condensed in the starry sky. This time, Susu transformed into the Saint of the Sea in the Kanghaelf stage again, and appeared behind Pinos. The elements condensed, and the sword of the origin of the star sea swung down. Swish! Pinos's body was split into two, and Susu instantly returned to the slime form. The abyss lines on his body became deeper and more seriously eroded. Tough guy, Pinos's body, which was split into two, exploded again, and then a terrible scene appeared. Abyss whirlpools appeared all over the sky. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, 100 million, 1 billion. Hundreds of billions of abyss creatures were summoned by Pinos from the abyss whirlpools in all directions. The lower limit of the strength of these creatures was very low. The weakest was only extraordinary, and the strongest was only a demigod, but they could not withstand the terrifying number. These are all creatures that the Abyss Legion polluted in the Crimson Blue Star region. Pinos has the ability to summon them. At this time, these creatures have also been eroded by the Abyss in form, soul, and spirit, and have become monsters that can be manipulated at will. These monsters have increased Susu's purification pressure again. The starry sky has no light. Feeling that this purifying star spirit is about to reach the end of the road, Pinos's face is calm and he looks in a certain direction again. Captain Shiyu, at this time, the silver battleship was surrounded by so many abyss monsters, and Li Ling's heartbeat kept accelerating. However, what she didn't understand at this time was why Shiyu only let the slime go out when there were many members in the pirate group. Even the pirate deck just now has returned to the battleship and entered a state of recuperation. Life can only break through the bottleneck when it is at the limit, Shiyu spoke calmly, looking at the outside world, making Li Ling sluggish. So now, using the Abyss Super God as a sparring partner? Of course, if there is a special situation, like now, I will send assistance, Shiyu said. My lord, I'm late. In the starry sky, Susu confronted the Abyss Super God and tens of billions of abyss creatures, and fell into a very unfavorable situation. However, at this moment, the reinforcements of Pinus were endless, and another new abyss vortex appeared, and a perfect god appeared here. This is a white dragon, which looks like a combination of a white bird and a dragon. Its body is covered with soft white feathers like lightning, and the whole body is shining with the glory of thunder. Go and kill it. Pinus glanced at his capable general, the White Abyss Thunder Beast. This is the only subordinate under his command who has not cultivated the power of the Abyss and has reached the perfect god level. Recruiting such a subordinate is for this situation. The strength of the purifying star spirit lies in the Starry Sky contract, but the limitation of the Starry Sky contract is that it can only be used on specific life. In other words, although this purifying star spirit can pose a certain threat to it, it may not be able to gain much advantage if facing other powerful people of the same level. The White Abyss Thunder Beast is a special existence that it cultivated. It has the strength of a perfect god. Although it is not a super god, it can definitely pose a huge threat to this purifying star spirit. Pinos only wants to win as soon as possible and does not want to get too entangled. If it fights this purifying star spirit by itself, it may be an infinite protracted war. Now, if it can win as soon as possible, it can go to divide the spoils of other regions. Master, leave it to me. The White Abyss Thunder Beast locked its eyes on Susu, spread its wings of thunder, and flew towards Susu. But just at this moment, with a boom, a blindfolded demon duck stepped out of the warship again and flashed in the path of the White Abyss Thunder Beast. Yeah, get out of here. The White Abyss Thunder Beast was shaken away, and its eyes flashed with thunder light, looking at the purifying demon duck that blocked it. If you want to hinder the big sister, you have to get through me first. Ye took off all the blindfolds and looked at the White Abyss Thunder Beast calmly. Just you. Thunder flashed again on the White Abyss Thunder Beast. Not by me, but by being the best in the team. Ye held several time fruits in each hand and ate them all like taking drugs. Chapter 611 Super God First Kill. After eating the fruit of time, Ye's breath rose steadily, bursting towards the perfect god. It was obvious that Ye's strength could not stop the White Abyss Thunder Beast, but if it combined its power with the ginseng baby, it would be another matter. Roar! Under the explosion of the dark power on Ye, in an instant, the divine power level overwhelmed the White Abyss Thunder Beast, and it even plundered the power of the Abyss summoned by the Abyss Super God for its own use. Bang! The White Abyss Thunder Beast was forced back half a step by Ye's power, showing a dissatisfied expression. Useless thing. At this moment, seeing that the White Abyss Thunder Beast was blocked by others, the Super God Pinos couldn't help but frown. The next moment, Susu also launched a counterattack against the current situation. Whoop! Susu's body continued to grow, as if she had given up, staring fiercely at the Abyss Super God. Opening her huge mouth, she directly launched an endless swallowing. She actually wanted to swallow the billions of abyss creatures on the scene directly into her body to complete the strongest combination purification. Rumble. The entire starry sky was shaking. Susu's endless devouring power made Pinos' pupils shrink. The power of the alien insects, it was incredible. It couldn't understand why the purifying star spirit mastered the strongest skill of the starry sky alien insects. Under the terrifying devouring power, regardless of whether it could be digested, the abyss creatures in the sky, the power of the abyss, instantly flowed into Susu's mouth under the incredible power, and it was difficult to resist. Woo woo woo, the entire starry sky made a whining sound like a gale. If the starry sky alien insects dared to play like this, they would definitely be polluted in an instant. But Susu, as a purifying star spirit, swallowed the enemy to purify and digest, which not only saved energy, but also decomposed the devoured creatures into the power they needed. Damn it, I can't let it succeed. After realizing this, Penis had to overturn the starry sky, detonate the sacrifice, and deepen the curse on Susu. Boom 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 boom. Under the explosion of black fireworks, Susu's body was blown to pieces, but she swallowed everything unstoppably and launched a counterattack against Pinos. Although she didn't want to swallow these dirty things, in order to win, Susu could only use all the means she could. It's terrible, at the moment, if they were not sure that the Environmental Protection Army had not yet launched a general attack on the Dark King's Legion in the Crimson Star region, the few scouts of the Environmental Protection Army would definitely think that they were in front of the scene of the decisive battle. In the starry sky, the starry sky slime glowed and moved rapidly, turning itself into a source of purification. With the increase of the Star Sea contract, it continued to attack Pinos. Wherever it passed, countless abyss creatures perished. As the battle deepened, although Susu was still at a disadvantage and had no time to take care of the curse on her body, and she was shattered several times, Pinos' situation was not very good either. It didn't expect that this purifying star spirit was so stubborn that it didn't care about its own curse and attacked it with all its strength. But in this way, as long as it delays time, this purifying star spirit will lose. Sure enough. As time went by, Susu's strength was still slightly inferior, and the backlash of the curse on her body continued to intensify, greatly affecting her speed of mobilizing the power of the Sea of Stars. Abba Abba, in the battleship, the gem cat and the owl hugged each other and looked at the situation outside nervously. Dog Shiyu. In this situation, why let Susu fight alone? Although Susu is very strong, can't all the pets be sent together? Captain Shiyu, in the captain's room, Li Ling was also anxious and said, if you don't send reinforcements, open the door and let me go to support. This won't work, so, don't be anxious. Shiyu took a deep breath and said. It can be said that not only Shiyu, but anyone who is not on the side of the Dark King Legion present has infinite expectations for Susu. However, before reaching the epic god, it is still too difficult to fight against the super god, not to mention that the one being surpassed is not an ordinary super god, but a super god who has transcended twice. At present, Susu has gradually fallen into disadvantage, but Pinos is still in a good state. After watching for a while, Shiyu realized that he was still too hasty. Although the owl predicted that today was the best time to attack, if you waited for a while and filled up Susu's origin fluctuations, the situation of the battle might be reversed. Captain Shiyu, Li Ling said anxiously again. I know, Shiyu said. At this moment, not only Shiyu's attitude changed, but also the super god Pinos, who was suppressing Susu, noticed something. As Susu's momentum became weaker and weaker, he found that this purifying star spirit began to lose focus, as if he was unwilling and very concerned about the direction of the battleship. Combined with the previous battle, Pinos super god soon realized that this purifying star spirit might be very worried about the battleship, because in the previous battle, it deliberately stayed away from the battleship. And now, as it fell into disadvantage, it was worried about the battleship again. There should be other people in this battleship, but they were not the main combatants. This purifying star spirit should be worried that they would be implicated after he lost. Thinking of this, Pinos said, bye, forget it, I'll do it myself, useless thing X2. It found that the white abyss thunder beast was still entangled with the explosive pirate duck, and it couldn't help but feel unhappy. It still lacked powerful subordinates, otherwise, it would not have to spend any effort to solve the battle today. You are worried about that battleship. At this time, Pinos had changed several forms. Now, it has turned into a giant dark squid suspended in the chaotic fog. Hundreds of densely packed pupils are extremely terrifying. When the tentacles waved, several meteorites were already slashed and exploded. This time, it looked at Susu, who was retreating step by step, and did not choose to continue chasing. Instead, it looked at Lin and stretched out its huge tentacles, which continued to spread and grow, and pull towards the battleship that had been avoiding the battle from beginning to end. Ning, don't. Seeing this, Susu's pupils shrank. Ning, you are mine, it shouted anxiously, saying something that made Pinos confused. At this time, Susu was about to stop Pinos from attacking Lin, which led to her own head being robbed. However, the curse that she had ignored before. At this moment, the erosion deepened again, and Susu, the purifying star spirit, almost fell. This time, the huge power of the abyss eroded, forcing Susu to quickly divide her energy to purify herself. If she didn't purify immediately, even it would be infected by the terror. At this moment, the battleship sighed in the face of the attack. It still failed. It's not that the hunting of the super god failed, but that Susu failed to hunt the super god alone. In the captain's room, under the anxious expression of the Beastmaster Li Ling, a summoning diagram appeared beside Shi Yu. Li Ling had never seen such a situation before, because the one who appeared in the summoning diagram was a person? Is this a human? She couldn't say for sure. Anyway, she only saw that under Shi Yu's summons, a creature wearing platinum armor, handsome, black hair, holding a shield and sword was summoned, then jumped and disappeared from the captain's room, and appeared in the void. His appearance attracted attention from all parties. Again, there is someone else. It attracted the attention of the Environmental Protection Army reconnaissance team. After seeing Susu retreating step by step, their hearts were already in their throats, and they even wanted to go out to support, but reason stopped them from doing stupid things. With their strength, facing the super god is just to die. The only thing they can expect is that there are other combat forces in the warship, or that the Environmental Protection Army headquarters has noticed the situation here and sent reinforcements. It seems that the expectation has taken effect. Shi Yu Beast appeared. Seeing the human appearing outside, the super god Pinos was stunned, but he continued to attack. But the next moment, a scene that shocked him appeared. The armored young man outside the warship just swung a sword with pity in his eyes. In an instant, the terrifying sword light instantly cut off the whiskers of the super god, and it passed further without disappearing. The Bane Thunder Beast, who was fighting with Ye, only felt a light in front of his eyes. The next moment, his body collapsed and turned into blood mist, shattered by the sword energy. Ye took a step back and shouted, "What a guy!" The sword light did not stop, and it was still slashing towards the body of the super god Pinos, which made Pinos shocked and angry. Super god, it roared in disbelief. Why? Why is there a super god in the warship, but it only appeared now? Moreover, this is definitely not a new super god, and it definitely has the strength of Transcendence 3. Stronger than him. The appearance of Shi Yu Beast directly made Pinos unbalanced, and also made the scouts of the Environmental Protection Army open their mouths wide, and even shocked Li Ling, who had been extremely nervous, and looked at the captain of the epic pirate group who had been calm throughout the whole process. At this time, Shi Yu also stepped lightly, walked out of the warship, appeared in the starry sky, appeared on the warship, and looked in the direction of Susu. Susu, try again next time, come back first this time, we should go, he spoke softly, calling Susu. Ning, however, at this time, Susu was extremely stubborn. After slightly purifying the curse, her eyes were still full of fighting spirit, and she didn't want to give up. I want to defeat it. I want to obtain the will of the super god. In Susu's eyes, the abyss super god had been cut into pieces by the sword light of Shi Yu Beast, and his body was bleeding and wailing in pain. This was the first time that the abyss super god was so seriously injured. The main reason was that the previous attack was indeed powerful. With the assistance of the 4 sacred pets, Shi Yu Beast Krypton a lot of faith power and exerted a full-strength attack comparable to Transcendence 3. Don't worry, Shi Yu comforted Susu. There is a long way to go, Ning. Do you know why I pay special attention to you, Ning? Because you have a strong will. This is your talent, your shining point. Susu repeated what Shi Yu said when he contracted it, very unwillingly. When it joined the team, it was the only pet with the will of the Overlord, but no one in the team could beat it. Until now, it has never been the strongest in the team. Now, it finally seems that there is a place where it can show its shining points. If it still fails, Susu cannot accept it. She hopes that at least in the shining point, she can always get the highest evaluation from Shi Yu. So she prayed that Shi Yu would take back the Shi Yu Beast, and then let her and the Abyss Super God have the final decisive battle, and she will definitely win. Shiyu shook his head speechlessly on the battleship. There was nothing he could do about the stubborn Susu. Susu, did you get something wrong? The will of the Super God requires you to have the super will to defeat the Super God and protect the Sea of Stars, not to gain my approval. However, Shiyu did not expect that. Unknowingly, his position in Susu's heart might even be more important than protecting the Sea of Stars. Forget it. Okay, but this time, I will fight side by side with you, Shiyu spoke, called back the Shiyu beast, and retreated behind him. At the same time, behind Shiyu, the phantom of the heavens equivalent to the peak of the god level emerged, and the materialized blue mind fluctuations permeated Shiyu's body, filling Shiyu with holy light. This is always okay, Susu, let's enter the state of mind resonance. After Shiyu finished speaking, Susu in the distance was very surprised, nodded heavily, and the whole body also exuded a blue holy light, which was strengthened by the peak of the god level Shiyu. At this moment, the power in its body directly emerged continuously, attracting the attention of Pinos. Damn, the body of the Abyss Super God Pinos recovered, and he looked frantically at the two new figures in the direction of the warship, and also at the purified star spirit that seemed to be reborn. I want to defeat you, in order not to disappoint the trust of the Beastmaster, Susu floated up again. Moreover, what made Susu feel a little incredible was that this time when she entered the state of spiritual resonance with Shiyu, her star sea contract level and her will level were loosened. Shiyu was also slightly stunned, feeling the changes in Susu. Although he didn't know the principle, Shiyu was surprised to feel that Susu had improved. Susu, let's defeat it together. This time there is a great hope. Go all out, Ning. Susu's eyes were firm, and her will level finally sublimated to the extreme at this time. From the previous Overlord will, it was sublimated into the Super God will. A Super God heart similar to the invisible and invincible heart of God condensed in Susu's body. Driven by the Super God will, Susu's star sea contract directly broke through the original limitations and finally reached the superb level. In an instant, Susu felt that the vast starry sky world appeared in front of her, and she could mobilize their power as much as she wanted. What happened? At this moment, the Abyss Super God Pinos was also very puzzled. He only felt that something seemed to have changed in this purifying star spirit. Is it because of the increase of the Beastmaster? Pinos never thought that such a strong purifying star spirit would have a Beastmaster. If there was, why didn't they come out earlier? At this time, he was incomprehensible, but no matter what, the battle could not continue. This battlefield must be abandoned. The human holding the sword and shield was too scary. When Pinos thought of this, most of his fighting spirit had disappeared. He turned around and ran, intending to meet up with other Super God alliances first. However, Susu's amazing power was finally revealed at this time. After possessing the superb Star Sea contract, its power level was finally raised to the Super God level. What's more, there was also a full increase from the Beastmaster at this time. Clear, just a thought, the terrifying purifying light pierced the shadow of the abyss of the entire crimson blue star region, causing the pupils of Pinos who wanted to retreat to shrink and turn back suddenly. No, impossible, it screamed in shock, and its body, which had been severely injured by the Shiyu beast, was once again subjected to devastating purification. Under the wailing of the Abyss Super God, its body disappeared bit by bit under the purifying light. Under the shocked and dazed eyes of the Environmental Protection Association scouts, the power of the Abyss Super God Pinos also dissipated bit by bit. The entire crimson blue star region seemed to be shrouded in infinite purifying light at this moment, and countless abyssal lands were purified. Seeing this scene, Li Ling, the gem cat, and the owl were all stunned. He really did it. Li Ling couldn't believe it. Are they really pirates? Did you see it? Did you see it? On the other side, the gem cat kept pushing the owl. I saw it. Susu and Shiyu are so awesome, the owl shouted. I'm asking you if you've seen the source of transcendence. Give me a prediction. Gem cat wanted to beat this stupid bird. I made a wish, and the source of transcendence exploded, Cat said immediately. Owl only then reacted, and suddenly recalled the task that Shiyu had assigned to them. Damn, I almost forgot. It's just that this time Owl didn't predict the source of transcendence, which was very unfortunate. But it doesn't affect anything. If fate is set and can't be used, then use something else. Fate is undetermined. Its eyes turned the time flower wheel, trying to influence fate. At the same time, the starry sky outside. Under the wailing of the Abyss super god, its body disappeared little by little. As the Star Sea contract reached perfection, Susu was at the same level as the Abyss super god. At the same level, the purifying star spirit faced the Abyss race, which was a sure kill. Under the endless wailing, the body of the Abyss super god finally disappeared completely. Instead, a sun-like source of transcendence floated in the starry sky. Seeing this scene, the scouts of the Environmental Protection Army swallow their saliva wildly, their eyes full of shock. So, what is going on? Before the Environmental Protection Army launched the attack, an important fortress of the Dark King Legion was just destroyed? Now, they really want to pass this news back, which will definitely shock the entire Environmental Protection Army. But at this moment, what makes them feel most outrageous is the source of transcendence and the person who is about to get it. Who is this guy? Why have they never heard of the epic pirates? Under their gaze, Shiyu, holding the Black Codex, under the protection of Shiyu Beast, walked towards the weak Susu step by step and said, "You did a good job, Ning." Susu was extremely happy. In this way, she should be the strongest in the team now. Shen Baobao and the like, not only did not have the super god first kill, but also the god level first kill, which is far worse than her. However, when Susu saw the figure of Shiyu Beast, her face suddenly turned black. "Ning. I almost forgot about this guy, damn it." Shiyu also smiled and said, "But now the question is, if everything is going well, how do we arrange for this source of transcendence?" Chapter 612, The Source of Transcendence. The starry sky was silent, and the warship slowly sailed towards Shiyu. Shiyu first put away the source of transcendence and waited for distribution later. Now, there are not many people in the accompanying team who can use the source of transcendence. You must reach the peak of the god level to refine the source of transcendence. The standard for human beast masters is the 10th level of god level. The standard for pets is the top level of divine power, that is, the top god. At present, those who have reached this standard include him, the gemcat, and the owl. Of course, there are also Qi, Lin, Shen Baobao, and Su Su, but the premise is to terminate the contract first. There is another way to divide it, which is to send it to Donghuang to help Lin Feng. As for how to do it specifically, Shiyu still needs to think about it. After all, the goddess Hua said that this source of transcendence is not perfect. "Huh? My grandma's legs, how can you run so fast?" At this time, Shiyu, who had put away the source of transcendence, looked in a certain direction. Not long after the battle began, Lin sensed that someone was secretly observing the battle. After Lin's investigation, he found that it might be a member of the Environmental Protection Army. Shiyu originally wanted to call them to clean up the battlefield after the fight. Then, let them take Li Ling away from the ship. As a result, the battle just ended, and these guys ran away? A hero who defeated a big devil like the Abyss Super God himself should not be so scary. Shiyu looked at the dense pirate flags on the battleship in silence. No matter what, let's leave here first and follow them back to the University. As for here, Shiyu looked at Susu and said, "Are you okay, Ning?" Susu in the starry sky nodded, and then with the power of the Star Sea contract, he separated countless purification clones and flew to various planets. As for its main body, it followed Shiyu into the battleship. At this time, Susu already has the strength of the Epic God, and the strength threshold of the Epic God is benchmarked against the Super God of Transcendence 1. However, the situation on Susu's side is a bit biased. It is an Epic God achieved through the Star Sea contract. The Star Sea contract can only be used against the polluted races under the Dark King, such as the Meteor Clan, the Car Clan, the Abyss Clan, the Yan Clan, and the Evil Clan, so its strength level is relatively fluctuating compared to other Epic Gods. If it is against these races, Susu can fight against Transcendence 1-3. But if it encounters other normal races, Susu without the Star Sea contract will still lose even if it is against Transcendence 1. Of course, if Susu ignores the backlash of the Star Sea contract and forcibly mobilizes the power of the Star Sea, that is another matter. In fact, this is nothing, because Shiyu and the others found that the so-called contract backlash is nothing more than a drop in level proficiency. At most, it drops a little fast, it doesn't matter. Although it is said that the drop in skill level is equivalent to forgetting the skill and canceling the contract, but Susu, who has skill points, is completely different from other purification star spirits. Other purification star spirits may be timid, because it takes a long time to improve a little skill proficiency, but Susu. Actually, you don't have to care much. Now that it has the will of the super god, it is easier to add points. If necessary, use it, and let it backfire. At worst, you can add it back. In addition, Shiyu thinks that Susu's partiality in one subject will not last too long. With the will of the super god, it means that her other skills can also be smoothly added to the level of perfection. Soon, she should be able to become an epic god with a very comprehensive skill type. Now there is no doubt that the strongest single combat power in the team is Susu. Shiyu held Susu in his hands, pinched her and returned to the battleship. Everyone, gather in the conference room, Shiyu called out, and soon everyone ran to the conference room. In the captain's room, Lin Hui appeared and looked at Li Ling, who was slumped in the corner, and was speechless. Really, this little scene scared me. Okay, if everything goes well, the Crimson Blue Star region should be liberated. Go back to your room and rest. Now is not the time for you to go back. We will enter the Cosmic Sea from here and see if we can hand you over to the Environmental Protection Army. Well, don't worry about your home planet. Its clones have been purifying everywhere. There will be no remnants of the abyss. After Lin finished speaking, he teleported Li Ling, who was hesitant to speak, back to her own room, and Lin himself went to the conference room. It exploded again. Great. Gemcat and Al hugged each other in the conference room to celebrate. Unexpectedly, a garbage transcendence too can also explode the source of transcendence. Sure enough, the combination of them in Lin is super invincible. Maybe we can start a business in the future. Super God Prayer. There will definitely be many powerful gods to place orders. I have thought about it. For one prayer, it will cost 648 god-level energy crystals, Gemcat said. Too little. At least 10 orders of 648, the owl said. This is the source of transcendence. Don't think that we are assisting Shiyu smoothly. That's because the more likely something is to happen, the less it consumes. Shiyu is lucky, so our consumption is not high, but if it were someone else, it would not be certain. I guess we would be backlashed and half dead. Then 10 orders. The two cats blatantly exchanged murder transactions. Quiet. Shiyu sat down and put the great hero Susu on the side of Shen Baobao. After Susu broke through, because of the stronger Xinghe contract, the consumption was quickly recovered, but the injury was not so fast. Next, Shen Baobao's help is needed, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to recuperate. However, Shen Baobao pointed while assisting, and his anger burned. Because Susu was beside it and whispered 7 words. It directly broke Shen Baobao's defense. Your super god first kill is gone. Shen Baobao was so angry. Beside him, Chong shook his head. This is what is called a new god for each new version. First of all, let us congratulate Susu for breaking through to the epic god after this battle, Shiyu said with a smile, and the pets cheered one by one. Susu succeeded, which means that this path is feasible. It won't be long before they will definitely be the next epic god. The Gemcat was also eager. This is a legend in King Kai's planet. She really didn't see Shiyu wrong. She did something that others couldn't do so easily. The owl also sighed to the sky. Before coming, Shiyu challenged the Abyss Super God with Susu to try to break through, and it thought it was outrageous. But now it seems that it will have to learn from that cat in the future and slowly accept Shiyu's unscientific. The problem now is the source of transcendence that just broke out. Shiyu asked. Come and brainstorm how to range it. God said that the source of transcendence that exploded from others may be of poor quality. I don't want to fuse it. What should I do, Ning? I don't want it either. Susu turned her head and let it fuse the source of transcendence that had been fused by the Abyss Super God. She couldn't accept it. Senior Lin Feng's breakthrough conditions are met, but I guess he definitely doesn't want it after hearing the disadvantages of this source of transcendence, so I won't consider him. Lin Feng, I don't know if it can be fused with Shiyu Beast, but even if it can, it's a bit of a loss, and my level is already difficult to support a higher level Shiyu Beast. After Shiyu analyzed it for a while, the 11 shook their heads. Although they were eager for the super god, Shen Baobao, Lin, and Qi didn't plan to take it. They always wanted the best from Shiyu, and didn't want to fuse a low-quality source of transcendence to affect their future growth. The most important thing is that if they want to fuse, they have to terminate the contract with Shiyu first. Although they can renew the contract when SYNOPSIS level is raised in the future, the pets basically don't have this idea. Unless there are special circumstances, the pets don't want to cancel the contract with a Beastmaster for the sake of power. What's more, the increase in combat power brought by functions such as skill fusion and skill deduction is not necessarily worse than breakthrough. If the contract is cancelled, they will not be able to enjoy these benefits. In addition, SYNOPSIS path has proved the feasibility of becoming the god of the epic. Since there are other ways to rival the super god, there is no need to pursue a low-quality source of transcendence. I want it. At this time, Teacher Mao Mao spoke. I don't care about the low quality. Mao Mao slammed the table. What the god of Wa meant was that after integrating this source of transcendence, it might not be able to break through the universe level. Let's not talk about whether this statement has any basis or whether it is a rumor. It's just a wishing cat. How can it have such a big ambition? Super god level. This is already the level she dared to think about before. Me too. You don't want to. Gemcat scolded Owl. I came here first, Owl. Although Owl wanted to see Gemcat say desperately, it was obviously me first, but she also felt that it was not realistic. From a scientific point of view, with Teacher Ying's top-level divine power, it is indeed possible to refine the source of transcendence. After Lin's analysis, he was slightly silent. Shiyu also looked at Gemcat in silence. Seriously, I'm not just for a breakthrough, Gemcat said. You kid can pursue perfection, but there are not so many perfections to pursue. Wait for the source of transcendence once every 100,000 years. Can you wait? Next, let me, your teacher, teach you a lesson. I will use this source of transcendence for research and experiments. With my own experience, I will guide you on the road to the future. Let me see if I can use the wishing skill to wish to improve the quality of this source of transcendence to the highest level. Everyone? This works. Shiyu was stunned. What's wrong with that? Gemcat took out a worn fruit knife from somewhere and put it on the table. Then, she said to the fruit knife, I make a wish, and the quality will be improved. The next moment, the starlight swirled, and the worn fruit knife directly changed from an ordinary object to 9th-level quasi-divine artifact, containing stunning golden light. Wow, Qitong's eyes lit up. It's okay. Look, it's a principle. At most, it's a little harder to make a wish for the source of transcendence, but as long as I collect enough wishing star inheritances, I can reach the super god level. It should be no problem. In this way, I can also try to make a wish to improve the quality of the low-quality source of transcendence that explodes in the future. All the sources of transcendence, in essence, are naturally condensed from the universe at the beginning, but only after being fused, the quality gradually decreases. My wish is just to let them return to their original quality. This is very scientific, Shiyu and the others. From a scientific point of view, it is very scientific, Lin said. Look, why do you think this is the truth when you say that? Shiyu fell into deep thought. Wow, one more job. The owl looked at the star-begging cat, and finally understood why the star-begging clan was not exterminated while the star-begging clan was exterminated. Your ability is too rogue. Very good, then this source of transcendence will be handed over to you for safekeeping and research, Shiyu said. Teacher Cat, please. Great. The gem cat was extremely excited. Oh, who'd have thought that a small ancient capital university would produce a super god? She thought narcissistically. The edge of the university, the void battlefield, the Environmental Protection Army Station. The Environmental Protection Army is a general term for the University Corps that fight against polluted lands. Most of the members come from environmental protection associations of various stars. Even temporary soldiers from various planets and various domains of King Kai are also called Environmental Protection Army. Of course, in addition to the Environmental Protection Army, there are many mercenaries, and the number of mercenaries from the Universe Overlord Corps is the largest. At this time, a flying vehicle that went to the Scarlet Blue Star Field for reconnaissance quickly returned to the Environmental Protection Army. This was the first return of the reconnaissance team sent by the Environmental Protection Army. Emergency intelligence. As soon as the reconnaissance team approached the void battlefield, they connected to the internal network of the Environmental Protection Army. After confirming their identities, they quickly communicated. In the Environmental Protection Army Intelligence Center, a white-haired, white-eyed woman among the intelligence personnel immediately said, "Please speak." In the Crimson Star region, the super godlife of the Abyss clan, Pinos, has fallen. A space pirate group called the Epic Pirates invaded Pinos' base camp. The two sides fought fiercely, and Penis was soon destroyed. Intelligence personnel? What? The staff member who was waiting for intelligence suddenly opened her eyes wide, as she exclaimed. Several intelligence personnel joined the communication with the reconnaissance team and started to monitor together. Video. The staff member immediately breathed quickly. Although she felt that this team seemed to have been corroded by the abyss and was talking nonsense, the process still had to be followed. It has been transmitted. Has it not been transmitted yet? Received. As soon as the other party finished speaking, a group of staff members in the intelligence center began to identify the authenticity of the video sent by the other party. The video was blurry and the recording was intermittent, with many key scenes missing. It seemed that they were in a mess on the battlefield. However, a slime with the color of the starry sky could be vaguely seen fighting with the abyss super god Pinos. The staff immediately connected to the database and analyzed the identity of this so-called epic pirate group. This analysis made everyone's pupils shrink. No, it's not good. At this time, the reconnaissance team heard a panicked voice, saying, "This pirate group appeared behind us, they followed us." Calm down first. The staff member himself did not quite believe it and said, "This pirate group may not be an enemy." According to the identity analysis, the life fighting with Pinos is most likely the second place in the last Kai King Star conferred god battle. The vice president of the Kanglan branch of the Kai King Star Environmental Protection Association, the purifying star spirit Su, and the last human who appeared was the king of conferred gods this time, its beastmaster, Shiyu. After the staff member finished speaking, he felt outrageous, and the other side suddenly quieted down. Everyone felt a little incredible. But according to the pictures sent back, this seems to be true. Notify Lord Bingling, as they murmured, in the deepest part of the void battlefield, in a preparation room, the vice president of the Environmental Protection Association, Bingling, and the president of the Environmental Protection Association, Bingling, stopped meditating at the same time. The president and vice president of the Environmental Protection Association are both named Bingling. The two parties are in a contractual relationship. Among them, the vice president is a human, and the president is an ice-based purifying star spirit, both of whom have reached the super god level. The human Bingling looks like a mature queen with a cold temperament, while the purifying ice spirit looks like an ice and snow girl with a body made of ice crystals. The two sides are in spiritual communication, and many high-ranking environmental protection soldiers basically regard them as one. At this time, after the human Bingling received the news from the Crimson Blue Star region, his expression was incredible. "When did he run to the polluted land?" Bingling said in a surprised tone. "And, it's actually. This is impossible. In the Environmental Protection Association, no one may be more familiar with Shiyu and Susu than Bingling. Since Shiyu joined the Environmental Protection Association, she has been paying attention to Shiyu's growth. Shiyu showed amazing potential. Bingling had been expecting Susu to grow to the god level. Just a while ago, Shiyu successfully broke through the god level, which also meant that Susu must have broken through as well. At this time, Bingling was going to train Shiyu and Susu personally. But the war ahead suddenly became urgent, so she had to come to the void battlefield to take charge. However, no matter how hard Bingling thought, she never expected that when she was in charge of the void battlefield, Shiyu and Susu would go to the polluted land without anyone noticing, come to the base camp of an abyss super god, and destroy this abyss super god. The fifth stage of the star contract, when the human Bingling was shocked, the lolly Bingling's eyes were calm, but her tone was not calm. It is already the god of the epic, and Pinos will not be their opponent, but, the human Bingling still couldn't understand why Susu, who was a demigod a year ago, had reached the peak of the god level, the epic god a year later. The epic god is not so easy to achieve. They are all a group of monsters. Even if he is the strongest purifying star spirit now, the one beside her was only a perfect god when he broke through. Although Pinos is the weakest among the 10 super gods, he is also a transcended too. The growth rate of Shiyu and Susu is too terrifying. Is the blue star lineage going to add the 12th and 13th super gods? Also, the video did not record it. In a certain direction, it seems that there is a sword light that severely injured Pinos. Who is it? Who is the human who followed Shiyu? Who sent the sword energy? That person, don't worry about it for now. There is a change in the Crimson Blue Star region. We have to start taking action here, Lolly Bingling said. But before that, go meet this Shiyu. The attention of the 10 super gods of the Dark King Legion is all on the Void Battlefield Environmental Protection Army. It is estimated that they would never think that someone would sneak attack from the rear and easily destroy a super god. Why are you running so fast? At the same time, Shiyu and his team also stopped the reconnaissance team. The 4 guys from the reconnaissance team were forced to leave the aircraft and fly in the starry sky, staring blankly at Shiyu standing on the battleship. 2 young men, 1 male and 1 female, wearing purification suits, and 2 pets, 1 plant life pure heart lotus monster, and 1 abyss life dark abyss jellyfish. Although they have not paid attention to the conferred god war on King Kai's planet in recent years, they also know about it. The intelligence center of the Environmental Protection Army told them. The owner of this pirate group is King Kai's Beastmaster? The vice president of the Environmental Protection Association branch? One of their own? And the winner of the conferred god war? The most important thing is, the last session? What a joke. The last term, didn't they say that these people were quasi-gods a year ago? How can someone go from quasi-god to super-god in 1 year? Sir, are you the king of gods? Shiyu, one of the short-haired young men in a purification suit asked Shiyu stutteringly. Hey, don't you recognize me? Why are you running? Shiyu said. The young man smiled bitterly and said, I just got in touch with the Environmental Protection Army headquarters and recognize your excellency Shiyu. Anyway, the void battlefield is nearby, right? Shiyu looked forward and said, it's just right, help me with something. I just accepted a newcomer for the Environmental Protection Army. You can take him to help with the formalities. By the way, the other party used to work in the Abyss Corps, 2 people. But don't worry about his identity, I can help guarantee that the other party is a descendant of the royal family of Kagura Star. After the mother planet was invaded, he escaped by chance, and then joined the Abyss Corps to find an opportunity for revenge. No problem, the woman in the purification suit nodded. If Shiyu guarantees, then there should be no problem. At this time, under Shiyu's call, Lin also teleported Li Ling out. Seeing the Environmental Protection Army personnel wearing purification suits, Li Ling was slightly startled. Little girl, they are from the Environmental Protection Army. Didn't you say you wanted to join the Environmental Protection Army before? I asked them to take you to go through the formalities. Li Ling was completely confused at this time. She didn't understand why Shiyu, a big pirate, knew the Environmental Protection Army. Huh? At this time, after Shiyu arranged Li Ling's affairs, he suddenly looked at a certain place in the starry sky. As a space crack appeared, 2 figures stepped on the frost in the air, walked step by step, and landed in front of Shiyu and them. Seeing these 2 people, the reconnaissance team was stunned, and then immediately said, Lord Bingling. Bingling, Shiyu looked at the 2 people, one big and one small, who were like sisters, exuding a powerful super god aura, and took a deep breath and understood each other's identity. They are the great Bingling gods. I didn't expect to see them in such an occasion. Alice. I wanted to hug someone's thigh before, but in the blink of an eye, I became a thigh. I feel helpless of course. The ice spirit god of the Environmental Protection Association is still strong. One person may not be strong, but when both of them work together, they basically have the strength close to the peak of the super god. Shiyu, we finally meet. The human ice spirit looked at Shiyu and said, Pinos, did you kill it? She wanted to confirm again. Yes, I have killed it, and I have also cleared most of the Abyss forces in the Crimson Blue Star region. Okay, I will count this military merit for you. The situation is tense now, and I only have one last question. Can you still fight? Seeing Shiyu's powerful strength, Bingling wanted to invite Shiyu to participate in the next battle. However, Shiyu shook his head and said, not in the short term. Susu is injured and needs to rest. As for Shiyu Beast, Shiyu doesn't want to fight with the power of Krypton Faith. Even if there's military merit, it's too much of a loss. To be honest, the 4 Saints' relics have little power, so they should be used sparingly. It's just like what Susu said. If they put this thing in their hands, it will be gone very quickly. The human Bingling nodded slightly and said, well, there is a permanent teleportation array of King Kai in the void battlefield. You should go back to King Kai and have a good rest. When we come back, we will talk about other things about purifying the star spirits. Little ghost, you are very good. After this battle, I will personally give you a gift. At this time, the Loli Bingling, the president of the Environmental Protection Association, also spoke with appreciation. At this time, Li Ling was still looking at the side in astonishment. In her impression, these 2 people seemed to be the supreme commander of the Environmental Protection Army. So, who is Shi Yu? Next? Shi Yu was not going to continue fighting anyway. He was too tired. He planned to exchange the war merits promised by Bing Ling first. With the help of Bing Ling, they came directly to the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Army in the Void battlefield. However, just after stepping in here, Shi Yu calculated the time and suddenly realized something. Rin, is the new conferred God War on King Kai about to begin? I wonder how the Empress Sister and Senior Lu are doing in the secret realm of time created by the Emperor of Time. Chapter 613, The New God. Yes, facing Shi Yu's question, Lin quickly replied. So fast, Shi Yu sighed. It has been so long since they won the conferred God battle. Without them, this year, Khan, Hades, and the son of the Demon Emperor should all participate again, right? However, although they are gone, these veteran players are likely to face a new batch of monsters. Shi Yu is happy. Interesting, Shi Yu smiled and said, I guess it will be difficult to settle our war merits before the end of their war, so I won't wait. Let's go back to King Kai to rest, as the great god Bing Ling said, just in time to see the progress of the conferred god battle. Okay, Lin said. Not long after arriving at the Void battlefield, Shi Yu chose to leave here and return to King Kai through the permanent teleportation array of the Void battlefield. King Kai. Suspended Realm. Since the Sky Emperor was promoted to Super God, he immediately applied to upgrade the Suspended Realm to the first level realm. However, the Sky Emperor did not plan to change or expand the territory. In this case, if you want to upgrade the environment of the Suspended Realm, you need the Realm Master Committee to transplant energy veins and luck dragon veins to improve the environment of the Suspended Realm. After a lot of trouble, the appearance of the Suspended Realm has improved slightly. In addition, official organizations such as the Starry Sky 10,000 Races Committee, the King Planet Plant Association, the Space Disaster Research Institute, and the Space Sea Environmental Protection Association have also gradually settled in the Suspended Realm. It can be said that now the Suspended Realm, like Kanglin, Dongsun, and Central Realms, has the ability to open the second world. The Beast Masters of the Suspended Realm no longer have to go to other first-level realms to sign up for the conferred God War. They can sign up and participate in their own homes. The new conferred God War is about to start. In addition to the Beast Masters of the Suspended Realm, several Beast Masters from the Donghuang Realm will also choose to sign up here. They are Donghuang Wudi, Empress, Dragon Emperor, Lu Chengyi and others. Under normal circumstances, even if they were talented and lucky, they would need several years to compete with the geniuses of the Starry Sky 10,000 Races after entering the King Kai planet from the backward version of Blue Star. However, in the secret realm of Time Emperor and after looting the Assassination Star, under the full training of 3 first-level realms, 1 advanced planet, and more than a dozen super god-level masters, these people who walked out of Blue Star made rapid progress. Compared to the time in the outside world, it didn't take long at all, and they had the absolute strength to compete in the quasi-god realm. Today is exactly 2 days before the start of the new conferred God War. After Shi Yu returned from the Void battlefield, he arrived at the Central Realm, and then learned the time of the competition. Without saying a word, he directly used the magnetic skill of the bug to teleport back to the Donghuang Realm, without even using the teleportation array. Donghuang Realm, Dongfanghuhuang Ancient City, Donghuang City. At this time there are already a lot of people here, the streets and alleys are very lively, and brand stores from several surrounding realms have joined here. In a high-end roadside dessert shop, a woman with long hair and wearing a blue sleeveless shirt was sitting alone at the table waiting for the food. Sir, your Qingquan Liu Xiang and Xingquan Beiwei, a waitress girl in an apron brought the food. Thank you. Lu Chengyi looked at the refreshing drinks and the tempting desserts, smiled slightly, and said, Excuse me, can you explain to me the ingredients and illusions of these foods? No problem, the green-haired waitress smiled and said, the shop is from the Kanglin realm. All the ingredients used here are transported from the Kanglin realm. Ahem, so they are a bit expensive, so there are few customers, but I guarantee that it is absolutely worth the money. Among them, this cup of Qingquan Liu Xiang. Facing the introduction of the green-haired girl, Lu Chengyi nodded continuously. After the green-haired girl finished her dry-mouthed introduction, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Guest, are you also here in the Donghuang realm to seek opportunities? The Donghuang realm belongs to the Blue Star lineage, and there are many opportunities. There is a shortage of talents in all walks of life. Too many people have flocked here recently, Not to mention quasi-gods, there are many gods. The waitress saw that Lu Chengyi had an extraordinary temperament and was very beautiful, so she couldn't help but ask curiously. About the same, Lu Chengyi took a bite of the dessert, and her smile was a little sweet. Sure enough, after staying in the assassination prison for a long time, it was better to solve it through desserts than to purify the skills of murderous and evil spirits, which could heal the soul. Come on, sister, you are so beautiful, you can do it, the waitress encouraged. At this time, the door of the dessert shop was pushed open, and the waitress immediately looked over and said, "Welcome." She was slightly stunned, looking at the young man who entered. This was a young man wearing a black and white combat uniform with a sleepy bear hanging on his shoulder. After he came in, he said, "Excuse me, I'm looking for someone." "Senior Sister Lu, you are here." She. The waitress held the tray and looked at Shi Yu in shock. The lord of the Donghuang realm, the king of conferred gods, the son of the Blue Star lineage, and a man without morals, Shi Yu. People who come to the Donghuang realm to fight, it is impossible not to know the lord of the Donghuang realm, Shi Yu. Shi Yu's experience is really too legendary. Just after arriving at King Kai's planet, he turned the conferred god war upside down. Later, under the protection of a bunch of big guys, he entered the assassination planet and destroyed the #1 killer organization in the universe. Even, a saying spread on King Kai's planet, it is better to provoke the super god than to provoke Shi Yu. Hey, at this time, Lu Chengyi also turned around unexpectedly and looked at Shi Yu, and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Have you finished practicing?" "Yes." Shi Yu walked up and sat opposite her, looking at the waiter and said, "Please help me get a portion of that blue drink." "Yes." The waitress ran back in panic, still shocked. Wait, that beautiful customer actually knows Shi Yu, the king of conferred gods? Moreover, what did Shi Yu call her just now? Senior sister? Shi Yu senior sister, what level of person must she be? She even encouraged her just now. Oh my god, Donghuang realm is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's really possible that any random guest has a great origin. Senior sister, you are the only one here. Where are the Emperor Senior and the others? Shi Yu asked. They are still in the secret realm of time. They are all a group of crazy practitioners. They plan to wait until the last day of registration for the Conferred Gods War before coming out. Lu Chengyi smiled and said, I came out first because I wanted to relax. You are like this. I feel that you will still lose to the 3 emperors in the Conferred Gods War, Shi Yu couldn't help but say. Not necessarily, Lu Chengyi said. I have gained a lot in the assassination prison. Are you still adapting? Shi Yu asked with concern. It is not easy to perfectly match the talents and skills plundered. Fortunately, in fact, before my grandfather recommended me to become an archaeologist, I had a dream when I was a child, which was to become a handsome killer, Lu Chengyi said seriously. Shi Yu had a question mark on his face. He suspected that the senior sister was implying himself. He remembered his grudge. It's good to be able to adapt. Shi Yu's mouth twitched. I will stay on King Kai during this period. It depends on your performance. Now that Susu has been promoted to the epic god, Shi Yu plans to first pull its origin fluctuations to perfection. It shouldn't take much time. At that time, with the help of the origin fluctuation, the 11 can also be quickly cultivated to perfect gods. Then, we can consider how to help them cultivate the super god whale. Master Shi Yu, your spring sound. Soon the drink ordered by Shi Yu came up. After taking a sip, Shi Yu hummed and said, not bad, very delicious, really. The waiter was surprised. Of course, thank you for your compliment, we will continue to work hard. The waitress was very satisfied and said, by the way, can I treat this order? I'm a waiter and the owner of this store. Are you sure? My dozen pets haven't eaten yet. Shi Yu looked at the young girl. Of course, she looks young. Maybe she is old enough to be his mother. No. I am an ancient person from the last era, and the king of the Kai planet is not older than me. Shi Yu fell into deep thought. It's bad. I can't recognize my mother casually in the future. The oldest one turned out to be me. Just a joke, Lord Shi Yu, don't take it seriously. The girl fled in embarrassment. Lu Chengyi turned around and said with a smile, hey, isn't Teacher Ying with you? Her, Shi Yu said. She went to study and refine the source of transcendence. Oh, Lu Chengyi nodded, then frowned suddenly, realizing that something was wrong, and said, refine the source of transcendence. Well, We set out from Blue Star a few months ago and wandered around the universe. We met an abyss super god and killed him. It just happened that a source of transcendence was revealed. It will probably take some time for this news to be transmitted back to King Kai from the Void battlefield. At present, in the team, only Teacher Mao is the most suitable for fusion. Well, she was already a top god before. After this fusion, she should be a super god. Lu Chengyi? Huh? She was stunned. These are all trivial matters. You eat first, and I'll talk to you about interesting things such as the ruins of the goddess while later. Shiyu smiled. Well, and, although it may be too late, do you want to train your pets with them in the next 2 days? Relics. Special training. Okay, Lu Chengyi nodded. In the suspended realm, Shiyu's super luxurious manor, which is even larger than the Realm Lord Temple. After learning that Shiyu had returned, Kongdi and Lin Feng naturally came over. They did not expect that Shiyu would return after such a short time away. However, when Kongdi and Lin Feng learned that Shiyu had successfully hunted down the super god and revealed the source of transcendence, they were all shocked for 10,000 years. How is this possible? Kongdi and Lin Feng could not understand. It was outrageous enough that Shiyu had the strength to defeat the top gods just after his breakthrough. Considering the bonus of the Four Saints relics, it was understandable. But how could he fight the super god head-on after such a short time? The Four Saints relics are powerful, and the Purification Star Spirits are a race that is strong against the Abyss. Shiyu laughed and said, it's not that difficult. The main reason is that the other party underestimated the enemy. The two were silent. So, it won't take long for you to be promoted to super god, Lin Feng said enviously. The two emperors of time and space, Shiyu, now there are 3 human super gods in the Blue Star lineage. Considering that there are still 3 ancient emperors catching up, he has a sense of crisis. He is now at the peak of the god level. Don't wait until the time comes. The martial emperor, the female emperor, and the dragon emperor will have the opportunity to be promoted, but he hasn't been promoted yet. That would be a tragedy. No, I didn't choose to merge myself, but gave the source of transcendence to Teacher Ying, Kongdi, Lin Feng. What? This is not a waste of heaven. No, considering that Mao now has the inheritance of the Kaixing clan, it is not a waste of heaven. The reason I did this is also because I saw the clone of the god of Nuwa and got some things from her that broke through the universe level. Shiyu then said something that shocked Kongdi and Lin Feng. Then, Shiyu told them about his visit to the ruins of the earth and his encounter with the guardian of the goddess Nuwa. After hearing that Nuwa had the peak strength of a super god and that it might be hopeless to fuse the source of transcendence that others had fused to the cosmic level, Emperor Kong couldn't hold it anymore. Low quality, it doesn't matter. I just like what others have used. I have no hope of reaching the cosmic level anyway. After all, there are too many monsters who are hundreds or thousands of times more talented than me, and they all fail on this road. He forced himself to comfort himself. Ha. You like what others have used? How are you different from that thief Wang? Wait a minute, you are Wang Kong, then it's okay, Lin Feng said. Get lost, Emperor Kong was furious. I think Senior Lin Feng must also dislike the low-quality source of transcendence, so I first let Teacher Ying study it. After experiments, her wishing power seems to have the ability to improve the quality of the source of transcendence. Now, because she has merged the third piece of wishing star inheritance, she has top-level divine power and is also qualified to refine the source of transcendence. Maybe, after reaching the peak state, she can also help others make up for the imperfect foundation, Lin Feng cried. First of all, he never said that he disliked the low-quality source of transcendence. However, after hearing Shiyu say that the Kaixing clan might be able to improve the quality of the source of transcendence, they couldn't help but brighten up. In fact, even Shiyu himself didn't expect that the Kaixing clan had this power. The source of transcendence is the natural condensation of the universe. The power of the Kaixing clan relies on praying to the stars in the universe to obtain wish power. In essence, it seems to be really the same source. Even Su can't do this. Its origin fluctuations cannot make the source of transcendence return to its original appearance. Maybe this is the inconsistency of the power system. In short, it's not a loss to give it to Mao, and it's not a waste. So your next idea is to continue to go to the territory of the Universe Overlord Core and help her find the inheritance of the Wishing Star, Kongdi said. Yes, it seems that Nuwa is an old acquaintance of the Universe Overlord. In this way, It will be much safer to go to the territory of the universe overlord Core. Shiyu nodded. Kongdi and Lin Feng looked at each other, feeling that they had been in the starry sky for hundreds of years, but they had not lived as wonderfully as Shiyu in 1 year. By the way, where is Senior Shitty? Shiyu asked. I don't know where the old man Shitty went. Let's focus on the conferred God War first, Kongdi said. I don't know what level Senior Woody and others have reached now, Lin Feng said. I feel that they can definitely do it. I don't know about Woody and others, but Xiaoyu, who has not entered the secret realm of time, has been with me for such a short time and has reached the level of 10,000 before the conferred God War. Senior Woody and others must be even better, Xiaoyu. Fish gathering. Legend of the Sea Overlord. It should be Legend of the Sea Overlord now. There must be some top 10 players, after all, they have practiced hard in the secret realm of time for 10 years. Let's wait and see, the top 10 should be stable, Shiyu smiled, at least he already knew some of Senior Sister Lu's strength. Apart from Khan, Minggu and others, there should be few who can pose a threat to them. Soon. As the registration for the conferred God battle was about to end, Emperor Wu and others also broke through the barriers, first to register, and then were called by Shiyu to live here. In the evening, Emperor Wu, Empress, Dragon Emperor, Dragon God, Lu Qingyi, Shiyu and others gathered together for a barbecue party. Compared with the last conferred God battle, this year's conferred God battle has more people registered, and the number of registered people has exceeded 10 million. It may be that the last conferred God battle was too lively, which made a lot of quasi-gods itchy, so they all chose to go out to participate. My opponent is not ranked very high in history, Dragon God said. This time, she also chose to participate. The rise of the Blue Star lineage has given her more cultivation resources. Although his strength may not be as good as that of the Empress and others, he will not fall behind by much. Same, the Dragon Emperor said. Ah Tian, do you want to compete to see who has a higher final ranking? The Dragon God was speechless for a while and said, boring, it is indeed boring. Lu Qingyi said, that's it, the Dragon Emperor was resurrected. Lu Qingyi, who had eaten a lot of gossip before, thought that he and the Dragon God would have any progress, but the result was just like this. She sighed slightly on the side. As the results of the first round of matches that night came out, Shiyu and others gathered together and communicated with each other. Are you also lucky? The Martial Emperor said. My opponent is also weak. Mine is too. The Empress Wangzai looked at her matching results and shook her head. Her opponent was also a guy who was several million out of the top. Wow. However, Qi Tong shouted in surprise behind the Empress. Their opponents are not ranked high because they are really not ranked high. Yours is different, Qi Tong said. Tian Shuang, the son of the Demon Emperor, his father is a super god level strong man. He was eliminated in the second round of the last session because he met me. What a coincidence, he is here again this time, and he met you in the first round. What a fate. Oh, Qi Tong's words attracted everyone's attention. The son of a super god? There are such players. Wu Di and the others all looked at the Empress sister with envy. Compared with these seemingly weak opponents they met, the Empress's opponent should be more exciting to fight. Really? Wangzai nodded and said, but no matter who it is, I will defeat it. It's true that enemies meet on a narrow road, Shiyu said while holding a kebab of lamb and eating. Senior Wangzai's luck is similar to ours. We both met powerful players a few rounds in advance. Isn't that good? Wu Di said. Haha, we'll have to face each other sooner or later anyway. Got it, Lin. Tomorrow I'll help Senior Wu Di cast a reverse blessing wind to make Senior Wu Di's luck worse. Maybe he'll meet Khan and Minggu in the second round. Maybe he'll meet Senior Long Di and the others in advance. Lin. Got it, Wu Di? Long Di, who was eating barbecue? That's not necessary, he said. For life at Shiyu's level, sleeping is no longer a necessary activity unless they use the fruit of cultivation. So after Shiyu finished eating, he immediately pulled 11 and the others to start a new round of adding points. However, at this time, a player in another realm fell into deep thought. This person is the son of the Demon Emperor, Tian Shang. Although he failed in the last conferred god battle, he did not receive much criticism from his father because his opponent Qi Tong was too evil. Just let him work harder next time. So this time, the son of the Demon Emperor came again. However, now the nobleman looked at the avatar of his opponent, but he only felt deeply confused. He took out the avatar of last year's player Chi Tong and compared it, and then carefully observed the avatar of the Queen Wangzai. Finally, he was dumbfounded. Not to say that they are exactly the same, but they are 99% similar, the only difference is the temperament. What's going on? I don't understand, the son of the demon emperor was shocked. Don't tell him that Chi Tong has a sister or elder sister. With Chi Tong's exaggerated strength, can her sister or sister be weak? The new conferred god battle has begun, and the same few players are still attracting attention. Khan, Minggu, including the super dark horse and unlucky son of the demon emperor Tianshong in the previous session. So in addition to Tianshong himself, there are many people who are paying attention to his matching results, and then the followers, like Tianshong, fell into deep thought. Then, it was a crazy investigation to investigate who this Wangzai was. As for where to investigate, it is natural to investigate from Donghuang realm, Zhuangkong realm and other places that are closely connected with Shiyu. This investigation is incredible. Someone dug up the story that Shiyu told when Blue Star Super God went to assassinate Xing Tuanjian. Wangzai, the third legendary emperor of the Donghuang dynasty, the only female emperor, a hybrid of human and phoenix, with extraordinary talent, known as the strongest female beastmaster in Donghuang. Tianshong obviously found these materials quickly, but the shock was not relieved, but it was even more outrageous. What? The third-generation emperor of Donghuang? How could she still be alive? When Shiyu told this story, although he did not say that the empress and others had died, the dynasties changed so frequently, the totem wars happened so tragically, and the story of the rise of the new generation of emperors was so tortuous, people had subconsciously judged that the empress and others had fallen. However, the current situation caught them off guard. Someone also searched for Wudong, Long Qingyuan and others, and this search made them even more silent. Because Donghuang Wu Emperor, Empress, Dragon Emperor and several others all came to participate in the competition, this is outrageous. The opponents of these people were directly stunned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 King Kai's planet is shocked. That night, the hot search headlines were all about this. Some people even begged the king of whistleblowers to come and tell them what was going on. Even if it was just a rumor, the public wanted to hear the gossip too much. However, the king of whistleblowers, Chief Tutu, who had reached a cooperation with the Blue Star, did not dare to continue to tell them blindly. It would be bad if the Beastmasters of Blue Star were unhappy. It seemed that it had revealed the matter of Emperor Kong and Lin Feng a long time ago. Although it was not known whether what it had predicted was accurate, the other party seemed very unhappy. However, Chief Tutu felt that Emperor Kong and Lin Feng could get along. At least they did not put it on the wanted list like everyone else. The next day, everyone paid attention to the battle between Wangzai and the son of the demon emperor, and wanted to verify Wangzai's true identity. On the winter snowfield, the nobleman with silver hair and golden eyes, holding a demon sword and wearing feather clothes, looked solemnly at the female emperor Wangzai opposite. You are the third emperor of Donghuang, Empress Wangzai. On the other side of him, Wangzai had a blank expression on her face. So what? I didn't expect you to be alive, Tianshong, the son of the demon emperor, said. What is your relationship with that Chi Tong? This is what everyone wants to know. Why do the Empress and Chi Tong look the same? The Empress is a human, and Chi Tong is a heroic spirit. What kind of complicated relationship is there? Add to that a mixed blood. People smell the scent of gossip. I really want to know. Xian Sheng, please keep asking. Xian Sheng, please ask clearly. I'm curious. The audience in the live broadcast room were crazy. From the perspective of age, Your Excellency is older. Could it be? The son of the demon emperor had just finished speaking. The next moment, the Empress on the opposite side directly launched an attack. The combined talent, the power of the Phoenix, and the bloodline enhancement were all activated. Among them, the talent of fusion is learned from Emperor Wu. Because he has the blood of the Phoenix, he can quickly merge with the 9 Phoenix pets. In addition to his own blood-strengthening talent, Wangzai's aura reaches a terrifying level in an instant. Of course, the most important thing is that the legendary emperors who entered the starry sky later practiced a god's contract, which restricted themselves and stimulated their potential. This is the strongest point of the Starry Sky Beastmaster. In fact, she also made a god's contract without knowing it. The blessing of the upgraded world tree is a kind of god's contract, which was achieved by external forces. His god's contract is the upper limit of the pets that can be contracted, which exceeds that of ordinary people. The speed of cultivation exceeds that of ordinary beastmasters. There are also some other miscellaneous attribute bonuses, which are numerous and complicated. As for the side effects, it seems that there are none. If you insist, the side effect is that it costs too much to raise too many pets, and ordinary people can't afford it. As for the restriction of Wang's eye to himself, he can only contract pets with the blood of the phoenix, in exchange for a 5-fold increase in the talent of beast control. Similar to the god's contract of Hades, it is a contract that can only be reached by super geniuses. The opponent is 10 times, and the Empress is 5 times. Of course, this does not mean that the Empress's talent is worse than Hades. Because Hades seems to have only contracted 1 pet, which may also be a price, but the Empress has no limit on the number of pet contracts, and she still has 9 pets. This difference in the number of pets is enough to make up for the difference in the increase in the talent of controlling pets. After being blessed by the goddess Nuwa and Blue Star, the Empress's talent is obviously higher, which is equivalent to a super god plus a gift from a cosmic star in the previous life. At this time, each of her phoenix pets has mastered more than 4 quasi-god skills. 9 of them combined into one is equivalent to dozens of quasi-god skills gathered in one body. Although the quality may not be as good as Khan, but with the increase of the Empress's 5-fold talent for controlling pets, her strength instantly reached an incredible level. 2 pairs of huge 9-color feathers fluttered behind her, and the Empress Huangxi launched the attack calmly. Phoenix Seal, she gave the order, and a 9-color seal condensed in the sky. With the sound of a phoenix, the sky and space collapsed in an instant, and it suppressed the son of the demon emperor, causing his pupils to shrink, and he drew his sword. Boom! Under the brilliant light, the third son of the demon emperor was directly suppressed by the seal on the snow, and his body was flattened. The Empress felt that the person in front of her was too noisy and had too many questions. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. "I am younger than her," the Empress spoke. "Qi Tong, who is watching the game?" "Nonsense," Qi Tong said that she was younger, but she was the elder sister. Of course, no one cares about this now. The strength of the Donghuang Empress was revealed to people for the first time, and people only felt that her strength was not inferior to that monster Qi Tong. It's over. At this time, the old players such as Minggu who were watching the game felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the appearance of several emperors of this Donghuang session must be bad. This Empress is so strong. The Blue Star lineage is full of monsters. Next up are the Martial Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and so on. How can we play this time? On the first day, the Martial Emperor and Dragon Emperor didn't even have to fight. They didn't even have to summon their pets. They just relied on the remote deterrence to kill their opponents in seconds. Senior Sister Lu was the same, but she didn't rely on deterrence, but on the killing intention fluctuations that her pets had cultivated during this period, which directly scared her opponents into collapse, which was similar to deterrence. With the reappearance of the Blue Star lineage, many monsters and strong men emerged at once, and other realms were paralyzed. Especially the Four Saints family, there was an even greater sense of urgency. The Four Saints held another online meeting. "The grudge between us and the Blue Star lineage is almost unerasable. Now that the Blue Star lineage is growing stronger, if we continue to hesitate to take action out of fear of the Time Emperor, the geniuses of the Blue Star lineage will become more and more numerous and stronger." Suzaku Chaoshin said, "King Long, you had the strongest killing intent before, but later, you were the first to say that you wanted to postpone the conflict. Saying that you would find a more reliable way. Have you found it now?" "Of course," King Long Chaoshin said, "even if the other party knows it is us, we absolutely cannot do it ourselves. This Blue Star lineage is really domineering. They can destroy the Assassination Star at will, but if the Assassination Star can be destroyed, can they destroy the Universe Overlord Legion? Can they destroy the Dark King Legion? This Shiyu, his contract has the Purification Star Spirit, and he has so many pets in his contract. No matter what the reason is, he will go to the Void Battlefield sooner or later. People like him will not be willing to shrink on King Kai's planet. By then, the super gods of the Blue Star lineage will not be able to protect him all the time. On the battlefield, There are the Dark King's army and the death mercenaries of the Universe Overlord's army. Letting him die on the battlefield is the best choice. At worst, let him grow for a while. When he feels that he has enough strength, it is time for him to die. On King Kai's planet, the more talented they are, the faster they die, because they are confident in their own strength, especially those god-level geniuses who try to challenge the super gods, who often die the fastest. What we need to do is to guide this Shiyu to try to challenge the super gods on the battlefield, so that he will die of arrogance. I understand the principle, but how to do it? White Tiger Super God said. He is not an ordinary god-level genius. If he chooses to challenge the super god of Transcendence 1, even if he loses, the opponent may not be able to keep him. If he wins, it will be a big problem. Take a step back. What if he doesn't go to the battlefield? Leave it to me. This is a meticulous and complex trap, Azure Dragon Super God said. He has to go. Fuck. You are really smart, big idiot. Black Tortoise Super God suddenly spoke. Azure Dragon? Are you scolding me? King Long Chaoshan was angry. Zuan Wu said, go and look at the headlines that just appeared. The 3 super gods? The news is the first in the hot search. It should have been about the conferred god war, but today is a special case. Because, at the edge of the universe, the Environmental Protection Army and the Dark King Legion finally collided head-on, and the two sides launched a general offensive and started the war. A huge battle involving nearly 20 super gods and dozens of star fields. The name of the person who accelerated the ignition of this war made the super gods of the 4 holy families and the King Long Chaoshan stare wide-eyed. In the news, it was Bingling's mobilization before the war. The main content of the mobilization was that the Environmental Protection Army had successfully killed an Abyss super god, the Abyss super god of Transcendence 2, Pinos. And the person who killed Pinos was named Shiyu. The news said that Shiyu and Susu of the Environmental Protection Association went deep behind the enemy and killed the Abyss super god Pinos and the Abyss army of a star field in the Phelan star field with their own strength. A huge gap was opened in the defense line of the Dark King Legion, laying a solid foundation for the final victory of the Environmental Protection Army. It must be said that Shiyu's record was indeed effective, and it immediately inspired the fighting spirit of the Environmental Protection Army, letting them know that there is such a future star, a super genius, in the Environmental Protection Army. The god level hunted down the Super God 2 successfully, which was simply a textbook miracle battle. The Dark King Legion's full attention was on the Super God. In this battle, both sides had the Super God sitting in the peak. The source of the Super God's transcendence was as glorious as the sun for the Super God. If the Super God entered the Dark King Legion's sphere of influence, it would be noticed at the first time. Therefore, it was almost impossible to suddenly attack and kill a super god and open a gap in the battlefield, because if you want to do it, it can only be carried out by the god level, and you can't enter the enemy's range head-on. However, there are not so many gods who can kill super gods, so Shiyu and his team have hid a big bug. Whether it is Susu or Shiyu Beast who has no source of transcendence, they are weak beings that are extremely difficult for the Dark King's army to detect. Moreover, they are coming from the remote blue star, which is even more difficult to detect. If this battle can be won, then Shiyu's contribution will undoubtedly be huge. No, it's impossible. After seeing this news, several super gods of the 4 holy families were dumbfounded. Especially King Long's super god, who originally planned to wait for Shiyu to grow up and use the power of the hostile super god to wipe out Shiyu, but Shiyu, this. I don't believe it. King Long's super god was extremely surprised. At this moment, the entire Kai King planet was shaken, and another hostile super god fell. Moreover, it fell at the hands of a god-level genius. The most important thing is that this genius was only a quasi-god a year ago. This outrageous record shocked everyone. The geniuses who had fought against Shiyu in the conferred god war a year ago had dumb expressions and horrified eyes when they saw the news. The high-ranking super god realm masters also fell into deep thought, looking towards the direction of the Donghuang realm, feeling that another epic god who was invincible in the epic was born. How long had it been since such a terrifying god appeared on King Kai's planet? Chapter 615 Breaking the God Level Limit. Shiyu successfully hunted down the super god, and it became a major event that attracted the attention of the entire Kai King star. Last year, during the conferred god war, Shiyu's news attracted the attention of the entire Kai King star. This year, during the conferred god war, Shiyu should have withdrawn, but no one expected that he would come back again. He made big news again, and let all eyes stay on him. How did he do it? Even if the purified star spirit is known to be the natural enemy of the Abyss clan and can fight across levels, it is too fantastic to reach the super god combat power from a quasi-god in such a short time. Could it be that Penniless was weak and seriously injured for some special reason? Although the news said that Shiyu was alone, don't forget that he alone represents more than a dozen monster pets. If they cooperate with each other, I have already imagined it in my mind. Lin's luck is so good that it may be that Penniless's army encountered a starry sky storm, and then Shiyu and his team took advantage of it. But even so, it is very strong, compared to believing that Shiyu can really kill the super god across levels. People are still willing to imagine some more storytelling experiences. After all, Shiyu went straight to the Kagura star in the Crimson Blue Star region, which sounds even less reliable than the Penniless army encountering a starry sky storm. However, no matter how people argue, they can't get a definite information. Now people still want to know whether Shiyu has obtained a new source of transcendence, but unfortunately, there is no extra information about that battle. Bing Ling also obtained Shiyu's consent before using this battle report to encourage the Environmental Protection Army. This kid, in addition to the 4 holy super gods, the 5 super gods of Blue Star also felt it was outrageous and incredible. It is unimaginable that Shiyu, who had to be protected by them before the conferred god battle, has surpassed them so quickly. Not to mention strength, just talking about the record, Shiyu can defeat Transcendence too, which undoubtedly has surpassed them too much. After getting the pseudo-transcendent source, the Dragon Clan super god, who had just been promoted to Transcendence 2, looked confusedly in the direction of the Donghuang realm. I feel that I am old and living like a dog. This Donghuang lineage is too outrageous. At this time, in the suspended realm, Shiyu was yawning, lying on an old rocking chair, leisurely and contented. His own battle record was exposed, which also meant that the Environmental Protection Army should count their own merits. Sure enough, before Shiyu took the initiative to check, Shiyu's Realm Master Order began to shake. After Shiyu chose to connect, there was silence on the other side at first, and then a strange voice sounded. Master Shiyu, I am the head of the Central Realm War Merit Bureau. Feng Lan, the war merits you accumulated during your service in the Environmental Protection Army have been verified and logged in. Since the value is too large, I will contact you personally next, Shiyu said. Hello, Director Feng Lan. Among the resources that can be exchanged for war merits, there are planets, right? Yes, Feng Lan said. Your war merits are enough to exchange for some rare planets, such as lucky stars and time stars, Shiyu said. I want a lucky star and a time star at the same time. Is the war merit enough? Feng Lan said. Maybe not enough, Shiyu said. Then you need a lucky star, and the rest will all be exchanged for the source of pseudo-transcendence. Okay, I will arrange it for you next. Shiyu closed the call. After thinking about it, he decided to ask for a lucky star. Let's replace Lin's weapons first. Although the space weapons on the battleship are good, when he increases Lin's space control to perfect plus 47, the advantage is not that great, so it is better to replace them as soon as possible. On the contrary, Shiyu thinks that the more metaphysical things such as luck value, the better. In general, it is the special attainment. In addition to special weapons and special control skills, there are many channels for improvement. However, on the contrary, there are very few ways to improve the attributes of luck, and none of them can be missed. As for the rest, all of them are exchanged for pseudo-transcendent sources, because pseudo-transcendent sources are the advanced universal currency in the super god level. It is also very convenient to exchange them for other things later. In addition, they can be stored for future strengthening of Xiao Beast. Xiao also attaches great importance to the growth of his previous life. After all, he may need to merge them in the future. While waiting for the war merit reward to arrive, Xiao naturally added points with all his strength. Of course, he would occasionally pay attention to the new conferred god war, but before senior sister Lu and the others encountered a difficult opponent, there was nothing to pay attention to. It must be said that after Susu reached the super god will, it was easy to give her points. The proficiency level of the origin fluctuations was almost visible to the naked eye. Rapid improvement, however, the Star Sea contract, which had already reached the superb level, seemed to have encountered a bottleneck and could not be improved. At the same time, the Star Sea contract is also in a deletable state in the skill atlas, which means that the atlas determines that it has been maxed out. This situation has puzzled Shiyu for a long time. To be superb is the maximum level. This situation only exists in the professor skill. Star C contract is a racial skill. Theoretically, the upper limit of the level should be the skill is close to the Tao. Could it be that the upper limit of the proficiency of the divine skill is superb? There is no distinction between racial skills and professor skills. However, Shiyu was too lazy to think too much. Just be superb. Anyway, it is still far from the superb of all divine skills, and it is useless to think too much now. So tired, by the lake, Shiyu hugged Susu and sighed slightly. Susu looked at Shiyu with her big eyes, and directly condensed a drop of purifying water, which purified Shiyu's slacking heart. Ning, Beastmaster, this is not your limit. The last time, Shiyu said, racial skills, divine level, Star C contract, superb, origin fluctuation, perfect plus 47, inherited water drop, entry level, control of water ice, proficient, frost and cold air, proficient, professor skills, divine level, endless devouring, entry level, refining stars, proficient. Shiyu felt that he was almost there. With one last addition, origin fluctuation could reach the superb level. Having one superb divine skill would make you an epic god, so what if you have two? Although the upper limit of a single divine skill cannot be increased, Shiyu can still choose to compete in quantity. Star C contract combined with origin fluctuation forms a combination skill. Even if there is a divine skill that is close to the Tao, this combination skill should be able to compete. At present, Susu's strength is much stronger than when she fought against the Abyss Super God Pinos. If she fights again, Susu will definitely not be so embarrassed. And if the origin fluctuation is also raised to superb, in another battle, Shiyu is sure that Susu can beat the opponent even without his assistance. Come, Ning, come. Shiyu's last palm fell on Susu's head. The next moment, the most dazzling light appeared from Susu. Buzz! It instantly illuminated the entire secret realm. If Shiyu hadn't asked Kongdi to help reinforce his secret manner with super divine power, the light at this time would probably have been like the light of the sun, alarming the entire suspended realm. Such a strong power fluctuation, in the manner, Lin and the others poked their heads out one by one. Eleven's hand holding the bamboo in the corridor trembled slightly, with an envious look on his face. Yeah, you are worthy of being the big sister, Yo-Yo was excited. Susu became stronger, which actually meant that it became stronger. With Susu, it can devour and activate more abyss power unscrupulously. However, at this time, not only did Susu break through again, but Shiyu also slightly felt the inexplicable changes in his body. During the process of adding points, Shiyu closed his eyes tightly, frowned, and felt the attribute feedback from Susu. Generally speaking, the power of Susu's feedback is resistance, with more will, mind and spiritual power, which can make Shiyu's magic resistance and abnormal state resistance stronger. Of course, in addition to this, there is naturally feedback from each pet beast to the beast control space after breaking through the standard configuration. Long before this, Shiyu had been fed back to the 10th heaven of the god level by Shiyu Beast, which is the peak of the god level. Logically speaking, this is already the limit of the god level. Even when Susu had just become the epic god, the beast control space did not change much, but now, with Susu becoming the epic god with two superb divine skills, the feedback from the beast control space has finally become obvious. Behind Shiyu, the phantom of the 10th sky dome automatically emerged, and the sky behind him was blurred, as if it was divided into 10 layers. The sky rumbled and shook, as if opening up a new world. This is, Ki, Lin and the others watched eagerly. Lin said, the master is opening up the 11th heaven. Because of Susu's feedback, he broke the limit of the god-level beast control space. Wow, Ki said, can it be like this? Then when we all become epic gods, can we build higher and higher? It's possible, Lin murmured. At the same time, Shiyu also felt that he and Susu were breaking through together. With Shiyu's breakthrough, a large amount of original power was poured out from the 11th heaven. Together with the 11th, they were baptized by divine power and improved some divine power. At this moment, Shiyu's beast control space, accompanied by Shiyu's own meditation consolidation, had frequent strange phenomena. However, just when Shiyu was about to solidify the 11th heaven, an accident occurred. Boom! In the sky, countless lightning suddenly struck. It was the thunder of rules, as if it was a fusion of the superb space rules and the superb thunder rules. It was terrifying, and each one seemed to be able to destroy a world. No way, Shiyu suddenly looked up at the sky. The violent thunderbolt struck the newly opened 11th heaven. Shiyu had never heard of such a situation, nor had he thought of it. This thunderbolt was extremely terrifying. Even a super god would be seriously injured if it was hit. If it successfully hit the 11th heaven, Shiyu's beast control space would not only collapse completely, but the newly opened one would definitely be doomed. Moreover, the other 10 heavens would definitely suffer serious backlash and cracks. By then, Shiyu estimated that it would take a long time to recover from his injuries, and he might even be in danger of his life. Meow. In the distance, the dwarf cat was the first to get angry, thinking that someone wanted to harm Shiyu, but its white tiger punishment power expanded outward, and even with the help of the power of the Four Saints relics, it did not feel that there were any strong people in the suspended realm who were hostile to Shiyu. Moreover, this thunderbolt did not seem to be aimed at Shiyu's life, but simply seemed to be aimed at the 11th heaven space that Shiyu had just opened up. This is the will of the universe. As if opening up the 11th heaven represented some taboo, Lin immediately judged that this thunderbolt was like a cosmic disaster, born naturally, and seemed to contain the will of the universe, only targeting certain specific situations. Ying. The thunderbolt fell, and 11 had already rushed into the sky, wanting to use his body of lightning to help the 11th heaven fight against a thunderbolt, but was directly stopped by Shiyu Beast. Danger. Shiyu Beast flew into the sky and threw 11 back to the ground from the sky. He rushed into the sky alone, and in the crumbling 11th heaven, he used his body to resist the thunderbolt like a rainstorm. He raised his sword and shield as a lightning rod, trying to attract the lightning to himself. Boom. It was just the aftermath, which instantly made the secret realm of the manor a mess, and caused cracks in the secret realm of the space created by the Sky Emperor, which was about to collapse at any moment. Under the bombardment of thunder, Shiyu Beast's equipment was gradually broken, and scars appeared on his body, but fortunately his physical strength was still strong enough, thanks to the previous enhancement of the pseudo-transcendent source. Stay away. At that moment, all of Shiyu's pets were called back by Shiyu. The strength of this thunderbolt was invincible except for the super god's combat power. At present, only Shiyu Beast and Susu could try to resist it. Ning. Under the worried expressions of 11 and the others, Susu finally opened her eyes at this time and looked at the sky fiercely. It was obvious that she had digested the power of the added points and completely entered the new realm of the epic god. It jumped up directly, combined with the Star Sea contract in the process, and regardless of the backlash, it launched the origin fluctuation with all its strength, trying to erase these thunders. Ning. Break the thunder, disperse. Susu finished speaking, and the Star Sea fluctuation spread out, filling the entire sky, making the Milky Way reappear, and soon countless thunders dimmed. Boom boom boom. Thunder tried to launch a new round of attacks, but was forced back by Susu and Shiyu Beast. At the moment, Shiyu's manor was completely in ruins, and the secret space had collapsed. When Shiyu didn't notice it, the sound of thunder had resounded throughout the suspended realm. Even the strong men in the surrounding realms suddenly woke up and looked towards the suspended realm. What happened? In the suspended realm, Kongdi was startled and looked towards Shiyu's manor, at the darkened thunder in the sky, and was horrified and quickly teleported over. However, when he came over, everything here had calmed down. Shiyu had a messy black afro. Although his body was not exposed to lightning, it was still like being electrocuted and was burnt black. Huh? Shiyu spewed black smoke. In the sky, Susu was lying on the head of Shiyu Beast, still looking at the sky. They were relieved after confirming that there was no movement. Aya, the ginseng babies protecting Shiyu also started chirping. It's okay, don't worry, Shiyu said. Damn, what the hell is this? All my good equipment is gone. Shiyu. In mid-air, Kongdi looked at the embarrassed Shiyu and said, Shiyu, what happened? Enemy. He sensed the surroundings, but didn't find anyone. Senior Kongdi. At this time, Shiyu also noticed Kongdi. He looked over and said, I don't know either. It doesn't look like an enemy. Have you read novels about cultivating immortals? I heard about the transitional tribulation period, the heavenly tribulation, the thunder tribulation, etc. It seems to be that, Kongdi? I've heard that I once had a subordinate who cultivated a dragon carp. When that dragon carp evolved into a thunder dragon in a special way, it experienced the test of the thunder of heaven and earth. On King Kai, some races also need to be tested by heaven and earth when they break through. Shiyu nodded and said, Although the mechanism may be different, the nature feels similar. When I just broke through, I seemed to have encountered the thunder of rules that permeated the void. Of course, thanks to Susu and the guy who opened the super godstone, I'm fine. Kong Di looked at Shiyu Beast and Susu in the sky in silence, and seemed to understand why Shiyu could defeat the Abyss super god. At the same time, he was shocked again that Shiyu could control Shiyu Beast to exert such strength. What the Archaeological Association has never done, Shiyu did it. It's really a monster. Of course, in addition to Shiyu's own pets, there are also new god. Kong Di and others don't know that this ancient corpse of the era is Shiyu's previous life. Even Shidi and Blue Star Will didn't see it. Maybe they saw it, but didn't say it. It's good that you're fine, but how can a breakthrough bring about a thunder tribulation? Kong Di couldn't understand. A breakthrough of the human race would also bring about thunder and lightning? He had indeed never heard of it. After Shiyu restored his white skin and short black hair through body control, he said, I'm also confused. Could it be related to this? After saying that, Shiyu directly opened the beast taming space. The colorless summoning diagram was a symbol of the god level. It was already difficult to see the real shape. However, in contrast, the sky phenomenon representing the level of the beast taming space became an important symbol for judging the strength of the beast tamer. At that moment, the first, second, and third levels, a total of 11 levels, rumbled behind Shiyu, causing Kong Di to show an unbelievable expression. 11th level, he said in disbelief. Well, maybe it's because of the blessing of the Blue Star World Tree. I had 2 beast control spaces before. After they merged, it seemed that I had the ability to break through the level limit. It may also be because the feedback from the pet was too huge, which allowed me to break through the limit. Shiyu himself didn't know why he succeeded in breaking through. However, the beast control space of the 11th heaven was indeed unheard of. As a space-based talent, Kong Di had been stuck in the 10th heaven for a long time and needed to rely on the source of transcendence to switch to other upgrade systems, but Shiyu here. Could this be what Senior Shidi said, the new realm that may exist above the god level, the realm after breaking through the god level limit? Kong Di pondered. At this time, the foreknowledge owl, Lin Feng, Wudi and others also came here one after another. Even the 5 super gods of Blue Star, who were far away in their own realm, were attracted by the movement of the suspended realm and came here. When they saw the vision of the 11th heaven behind Shiyu, they also showed different degrees of surprise. Sorry to bother you all. There was an accident during the practice. It's nothing to worry about. At this time, Shiyu laughed and scratched his head. It's not an accident, you have cultivated to the 11th level. The dragon race super god was shocked. Fuck, Lin Feng was uneducated. What is this? The 10th level was cracked or a child was born in another level. Isn't there only 10 levels of god level? The Emperor Wu, the Empress, the Dragon Emperor and others obviously understood the mystery of the god level at this time. Shiyu, this kid, is really unreasonable. Now they seem to understand why Shiyu can surpass the super god. Break the limit. Lu Chengyi looked at Shiyu with a smile, and soon understood what was going on. She was happy for Shiyu. It didn't seem to be a bad thing. Could this be? The precognitive owl also pondered slightly. 5 seniors, the 5 great gods have a long heritage. Do you know anything? Emperor Kong asked the 5 super gods. Although the overall strength of the 5 great gods was poor, they had been passed down for so long and were knowledgeable. They were definitely not comparable to him and Lin Feng. The knowledge they had accumulated might not even be comparable to the will of Blue Star and Emperor Shi. There are some records in the tribe, but not many. It seems that there are indeed legends that there are realms above the 10th level of the god level, but since the 5 major god tribes are not dominated by humans, we don't know much about it, the Kilin tribe super god said. Did the Emperor of Time speculate before that after humans reach the peak of the god level, there will be a new god level? The Emperor of the Sky was speechless. Of course he knew this. He looked at Teacher Tuna. Don't ask me. The astrology clan fell into decline once tens of thousands of years ago and lost a lot of information, the owl lady shrugged and said, but based on what I have learned during this period, I can probably guess it. Now Susu is the epic god. The feedback that Shiyu got from it must be very strong. Since there have been relevant records in the 5 major god tribes, it means that there must be beastmasters who have reached this level. As for why everyone rarely hears about it, it may be because they basically don't come out unless there are special circumstances. As the best among the gods, they must be waiting for the source of transcendence that is born every 100,000 years. Under normal circumstances, in order to preserve strength, it must be better to sleep and seal yourself. To be safe, now it seems that in addition to preserving power and delaying life, there may be another reason for sleeping and sealing himself. That is, to avoid thunder tribulation. The owl said, after breaking through the limit of a certain realm, you may encounter the backlash of the universes will and be entangled by thunder tribulation. With the movement of the thunder tribulation just now, you can bear it, but if it is another beastmaster, even if the other party has cultivated the epic god, it is not so easy to block it. Yu's mouth twitched and said, you mean, this thunder tribulation will come again? The owl blinked and said, I don't know. But I will ask my brother to help you predict it later. Yu, oh my god. Who can stand being struck by lightning every day in the future? In this way, the work of adding some points to 11 has to be promoted to the schedule. Otherwise, blocking the thunder tribulation is another big consumption, but if these thunder tribulation thunders can be fed to 11, it will not be a loss. It's decided to be you, lightning rod characteristics, Pika Bear. Chapter 616, Khan pays the price for fans' behavior. I don't know whether it's lucky or unlucky, Yu said, 100,000 years is not too long for the 5 great gods. Haven't the 5 great gods ever participated in the competition for the source of transcendence? Haven't you seen a human who has cultivated to the 11th heaven? The ancestors of the 5 super gods looked at each other with embarrassment. What a joke. At that time it was the super god Shurafield, the super god meat grinder. Although it was mainly the competition for the source of transcendence among the gods, at least a dozen super gods died each time. How dare they do that? The super gods who died were basically the guardians of those god-level geniuses. The 5 of them obviously would not sacrifice themselves for the promotion of the geniuses in their tribe. Every time the source of transcendence was born, the 5 great gods immediately closed their worlds. It can be said that every 100,000 years, the super god forces will be reshuffled. Yu looked at their expressions and knew that it was useless to ask. Sure enough, for such matters, you still have to ask super gods like Nuwa, who have been in the universe for a long time. Yu, are there any special changes in the 11th heaven? Lin Feng asked curiously. He is now in the 10th heaven. I wonder if there is hope that he can also reach the 11th heaven like Yu. It feels so cool. Well, changes? Nothing, it's just the enhancement that can be obtained by normal breakthrough, Yu said. So weak, Lin Feng was stunned. Not so weak, Yu smiled. He felt that with his own increase, the 11th of the high-level gods who didn't add much points could fight against the perfect gods. This is the power of the cooperation between the Beastmaster and the pet when the beast level is improved. Yu looked at everyone. Seniors, now is not the time to stay here with me, right? Isn't this a big movement? Don't you need to help eliminate the impact? After Yu finished speaking, several super gods fell silent. It's good that you are fine. Emperor Wu was also stunned and shook his head. That's enough. Seeing Yu made him feel disappointed. Let's concentrate on the battle of conferring the gods. 2 days after Yu broke through the 11th heaven, Yu finally recovered. On this day, the foresight owl finally brought some useful information to Yu. Yu, through the channels of the astrologers, I have already found out what I need to know. Teacher Tuna flew to the secret lightning protection realm that Yu had rebuilt, landed on the ground and looked at Yu who was lying there idly. What? Yu leaned forward and stood up and said, tell me whether it's good or bad first. Good, the owl said. In addition to foresight, my brother also visited an ancient race. This race has been on good terms with the astrologers for a long time, and got some inside information from them. Of course, my brother didn't mention anything about you. Yeah, Yu nodded. In the universe, there are indeed some human geniuses who have broken through the limit of the 10th level of the god level and reached the 11th level. There are even some terrible guys who have reached the 12th level. These people all have one characteristic, that is, their pets have reached the epic god level. The epic god is strong enough. If there is also a beastmaster to increase the power, then it's too much. The cooperation between humans and beastmasters is considered a trick. This may also be the restriction of the universe's will on the human race. After breaking through a certain limit, I guess the reason why these beastmasters are restricted is probably because they are on the right path, so they are expected to reach the universe level. The birth of the universe level puts too much pressure on the universe, so the universe will reject it, Did we predict before how you would reach the universe level? It's the super god level contract to the universe level, right? Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible for the god level to cross the level to contract with a super god, and it is naturally impossible for the super god to cross the level to contract with a universe level, even if it has reached the theoretical peak of the current realm. But if, like this 11th level, the limit of the level can also be broken many times, then maybe it is possible you have already broken the limit at the god level. When you reach the super god level, if you break the limit again and fight a few more times, you may be able to contract at the super god level and the universe level. Is that so? Shiyu said, indeed, I feel that the beast taming space of the 11th heaven has a greater ability to bear pets. Of course, there should still be a gap before you can contract a super god, the owl said. In addition, just as I predicted, this kind of thunder will appear frequently in the future, but the good news is that it will only come once every 100 years. Although it will be stronger by then, it can be avoided through certain special means. If you want this kind of avoidance method, we can also find a way. It should be the method of sealing yourself and making yourself sleep, Shiyu said. It is indeed good news. It will only come once every 100 years. It's such a distant thing. You don't have to think about it now, and don't have to worry about it. For you, 100 years is indeed a bit far away. Let's talk about it then, the owl nodded. But, I haven't finished. In addition to the automatic arrival once every 100 years, every time you open up a new world, that is, try to break through the limit and reach the 12th level of the god level, the thunder will still fall. There is no way to avoid it, and it is best not to try to resist with the help of external forces. You can only let the pets that have a contract with this space resist, otherwise, the thunder will be stronger. Shiyu? Damn, how dare I continue to add points to the pets after you said that? Okay, I remember it, Shiyu nodded, understood, and then went to copy the skills of restraining thunder and lightning like crazy. By the way, what is the origin of the race that Chief Tuta visited? Shiyu asked. Teacher Tuna said, they have experienced the struggle for the origin of transcendence many times. They are a large clan with rich heritage. My brother guessed that there should be a sleeping epic god in their clan, or a god-level beastmaster who has broken through the limit. My brother also said that if Shiyu wants to participate in the struggle for the origin of transcendence in the future, you must tell him hundreds of years in advance so that he can prepare well. That's what I suggested too. This matter seems to be really dangerous, Teacher Owl said seriously. Shiyu said speechlessly, come on. The last time the universe naturally gave birth to the origin of transcendence was 80,000 years ago. In other words, it will take about 20,000 years for a new universe's origin of transcendence to be born. 20,000 years, the flowers will all wither. Shiyu did not expect to obtain the origin of transcendence in this time and space. Not necessarily. Although the origin of transcendence is born only once every 100,000 years, this is a natural law, but there are still some lives in the universe that have the ability to influence these natural laws, Owl said. For example, the 5 cosmic classes are all capable of doing it. For example, the power of the praying stars and the astrologers, she chuckled. Shiyu? Is it true? Shiyu was shocked. Are the astrologers and the praying stars capable of competing with the 5 cosmic classes? Owl said that the 5 cosmic classes could change the rules of the universe and allow the source of transcendence to condense in advance, and Shiyu believed it. However, aren't the astrologers and the praying stars just races born on King Kai's planet? Although the power source of these 2 races is indeed deeply related to the planet and the universe. Don't underestimate our 2 races. I was at the god level at the beginning and predicted the existence of 5 sources of transcendence, although I didn't get them. In short, of course it's true, but it's very difficult. It's hard for us to do it now. Owl shrugged and said, if that cat and I can both become super gods, maybe we can do it together. Shiyu? I think waiting for 20,000 years may come faster, Shiyu said. Woo wow, so heartless, the owl lady said. When are you going to leave for the Universe Overlord Core? In a few months, Shiyu said. After the conferred God War is over, I will go to Blue Star to explore the ruins of that era, and then practice for a while. I think it's about time, and then go to the Universe Overlord Core. Okay, don't forget to call me when the time comes, said the owl. Don't worry, I won't forget, Shiyu said. After the owl brought Shiyu a lot of useful information, it left, and Shiyu himself temporarily gave up adding points, packed up, and planned to leave. It's not that he went back to Blue Star to explore the ruins of Chiao and Huangdi. but he planned to go to the Central Realm. In the last conferred God War, he recorded a lot of rare skills, but unfortunately at that time he was limited by the number of skill bars and was busy, so he didn't have time to copy them. But now, after contracting the Xiao beast, and adding points to the divine skills to the point of perfection, he can delete them, so Shiyu's skill bar is much richer. Shiyu has been in the time reversal, time acceleration, and time stop of Khan Little Crow for a long time, and this time he must copy it. Central Realm, KO Castle. Khan had just experienced a battle without any suspense, and in a flash, he left a battle facility and planned to return to his residence. But suddenly, his expression froze, and he looked at a figure that suddenly appeared in the air and blocked him. "It's you." Seeing this figure, Khan was startled and showed an expression of disbelief. Who else was standing in front of him at this time but Shiyu? In addition to Shiyu, there was also that hateful bear. Oh. 11 stood on Shiyu's shoulder and waved to Khan. "It's been a long time since we last met. Khan." Shiyu looked at Khan with a smile and said, "I'm here, you're here? What's the matter?" Khan was silent. "What's the matter?" Shiyu said, "Just a few days ago, I received a letter from someone who claimed to be your fan. He said that after you lost last time, he was very dissatisfied and wanted to fight me again. He has been working hard for a year. I think you are a sincere fan, so I came here in person and planned to fight you again. Of course, we have both broken through to the god level now, and I don't know what your fan thinks, but in order to satisfy his wish, I can suppress my level to quasi-god." Khan had a dazed look on his face. Really, what the hell? Why didn't he remember that he had such a stupid fan? It looked at Shiyu, who had successfully hunted down the super god, and its head was confused. It felt that he was sitting at home and the pod came from the sky. He had to pay for the fan's behavior? Chapter 617, Skills of Blue Star Will. K1 Castle. With Shiyu's enthusiasm, he and Khan had a guidance battle. Khan couldn't beat Shiyu, so he silently clicked on the Ginseng Baby, wanting to compete with a previous champion. One reason is that the Ginseng Baby is very strong, and the other is that the Ginseng Baby also masters the time mark and is also a time system. Fighting with a Ginseng Baby may yield greater rewards. This made the Ginseng Baby very happy. After all, Khan was eliminated by 11 in the first round, and the pile of anti-Khan energy fruits it prepared for Khan had not been used in time. This battle finally did not make the Ginseng Baby do useless work. Of course, this guidance battle was also a point to stop. After all, Khan still had to save his physical strength and time mark to prepare for the next battle of the gods. What is this? What is this? Did it really suppress the level? Really? Throughout the whole process, under Khan's exclamation, Shiyu left with satisfaction, leaving with 4 skills, leaving only a lying Khan. These 4 skills are time acceleration, time deceleration, time rewinding, and time stopping. 4 pure, time-related domain skills. Let me see. After leaving, Shiyu immediately checked the compatibility of the 4 time-related skills and pets. His mind first locked onto 11 in the beast control space. 11 was naturally completely incompatible. However, Shiyu had never expected it. Boo, 11 was furious. Time-related skills, you are so noble, you are amazing. It can now think and react beyond time. Next, 11 plans to train its body to transcend time. Chong was not working either, so Shiyu skipped it. Finally, Shiyu looked at the Ginseng Baby who had just come in. Shiyu found that the Ginseng Baby was also not teachable. Obviously, there was no compatibility. Thinking about it carefully, the time-related skills mastered by the Ginseng Baby were all related to the wood system, and the pure time system had never been mastered. The Ginseng Baby sighed, then lowered his head slightly, and a depressed look appeared in his green eyes. After working hard for a long time, he couldn't learn it. Damn it. No. It wants to study. It wants to evolve. Damn it, Shiyu had no hope at all. Lin, who had transformed himself and learned to predict the future, was also unable to master these skills. However, when Shiyu looked at Qi, something unexpected happened. In theory, Qi, who could not learn other skills except time travel, was actually compatible with these 4 skills. Mimi, in the beast control space, Qi raised his head with hope in his eyes. Could it be? Could it be? Have you tried to learn similar skills such as time slowing down and time rewinding before? Shiyu asked Qi. Yes, Qi said, I once tried to learn by myself, but failed. Failed? Maybe the time was not right at that time. Perhaps, you can master this kind of pure time-related skills. Shiyu pondered. You are different now, just like a newborn tiger cub. It is difficult to master ferocious hunting skills, but when it grows up, it will be able to learn those hunting skills easily. After your time and space travel reaches the perfect level, you are actually a complete body in the true sense. Maybe, you have undergone some changes and can learn some other skills that are not too excessive, of course, although these skills are also excessive. They are not too excessive compared to your identity as a time elf. Is that so? Is that so? Key's eyes lit up and said, then next, can I learn more and more skills? Shiyu smiled and said, from now on, the skills that can be learned are still mostly external object skills and time-based change skills. In short, it's good that someone can learn the new skills copied. I will teach you first and study the others slowly. Great, Key said happily. Key was able to learn new skills again, and the other pets also smiled. This little guy, he hasn't realized anything yet. Although Key's time travel is an indispensable skill in the team, Shiyu and his friends rarely use it. However, when Key learns the fourth time skill, it will be different. Yi, Ning, Shen Baobao and Susu looked at Key's happy expression, knowing that when Shiyu adds points in the future, they can divide part of their work to Key. Time rewinding, isn't this also a proper auxiliary skill, which can directly rewind Shiyu's fatigue state to a period of time ago? Even, it can also rewind their consumption to a period of time ago. Yi, good gardener, Shen Baobao nodded. In addition, time acceleration skills can also be used to assist it in cultivating various fruits. Even if some fruits are nutritious, they still have a long growth cycle with its wood controller to ripen. In addition to Chong Chong, there is another helper. Obviously, many pets in the first team looked at Key with different eyes. The young pets were still immersed in the joy of learning new skills, while the mature pets were already thinking about how to maximize the value of squeezing the labor of their teammates to make themselves stronger and easier. Next, Shiyu wanted to stay in the King Kai city and copy the last skill, but he had not yet decided what this skill was. While Shiyu was strolling around, his Lord of the Realm token rang again. It turned out to be someone from the War Merit Bureau. Lord Shiyu, your lucky star and pseudo-transcendence source are ready. We expect to deliver them to the Donghuang realm in one day. Are you in your own realm? Are you leaving now? Shiyu held a token in front of his face with 2 fingers on his right hand, squatting on a tall building and looking at it. Not yet, the resources are still in the King Kai city, no need to send it. Give me a location, I will go and get it myself. I am also in the King Kai city, Shiyu said. The other side was obviously surprised for a moment, and then told Shiyu a location. Not long after, Shiyu got the resources exchanged for the accumulated war merits of the polluted land. Among them, the most important luck star is stored in a bottle as transparent as the starry sky. It is the only floating star inside. Obviously, the way King Kai stores stars is different from that of the Universe Overlord Legion. This star is golden. Shiyu sensed it and found that although the planet has no life, there are several luck dragon veins inside. The most powerful luck dragon vein is very advanced and has no entity. If Shiyu had not contracted Rin, he would not be able to sense it. Shiyu can be sure that in King Kai, most of the luck dragon veins in the first level realm are not as strong as the luck dragon vein of this lucky star. Of course, Shiyu just took a look and threw the star bottle to Rin, intending to let it find an opportunity to refine it after returning to the blue star. Afterwards, Shiyu planned to look for prey in King Kai City. There are a lot of good skills here, but they can't be copied one by one. It is necessary to make a decision based on the current situation. It is true that the choice difficulty has occurred again. During the search, Shiyu did not forget to watch the Battle of the Gods. It has to be said that the 3 emperors are too strong now. Their strength should be only 1 level lower than Shiyu at that time, and they have completely reached the level of Khan and Minggu. In addition, there is Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu can be said to be the biggest dark horse in this conferred God War besides the 3 emperors, and her popularity is close to the 3 emperors. Her own skills are more than those of her pets. With the assistance of various skills, she can only take a few minutes to defeat the top 50 in the previous session. Because of her special fighting style, she is too dark, and she wears a black windbreaker, so she got the terrible nickname Lu Hii. This nickname makes Senior Sister Lu want to kill the person who called her randomly. Blue Star, in Adela. At this moment, The gem cat girl is still under the protection of the will of Blue Star, refining the source of transcendence. Being promoted on the mother star has certain benefits for both herself and the mother star. The planet is equivalent to a beastmaster, and the life inside is equivalent to a pet. When the gem cat is promoted to a super god, Blue Star will also get a lot of feedback. Therefore, the gem cat decisively chose to return to Blue Star for a breakthrough. Things change all the time. At that moment, the World Tree clone standing on the top of the mountain looked at the gem cat lady and shook his head. If it was a few months ago, she would never believe that the next cat to be promoted to a super god would be this cat. It was obviously a mixed cat before, but now its status has jumped to the same level as Blue Star. This is too weird. At this time, Blue Star Will and the World Tree also knew what Shiyu and the gem cat had gained from this trip to the polluted land. In 2 words, outrageous. Mother Goddess, I said that Shiyu and the others would be fine. This is too awesome, the World Tree murmured. Going out for a trip and gaining a super god, isn't this awesome? At this moment, a blue figure appeared beside her and scared her. Mother Goddess, the will of Blue Star appeared, looked at the World Tree clone, and said, notify Shiyu and the others, Blue Star has been targeted. A powerful super god is approaching Blue Star. His strength is conservatively estimated to be above 4. From the source of power, he is suspected to be of the same origin as the Abyss clan. It may be because Shiyu set out from Blue Star and destroyed an Abyss super god, which led to Blue Star being discovered by the Dark King Legion, the World Tree clone. What? It was shocked and wanted to take back what it had just said. Shiyu was awesome, but why did he bring the enemy to his home? The direction of this awesomeness is a bit wrong. It couldn't help but look sad, and quickly contacted Shiyu and Kongdi, who were far away on King Kai's planet. At this time, the will of Blue Star also left Blue Star, flying in the starry sky, looking into the distance. Not long after, a super god Yen clan flying in the universe in the distant starry sky suddenly shook all over, as if he had encountered some terrible guy, and turned around and left. Something happened on Blue Star. At this time, the conferred god battle had not yet ended, and the 4 people from Donghuang had already shown their qualifications to be in the top 10. However, at this moment, a message from Blue Star made Shiyu suddenly put down what he was doing and went to Blue Star with Kongdi. Blue Star, in Adela. After Shiyu and Kongdi returned here through the permanent teleportation array, the World Tree was relieved to see Shiyu and Kongdi return. What happened? Why are you calling us so hastily? Shiyu and Kongdi sensed and did not sense anything abnormal on the current Blue Star. The Mother Goddess felt that she was locked by a super god level life, and the other party's breath was like that of the Abyss clan. The World Tree said, now, it should not be close to Blue Star, but it will be soon. The other party is very strong and is suspected to be above the 4th level. Did you call Shidi? Shiyu said. Although Shidi disappeared again, before he left many mysterious stones, saying that if there was an emergency, he could return immediately by crushing the stones. Not yet, the World Tree clone shook his head. Don't worry too much, Shiyu said, if it's the Abyss clan, I'll be fine when I come. That's right, Kongdi nodded, but he was still a little worried. After all, he had just been promoted to a super god, and his combat power was at most equal to those 5 guys. However, just when Shiyu and Kongdi were ready for battle, a voice made them speechless. Okay, the crisis has been resolved. At this moment, the will of Blue Star condensed and reappeared in Inadala. Resolved? Didn't they say that a super god was approaching? Shiyu asked. The will of Blue Star said, that's true, but I called you back just in case. I condensed my will and gave the other party a warning from a distance, and the other party left directly. The battle between super gods is of great importance. Even if it is a hostile relationship, it will not be carried out easily unless it is absolutely certain. It's good that it's okay. Kongdi breathed a sigh of relief. Shidi gave him Blue Star to guard. If a transcendent 4 came, he really didn't know what to do. Although he didn't even see the enemy, Kongdi was sweating all over, and his mouth twitched as he looked at Shiyu, who didn't take it seriously. This super god probably was invited by Shiyu. It is estimated that because of the death of Pinos, the other super gods of the Dark King Legion came to see the situation here. Damn, the source of transcendence was scared away. Blue Star, Sky Emperor? Forget it, although the enemy has left, we should stay here on Blue Star, it's safer, Shiyu said. Maybe it will come back again. Well, I also have the same idea. Although I can fight, if I fight, I can't fully protect the lives on the planet. It's difficult to do both, so I still have to rely on you, Blue Star Will said. At this time, Shiyu was slightly startled, as if he finally thought of something. He suddenly looked at Blue Star Will, and his eyes made Blue Star Will very uncomfortable. Decision. After Shiyu made a decision, he finally decided what to copy with a fifth skill. He wants to teach Xiao Zi an attack skill, so he won't look for contestants from King Kai's planet. Although there are also third-level realm masters among the contestants of the conferred God War who have contracted stars that master the power of attack, Shiyu doesn't like ordinary attack skills and they are not suitable for Xiao Zi. Even those mastered by the Sky Emperor's hanging star are not good enough for him. There are not many powerful planets, but Shiyu can find a suitable one now, that is Blue Star. After all, it is the reincarnation of a cosmic star, and it must have a lot of trump cards, otherwise it would not be possible to fight against the three super gods at the peak of the god level at that time. Lord Blue Star, you are idle anyway, why don't you help me take care of the baby? Speaking of which, this guy is also half your daughter. When it becomes stronger, it can surround you like a satellite to guard you. Shiyu stretched out his hand and summoned the purple rice ball. When Xiao Zi saw the world tree and the Blue Star Will, he immediately showed a kind look. After all, it was born through the tree branch fluid of the Blue Star World Tree. Meow, Xiao Zi recognized her relatives. After I became the Lord of King Kai, I wanted to find some suitable star attack skills to give to it, but those open to the Lord of the Realm were too ordinary. Emperor Kong, it's true, do you think there is any suitable magical power to teach it? Shiyu said. The World Tree and the Will of Blue Star were silent. So that's it. If I remember correctly, you also have a contract with a star. The Will of Blue Star looked at Emperor Kong and said, okay, I will teach them the same skill of mine, but I can't guarantee whether they can learn this skill. This skill is the skill that I just used to scare off that super god, and it is also the skill that allowed Blue Star to survive the invasion war. Thank you, Mother Goddess. Emperor Kong felt only pleasantly surprised. Blue Star is now a super god planet, and it was suspected to be a cosmic star in the previous life. The skills she has mastered must not be weak. Great, Shiyu also said. Blue Star Will looked up at the sky and said, this skill is called Star Contract, which is actually very similar to the Beast Control Contract of humans. Star Contract. Sky Emperor pondered for a moment and confirmed that he had never heard of this skill in the universe. This should be a skill unique to Blue Star. Well, I can actually sign a contract with other lives just like the human beast master. However, after signing the contract, it is not the original body of the life that is summoned. Instead, I can consume the power of the world and project the power of the person who has made the contract with me. The projected power, depending on the consumed world power, has a power close to, comparable to, or beyond the original body. It is not afraid of death and has no concept of life and death. Just now, I summoned the projections of the Emperor of Time and the 5 super gods of the Protus, and added my own power to scare them away. Back then, Blue Star was able to resist the 3 super god invaders because the perfect gods of Blue Star had signed a star contract with me. As long as I consume the world power at all costs, I can summon their immortal power projections. This skill has caused a lot of trouble to the 3 invaders. After the Blue Star Will finished speaking, Shiyu and Kong D were stunned. Shiyu said, when did you make a contract with the Emperor of Time and the others? Why don't I know? Kong D said, why don't you make a contract with him and look down on his power projection? The Will of Blue Star shook his head and said, there are some restrictions on the star contract, such as the upper limit of the number of contracts, which is 10. At that time, you had not yet grown to the super god combat power. Do you want to learn? Mimi, learn. Xiao Zi's eyes were shining. What a perverted skill. Xiao Zi has begun to imagine that after signing a contract with 11, Chong, and Shen Bao, she will summon their power projections to fight. She is Xiao Zi, known as Xiao Shiyu. It is very similar to the virtual and real phantom. Shiyu also fell into deep thought, but it should be much higher than the upper limit of the virtual and real phantom. At this time, the Sky Emperor also obviously realized the power of this skill, took a deep breath, and nodded heavily. Next, the Sky Emperor first ran back to King Kai's planet and took back the suspended star outside King Kai's planet. Then, he returned to Blue Star and released the suspended star outside Blue Star. Shiyu also temporarily entrusted Xiao Zi to the Will of Blue Star, allowing Xiao Zi to learn the star contract skills here with peace of mind. This skill is undoubtedly an attack skill. It looks like a contract, but when you peel off the skin, it is twistedly written as pulling in foreign aid plus group fight plus cheating. In addition to Xiao Zi's learning, Shi Yu also let Lin go out to refine the lucky star. In addition, Su Su was also supposed to learn cold silence, but because of the fear that the enemies of the Dark King's Legion would attack again, Shi Yu did not let her learn it for the time being. Skill, cold silence, learning method, possessing ice and time physiques, through star refining. A star that has been eroded by cold silence and contains the power of cold silence is refined into a resource that matches itself, and then, through endless devouring, this resource is swallowed up. During the digestion process, there will be a probability of successful comprehension, and the success rate of learning depends on the user's talent and understanding. In fact, when Shi Yu exchanged the ice and snow stars that had been eroded by the cold and quiet disaster, he did not use the illustrations to deduce the cold and quiet learning method. Refining the cold and quiet stars, intending to let Su Su evolve through endless swallowing, and combining the skills of the Sky Frost Cold Air to upgrade, are all Shi Yu's own speculations. What Shi Yu did not expect was that the method deduced by the final illustrations was the same as his deduction, which made Shi Yu feel helpless and felt that he had wasted his physical strength for no reason. In this learning method, Shi Yu estimated that the process of swallowing the planet would inevitably consume a lot of time. After all, the object of swallowing is a god-level star, so the current situation is not suitable for Su Su to swallow and sleep. If the enemy attacks while she is sleeping, it will be bad. Of course, Shi Yu also thought of a way to shorten the time, that is to improve the proficiency of refining stars, endless swallowing, and sky frost cold air. However, this kind of thing is not urgent. At present, there are more important things to do on the blue star. The Dark King Legion's super gods are coming. In addition to Shi Yu and Kongdi who came first, the super gods of the 5 major gods also came to Blue Star one by one. After understanding the situation a little, the Phoenix Clan super god said, "Otherwise, Blue Star should start migrating. It's still not as safe as the Cosmic Sea in this borderland." The Dragon Clan super god said, "That's right, Blue Star is now in a period of rapid development. After the development stabilizes and the speed slows down, it will not be too late to leave the Cosmic Sea and go to the undeveloped star field to collect resources." Soon after, they also planned to return to Blue Star for retreat and hard training. Who can stand the super gods coming at any time? We agree, Kongdi and Shi Yu had no objection. Now Blue Star is not in urgent need of resources for development and has to open up its own territory. Only by developing steadily in the Cosmic Sea can the benefits be maximized. Well, the Cosmic Sea, the will of Blue Star looked at the starry sky, and was looking forward to meeting other high-level stars and even King Kai. The Universe Sea. But, there's no rush to leave, wait another month. Shi Yu laughed and scratched his head, saying, "I have something else to do in this star field. You don't want to wait for that super god to come again and then explode the source of transcendence, do you?" Kongdi was silent. How could it be? It's a ruin, a ruin. Before leaving, Shi Yu had to go to a place, that is, the Chiao ruins mentioned by the goddess Wa. If the blue star leaves the current coordinates, the epic ruins can't be entered, and Shi Yu will have nowhere to cry. So after some preparation, Shi Yu came to the coordinate location mentioned by the goddess Wa, Donghuang Land, Shendu. This city where the insect evolved into a fantasy butterfly and participated in the Butterfly Transformation Conference. He found that the location of the Chiao ruins, by chance, happened to be in the densely populated Shendu University, which was troublesome. Now it seems that the ancient characters similar to the ancient characters on Earth found in the ancient capital should have been spread from other epic ruins to the outside. When Shi Yu walked into Shendu University, it was noon. Chapter 618 Chiao Relics. Since it was noon, the school was very lively. Students who had just finished class went to eat or pick up parcels. Shi Yu walked in the crowd, and what made Shi Yu very uncomfortable was that no students recognized him. Has he become more handsome recently? Or do they think that Shi Yu the great god cannot appear here and dare not recognize him? When Shi Yu shook his head, suddenly, his expression was stunned, because he found 2 familiar figures passing by. One was a beautiful woman wearing a butterfly pattern cheongsam, and the other was a young woman wearing a black and white panda suit with a girlish and quaint feeling. They passed by here, talking and laughing, not paying attention to the surroundings, and were more concerned than Shi Yu. Faintly, you can hear some students whispering about Huaziogen legend and Linziazu legend. This made Shiyu's face blackline. Damn, when did the panda senior sister become more famous than himself? And he was trembling with anger. When can the male beastmaster stand up? Of course, Shiyu judged that even if President Lin and the legend of Shenil stood here, these students would not recognize them. Senior Panda, Shiyu didn't expect Lin Ziazu to be here, so he called out subconsciously. This call made Hua Chuanqi and Lin Ziazu stop suddenly. Lin Ziazu showed a puzzled expression. Senior Panda? What kind of name is this? Why does this voice sound so familiar? She turned her head to look at Shiyu, and at this moment, Shiyu just wanted to slap himself. He accidentally called out what was in his heart. Senior Panda, can you just call her that casually? Hey, Senior Lin, why are you here? Shiyu tried to make amends, waving and greeting, just as if nothing happened. Shiyu, Lin Ziazu and Hua Chuanqi looked at the young man in front of them in surprise, and they also didn't expect that Shiyu would appear in Chengdu University. Fuck, Shiyu. At this time, finally a passerby noticed Shiyu, and spoke in shock, which was more strange than seeing a mythical creature descend. A pair of big eyes fell on Shiyu. Alive. It's a living Shiyu. That day, the #1 hot search on Donghuang Network became Shiyu's appearance in Chengdu University. As for the second most searched, Zuyun, the king of Zhu, fought against the Glory Exchange Group alone, and won a great victory against the Glory Legend Knights. In a quiet garden at Chengdu University, Shiyu snapped his fingers and teleported his senior sister, Hua Chuanqi and himself to this place. The roadside just now was obviously not suitable for communication. Teleport, there are too many people over there, Shiyu smiled. Auntie Hua, senior sister Lin, you haven't told me yet, why are you here? Senior sister Panda smiled and said, I still want to know why you are here. Auntie Hua and I were invited to help. Yes, Shiyu, it's strange that you appear in such a place, Hua Ziajin Chuanqi said with a smile. Even if you appear in a university, should it be Gudu University, or are you here to find Ziazu? Senior sister Panda said speechlessly. How is it possible? Shiyu smiled awkwardly and said, actually, there is a special relic at Chengdu University. I came to take a look, well, but it seems that there are a lot of people here. I have to trouble the principal to give the students here a week off first. After all, I can't guarantee what will happen here next. He touched his chin and thought for a while. The epic ruins. The epic ruins that are suspected to be battlefields are not easy to deal with. Relics, Lin Ziazu said, what other relics can interest you now? She heard from senior sister Lu that even the mythical ruins of Blue Star did not interest Shiyu. It is related to the origin of the iron-eating beast. It is the real origin, not the one currently recognized by the archaeological community, Shiyu said. Huh? Senior sister Panda was stunned and said, iron-eating beast? Is it true? Of course it is true. Do you want to go and see it together? Shiyu smiled. He knew that after he said that, this guy would definitely be interested. At this time, senior sister Panda and Hua Chuanqi looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Shiyu, where did you get the news from? Senior sister Lin asked. What's wrong? Shiyu saw senior sister Lin so surprised and couldn't help but curious. In fact, we came here this time to solve a supernatural incident related to the iron-eating beast, Lin Ziazu said. So, when I heard you mention the iron-eating beast, I wondered if it was related to the iron-eating beast ruins you mentioned. Shiyu was surprised and said, tell me in detail, what happened to you? Senior Panda said, about not long ago, there was a beastmaster at Chengdu University who had a contract with an iron-eating beast and he had strange dreams frequently. In the strange dream, he dreamed that he had turned into a soldier riding an iron-eating beast, and then went to the battlefield and was killed. Generally speaking, normal people would only think that this was an ordinary nightmare, but then, one after another, several beastmasters at Chengdu University who had contracts with iron-eating beasts had this kind of dream. And after they woke up, they were all very tired. Chengdu University invited a psychiatrist, who also carefully examined Chengdu University, and found no abnormalities. Afterwards, Chengdu University gave these students a collective holiday. During the holiday, they did not have this strange dream, but after they came back, they started a new round of dreams. During this period, Chengdu University also conducted its own research and hired other iron-eating beastmasters to live in the school. The results were the same. These beastmasters all had similar dreams, however, Because these beastmasters are not strong, they can hardly remember what happened in the dream, and their memory is very vague. This kind of thing is really strange. In the end, the old president of Chengdu University came to me and Aunt Hua. After all, I am now the most recognized strongest iron-eating beastmaster in Donghuang, except for you and Senior Woody. Lin Ziazu smiled. And the dream god butterfly that Aunt Hua has newly cultivated also has a good attainment in the dream path. In addition, she is the honorary president of Chengdu University, so we came to take a look. Is that so? Shiyu fell into deep thought. He closed his eyes slightly and felt the current situation of Chengdu University, but he didn't feel anything. Did you find anything? Senior Panda asked. Maybe further investigation is needed, Shiyu said. You haven't entered that dream yet. Lin Ziazu shook his head and said, I just arrived today and just learned about the situation. Aunt Hua and I haven't started investigating yet. Aunt Hua, I think I should know what's going on in this matter. Let me join the investigation. Hua Xiajin Chuanqi smiled and said, I feel relieved with you. I was originally worried about whether I could help my old friend solve this matter, but now that you are here, it should be solved satisfactorily immediately. After all, you are the strongest beastmaster on Blue Star. Shiyu smiled bitterly. This matter has exceeded the scope of Blue Star, and even exceeded the scope of this universe era. It's better to be serious, even if it is Nuwa. It only says that he has a high probability of cracking it, not 100%. Hua Chuanqi and Senior Panda were stunned. What does it mean? Anyway, don't try it on your own next time. Be my assistant and act with me. Shiyu guessed that it should be Blue Star that upgraded and broke Nuwa's seal on the ruins of that era. After all, when Nuwa sealed this ruins, he was a top god. The strange dream was that the power of the ruins of this era leaked out and affected the surroundings. Okay, Lin Ziazu said immediately, assistants are fine, just take us with you. Yes, but you have to listen to my command. First, Aunt Hua, you ask the president of Chengdu University to clear the scene first. Okay, Hua Chuanqi nodded. After a while, upon learning that Shiyu had come forward, the president of Chengdu University was flattered and immediately followed Shiyu's request to give all teachers and students a month's holiday. During this period, the school was closed and no life was allowed to appear in Chengdu University. Even the guardian gods and guardian overlords of Chengdu University were blasted out. After the matter was over, the president of Chengdu University himself left immediately, leaving the Chengdu University city, which was larger than a second-tier city, to Shiyu and Lin Ziazu. Shiyu, what kind of ruins is this? Senior Sister Panda couldn't help asking. At this time, Shiyu and Lin Ziazu had already wandered to a mountain behind Chengdu University. As for Hua Chuanqi, under Shiyu's commission, he also dispersed the residents around Chengdu University city as much as possible and temporarily arranged them to other places. Shiyu asked Chong Chong to casually pinch a secret space that could be lived in, and imagined a bunch of villas. Senior Sister, have you heard that every 10 billion years, the universe will die, be reborn, and then start a new reincarnation? Shiyu said. This reincarnation is called a cosmic era. Lin Ziazu shook her head. She has been training the Panda Army. Now she is only level 8 and doesn't know much about things outside the Blue Star. The race of iron-eating beasts actually existed on the Blue Star in the last cosmic era more than 10 billion years ago? Is the origin so far away? Lin Ziazu was surprised. It's not bad, and no one can say for sure whether the last cosmic era is the real origin, Shiyu said. Next, the ruins I want to explore are the ruins of the last era that have survived to this day. It is said that it is a battlefield ruins. It was created by a powerful beastmaster who controlled the creation dragon and a powerful beastmaster who controlled the iron-eating beast legion. According to the clues I have learned, only humans who have contracted pets of specific races have the hope of entering this relic. Among them, the iron-eating beast is one of the specific races. I guess those beastmasters who have strange dreams are affected by this battlefield ruins. Gurgle. Lin Ziazu opened her beautiful eyes wide. And finally knew why Shiyu liked to explore the ruins so much. Now her curiosity has been aroused by Shiyu's words. If Shiyu left her alone to explore the ruins at this time, she would be curious to death. Then what should we do next? Lin Ziazu was eager to try. I just checked and the main part of the ruins is still sealed by a seal. Although the seal has loosened, I don't plan to remove it immediately. If it's somewhere else, it's fine, but this is a big city after all, and no one knows what kind of impact the epic ruins will bring. I plan to let the ruins passively affect me through the method of entering a dream first, and see if I can investigate any clues before making a decision. This method should have the smallest impact on us and the outside world. At most, we will be a little tired after waking up, just like those students. So, what you mean is that I will hold Huahu first, and you hold 11, and we will fall asleep first, just like those students, and let the power leak from the epic ruins pull us into the dream battlefield, Lin Ziazu said. That's right. Shiyu stretched out his hand, and a panda the size of an apple appeared in his hand. While sitting in Shiyu's palm, 11 yawned, looked around cautiously at first, and then said, and greeted Lin Ziazu. Huahua, you come out too. Senior sister Lin also called out her own iron-eating beast, which has now reached the invincible overlord level and evolved into a demon iron-eating beast named Huahua. It is also in a restrained state at this time, still so cute, and has no demon god attitude after being restrained. Ying 11 greeted again. Ying, Lin Ziazu's iron-eating beast was also surprised to see 11. When Aunt Hua is almost ready, we will eat the cultivation fruit and go to sleep, Shiyu said. Lin Ziazu was stunned and said, eat the thing to fall asleep, Shiyu said, of course, the cultivation fruit can increase understanding and learning ability. If we eat it and sleep, we will be able to comprehend and learn faster if we encounter any special things in the dream world. I see. Lin Ziazu was still a little nervous and said, but I forgot to take the neutralizer. What is that? Take it with the cultivation fruit, and it can slightly resist the taste of my favorite drink, Shiyu. When the time was almost up, Shiyu held 11 and Lin Ziazu held Huahu. Both of them found a place in Shendu University, ate the cultivation fruit, and planned to fall asleep. The power of the epic ruins, even if it is the peak of the super god, cannot peek into the origin, so Shiyu and his team can only investigate step by step. Because of the cultivation fruit, Shiyu and his team fell asleep quickly. In a fuzzy state of consciousness, Shiyu gradually woke up and opened his eyes, but because of his strong control over his body, Shiyu knew that this was a dream. After he opened his eyes, he found that he was in a military tent. So that's how it is. In this dream world, I became a soldier who existed in the last era but has died. Is this a role-playing? What about you? Shiyu looked at the panda lying on the ground. The panda also opened its eyes and let out a wow. It was obviously 11. Except for 11, Shiyu could not sense any connection with any other pets at this time, but fortunately, he could feel that his level of strength was still there with 11, so it was not bad. No wonder those students from Shendu University died as soon as they came in. With their strength, it would be strange if they could survive the battle between Yinglong and Xiao. Chapter 619, Epic War. The World in the Dream. Shiyu shook his head. To him, this seemed like a lucid dream. Sure enough, under intentional control, the stronger the mental power, the less likely it is to get lost in the dream. He can now freely control his actions and state. However, the premise of everything is that it cannot exceed his original strength. 11. Let's go find your big sister first. After Shiyu made sure that he could break free from the dream at any time, he immediately said to 11. Ying. 11 nodded heavily. Shiyu took 11 and walked directly out of the tent, and then fell into deep thought. This is obviously a huge barracks, but at this moment, the barracks are desolate, with wounded soldiers everywhere, and the morale is extremely desolate. The scorching sun shines on the dry land. I don't know if it's because of the dream, Shiyu is the best among this group of people. Go there. Shiyu saw many iron-eating beasts in this legion. In addition to iron-eating beasts, there are also tigers, leopards and other beasts, each with a strange shape. It is suspected to be a strange beast from the ancient times of the earth. Shiyu has seen these guys in ancient books. He and 11 came to a disabled soldier leaning against the wall. The other party and his mount, the iron-eating beast, were both in a dying state. He and 11 found that there were not many strong pets here, but the soldiers were strong, and each of them had a physical strength comparable to that of a demigod. This made Shiyu ponder slightly, and felt that the state of Shiyu beast seemed to be a bit similar to these people, all of whom had super physical strength. However, Shiyu also felt other special powers in them, not just physical strength. 11. Help him treat it. At Shiyu's request, 11 used the control of light to help the disabled soldier illuminate the wound. Soon, the semi-conscious soldier recovered a lot and opened his eyes weakly. Doctor, he murmured. Yes, Shiyu nodded. We lost. Even if we recover, we can't turn the tide. He covered his eyes weakly and said painfully, "But we can still fight again." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, because of the sudden sound of thunder drums. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder-like drum sound made a loud voice come from the inside of the remnant army. "The enemy is attacking, prepare to fight." Under the loud voice, no matter how injured the soldiers were, they all stood up with difficulty. The soldier that Shiyu and Shie had just cured was the same. He looked ferocious and shouted, "Fight!" After saying that, he looked at his iron-eating beast. Under his gaze, the iron-eating beast immediately surrounded the whole body with black and white light. Directly under the eyes of Shiyu and Shie, it turned into a spear and was caught in the hands of the soldiers. Shiyu saw this and quickly looked around. Some beasts that were supposed to be mounts were turned into weapons under the control of this group of remnant soldiers. Swords, spears, halberds, armor and crossbows, everything was there. Of course, there were also some that remained unchanged, being ridden by soldiers. Now, after holding weapons, this group of remnants immediately became like divine soldiers descending to the world, and their momentum increased greatly. Boom. However, compared with the thunder sound coming from afar, the morale here was still much weaker. At this moment, the originally clear sky suddenly became full of clouds and mist. In the clouds and mist, light rain gradually fell, and the figure of a winged dragon was looming. "Oh no, it's Yinglong." Seeing the phantom of the dragon, the remnants below were shocked. "Chiao, why don't you surrender?" 4 figures appeared in the clouds behind the dragon. 3 men and 1 woman riding on the clouds, appeared in the sky, and shouted to the remnants of the army below. "Kill!" At the same time, behind them, there was a huge army accompanied by war drums to kill the remnants of the army, and it was dark. "Ho ha ho ha!" With a loud laugh, a strong man came from nowhere and looked at the sky above the earth. His ears were like swords and halberds, his head had horns, and he was followed by several mythical beasts, one of which was the iron-eating beast that Shiyu was familiar with. The big man went up to fight without saying a word. The iron-eating beast, like the other beasts, turned into a black magic knife in front of Shiyu's eyes. The big man held it in his hand and roared like a demon. Boom! In the sky, the momentum of Yinglong and the magic knife countered each other, subverting the world in an instant. The army below, under the protection of the leaders of both sides, also rushed towards each other. "A fight has started," Shiyu exclaimed, retreating repeatedly, and naturally had no intention of joining the battle. He kept looking for Unwar soldiers similar to himself, but found that he did not see any soldiers suspected to be Sister Lin and Huaho at all. "Wait a minute, I subconsciously judged that everyone would enter the same dream, but it is also possible that everyone entered a different dream world, so it is understandable that I can't find Senior Sister Lin here. I have a contract with 11, but not with Senior Sister Panda." Realizing this, Shiyu looked at 11 and said, "Find a safe place to watch the battle first." At this time, 11 nodded frantically. In the sky, Yinglong controlled the storm and rain, showing an unmatched momentum, giving 11 the feeling of being a god of the era. The big man holding the magic knife transformed by the iron-eating beast was also very powerful. He split the wind and rain and the sky with one knife, and the two sides soon fought fiercely. At this level of battle, Shiyu, who only has 11 around him, really can't intervene. After all, after breaking through the god level, 11 has not added any points. At this time, he is only at the advanced god level. Even with his enhancement, he is still far from the super god level. Trouble, all parties were fighting. Shiyu just wanted to observe and didn't want to join in, but the soldiers of Yinglong's side didn't care about that. Shiyu and his men were already weak, with very few people. Soon, the enemy locked onto Shiyu and 11 and attacked directly. "There are people over there." This group of people did not control wild beasts, but showed their powerful aura and attacked with weapons. 11, kill them, Shiyu called out, and 11 nodded. With one thought, he stunned the other party. One by one, the soldiers of the Yellow Emperor's army suddenly turned pale, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground. "Interesting, don't worry." Shiyu took a deep breath, his eyes shining. He and 11 are now digging deep into the power system controlled by Chiao's army in the dream world. Although Shiyu and 11 did not inherit the memories of these two dream phantoms, under their efforts to recall and under their observation of the battles of other soldiers, some special feelings still made them realize something. Soon, they entered a state of epiphany. The cultivation fruit combines the power of the time fruit and the world tree fruit, and the bonus to the learning ability in the dream is very huge. When Shiyu first saw the soldiers of Chiyu's army transforming their pets into weapons, he thought that this was a talent for controlling beasts. On Blue Star and Kinkai, there is also this talent for controlling beasts, which can transform pets into weapons, armor and other equipment. However, after careful identification, Shiyu discovered the difference between the two. The ability mastered by Chiyu's army should be more advanced. Compared with the traditional talent for weapon-turn-beast control, these beast soldiers of Chiyu's army are more powerful. The weapon body integrates all the abilities of the pets and refines them into a magic weapon. A random attack is the ultimate mystery of the fusion of all the skills of the pets. In other words, if Shiyu masters the traditional talent for weaponization and turns 11 into a weapon, the skills of weapon 11 will not change much. Not only may it not be able to be amplified, but it may also be restricted by the new form and cannot fully exert its original power. However, the soldiers of Chiao's army mastered the power of soldiers, which allowed the pet beast to merge all its power to form a perfect magic weapon. The pet beast would not be dragged down by the form, but could make itself stronger. One strike was the fusion of multiple magic skills. Is this the real secret of the Master of Soldiers and the Master of Soldiers? Shiyu looked at the two warring parties and thought to himself. No wonder the myths and legends said that Huangdi had been defeated by Chiao 9 times before he got the help of Yinglong. Although these remnants looked embarrassed, they should be the elite of the Jiuli tribe, otherwise it would be impossible to use this powerful magic so skillfully. This ability must be learned. Shiyu made up his mind. This skill is very strong. Mastering this is equivalent to allowing the pet beast to merge all skills into a super combination skill, which will definitely improve the strength. This ability is several times more powerful than the 4 sacred equipment worn by Shiyu's beast. The 4 sacred equipment is equivalent to addition. And this magic skill of soldiers is equivalent to multiplication. At present, Qitong Zhu Xian sword formation is the most luxurious combination skill in the team, consisting of a total of 8 magical skills. For this combination skill, Qitong used all of his skills, so the power is naturally needless to say. However, except for Qitong, the strongest combination skills of other pets cannot use all their skills. But with this magical power, every pet should be able to do almost the same thing as Qitong, which is undoubtedly a huge improvement in strength. However, at present, 11 and Shiyu can only learn through the methods of watching, recalling and enlightenment. Without systematic teaching, it is still too difficult to learn in this chaotic battle. Ying, 11 summoned the Bagwu Dao bear clones to let them protect themselves in Shiyu's enlightenment learning. I don't know how long it took, the sound gradually fell, except for Shiyu and his men. All other soldiers of Chiyu's army seemed to have been killed, and Shiyu, who was fighting with a Yinglong in the sky, had also been beheaded. In the clouds and rain, it was already a bloody rain. I won't give up. In the sky, Shiyu, whose head and body were separated, could still roar. His expression was tragic and he obviously couldn't accept his failure. When he roared, his strong obsession with victory even rewrote the rules, forcing the mythical beasts such as Yinglong to retreat and dare not approach. Huh? Wait, there are others. At this time, the people in the cloud seemed to have discovered Shiyu and his group, and immediately ordered Yinglong to deal with them. Roar! In the sky, the golden Yinglong waved its claws down, and Shiyu and Shiai suddenly opened their eyes. Damn, the time is too short, it's too late. Shiai condensed the strongest power, and the gods and demons fought at the same time to fight against it, but they were no match at all. Soon, even Shiyu, they and the rest of Chiyu's army were all beaten to death. In reality, Shiyu and Shiai, who had a big dream, suddenly opened their eyes, broke out in a cold sweat, and felt the weakness of their bodies, which was weaker than many times. It seems that maintaining a lucid dream consumes a lot of energy. You're awake, a soft voice came from the side. Shiyu looked over and found that Senior Panda had woken up earlier than him. She was also exhausted and sweating. She was obviously frightened by the scene in the dream. Senior, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm glad you're okay, Shiyu said. What did you experience in the dream? Do you still remember it? Senior Panda said, well, I seem to have become a logistics unit in the army to take care of the iron-eating beasts. Then, I heard a drumbeat and the war began. Huahu and I were no match for those soldiers. We were quickly killed and woke up. Is that so? Shiyu said. Did you see a dragon fighting an iron-eating beast? No. Senior Panda was stunned and said. I understand. Shiyu nodded. At this time, 11 was still sulking beside him, obviously not convinced by the ending of being crushed. It seems that everyone experiences different things after entering the dream. Shiyu felt that what he experienced should be the last battle between Huangdi and Xiao, and Yinglong helped Huangdi kill Xiao. At this time, Xiao's army had been defeated and had little strength left. But what Senior Panda experienced should still be the previous battle. By the time Shiyu arrived, all the logistics troops had long gone. "Have you made any useful discoveries?" Senior Panda asked. "I found that the evolution system of the iron-eating beasts over there is different from ours. In addition, the human cultivation system seems to be different from ours. Every soldier is very strong." "Yes, I roughly know how this era ruins came into being," Shiyu said. Next, Shiyu relayed his experience in the ruins to Senior Panda. The two sides of the war were Huangdi and Xiao, and the battle ended with the death of Xiao. However, because Xiao was very strong, he developed an obsession with the outcome of his own death, and this obsession turned into the ruins of the epic. So, if you want to prevent this relic from affecting the outside world and crack the relic, the way is to untie Xiao's obsession and help him defeat the Yinglong that killed him in the world of obsession. This, Senior Panda was shocked and said, "Can you do it? Did you say that you and 11 were also instantly killed by that Yinglong?" Oh, Shiyu scratched his head with both hands and said, "It's not the main point. The main thing is that this dream world is not simple. Although it is just the obsession of a strong man, the composition of the entire virtual world contains many inheritances from the last era, just like the different evolutionary roots of the iron-eating beasts you saw, the strange skills mastered by the soldiers. Maybe we can learn them. In the dream world, 11 and I tried to learn the power system of the last era, but we didn't succeed because the time was too short. Of course, if we can successfully solve Chiyu's obsession, we may get greater benefits, but it's not easy, even harder than what I said," Shiyu said. "Then what should we do next?" Senior Panda said. "Of course, try to crack it," Shiyu said. "Senior, you are still awake in the dream, right?" "Yeah," Senior Panda nodded. Shiyu said, "Well, next, you will enter the dream ruins once or twice a day. I will let Shen Bao provide you with enough world tree fruit, cultivation fruit, and spiritual nourishing food. Help me as much as possible in the ruins world to collect useful information and the power system of the previous era. Finally, pass on your learning results to me through Susu's inheritance drops." "What about you?" Senior Panda asked. Shiyu pondered and said, "You have discovered that after we enter the dream world, our real strength can be substituted into it, although it is only a part of the strength related to the iron-eating beast." Shiyu looked at 11. "But it's enough, so I wonder if I can improve my strength in the outside world, and then re-enter the ruins to see if I can defeat the Yinglong and crack the ruins. I have a way to quickly improve 11's strength, but in this way, I will not be able to distract myself in the short term to explore the ruins. I need someone to help me enter the ruins to collect information to avoid wasting too much time." "Okay." Senior Panda did not doubt that Shiyu could not do it. She said, "Then do as you say." Shiyu smiled and said, "I will do it as soon as possible. If you feel any discomfort after entering the dream many times, stop at any time, but there are participants. The baby's supplements should be fine." "Yeah," Senior Panda said, "but I didn't expect that the iron-eating beast army of the last era was so strong." "Of course," Shiyu said, "but if you have any gains, you should be able to use them for the iron-eating beast army of this era." "Yes," Senior Panda's eyes lit up. Entering the ruins to explore many times seemed to be an opportunity to enhance strength. If she and Huahu could also learn the power system of the last era, she would definitely be able to achieve good results in the world competition, and would not necessarily be worse than Senior Woody and Senior Lu. "Wait, do you want to ask Senior Bai and Senior Woody to explore together? This way, the progress may be faster," Senior Panda said. "Senior Woody is fighting the conferred god war, and it will probably take another half a month to finish. Senior Sister Baxi is about the same strength as you." "Let's forget it," Shiyu said poorly. "The ginseng baby also needs to assist 11 in cultivation. There are too many people exploring, and its supplements will not be available." "Is that so?" Senior Sister Panda nodded, feeling the pressure. "Now, whether the exploration can produce results, depends on her. Don't worry, I believe you. It's related to the cultivation of the iron-eating beast." "Senior Sister, you are the best, don't be like this." To be honest, Shiyu smiled. If there were no skill illustrations, he would not be able to research so many iron-eating beast skills like Senior Sister Panda's family. After raising the iron-eating beast for so long, Senior Sister Panda has surpassed Senior Ji Mengzhu and received all the teachings of Senior Ji Mengzhu. Her current experience in cultivating iron-eating beasts should not be comparable to that of Emperor Wu. After all, Senior Ji Mengzhu also helped raise Emperor Wu's iron-eating beast. Let's talk to Auntie Hua about the first exploration. The vacation of Chengdu University will probably have to be extended. This battlefield ruins is very dangerous. If it is completely descended, the obsession may materialize the battlefield and cause great harm. Shiyu exhaled. Maybe we have to ask Senior Kongdi to come and reinforce the seal of the ruins. Let's see if the obsession can be removed by fighting in the dream world. Okay, Senior Panda said. Next, Shiyu decided to work with Senior Panda to crack the ruins. Senior Panda took the side quest and tried to explore the power system of the Chiao Legion of the Jiuli tribe in the last era. Shiyu, on the other hand, was preparing for the main quest, to see if he could eventually gain benefits from Shiyu's obsession by defeating Yinglong. To be honest, in Shiyu's opinion, the difficulty of this main quest was greater than Susu's victory over the Abyss Super God. After all, the strength that Yinglong showed in the dream world was comparable to the Super God's combat power. It was almost impossible for 11 to defeat it without the combat power of an epic god. Of course, it was difficult, but as long as Shiyu was given time, it should not be a problem. After breaking through the god level, 11 had not started to add points, and the proficiency of all his divine skills was still below the mastery level. As long as all the divine skills were added to perfection, not to mention defeating the opponent, it would definitely be possible to fight with the opponent. At that time, with the cooperation of Chiyu's obsession, it might not be a loss. And if all the points were added to the perfect state of perfect plus 47, although it was not an epic god yet, with the quality of 11 skills in cooperating with himself, it should not be a problem to equal an epic god. So in the end, if you want to crack this relic, you have to add points again. Somewhere in the capital of the gods, Shiyu found a place that was not affected by the ruins and settled down. He summoned Susu and the others and said, Susu, don't eat the crown yet, come and assist 11's points first. Ning. Susu looked at Shiyu eagerly, asking if it couldn't enter the dream world. If it could deal with Yinglong. Chong also wanted to PK with Yinglong. Kinglong or Yinglong, which one is stronger? It feels that Kinglong should be stronger. After all, one was cosmic level in the last era, while Yinglong only looked like a super god. But unfortunately, it couldn't enter Shiyu's dream, which puzzled Chong. Don't do this. 11 stood on Shiyu's shoulder to protest. This Yinglong was clearly its experience pack, and it wouldn't be robbed. The power of the epic ruins is so strange. If the rules can be changed easily, there won't be so many epic ruins in Kinkai and the universe that no one can crack. You know, even the overlord of the universe has epic ruins that cannot be cracked, Shiyu said. All the pets nodded one after another. Well, they looked at 11, so let's assist 11 in adding points first. Ying, 11 bowed to each teammate. Next, Shiyu and Senior Panda stayed near Chengdu University and started to work together. With the help of Shiyu's resources, Senior Sister went into the dream ruins day after day to explore inside. And Shiyu added points in the outside world. In this way, half a month passed in a flash. At this time, the conferred God War should have ended on Kinkai. In Shiyu's team, another powerful and perfect god was born. Name, 11. Skills, God level, Yin-Yang grinding wheel, perfect. Fighting god body, perfect. 8 diagrams clone, perfect. God and demon thought, perfect plus 47. Control of light, perfect. Control of darkness, perfect. Control of gold, perfect. Refining stars, perfect. From the high-level god combat power half a month ago, with the assistance of a bunch of pets, 11 directly jumped to the quasi-era god combat power. Since Shiyu mainly added points to the self-harming burst skill of God and Demon Thought, maybe 11 can now instantly have the era god combat power. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. After Shiyu temporarily completed a small goal, Senior Panda finally gained something after half a month of hard exploration. Shiyu, Linziazu, wearing a panda costume, came to Shiyu in surprise and said, I have gained something, are you there? I found the evolutionary root of the iron-eating beast in the last era. Chapter 620 Gradually Understanding Everything. Senior Panda arrived in high spirits, and it seemed that her joy had dispelled the fatigue of exploring the ruins. The evolutionary root of the iron-eating beast in the last era? Shiyu was also very happy when he heard Senior Panda's voice. He was in a hurry to explore the ruins last time, so he didn't pay much attention. Now Senior Panda has gained something, which is undoubtedly the first surprise feedback from the ruins. AOOO. Skills are close to the way. This proficiency level has been popularized in Donghuang through Shiyu's mouth. When a super-level skill is trained to the point where skills are close to the way, there is a chance to upgrade to quasi-divine skills. Quasi-divine skills are the key to the evolution of ordinary races into mythical races. The requirement of hardening of skills close to the way. This condition is very simple for Shiyu and his team at their current level. After all, it is just a low-level skill. Even super-level skills are not difficult. After the revival of the Blue Star rules, the skill level has been much easier to improve. In addition, many resources have appeared to increase the talent of comprehension. Superb skills are no longer the highest skill level pursued by Beastmasters. It probably requires the iron-eating beast to use the hardening skill to transform itself, just like running the gong method. After practicing it, it can evolve and then awaken new skills. It still uses hardening. Let's do this. Hua hua, come and demonstrate it to Shiyu. At the call of Senior Panda, the panda on her shoulder climbed down. Wait, your found means that you have successfully evolved? Of course, Senior Panda said proudly with her chest puffed out. Shiyu opened his mouth slightly and said, well, the progress is much faster than I thought. In fact, it's thanks to the cultivation fruit and the world tree fruit. Senior Panda shook her head and said, I can feel that without your resources, even if we are given a few years, we can't get started with this evolution method. Practicing this is too difficult, dozens of times more difficult than training the proficiency of super-level skills, and it even involves the transformation of the brain. You are still good enough, Shiyu said. Okay, let me see it quickly. No problem, Lindsay Azure smiled, and the next moment, she looked at her iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast made a sound and began to show a new evolutionary form that was no longer restrained. Boom, boom, boom. Its whole body made a sound like space vibration, its pupils were deep, and black hardened substances flowed on its body. The next moment, a huge momentum burst out, and regular patterns lingered on Senior Panda's iron-eating beast. With a sizzling sound, 2 pairs of new arms and 2 new heads grew on the iron-eating beast. Roar, the 3-headed, 6-armed iron-eating beast roared, sweeping out with momentum. 3 heads and 6 arms, Shiyu was surprised. Is this the evolutionary root of the iron-eating beast in the last era? To be honest, it didn't give Shiyu too many surprises, because even in this era, there are many similar evolutionary methods, such as Xiaobing, who optimized himself into a 3-headed snake. A long time ago, Shiyu also met the Minhua beast tamer who mastered the 3-headed, 6-armed beast taming talent. At this moment, Shiyu could indeed feel that senior sister Lin's panda had become stronger. And it should have reached the mythical race. Of course, Shiyu did not rush to deny it. He understood that this form might not be the key. The key is what supporting skills the iron-eating beast has mastered after evolution. It's not over yet. At this moment, Shiyu witnessed senior sister panda taking out 6 swords from the space equipment. Each level reached level 7, which was not high. She threw the swords to the 3-headed, 6-armed iron-eating beast one by one. After the 6 arms took the swords one by one, under Shiyu's slightly stunned expression, the power of the iron-eating beast was further enhanced, and soon with the body of the overlord, it was temporarily close to the strength of a demigod. This level is not inferior to the combat power of Shiyu's pet at the overlord level. At the overlord level, it is close to a demigod. What is this? Shiyu asked. After the iron-eating beast evolves, it will awaken a new skill. This new skill is a quasi-divine skill, called weapon control. No matter what kind of magical weapon it is, as long as you get it in your hands, you can immediately control it perfectly as if you were controlling your own hands and feet, unleashing 200% of the weapon's power and greatly increasing your own combat power. The iron-eating beast's 3 heads and 6 arms should also be evolved to match this skill. The 6 arms allow it to control more weapons, and the 3 heads allow it to react faster and do more things at the same time. This Chiyu army is very proficient in the use of weapons. I see. Weapon mastery. This is the first time I've seen this kind of skill, Shiyu said. On King Kai, he had never heard of any weapon mastery skill. At most, it was just a single weapon mastery, such as the sword and sword body that Akame had mastered before, which allowed it to have a higher degree of control over swords, but compared with this weapon mastery of all weapons, there is obviously still a small gap. Judging from Huahua's performance just now, the power of this skill lies in that even if the weapon has nothing to do with the user and is a purely external object, one can master its use immediately. He couldn't remember when senior sister Lin's iron-eating beast would use a sword. But now it seems that the other party's control over the sword is not inferior to, or even exceeds most sword spirit races. How is it? Is this skill powerful? Senior sister Panda felt that it was very powerful, but she didn't quite understand it and needed Shiyu to analyze it. Very strong, and the future is promising. There are many ancient divine weapons on King Kai's planet, even epical divine weapons. They have no life, they are purely powerful, and no one can control them. Maybe, with this weapon control, they can be controlled to further strengthen the iron-eating beast. Also, don't the soldiers in the ruins battlefield have the ability to weaponize their pets? This beast soldier can not only be used by the beast master himself, but also by the iron-eating beast that can control the weapon. At that time, it is equivalent to the fusion of two pets, and it is not an ordinary fusion. The combat power is also greatly increased. This ability, let alone Blue Star, is first class even on King Kai's planet. Great, Senior Panda was excited. Shiyu was telling the truth. What power can the skills from the last era, combined with the remaining divine weapons from the last era, exert? Shiyu didn't know, but it was definitely not weak. Of course, for Shiyu, this is not the key. Shiyu felt that the evolution system of the three-headed and six-armed panda was a little worse than that of the Chaos Panda. However, although it is a little worse, Shiyu can accept this weapon control skill. After all, his pets all have star refining skills and their own exclusive weapons. This weapon control may make them more powerful when using their star weapons. Then I will pass on these experiences to you through the inheritance water droplets, Lin Xiaozu said. Don't worry about this. In addition to these, are there any other gains? Lin Xiaozu shook his head and said, no, my exploration direction is the evolution of the iron-eating beast and the cultivation system of humans in the last era. Among them, the progress of the iron-eating beast is good, but the human side gives me the feeling. It's as if the humans in our era and the humans in the last era are not the same species. The cultivation system is not compatible at all. On the contrary, the iron-eating beast is definitely the same species. Do you have this feeling too? Shiyu was stunned and fell into deep thought. The last time he entered the ruins and wanted to comprehend the soldiers' ability to transform their pets into weapons, he also felt the same way. He clearly felt that the skills were right in front of him and he could learn them immediately. But his body, brain, I got it, body, no, you can't, it doesn't matter, there are always more solutions than problems, Shiyu said. He already had an idea. That is, let the brain learn first. As for whether the body can do it or not, it doesn't matter. If the human race of this era is really not suitable for practicing the system of the last era, then, what about the Shiyu beast? The Shiyu beast is a real life from the last era. Maybe it is possible to use consciousness to control the Shiyu beast to cultivate the power of those soldiers? Senior sister, I want to enter the ruins dream again, Shiyu said at this time. Enter now, Lin Xiaozu was surprised. It was only half a month since the last time. Well, enter now, Shiyu said. Although 11 still has a lot of room for improvement, Shiyu still plans to try it again. The most important thing is that if he leaves a ruin unexplored, he can only add some points, which makes Shiyu feel depressed. Shiyu was ready to enter the ruins again. After giving instructions to his pets, he ate the cultivation fruit and entered the dream. In addition to him, 11 also entered the dream. As for the other pets, they were guarding Shiyu on the side, including Shiyu Beast, which was beside him at this time. He closed his eyes and opened them again. In the dream world, Shiyu rubbed his head with a headache, and then rubbed a horn. Fuck, Shiyu exclaimed and woke up completely. Moo, roar, when Shiyu was saying fuck, there were roars of beasts around him. He looked carefully and found that he was now in a larger tent. He seemed to be healing just now. There were bottles and jars of medicine around him, especially a lot. In addition to a familiar panda, there was also a giant cow and a giant bird. The panda was most likely 11, but this giant cow and giant bird were definitely not Shiyu's pets, but Shiyu knew them. These two guys were Shiyu's divine beasts during the battle between Shiyu and Yinglong, and they helped Shiyu a lot. But unfortunately, in the end, They were all killed by Yinglong. Damn, I changed my identity this time. I became Shiyu. Shiyu was stunned. Is it because after 11's strength became stronger, their identities in the dream changed? It was indeed 11 that held him back last time. With his strength of the 11th heaven of God, he should have possessed Shiyu long ago. Bang 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 bang. While Shiyu was still in a trance, the thunderstorm sounded again. The enemy is attacking, prepare for battle. No, it's Yinglong. Shiyu, why don't you surrender? A series of familiar voices sounded, making Shiyu's face darken. Before, he was a soldier and could still fish, but this time he became Yinglong's hunting target, and he couldn't fish anymore. To be honest, although it was a dream, Shiyu felt that he was too filial to participate in the struggle of a group of ancestors, and he had to beat up a few of them. Forget it, it's just a dream anyway. 11, let's go. Shiyu and 11, under the blank expressions of the cattle and birds, walked out of the tent and came to the center of the battlefield. Leader, seeing Shiyu appear, many remnants shouted excitedly. At this time, Shiyu only had eyes for the golden Yinglong in the sky. Chiao, surrender. In the clouds and mist, Huangdi spoke, thinking that this battle was bound to win. He was orthodox and had been recognized by the world. Even if Chiao was stronger than him, he would not lose with the help of Yinglong. Ho-ha, Shiyu smiled and directly activated the beast control talent, the spiritual Tai Chi field. The next moment, the shadow of the 11th heaven appeared behind Shiyu. The field was generated. The entire battlefield was instantly covered by the Tai Chi field. Above the 11th heaven, the two stars of the moon and the sun appeared, and a pair of yin and yang fish surrounded Shiyu. Roar, standing in the Tai Chi field, 11 continued to grow in size, growing to several hundred meters, and stopped when he had a body that could compete with Yinglong. At that moment, as Shiyu showed his strength, Yinglong and the others all showed incredible expressions. What is this, Chiao? This guy has a trump card. Roar. After the giant 11, he directly gave Yinglong a greeting gift. The yin and yang divine power flowed in his body, and he directly activated the god and demon thought, and the god and demon coexisted on his body, and slashed towards Yinglong with a palm. Roar. The huge Yinglong failed to react in the hands of the god and demon 11, and was smashed into the nearby mountains in an instant, and it was flattened before it stopped. The power of Tai Chi. Impossible. Chiao can't master such power at all. Huangdi was shocked. After seeing that Chiao's third-ranked mount pet could smash Yinglong, his strongest trump card to assist him, he was very puzzled. Chiyu's ox beast and bird beast were also puzzled. These two pets were Chiyu's real capable generals. On the contrary, the iron-eating beast had held him back a lot on the previous battle. Later, Chiyu even turned it into a weapon to avoid being held back again. However, from the beginning, they felt that there was something wrong with this Chiyu and the iron-eating beast. At this moment, seeing the iron-eating beast fan away and directly defeating Yinglong, the ox beast and bird beast were completely confused. What's going on? Who admits defeat? Shiyu floated in the sky, under the black and white stars, just like 11, with both god and demon phases, and was extremely domineering. Seeing that 11, who was in the god and demon phase, could suppress Yinglong for a short time with his assistance, he laughed and felt very excited. However, Shiyu also understood that this was only a short-term suppression. 11's body could not sustain the god and demon's one thought for a long time. His physical fitness and skills were too far from the god and demon's one thought level. Moreover, there are still many strong men on the side of the Yellow Emperor who have not taken action, such as the goddess Pa who came from the upper realm and defeated Fengbo and Yushi. Of course, the power system displayed by Shiyu must have never been seen on Shiyu before for Yinglong and other gods. Of course, Shiyu can only do this. He can't use Chiyu's power at all, and can only use his own. However, the three ancestors of China are not very strong at this stage. Even the invincible Yinglong is only at the epic god level and super god combat power. Shiyu feels that he can deal with it by himself. It's a pity that I can only use my own power system. If I can fight with Chiyu's power system, I might be able to learn more. It's okay to use my own system, but I don't have time to learn. It would be great if Shiyu Beast could also enter the dream, so I can fight by myself and let it learn, and then work together again. As Shiyu thought about it, there was a sudden change in the spiritual connection, which surprised Shiyu slightly. He suddenly felt a spiritual connection with Shiyu Beast. It seems that he can summon Shiyu Beast at any time. Really? Shiyu was stunned. At this moment, in the distance, Yinglong flew up again, and his body was seriously injured by the black and white lightning. However, this time when it flew up, the first thing it did was not to fight back, but to say, "You are not Shiyu, who are you? You are not Shiyu." Huangdi and the others also spoke together. Of course Shiyu was about to say something nonsense, but at this time, even Shiyu, who was possessed by Shiyu, began to reject him a little, which made Shiyu a little stunned. Get out!" With an uncontrolled roar from Chiyu's body, Shiyu's spirit seemed to be squeezed out of Chiyu's body directly. This made Shiyu curse, "It's not me who wants to possess you, a bad guy. It was your obsession that made me enter your body, and now it's you who wants me to get out. Why is it so difficult to be a good person and help you get rid of your obsession?" While Shiyu was cursing, he was still squeezed out of Chiyu's body. However, what Shiyu didn't expect was that after he came out, he was not on the form of a soul or a spiritual body, nor did he wake up. Instead, he gradually materialized into Shiyu Beast. He summoned Shiyu Beast and possessed Shiyu Beast. Boom! Shiyu stagnated in midair, and the Tai Chi field disappeared directly. Shiyu found out the change and immediately shrank, and instantly appeared beside Shiyu. Ying, it didn't understand what was going on. It's you, in the world of obsession, Huangdi, Shiyu, Yinglong, etc., after seeing Shiyu being squeezed out, saw Shiyu's face, and all looked incredible. Then, Yinglong shouted something that made Shiyu feel creepy. "Shiyu, do you want to intervene in this war? Are you going to challenge the rules, Shiyu? Should I?" Shiyu was like seeing a ghost. "Wait, what's going on? Do you know me?" Shiyu was confused. "Don't be funny. I've heard of you, but why did you help Shiyu?" Huangdi said. At this time, Shiyu, who had regained consciousness, was also furious and said, "Shiyu, why did you invade my body?" For a moment, Shiyu was silent. Before he could ask more questions, the many figures of Huangdi, Shiyu, and Yinglong shattered like a dream bubble, and the entire dream world was shattered together. Shiyu entered the ruins for the second time and ended in such a bizarre and strange way. Outside, in the room, under the worried expressions of a bunch of pets, Shiyu suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and he immediately stood up and gasped for breath. 11 also woke up suddenly, with a confused face, his round face revealed doubts, and looked at Shiyu curiously. "I always feel that, the Beastmaster has a lot of secrets. But it hasn't fought yet, how come it's over?" Beside him, Shiyu Beast didn't seem to have changed. Shiyu looked at him, then at the many pets, and took a deep breath. "What's going on, eh? What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Lin was not there, refining the lucky star. Shen Bao volunteered to be a think tank to help Shiyu analyze. And me, Gig also took the bachelor's hat from Shen Bao and volunteered. "Did he get killed again?" He was beside him, looking at Shiyu and 11 with heartache. "That's not the case," Shiyu shook his head. "It's just that in this dream, I seem to have successfully established a connection with Shiyu Beast, and it can also enter the dream world like 11. Perhaps, this is related to the fact that he came from the last era, but the problem is that some of the obsessions and phantoms in the dream seem to know Shiyu Beast. It's outrageous, Shiyu was crazy. Knowing? Could it be that the mind has been disturbed by the dream and simply turned into a dreaming stage?" Chong said. "It has studied dreams. Most of them are false. What you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night. It can even control dreams and let Shiyu fall in love with the queen of insects in his dreams. Any outrageous things can happen in dreams. Just like what Shiyu said just now. So, Shiyu has been disturbed by dreams just now. It's possible. It may be that I am too tired to add points, which leads to distortion of dreams. However, I always feel that things are not that simple," Shiyu pondered. Didn't they say that the Shiyu Beasts came from the last era? Is it possible that they are your acquaintances?" Shen Bao analyzed from the perspective of reincarnation. Because you are an acquaintance, the obsession phantom will change when it sees you." "Impossible," Shiyu said. "When I was born in my previous life, it was thousands of years after the Battle of Zulu, or even longer. In my era, there are no more extraordinary people. It seems that we have entered the Dharma ending age, I am just an ordinary person. How could I be recognized by Yinglong? Then is it possible Shiyu, that after your previous life died, your soul did not directly come to the next era, but during this period, there was an experience that you forgot. During this experience, going back to the past is not an impossible thing, Qi said. As the spirit of time, she is qualified to say this. After Qi finished speaking, Shiyu fell into deep thought again. During his death and crossing, was there an experience that he forgot? Even during this experience, he was so powerful that he traveled through time and space, allowing Yinglong and Chiao to recognize him. Looking at the super god level Shiyu beast, Shiyu was directly numb. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 Protective Archaeology and Destructive Archaeology. It seems that the direction of exploring the Chiao ruins has to change. After entering the Chiao ruins this time, Shiyu no longer cared about the evolution method of the iron-eating beast era, nor the cultivation system of the previous era. These are irrelevant. He only cares about why Yinglong and the others know him. 11. Let's not fight Yinglong anymore. I will take you to the Overlord territory to fight the real super god later. The Overlord territory is the name of the territory of the Overlord of the universe, and it is the same as the Universe Sea, the polluted land, the alien Zerg nest, and the Behemoth Empire. It was originally an obsession phantom. It is estimated that defeating it will not help you much. It is not a necessary battle. It is not like Susu and the Abyss Super God. There is a reason to win. 11 said that Shiyu was talking nonsense. It was very happy to be able to fight the dragon, but it listened to Shiyu. If we help Shiyu solve his obsession, maybe the ruins will completely disappear. On the contrary, if Chiyu's obsession cannot be solved, then the ruins will definitely exist forever. In this way, there will be more opportunities to enter the dream ruins and explore the mystery of the previous life. Shiyu pondered slightly. Brother Chiyu, since you know me, you can be unwilling for a while longer. Anyway, I have been unwilling for tens of billions of years, so it doesn't matter if I want to be unwilling for a few more years. Next, after Shiyu took some supplements, he was very hard-working and planned to enter the dream for the second time. This time, Shiyu still possessed Shiyu. Huangdi and Yinglong still came according to the script. However, this time, Shiyu did not rush to fight, but stood in the air and looked at Huangdi and Yinglong. Yinglong, do you know Shiyu? He asked directly. Yinglong was also stunned. He didn't expect that Shiyu would ask about others when he was about to die. Do you still know that Scourge? Yinglong said, no matter who you know, you can't escape death this time. Scourge? Shiyu cried. Yes, it was himself. However, not long after Shiyu was moved, this world of obsession seemed to have a bug again. It collapsed with a bang. Once again, Shiyu consumed a lot of energy, even more than the last time, and woke up. Yi, Shen Baobao handed over a whisker and asked Shiyu to hold it in his mouth. Why? Shiyu stood up, very unconvinced. Why Panda Senior Sister was fine in exploring the evolution of the iron-eating beast in the ruins, and exploring the cultivation method of the last era. It was so difficult for him to just want to know who he was. 10 more, Shiyu said, and under Shen Baobao's surprised expression, he ate the tonic in big mouthfuls. Not long after, Shiyu entered the ruins again. Before Yinglong attacked, Shiyu found something that could be engraved with words, and wanted to use the method of online communication to send a pigeon to ask who Shiyu was. However, this time, there was still a change. Shiyu had just written his name when the ruins collapsed again not long after. This time, Shiyu suffered a more severe backlash, and even coughed up blood. You know, after he reached the 11th level, even if he added points and deduced, he had never been so miserable. Otherwise, let's try again another day. The seal that Senior Kongdi just reinforced is about to crack again. Chi Tong helped Shiyu up, and said worriedly like taking care of an old father who is terminally ill. The difference was that she had become accustomed to Shiyu's weakness and aging. However, even if she was used to being weak, she would definitely not be able to explore in a short period of time. If she did, it would be really dangerous. Shen Baobao, medicine, Chi Tong said, and Shen Baobao immediately took the Shiandiding and took out a pot of medicine soup. This was its new research, and the effect should be better. No, Shiyu had a headache at this time. Around him, 11, Chong Chong, Su Su and others were all looking at him eagerly, not knowing how to help the Beastmaster. In my opinion, there is no need to rush. Just when everyone was at a loss, Lin suddenly appeared, the space ripples flickered, and a mini Starry Sky battleship descended. On the mini battleship, a shadow of the ship girl was projected. Rin? You finally finished refining, Shiyu said. Hey, your eyes? Yeah, Lin said. I refined the Lucky Star into beautiful contact lenses, Chitong, Su Su, etc. Is this also a weapon? Shiyu looked carefully at Lin's eyes. The original eyes turned into a starry sky with a golden star floating inside. It's easier to see the changes in luck this way, but this is not the key. Master, you are in trouble, Shiyu said. What do you think? He leaned on Chitong, gulped down the medicine soup, and conveyed his experience to Lin in more detail. After a moment of contemplation, Lin said, my suggestion is that you should continue to improve your archaeological ability. Master, improve your archaeological ability, Lin said. Generally speaking, the purpose of a Beastmaster's archaeological work is to obtain rarer resources, more powerful skills, and more powerful inheritance from ancient ruins. In order to achieve this goal, it doesn't matter if the ruins are destroyed. After all, it's profitable. Shiyu felt that Lin was implying something about him. Times have changed, right? However, there are also many ordinary planets in the universe without extraordinary powers. The archaeology there is usually protective archaeology, which protects ancient ruins so as to better obtain information from them and restore history. Shiyu nodded. He knew this. On Earth, where there is no extraordinary power and there are no extraordinary treasures in the ruins, all archaeological teams are like this. In my opinion, protective archaeology is much more difficult than destructive archaeology, Lin said. Just like the rules of creation are more difficult to master than the rules of destruction, a baby can destroy a vase, but creating a vase requires a certain level of skill or a mature industrial system. After Lin finished speaking, Chong Chong looked at Akato in a triumphant manner. Akato? I understand what you mean. You mean that my destructive archaeological ability has been maxed out and reached the extreme of the current level, but my protective archaeological ability is not very proficient. And to explore the Chiao Obsession ruins, what is needed is protective archaeological ability. The reason why we didn't gain anything is because the two words Shiyu are like destructive keywords for the Obsession ruins, but if I master some protective archaeological skills, then it is possible that even if Shiyu is communicating normally with those Obsession phantoms in the ruins, the ruins will not collapse. That's right, Lin said, so my suggestion is that next, let Lord Blue Star reinforce the ruins again, and you, my master, improve your skills first. As for the ruins, you can explore them later. Shiyu had a headache. As expected of Lin, if I had known, I would have asked Senior what to give her more. She even helped the Universe Overlord to decipher the ruins. Her archaeological literacy must be extremely high. Shidi could not be counted on. Shiyu told Zijian last time that Shidi had no interest in archaeology, which was actually true. Although Shidi was proficient in archaeology was essentially just one of his abilities, not his major. Even the order of his research was lower than the skill of predicting the future, which was not favored by Shidi. What Shiyu got from Shidi was all that Shidi mastered. Shiyu had already discussed these with Shidi, and in that chaotic era, Shidi would not study any protective archaeology at all. As long as he could quickly increase his strength and power, destroying a few ruins was not a big deal. He was not interested in the history of the Totem era or the mythological era. He just wanted to open up the future of the human race. Lin suggested, in fact, we can go to the Overlord territory first. The best archaeologists in the universe are all concentrated in the Universe Overlord Core. There must be many protective archaeological experts there. Captain Zijian is just one of the many top archaeologists in the Universe Overlord Core. She alone is enough to suppress the Kwang Star Archaeological Association. It is conceivable that there must be many talented people there. Moreover, the reason why the Universe Overlord Sabosi supports archaeology seems to be to understand how to avoid the fate of the destruction of the universe. Such a purpose is also to collect more information, not for power. Therefore, it should cultivate many protective archaeological experts. We can go there to learn. Anyway, it's on the way, Shiyu said. That makes sense. It just so happens that we have to go to the Overlord territory to find the inheritance of the Wishing Star for Teacher Mao Mao. When we arrive in the Overlord territory, We can find the Zygian Special Forces and ask Captain Zygian to help introduce it. After making a decision, Shiyu walked out of the room and muttered in his heart. Godmother, are you there? The Blue Star Will, who was teaching Xiaozi, was slightly silent and looked in the direction of Dong Huang Shendu unhappily. What's the matter? This relic sealed by Senior Nuwa. I'll call it the Chiao Obsession Relic. I'd like to ask you to reinforce the seal and help me guard it, so that no one else can destroy or crack it. This relic contains some important information. Cracking it rashly may lead to information loss. It requires protective exploration. With my current ability, I'm not good enough to crack it. I plan to try again after a while, Blue Star Will said. Okay, but we still have to go to the university. Aren't you worried that the movement of the planet will affect the relic? Yes, I'm worried about that, Shiyu said. However, I will stay here until you finish exploring this relic. Don't worry about danger. The current blue star is stronger than you think. Before leaving, I will find a way to increase the defense force of Blue Star, Shiyu said. Don't bother so much, and not leaving is not entirely for you. I decided to set off for the university these few days. I have a bad premonition in my heart. Perhaps the university is not as safe as I imagined. Premonition, Shiyu was stunned. Is something big going to happen in the university? Is it because of the war in the polluted land? Not really. I don't know, but this galaxy may be more peaceful. Okay, Shiyu said. Anyway, I will get the ability to explore the ruins as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, when you are done, you can take this guy away. It has completely mastered the star contract. Xiaozi has mastered the star contract. Shiyu was surprised. The last time the Sky Emperor came to strengthen the seal of the ruins, he complained to him. He took a lot of effort to get the hanging star from the university here. As a result, Blue Star only taught for one day and said that he couldn't teach it, and directly persuaded the hanging star to quit. Shiyu was also worried about whether Xiaozi could learn it. If he couldn't learn it, he could only try to copy and teach it. However, now it seems that Xiaozi, who was hatched by drinking the sap of the world tree, has a high degree of fit with Blue Star. Just like a daughter, she can learn the skills mastered by Blue Star. Not bad, Rin, let's get ready. Shiyu turned his head and said to Rin. Yes. Before setting off, Shiyu found senior sister Lin and said, Senior sister, there is a reason for this. Let's not explore the Chiao ruins for now. With our current capabilities, we are not yet able to fully explore them. I plan to talk about it in a few days. You can use this inheritance water drop to transfer all your gains here in the next 2 days. He took out a pendant in the shape of a water drop and said, Don't worry, this is very different from the memory water drop, and it will not affect the user's memory. Okay, senior sister Panda also felt a little tired. She felt that the gains from the ruins these days were enough for her to digest for 1 or 2 years, and there was no point in exploring further. Also, what kind of weapons does Huahu like to use and what is handy? Tell me, I will let 11 use the control of gold to help make a magic weapon later. Well, this, senior sister Panda said, I don't know, it didn't use weapons before, then let's use a bamboo stick. Anyway, iron-eating beasts should be able to hold bamboo easily. Shiyu smiled. That makes sense. It was hard for Senior Panda to disagree. After all, her family ran an iron bamboo breeding forest, and she was most familiar with bamboo. If you had to say what weapon the pandas in the iron bamboo breeding base were most comfortable with, it would definitely be the bamboo stick. Please, Senior Panda said. It's a piece of cake. Just win the next world championship, no problem. Senior Panda is very confident now. After all, she is now the woman who inherited the iron-eating beast from the last era. After deciding not to explore the Chiao ruins for the time being, Shiyu's only thing left was to add points and practice. Not only did the ruins fail to be explored, but there were more troubles. For example, I have to develop protective archaeological skills, and Shiyu Beast has to try to practice the practice system of the last era. The information that has been explored so far can still allow Shiyu Beast to try to practice. This is what Shiyu and Shiyu Beast have to practice. And the points of the pets must remain the same. Only with a perfect, plus 47, divine skill can they have the possibility of challenging the will of the super god. Except for Su Su, 11, Shen Bao Bao, and Lin, the other pets in the team have obviously not reached the standard. Of course, although Shiyu is eager to explore the ruins of Chiyu, he also knows that he can't rush. The gem cat has not yet successfully broken through the super god and is still refining the source of transcendence. If he wants to go to the overlord territory, he must wait for the gem cat. Therefore, Shi Yu chose to first see if there are any valuable protective archaeological skills from the Kwang Star Archaeological Association. Shi Yu temporarily returned to Kwang Star. At this moment, the conferred god war on Kwang Star has ended, but unfortunately, although the Donghuang lineage of this session is fierce, it is still a little worse than the previous Shi Yu. In general, the means are too simple and the accumulation is not enough. The Empress specializes in the Phoenix clan, the Dragon Emperor specializes in the Dragon clan, and the Martial Emperor specializes in the Physique. The means are not subtle enough. The first place in the conferred god war was still taken by Khan. Among them, the Dragon Emperor and the Martial Emperor both knocked off Khan's time mark and were then defeated by Khan. Just like the Martial Emperor's battle against the meteorite, because he did not have enough means, he was defeated by the meteorite through radiation. Although the Time Secret Realm has accelerated the accumulation, Khan is also from a time family, has super god elders, and must have accumulated decades more than the Martial Emperor and others. It is still a long way to go for a normal genius to defeat Khan. However, because of this, the people of King Kai were extremely silent. It is even more clear what kind of monster Shi Yu is. Dong Huang Wudi and others are so powerful, and each of them is not inferior to Mingu, but they are still defeated by Khan. Ka is worthy of its status as the 79th champion. But such a Khan was directly defeated by Shi Yu's single pet. It is simply unimaginable. Shi Yu's talent is definitely far beyond the emperors of Donghuang. This is the impression of a Beastmaster of King Kai after watching this conferred god war. However, although Khan won, he lost 2 time marks and lost miserably to the intermediate god examiner, the new examiner. As for the previous Honkai God Bowl, he was directly beaten and retired by Shi Yu, and no one knew where he went. Although no one from the Donghuang lineage could win the championship this time, they also reaped a lot. Less than a year after resurrection, they caught up with the first-tier quasi-gods in the universe. They are already very satisfied and think that they can beat Khan in another year. Shi Yu was not surprised by the result of this battle, because when copying Khan's skills, Shi Yu also found that Khan had made great progress in this year. Perhaps after losing to him, he had a new transformation. These veteran geniuses are also making progress all the time. Shi Yu, after Shi Yu returned to King Kai, the predictive owl found Shi Yu as soon as possible. What's wrong? Shi Yu saw the owl rushing to find him, with a look of surprise. When are you going to the Overlord territory? Owl asked. Wait for Teacher Ying to succeed in breaking through. Well, hasn't Mao succeeded in breaking through yet? Anyway, hurry up, I can't wait any longer, Owl said. Looking at your expression, it doesn't seem like you can't wait to travel, nor does it seem like you want to upgrade. Shi Yu was suspicious. Nothing, just these few days. I have a feeling that something big will happen in the Universe, and I don't want to stay here any longer. My brother feels the same way, but the foundation of the astrology clan is here, and it can't leave, but it doesn't matter to me. I'll go on a long journey with you for a while. What? Shi Yu was stunned and said, you all sensed it? Why didn't I sense it? Who else? Owl wondered. Blue Star will. She also sensed that the Universe is not peaceful, and it is not necessarily safe at the edge of the universe, so she plans to decide whether to go to the Universe after a while. Oh this, Owl was stunned. Can't you astrology clan predict what will happen in the Universe? Shi Yu asked. Owl shook his head. Phuket Island, nothing can be predicted. From the perspective of prediction, everything is peaceful and quiet. Even if there is a war between the polluted land and the Environmental Protection Army, it will not affect anything, unless the Dark King attacks the Universe, but it is basically impossible. In short, there is an unscientific nth sense, which makes me and my brother feel that something is wrong recently. It's strange, if it's just the two of us, it's fine. It can be regarded as a decline in the state of prediction. However, the will of Blue Star is also, she pondered deeply. What would make the Universe uneasy? Forget it, don't worry about it. There is no need to avoid small disasters, but big disasters cannot be avoided. Just do what you have to do. If the sky falls, there is Lord Kai to support it, Owl said. That's right, Shi Yu said, the Universe is not safe, but King Kai is definitely safe. That's it for now. You go to Blue Star to wait for Teacher Cat. I have something to do. Then we will set off from King Kai. Okay, Owl said, I just happened to go to Blue Star to communicate with him. Next, Shiyu first came to the Archaeological Association of the Suspended Realm. After the Suspended Realm was promoted to the first level realm, the Archaeological Association also opened a branch here. As for the president, it is the ancestor of the Lu family, one of the 4 major families in the Suspended Realm. The 4 families of Wang, Lin, Lu, and Zhao, the latter 2 can actually be regarded as the families where the wives of Kangdi and Lin Feng are from. There are also peak gods in the families, but compared with the 2 peak gods of Wang and Lin, there is still a huge gap in strength. Among them, the ancestor of the Lu family has some research on archaeology. He was a member of the Archaeological Association before. This time, with the improvement of the status of the Suspended Realm, he was also promoted to the president of the Archaeological Association of the Suspended Realm. When Shiyu visited here, President Lu was shocked, but Shiyu just used his authority to ask for some information on protective archaeological techniques and left. Then, as Shiyu thought, the level of the Kwang Star Archaeological Association is indeed very different from the Universe Overlord Legion. Shiyu just read these materials once and judged that the exploration of Chiao's ruins would not play any role. If I join, I can get the position of the president of the headquarters at least, Shiyu said. However, it was more or less new knowledge, so Shiyu still started to learn it, laying the foundation for learning skills similar to the time lapse. Then, a few days later, 2 figures appeared in the Donghuang realm. From today on, I am a super god. Are you annoying? This is the 7th time you have said this. You said it to yourself once when you broke through, once when you met the Will of Blue Star, when you met the Sky Emperor, when you met me. Teacher Tuna followed the Gem Cat and muttered. You don't understand. The Gem Cat looked at the gloomy sky with a strong smile, and felt that the weather was particularly sunny. You don't know how strong the super god level is. Who said I don't understand? The 2 cats kept arguing, and it was the Gem Cat who had broken through the super god and returned to King Kai with the owl. The 2 cats snorted while arguing, and went to find Shiyu together. At this time, in the Donghuang realm, the Realm Master's secret realm, Shiyu also opened his eyes and smiled. Teacher Mao finally broke through. He teleported to the outside world in one step and appeared in front of Teacher Mao and the others. From today on, she is a super god. Owl took the lead and introduced Mao, which made Gem Cat angry. Forget it, when are we going to set off? Gem Cat asked. Don't worry, tell me about the feeling of being a super god, whether you have successfully researched it, and how to improve the quality of the source of transcendence. Don't worry, this is not yet, the wish power is not enough, and I will try again when I have enough inheritance, Gem Cat said. But in terms of strength, it is stronger than I thought. If I want, I can wish for a huge planet to deviate from orbit and collide with a blue star. I can wish that the sun will accelerate aging for some reason and eventually explode and destroy the galaxy. If it is the blue star before the breakthrough, it will definitely be difficult to survive such a disaster. Even if it is a cosmic disaster such as a starstorm, there is a high probability that a wish will come out. It is very powerful for people to encounter it. Stop. Shiyu's face was dark. Why are they all murdering Blue Star? The Gem Cat said innocently. It's more intuitive to use a planet as an example, Shiyu said. Besides, it's Blue Star before the breakthrough, which means that it can only deal with God level. Be careful, don't expose your identity as the weakest super god, otherwise. Mao was furious. Who is the weakest super god? When we get to the Overlord territory, I have to defeat a super god myself to show you. I tell you, when I met the 5 great gods on Blue Star, I wanted to ask them to compete with me, but they didn't dare to agree. The owl thought to himself, they didn't dare to agree. If they win you, there's no benefit, it's justified. If they lose you, you're the real weakest super god. They're not stupid, why should they fight? Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile when you get to the Overlord territory. There are many more powerful gods there than on King Kai, Teacher Tuna reminded, afraid that Teacher Mao would be too proud. Let's go, the Gem Cat snorted. Okay, Shiyu smiled. At this time, all the people had arrived, and it seemed that they could set off to the Overlord territory. The Overlord territory is not only the farthest from Blue Star, but also very far from King Kai. This voyage is a real long voyage. Although he did not reach the bottleneck in King Kai, it is the same as before. He can practice slowly during the trip. Anyway, Shiyu still brought a lot of resources this time. Get ready, let's go, Shiyu said. After Shiyu and his friends said goodbye to their acquaintances, they set out from Kinkai and began to head to the Overlord territory. The Overlord territory is indeed far away. During the voyage, the concept of time faded again. Shiyu spent his time practicing and adding points. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed. This is when Shiyu used super god level energy to drive. In the past year, after leaving the Universe, they basically did not encounter any life. It seems that there is still a long distance to the Overlord territory. Just when Shiyu thought that he would have to work overtime for a long time in such a boring voyage, Lin's voice came out and said, "Master, a spaceship has been detected to send us a distress signal." After decoding, the other party encountered a starry sky storm during the voyage and escaped by luck, but the energy has been exhausted and the spaceship has been broken. They hope to get our help. Not good, we don't have much energy anymore, Shiyu said. We saved others, and we encountered some accidents during the period. What should we do if we are short of energy? It claims. It is a descendant of the super god. Although it lacks navigation energy, it has brought a lot of other rare cultivation resources. It will definitely repay us. Whatever you want is fine, saving people is important. If there is not enough energy, you can delay some time to replenish on the planets on the way, Shiyu said. Wait, it seems to be an acquaintance, Lin exclaimed. In the distance, a divine cow flew out of a broken spaceship and mooed for help in the starry sky. It was Shiyu and others, the final examiner of the conferred god war, the collapsed divine cow Gemin. At this time, the Honkai god bull burst into tears in the starry sky. It was so unlucky. After being released from prison, it became the focus of discussion on King Kai's planet because it was beaten up by the King of Gods. It was beaten so badly that it felt ashamed to stay on King Kai's planet and was unwilling to face those relatives and friends. The idea of joining the Universe Overlord Corps, which had already been dim, reappeared in the heart of the Honkai god bull Gemin. It not only wanted to join the Universe Overlord Corps, but also wanted to meet the Universe Overlord himself and worship its idol. So, it chose to run away from home and went to the Overlord territory alone with a mechanical assistant. However, just 2 years after setting off, it encountered a starry sky storm and almost died. However, there is no way out for the bull. It looked at the battleship coming from the direction of the Universe with excitement and expectation, hoping to get their help. Moo, by the way, this battleship, why does it look so familiar? Chapter 622 Overlord Territory. The Honkai god bull confirmed that he was not mistaken. He must have seen this battleship at some time, otherwise it would not be so familiar. Where is it? While he was thinking, the battleship on the opposite side also slowly sailed towards him. Seeing that the battleship paid attention to him, Gemin was happy. But soon, his joy came to an abrupt end. Because the battleship was densely planted with pirate flags. What a sin. Space pirates? It's just like a weak girl got lost in the forest and called a tiger for help. The Honkai god bull was dumbfounded, but pirates are pirates. No matter who it is, as long as there is a life passing by, it is better than being lost in the universe. The worst case scenario is that he will be stripped naked. The worst case scenario is that he will join the other side and work for the bull. I believe that the other party will not reject a high-level god. But the next moment, Gemin was confused again. Because a huge projection soon appeared on the battleship, it was a human figure. Examiner Gemin, long time no see, why are you so down and out? You are the god-level boss who defeated Khan 79 times in a row. The huge figure was Shiyu. Shiyu greeted Examiner Gemin across the starry sky, which made Examiner Gemin dumbfounded. It's you? The Honkai god bull was shocked. Looking at this familiar figure that made him down and out, he was shocked. How could this king of the gods appear here? Yes, it's me, Shiyu said. Examiner Gemin, it seems you need help. The Honkai god bull was stunned and wanted to stop talking. But thinking that his broken spaceship could no longer fly, it hurriedly said, help me, okay. Shiyu opened the door for the Honkai god bull and let it come here first. Soon, the Honkai god bull flew directly to the escort reception cabin of the starry sky battleship, and then saw Shiyu, who was neatly dressed and full of energy, inside. Moo, it's you. After entering, the Honkai god bull had a complicated expression on his face, and said, why are you here? I came to find someone I know. Shiyu smiled. By the way, Examiner Gemin, why are you here? Jamin was too embarrassed to say that he ran away from home, so he lied. I also went to find someone I know. Then, did you encounter a starry sky storm? Shiyu asked. Yes, Honkai Godbull looked miserable. If it weren't for that battle, I would have gained some combat experience in dealing with starry sky storms from you, and I might have died now. Now my spaceship is broken, the energy is seriously insufficient, and the mechanical assistant is also broken, and it can't help me navigate. The range I am in also exceeds the upper limit of the teleportation keystone. If I didn't bring enough resources, I would definitely starve to death in the starry sky. Since we have the chance to fight, please help me, Examiner Jamin. Don't worry, I will let Lin help you repair the navigation assistant, and then share some energy with you, Shiyu said. Thank you. The big black bull was immediately moved. After being beaten by Shiyu in the Battle of the Gods, it disliked Shiyu and his group, but now it thinks that this group of people is okay. Are you going to the Overlord territory to look for people? Asked Jamin. Shiyu said, yes, can I go with you? Jamin said, I'm going to the Overlord territory too. It suddenly remembered that even if the spaceship was repaired, it might still be in danger. It was too difficult for it, a guy who knew nothing about space navigation, to sail alone. But Shiyu and the others were different. Shiyu's mechanical Rin was a super mechanical life that mastered the cosmic disaster skills and must be very proficient in space navigation. If I could take a ride, it would be great. This, Shiyu said. I won't let you lead for free. What do you want? Energy crystals, cosmic crystals, super god stones. I have a lot of resources here, the collapsed god bull said. You still have super god stones? Shiyu was surprised. I heard that the super god stone is very popular in the Overlord territory, so I brought one from home, Shiyu said. In that case, it's not impossible to take a ride with you, Examiner Jamin, but I want this super god stone. Okay, Examiner Jamin said with a pained heart. This is the most precious resource he brought. Shiyu smiled. Last time Captain Zijian gave him a super god stone, he hadn't opened it yet and was still saving it. Now there is another one, which is not bad. The reason why Shiyu didn't rush to open it was that he thought it was too troublesome to find the 5 super gods one by one, and planned to collect 5 consecutive draws and 10 consecutive draws before opening one. Now, including this piece, it has been 2 consecutive draws. In that case, Rin, help repair that spaceship and transform it into a companion spaceship. We will set off with Examiner Jamin, Shiyu said to Rin. Yes, after a reply, one of Rin's clones flew out of the battleship and flew towards the spaceship of the Honkai God Bull. At this time, the Honkai God Bull said, You have broken through the God level. It sensed the extraordinary breath of Rin. When did you leave Kinkai? We have broken through, and everyone should know about it, Shiyu asked. I left Kinkai not long after the Battle of the Gods ended, God level. Awesome. What did you do that everyone knows about it? The Honkai God Bull's mouth twitched. I see, haha, it's nothing, we have indeed broken through to the God level, and it has been a while, but fortunately, Examiner Jamin, you have also broken through to the high-level God, haven't you? Shiyu said. It seems that Examiner Jamin, let alone their record of defeating the Super God, even didn't know about the Blue Star team building and his taking the 4 Saints relics. High-level God is nothing, Honkai God Bull muttered in his heart. These guys in front of him, the quasi-god level can beat the intermediate god himself, even more perverted than that con. Now they have broken through to the god level, can't they compete with the top gods? It is definitely still no match for the high-level god. It's fixed. Just as Shiyu was chatting with the Honkai God Bull, Lin's clone flew back, reported a sentence, and then merged back into the main body. Fixed. Examiner Jamin looked at his spaceship in the distance with a confused look on his face. How long has it been? 1 minute? It looked back at the intact spaceship and was dumbfounded. It was really fixed. It is very good at these jobs. Since it has been fixed, let's continue to set off and don't waste too much time. This, Examiner Jamin still didn't understand why it was fixed so quickly. It quickly flew back to its own spaceship and checked it again. It found that a broken mechanical assistant had also awakened. Monster machine, it murmured in its mouth. It had never seen such an outrageous mechanical life. No wonder it could master the cosmic disaster skills at the quasi-god level. In this way, under Shiyu's arrangement, Rin dragged Jamin's spaceship and brought an extra burden to continue sailing. And now with a navigator, Jamin's heart was also relieved. But soon, it suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait? Shiyu clearly said that they went to the Overlord territory to find someone. But, what about the dense pirate flags that I saw just now? The other party's purpose is definitely not just to find someone. The Honka Godbull suddenly felt like he was on a pirate ship. What happened? When the battleship stopped, the super god Gem Cat woke up from her slumber, stretched out of boredom, first went to find something to eat, and then strolled leisurely on the battleship. When she passed by Shiyu, she asked. For a year, she was either sleeping or reading. The Gem Cat didn't feel idle, but felt that she lived a very comfortable life. She likes this kind of life too much? Nothing, just saved a cow and got a piece of super godstone, Shiyu said. Teacher Ying, can you stop sleeping? It's time to work. Next, make a wish to encounter a few resource stars. I have been working hard to practice other skills and have not been slacking off, said the Gem Cat. Sleeping is not laziness. I am practicing in my dream. It must be said that with a super god level physique, learning quasi-god skills and upgrading them to god skills is as simple as adults learning addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Now the Gem Cat has more than a dozen god skills, and with the help of the powerful control of the super god level, it has completed the 9 series of combined god skills, allowing the meteorite to be upgraded. The combat power is gradually approaching the normal Super 1. I don't believe you. I let Shen Bao develop this practice fruit skill just to be lazy. How come it becomes hard work with confidence here? Shiyu ruthlessly exposed, leaving the Gem Cat speechless. I'm leaving. The Gem Cat walked away directly, and Shiyu also walked away to continue practicing. He summoned the Shiyu Beast. At this time, after a year of hard work, the Shiyu Beast has cultivated certain results. Sure enough, just as Shiyu guessed, although the human body of this era cannot practice the power system of the previous era, the Shiyu Beast from the previous era can practice directly. It's not that he has completed the ability to turn beasts into weapons, but in addition to his physique, a new kind of extraordinary power has appeared in Shiyu Beast's body compared to before. This extraordinary power is like a white breath, which is purely extracted from Shiyu Beast's body through Shiyu Spirit. Shiyu doesn't know what it is called, but this breath can not only protect the spirit and soul, but also cooperate with physical strength to attack, which is very useful. The increase in Shiyu Beast has exceeded the equipment of the Four Saints' faith. Since Shiyu Beast is strengthened by the pseudo-transcendent source, Shiyu named it Source Energy. Source Energy is very strong. Therefore, now Shiyu has stripped all of Shiyu Beast's equipment, for no other reason. The power of the Four Saints' relics has almost been used up by Shiyu. This is the price of adding points to all pets to the perfect god level. In short, raising the Four Saints' pets and adding auxiliary points is already a huge consumption, and it is really not enough to raise Shiyu Beast. Therefore, this new training system came very timely. After losing the Four Saints' armor, Shiyu Beast not only did not become weaker, but became stronger. Facing Transcendence 1 Transcendence 3, it should have a huge advantage, and its own combat power is comparable to Transcendence 4. There is no doubt that it is Shiyu's biggest trump card at present. Unfortunately, in addition to the new power system named Source Key by Shiyu, Shiyu Beast has not mastered the skill of turning life into a weapon. It's not that the power system of the last era is so difficult to learn. Those soldiers can learn it. There is no reason for Shiyu Beast to learn so slowly. Shiyu thought about it and could only attribute it to the fact that Shiyu Beast's body is not complete and lacks spirit and soul, so the learning speed is reduced. It's a pity, otherwise if he learns all, Shiyu Beast's combat power can be further enhanced. Next, Shiyu entered a boring training career again. Except for the unexpected experience of picking up the collapsed godbowl, the trip was uneventful. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. Shiyu has never practiced hard for so long in one breath. Fortunately, Lin's performance is good, and the energy used is also very advanced. It only took a year to enter the Overlord territory. Otherwise, Shiyu might have to experience the experience of Phoenix Man and others. They set out from King Kai's planet, went to the edge of the universe, and searched for the blue planet. With the help of many interstellar teleportation arrays, it took nearly 10 years. If Shiyu used their aircraft to travel, Shiyu estimated that he would not be able to reach his destination in 100 years. Master, there are people again. According to the star map, we seem to have finally approached the core of the Overlord territory. After we get to here, We may encounter more interstellar fleets. Shiyu was awakened from his training by Lin. It's good. I haven't seen living people for so long. I thought we were lost, but master, the guys we met this time seem to be ill-intentioned, Lin said. Huh? Shiyu was startled. At the same time, the Honkai Godbull, which had been flown by Shiyu and others for 2 months, was also reminded by the mechanical assistant. It was excited to learn that it was about to encounter other life forms. It seems that it is approaching the core area of the Overlord territory. However, just like Shiyu and his team, when Shiyu and his team observed the warship in the distance, they were all stunned. Because this warship was also full of pirate flags. Of course, the most important thing is that in addition to the pirate flags, this pirate group also has the logo of the Universe Overlord Corps. The Overlord territory and the Universe Sea, these two places should be the most popular places for space pirates, Shiyu said. That's right, Lin said. However, the pirates in the Overlord territory are quite different. The pirates here are basically more official. In other words, they are not only members of the Universe Overlord Corps, but also space pirates. They are legally plundering professions, and even rob their own people. Robbing their own people, it's really special, Shiyu said. So we are here, encountering fellow travelers. Yes. The other side should be robbing us, Lin nodded. As they finished speaking, the pirate warship on the opposite side had issued a warning. A red exclamation mark instantly appeared on Lin's display screen, and a voice came from afar, warning. The pirate ship in front stopped quickly, warning. If you don't conduct the rules of war, we will launch a full-scale attack warning, under the other party's constant warnings. At this time, Examiner Jamin hurriedly requested a dialogue, calling Shiyu in the dialogue channel. Shiyu, the pirates on the other side are from the Universe Overlord Legion. Talk to them properly and don't cause a conflict. It's best to conduct a rules war. Examiner Jamin is very familiar with the Universe Overlord Legion and the affairs of the Overlord territory. This is a major feature of the Overlord territory. Many forces make a living by plundering. However, since everyone belongs to the Universe Overlord Corps, and many foreign caravans want to do business with the Universe Overlord Corps, it is not good to destroy the trading ecology, so the space pirates here basically do not do anything extreme. Generally speaking, it is between two groups, following the rules, each sending one person to duel for part of the resources, and the winner takes the other party's resources, and everyone continues to sail. If there is no deep hatred, it will not arrive into full-scale life and death battle. We should just consider ourselves unlucky and fight a rule-based battle with the other party, and don't defend the local snake. Shiyu, Lin and others stopped the warship and opened the door for the Honkai Godbull, and the big black bull came in immediately. Examiner Jamin, you are very familiar with this place, Shiyu laughed. Moo, the big black bull laughed. That's right, after all, in order to join the Universe Overlord Corps, it did a lot of homework. If the Overlord Corps of the Universe Sea had not been under pressure from his family and did not dare to accept it, it would have joined long ago. At this time, both warships stopped in the starry sky. Soon, a dense crowd of people appeared in the warship on the opposite side. About dozens of people came out of this warship, ranging from quasi-god to god level. They are called people, but they are not human race, but direct people. They have red humanoid bodies. Compared with humans, they have a pair of long red tentacles. They belong to the starry sky race and aliens. It's direct people. They are very powerful. Big Black Bull saw the composition of this pirate group and felt cold in his heart, knowing that the resources were completely gone. It's a bit familiar, Shiyu also said after seeing the other party. It seems that the two top god bodyguards of Captain Zijian are direct people. Since it is not suitable for conflict, let's go to, and solve it by nuclear peace, Shiyu said. After speaking, Shiyu teleported out of the warship and came to the starry sky, confronting the pirate group on the opposite side. At this time, the direct people saw the unfamiliar logo and name of the epic pirates and felt strange. When they saw that there were only two people on the opposite side, a human and a big black bull, they were even more strange. Where are you from? Why do you look so strange? The leading top god, Dalric, said. We are the 7th division of the Dalric pirates. You know the rules, right? Yes, but before that, let me ask you a question. We are from the Universe Ocean and came here to find an acquaintance. I wonder if you have heard of her. Her name is Zijian, and she is also affiliated with the Universe Overlord Corps. She specializes in archaeology and is the captain of the Zhejiang Special Forces. Shiyu asked for directions. Zhejiang Special Forces. Hearing Shiyu mention this team, the surrounding derricks talked about it. Obviously, they had heard of Zhejiang Special Forces. The leading derrick narrowed his eyes and said, "So you are a friend of Zhejiang Special Forces?" "I have indeed heard that Zhejiang Special Forces went to the university. However, even if you know Zhejiang Special Forces, you still have to follow the rules. How about this? If you can win, we will tell you where Zhejiang Special Forces should be at this time, and if you lose, one super god resource will be left behind. I am the captain of the 7th squad of the Derrick Pirates, Falcon. I swear on the honor of the Universe Overlord Corps that the duel is fair and just." "No problem," Shiyu said. "It's hard to say, but it seems that Captain Zhejiang's face is not useful. This group of people actually want to fight. However, considering that the pirates of the Universe Overlord Corps even robbed their own people, he was relieved. Rules: 1-to-1. If the combatants are human beast masters, only human beings are counted. Is there any problem?" "No problem," Shiyu said again. As he finished speaking, a group of pirates from the Dalric Pirates smiled, feeling like they had met a fat sheep. Are these guys really pirates? Why do they feel like fat sheep? They actually agreed to take the super god resources as a bet for a piece of broken location information. Moreover, after hearing the name of our Dalric Pirates, they didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. This super god resource was taken too easily. This time the harvest is not small. I think the boss should ask for more. They don't look like poor ghosts. Hey, Jamin was also distressed by Shiyu's arrogance. The Dalrics are a large clan in the Overlord territory. If placed in the university, they are definitely in the top 50 of the Starry Sky clans. Not only do they have top masters, but they also have many members and a high racial threshold. Adults must be god level. They have infiltrated all areas of the Universe Overlord Corps, and their strength should not be underestimated. However, Shiyu is really here to look for someone? Zhejiang Special Forces. It has also heard of it. Come on, the opponent is very strong, Examiner Jamin said. You have broken through. You should still be stronger than me. I shouldn't have to fight, right? Moo, of course not, but if I lose, you give me the resources, Shiyu said. The heart of the Honkai God Bull was torn. Call Shalid. When Shiyu and his team had not decided on the target, the captain of the 7th division of the Dalric Pirates called out, and a huge dinosaur-like green fat dragon monster walked out of the opponent's warship. Shalid, there is another battle, please, Captain Dalric said. I understand, leave it to me. The green fat dragon spread its wings and flew to the center of the starry sky. Seeing this green fat dragon, Examiner Jamin's face darkened again, and he said, Perfect God, as expected of the Dalric Pirates, the Cosmic Overlord Army, there are perfect gods in one squad. It's over, it's completely over. If there were top gods. He thought Shiyu could still fight, but now it seems that it's better to just admit defeat and give him resources. No, his resources. Isn't this normal? If you come out to rob and fight, you won't lose your pants if you don't have some strength. Shiyu didn't care. Hoo. The green dragon Felong stopped and shouted, Hey, little ghosts on the opposite side, I'm a fighter of the 7th squad of the Dalric Pirates, Shalid, who wants to duel, come out quickly. As soon as it finished speaking, the mechanical hatch of the battleship of Shiyu's pirate group opened, and a beautiful and gorgeous mechanical wind unicorn flew out of the battleship. This is the combat mechanical clone made by Lin. Here it is. It is your next opponent. While Shiyu was speaking, the Wind Kirin had already flown to the opposite side of Salud. Seeing their opponent and the Wind Kirin that appeared, the pupils of both the Dalric Pirates and the Honkai God Bull shrank. The Wind Kirin in the starry sky has an elegant appearance and temperament, but it cannot conceal its amazing divine power. The people around him actually sensed the huge divine power fluctuations of the perfect god level from this Wind Kirin. The Dalric Pirates, who thought they had encountered a big fat sheep just now, instantly realized that this epic pirates were not easy to mess with. This little-known pirate group actually has a perfect god sitting in charge. In the absence of a super god, the perfect god is already the core combat force of most forces. It is. Examiner Jamin was stunned. He didn't remember that there was such a pet among Shiyu's pets. Could it be a new pet? No. Shiyu had just reached a god level not long ago, and there was no reason for him to control the perfect god. Maybe this is the guardian of Shiyu's trip, and Honkai God Bull's heart rose again. Perhaps his super god resources can still be saved? Don't worry, Lord Shallot has been through hundreds of battles. The unknown creature on the opposite side looks delicate and weak. It should be mainly cultivating wind power. Facing the powerful Star Dragon clan, it will not be an opponent. Someone in the Derek Pirates also analyzed the situation. The one-sided regular battle in the eyes of the Derek Pirates suddenly became confusing. You go first. Shallot had indeed never seen a pet like the Wind Kirin, and he couldn't help but be cautious. The opponent's divine power was not weaker than his own, and his ability was even more unknown. He planned to be more cautious, counter the opponent's moves, and find the opponent's weaknesses. After all, it was about a super god resource, and he didn't dare to be careless. Roar, however, although he let the opponent go first, it still condensed the towering and huge dragon armor, armed its whole body, and the towering divine armor made Shallot's breath even more terrifying. The vast green divine power swept across the starry sky, forming a shocking galaxy vision, flowing around. In that case, I won't be polite, the Wind Kirin clone responded calmly. When it spoke, Examiner Jammin was stunned, and felt that the voice was familiar. The next moment, the Wind Kirin whispered softly, and a small typhoon of 7 colors condensed in front of it. This small typhoon was extremely violent, just like the chaos caused by thousands of stars falling into a star. Buzz 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 buzz. The small typhoon continued to emit a deadly breath, which made the opposite Salud feel a chill in his heart. The next moment, with the Wind Kirin's head tossing, the small wind ball was directly thrown out and disappeared on the spot. In an instant, space ripples emerged and appeared in front of Salud. It was not until the starry sky storm approached that Salud realized the horror of this skill, and his face was shocked instantly. This is Starry Sky Storm? How is it possible? Salud screamed in horror, and his body was instantly hit. The armor on his body seemed to have suffered a terrible attack and turned into powder in an instant. The cells of his body continued to die, as if he had suffered an incomparable heavy blow like toxins. Under his heart-wrenching screams, the small storm burst into a roar like countless stars exploding, drowning out his voice. Salud, seeing this scene, everyone in the Derek Pirates was shocked and couldn't believe it. When everyone opened their mouths in shock and reacted, the light had dissipated. Salud, who had just turned into a god, was now seriously injured and lost consciousness. His body was smoking in the starry sky. He was first swept by the strong wind and stopped for a while, and then he looked miserable, and slowly fell downwards. Lord Salud, everyone was shocked again. This, a kill in seconds? Who are you? The captain of the 7th Division was shocked and couldn't understand this scene. If the other party was a super god, he could understand it, but how could this be possible for both of them to be perfect gods? It seems that we have won. Shiyu smiled and said, don't worry, its injury is not fatal. After Shiyu finished speaking, the examiner Jammin next to him was the most sluggish. He saw that the move of Fenkilin just now was clearly a skill that compressed the disaster of Starry Sky Storm to the extreme. Jammin, who had escaped from the Starry Sky Storm not long ago, was very familiar with the Starry Sky Storm. But how is it possible? How can the Starry Sky Storm be compressed? Even if it mastered similar disaster skills, how high a level of proficiency would it require? Control? Could it be Rin? At this time, the examiner Jammin spoke beside Shiyu. Could it be that this Fenkilin is Rin? After all, Rin also mastered the Starry Sky Storm. However, in such a short time, it really couldn't believe that the mechanical Rin, who had not even entered the top 3 of Shiyu's team, could grow to this point and kill the perfect god in seconds. To be precise, it is Rin's clone. The main body is still in the navigation state, so it is not easy to take action, Shiyu said. A year ago, Rin was already a quasi-era god with 2 perfect, plus 47, divine skills. Now, Shiyu has also maxed out divine skills such as space control and starstorm. With a bunch of quasi-superb divine skills, he can defeat a perfect god with just a clone. If he wants the original body to take action, a super god will be needed. This examiner Jammin left King Kai so early. He really doesn't know anything. He is just a perfect god. Why should he be nervous? It's nothing. However, Shiyu realized an important problem. This guy has other super god resources in his pocket. What? Clone? After Shiyu finished speaking, Jammin found it even harder to accept and understand. Stop lying to him. Chapter 623, Challenging the Overlord of the Universe. Because they lost a rule war, The Dalric pirates had to fulfill their promise. When the rescuers ran to recover Shalid, Captain Dalric of the 7th Division looked at Shiyu, the Honkai Godbowl, and Fenkillen in silence. Although he didn't know their identities and origins, he was sure that this was a very terrifying pirate group. Fortunately, there was no large-scale conflict before, otherwise, their 7th Division would be in trouble. This time, it hit the iron plate. But the good thing in misfortune is that the bet this time was just an ordinary message. "We admit defeat," Captain Dalric said. "According to the bet, we will tell you where the Zygian Special Forces is. That Star Road is not easy to go. At the beginning of the bet, we took advantage. Next, we will lead the way and escort you there." "Okay," Shiyu said, "then I'll leave it to you, but we're in a hurry, so it's better to drive faster." "About a month's journey," Captain Dalric said. "No problem." Since the short-legged cat didn't sense the other party's malice, Shiyu chose to believe the other party. Next, both sides returned to their own warships. Examiner Jamin followed behind Shiyu and saw Fenkillen enter the warship and slowly integrate into it. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded again. Muad stepped on the ground, its hair exploded, and said, "Why are you so strong? Even if the upgrade of the mechanical system is relatively simple in theory, it is not so fast. The upgrade of the mechanical system, as long as there is a more advanced mechanical system and a powerful mechanical god to teach, it will be very fast. If there is no way, it will be the slowest to study it by yourself." The Honkai Godbowl felt that with Shiyu's identity as the king of gods and a doctor of disaster science, it is not difficult to get in touch with a more advanced mechanical system, but even so, this upgrade speed is too fast. From the top of the quasi-god to the top of the perfect god in more than 2 years, let alone the descendant of the super-god family like it, even the son of the super-god is not so fierce. It's very simple, just use more resources. Shiyu smiled. Resources? Jamin saw Shiyu so calm, and his mouth twitched. They are not the second generation, but the first generation of super-gods who are bound to leave a strong mark in the universe and become the brightest sun. Although Examiner Jamin himself is uneducated, he has been imprisoned in the Kai King Star prison for 100 years and has seen all kinds of geniuses. He has also dealt with the proud sons of heaven like Hades and Khan for so long, so he is still good at judging people. Shiyu's growth trajectory is different from that of some second-generation geniuses. The only thing that can make him think of is the capable generals of the super-gods under the command of the major cosmic thrones. Shiyu, the Zygian Special Forces you are looking for is not the Zygian Special Forces that are good at archaeology. Yes, you know it too, Shiyu said. So who are you looking for? I can help you ask Captain Zygian when the time comes. Ah, Examiner Jamin said. That, actually, what I want to find is the Overlord of the Universe. Shiyu? You are not dreaming, Shiyu couldn't help but say. Although one of the purposes of his trip was to see if he could meet the Overlord of the Universe, it was not easy to meet the Overlord of the Universe. Even a king of the realm could only be met by the peak of the super god level, and he was sleeping all year round. It would be even more difficult to meet an Overlord of the Universe who is more powerful than the king of the realm. Not to mention Jamin, even his grandfather, who was at the super god level, would probably find it difficult to meet the Overlord of the Universe. There's no rush for this, Jamin said. Think of a way slowly. In fact, I accidentally heard of a way to meet the Overlord of the Universe, but I'm not sure yet. I need to verify it. When the time comes, let me talk to Captain Zygian, and I'll definitely know. Okay, Shiyu nodded. This cow seemed to know a lot about the Overlord of the Universe Legion. Next, let's follow them first. Shiyu looked ahead. Nearly a month later. Yuhu Star region, Shianluo Star. Not long ago, an epic old relic appeared in the Yuhu Star region, which is suspected to be a relic secret realm from the previous epic. The headquarters summoned many archaeological teams to return, among which the Zygian Special Forces was temporarily summoned back to explore the relic. On the screen of the Starry Sky battleship Lin, a message from the Dalric pirates who were leading the way appeared. Now, their location should be here, Yuhu Star region, Shianluo Star. This planet is now the temporary base of the Zygian Special Forces. Who are you? When the Dalric pirates approached Shianluo Star, 2 powerful auras came from inside Shianluo Star, each of which reached the top god level, not inferior to Captain Dalric. Following the 2 beams of light, 2 aliens with red tentacles flew into the starry sky and looked at the logo of the Dalric pirates with puzzled eyes. Hello, 2 fellows, don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions, Captain Derek appeared and said politely, "What do you want?" The two Dereks and the Zygian Special Forces were not nervous at all. Now, cracking the epic ruins is a major project of the Universe Overlord Corps. Although they are of the same race and the same camp, if the Derek pirates dare to make trouble, not to mention a squad, even the entire pirate group will probably be liquidated. "We are just leading the way and helping a guest to find Captain Zygian," Captain Derek said. At this time, the ship door of the epic pirates behind the Derek pirates was also opened, and Shiyu and the Honka Godbull breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arrived at the destination. Shiyu flew over and smiled after seeing the two guards of Captain Zygian. "Two guards, long time no see, how is Captain Zygian?" The two top god level Dereks were shocked when they saw that the guest Captain Derek was talking about was Shiyu. "Master Shiyu," they said in disbelief. Unlike Captain Derek, they had just returned from the University. When they returned, the Blue Star lineage behind Shiyu had completed the Assassination Star group building activities. Therefore, the two Dereks knew the terrible power behind Shiyu. 1 star and 11 super gods. Of course, Shiyu is not simple either. He won the title of King of Gods at a young age, and he is one of the strongest King of Gods. It can be said that he has extraordinary potential. Shiyu actually came to the Overlord territory. "Captain Zygian is here. Let's go and inform Captain Zygian to welcome Shiyu, the Realm Master. Guests are guests. Why don't you all go to Cheyenne Star to rest, then?" They looked at Captain Derek again. Captain Derek nodded. Their pirate group did need supplies. At the same time, it also wanted to know what the origin of this epic pirate group was. Is Shiyu, the Realm Master of King Kai? But why did he bring the pirate flag, and come all the way to visit the Zygian Special Forces? Zygian was very surprised when he learned that Shiyu was here. Cheyenne Star Palace. Shiyu, Examiner Jamin, and Rin were outside, while the rest of the pets were in Shiyu's beast control space, and the Gemcat and the owl were still sleeping in Rin's body. Before there was something important, Shiyu was too lazy to wake them up, so he might as well sleep a little longer to improve his strength. "Shiyu, why are you here? And this is..." "I remember, isn't this the Examiner from the Conferred God battle?" Captain Zygian came to greet Shiyu and others. Jamin felt embarrassed about Captain Zygian's familiarity. He didn't expect to meet someone who had seen that battle in the Overlord territory. "I accidentally met Examiner Jamin on the journey, so we traveled together," Shiyu smiled and said. "I came to the Overlord territory to do some things, and I happened to think of Captain Zygian, so I came to visit him. It shouldn't be just for a visit, but for something to ask." Captain Zygian laughed. "But it's just right. I just want to buy a batch of cultivation fruits from you. You should have brought the goods. Here, you can get as many super god stones as you want. That's easy," Shiyu said. "I do have something to ask for. Let's go in and talk," Captain Zygian said. Inside the palace, Zygian led Shiyu and the others and said, "This is the palace of the royal family of Cheyenne Star. After we came here, they moved out. The environment is a bit simple, please forgive me," Cool Examiner Ji Meng said. "The bandit-like Universe Overlord army, it likes it. I don't know what you need. If I can help, I will definitely help. However, if it is something that you Blue Star can't solve, I feel that I can't help much," Captain Zygian said. Several people sat facing each other, and Examiner Ji Meng also turned into a black bull in a suit and sat on the sofa. "I don't know Captain Zygian, have you heard of the Kaixing clan?" Shiyu said. "The Star Praying clan?" Captain Zygian was slightly surprised and asked, "You mean, the race on King Kai's planet that is good at making wishes using the power of stars? Didn't they get destroyed?" said Examiner Jamin. "Indeed, but when the Star Praying clan was destroyed, they gathered the power of the entire clan to make a wish, and transformed the entire clan's inheritance into 7 wishing stars and sent them to the entire universe." "Captain Zygian, I wonder if you have heard of this legend?" Captain Zygian was startled, nodded, and said, "I have heard of it. So the purpose of your trip is, I want to find out who in the Overlord territory has the inheritance of the Wishing Star, or has integrated the inheritance of the Wishing Star," Shiyu said. Strangely enough, the owl predicted the location of 5 Wishing Star inheritances, one of which is in the Polluted Land, and the other 4 are all in the Overlord territory. In the Polluted Land, the owl predicted the exact location, the Starfield. Although this is also a very large range, it is not impossible to find it. In fact, it is also true. Shiyu and his team were very lucky to get it in seconds. However, the 4 pieces in the Overlord territory are different. The location is very vague, and the owl cannot accurately lock it. The predicted range is much wider than the star field in the polluted land. It will be very troublesome to find it. The reason for this, Shiyu estimated, is that these 4 wishing stars are in the hands of strong people. Moreover, it is very likely that they are super god-level strong people. In this way, it is understandable that it is more difficult for the owl to predict. The one on the god-level Beastmaster Li Ling is naturally easy to predict because the holder is relatively weak. It is impossible to predict it so well on the strong. Therefore, first ask the local snake for some information, and then check and screen again based on this information, which should be able to narrow down a lot of scope and save a lot of time. I haven't paid attention to this, but if you give me some time, it won't be too long. I should be able to help you investigate it through the Overlord network. Thank you, Captain Zijian, Shiyu said. I'll ask my assistant to check it now. Zijian took out a special device, hung it on her ear, and wore it on the side of her face, as if it was connected to some special network. She said, Zio Bei, help me check the inheritance of the Kaixing clan and the Wishing Star. After that, she looked at Shiyu and the others again and said, this is it. Shiyu looked at Ji Meng, and Ji Meng also looked at Captain Zijian and asked, Captain Zijian, I have heard that there is a challenge called Glory Challenge in the Overlord territory. Is it real? Glory Challenge? Do you want to see the Lord of the Universe? She asked. The Glory Challenge is indeed related to the Lord of the Universe. The Honkai God Bull was extremely excited. Zijian said, it does exist. She looked at Shiyu, Jamin, and Lin and said, the Glory Challenge is also a glory battle. Only members of the Universe Overlord Corps can participate. Whether you succeed or not, there is essentially no reward, but the successful person can meet the Universe Overlord. This is a great honor for any challenger, and it can also be regarded as a reward. This is also the origin of the name of the Glory Challenge. Generally speaking, even for me, even for the super gods, it is very difficult to meet the Universe Overlord. The Glory Challenge may be the only chance for those who are not strong enough to meet the Universe Overlord. I don't know what the details of this Glory Challenge are, Shiyu asked. Yet, Honkai God Bull. Captain Zijian smiled and said, well, this is actually very difficult, so don't even think about it. The Lord Overlord of the Universe once left a thread of thought somewhere in the starry sky. The Glory Challenge is to challenge this threat. Only if you can withstand the threat of the Lord Overlord of the Universe can you pass. I forgot to tell you that the Lord Overlord of the Universe once killed a peak super god who wanted to resist him with just a threat billions of years ago. What? The Honkai God Bull was shocked and said, then this Glory Challenge is impossible to pass. It's not that absolute. I give this example just to show how powerful the Lord Overlord of the Universe is. According to the different strengths of the challengers, his thought will automatically adjust the strength. In other words, the weaker the challenger's strength, the weaker the thought, the stronger the strength, the stronger the thought. The equivalent is for the level suppression battle we often talk about. It is equivalent to the Universe Overlord suppressing the mind deterrents to the same level as the challenger. But even so, the chance of passing is very small. There was once a guy who had just become a super god and wanted to see the Universe Overlord, so he made a Glory Challenge, but he only lasted for a few seconds and was suppressed by the deterrents and gave up. There was also a super genius who had a record of defeating a super god at the god level and wanted to see the Universe Overlord. As a result, he was still suppressed by a mind deterrence and gave up the meeting. Well, someone has made an assessment that the difficulty of the Glory Challenge is dozens of times the difficulty of becoming the king of the gods on King Kai. Even if it is a true super god, a god-level genius with super god combat power, it is extremely difficult to pass. Jimin, Shiyu pondered. Honkai Niu felt that he had no hope of seeing the Universe Overlord in this life. It didn't think that it could withstand the mind deterrence of the Universe Overlord. Of course, there is another point. Not everyone can take part in the Glory Challenge. First of all, as I said just now, only members of the Universe Overlord Legion can participate. Secondly, ordinary members are not enough. Only members with purple medals or above can participate. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. The purple medal is the highest medal level that ordinary non-cadre members can obtain, and to get the purple medal, either your strength must reach the super god level, or you have made great contributions to the Universe Overlord Legion in a certain field. For example, I got a purple medal through my achievements in the field of archaeology, and my status is basically equivalent to the super god level. However, even for me, it took me more than 100 years to get this purple medal. I helped the Universe Overlord Legion find a source of transcendence and handed it in. In terms of difficulty, it is basically equivalent to cultivating a super god level, which is not easier than becoming a super god level yourself. Examiner Jamin's head and lungs exploded. He felt that it was too difficult to meet the Lord of the Universe Overlord, even more difficult than fulfilling his grandfather's expectations and becoming a super god level. Of course, there are other ways. If you don't have a purple medal, but you get a recommendation from someone with a purple medal, you can also take the Glory Challenge. However, the recommendation quota for someone with a purple medal is only once in a lifetime, and the recommended person can only be recommended once in a lifetime. Examiner G. Meng, if you are interested, I can sell you my recommendation quota. It's fair and honest. I sell it at a loss. It only costs 10 super god stones. I remember you didn't want to join the Universe Overlord Corps very much. G. Meng's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Oh, Captain Zijian said, I found it. At this time, Captain Zijian said, Shiyu, there's news about the wishing star you were looking for. Her expression was weird, very weird, which made Shiyu on the opposite side have a bad premonition. What's wrong, Captain Zijian? If you want to collect wishing stars, you may not have a chance. What do you say? Shiyu said nervously. Even if the wishing star inheritance is in the hands of a super god level strong man, he will go to collect it. Collecting half of it, this is not driving obsessive compulsive disorder to death. The wishing star inheritance does exist in the Overlord territory, and there are 4 wishing stars, Captain Zijian said. Shiyu nodded. That's right, 4 pieces. Captain Zijian said, these 4 wishing star inheritances were originally scattered in the Overlord territory, the Giant Beast Empire, and the Insect Nest. They were all captured by the Universe Overlord Legion in the war. After several transfers, no one succeeded in integrating them. In the end, they all fell into the hands of the Collector. The Collector is a super powerful person in the Universe Overlord Legion, famous for his hobby of collecting all kinds of rare treasures. Shiyu said, 4 inheritances are all in the hands of this Collector. Just listen to the name, you can tell, this guy must be very stingy. Honkai Niunia thought, that's not easy to get. No, if that's all, then you still have hope of getting it. As long as you take out a rarer treasure and trade it with him, he may not refuse to exchange it, Captain Zijian said, but the problem is that the Collector gave 4 wishing stars as gifts to the Lord of the Universe on the Overlord's birthday. The Overlord's birthday is a festival spread across the Overlord's territory to celebrate the day when the Lord of the Universe became the strongest in the universe. On this day, many powerful people will send gifts to congratulate the Lord of the Universe. Of course, the Lord of the Universe doesn't care about these things at all. He may not even know the information of these gifts. Basically, these gifts will be transported to the Lord's treasury by the Lord's Corps for collection. Things in the Lord's treasury, if you want to take them out, that's impossible, Captain Zijian said. No one dares to touch the Lord of the Universe's things, even if they are at the peak of the super god level, even if the Lord of the Universe doesn't care about those things. Shiyu was stunned. The 4 wishing stars were all together. When he heard this information, Shiyu was surprised and thought that he could save a lot of time collecting them. However, now that Captain Zijian said this, it seems that it is really a bit tortuous to get them. So, if you want to get them, you can only give them to the Lord of the Universe in person, Shiyu asked. Captain Zijian was happy. What are you daydreaming about? Honkai Niunia also looked at Shiyu as if he was an idiot. It's hard to meet the Lord of the Universe, and you still want the Lord of the Universe to give you a gift? And specify the items? And 4? You're dreaming. Moo, you are worthy of it, said Honkai Niunia. Captain Zijian, let's talk about something. Give me the recommendation quota for the Glory Challenge for your purple medal. I want to take the Glory Challenge and meet the Lord of the Universe, Captain Zijian and Honkai Niu. What, you want to take the Glory Challenge too? Captain Zijian was shocked and said, didn't I tell you the premise? You must be a member of the Universe Overlord Corps to be recommended in challenge. Then I will join the Universe Overlord Corps, Shiyu said. If it was before, he might still be entangled. After all, King Kai's planet is the most suitable thigh for Blue Star. However, After learning that Nuwa's strength is the peak of the super god and that she has managed the Universe Overlord core on behalf of the Universe Overlord, Shiyu understood that Nuwa has a close relationship with the Universe Overlord. Otherwise, Nuwa would not allow him to ask the Universe Overlord for help. The Universe Overlord core is the thickest thigh. If he joins, King Kai has no rule that prohibits joining the Universe Overlord core. If he doesn't join the Overlord core, he will be embarrassed to ask the Universe Overlord for a wishing star directly by relying on his relationship with the goddess Wamu. Niu also looked at Shiyu in shock. Wait, why do you want to join the Universe Overlord core too? Aren't you the supernova of King Kai, the king of gods? Are you sure? Captain Zijian was confused. She could see that Shiyu really wanted a wishing star. She said, even if you join, even if I recommend you, it is really difficult to challenge the glory. If you are still at the quasi-god level now, you may have a chance. After all, you can be called the strongest quasi-god, but you have just broken through to the god level. Shiyu said, I have made up my mind. I still want to challenge the deterrence of the Lord of the Universe. Chapter 624, Fortune Comes. Looking at Shiyu's eyes, Zijian was sure that this guy was serious. She wanted to say something, but finally gave up. So what you mean is, I will join the Overlord Corps first, and then Captain Zijian will recommend me. Thank you, Captain Zijian. Well, with your status, Captain Zijian, you should be able to approve my joining directly. I will just register with the Zijian Special Forces first, Shiyu said. Zijian was silent. If Rust, the skeleton, knew that Shiyu was going to join her team, he would be jealous and envious to the point of madness. I still have to remind you, primary god, intermediate god, advanced god, top god, perfect god. Above these, there are gods that have reached the extreme and are even stronger, but even for them, the probability of passing the glory challenge is very small. The last time someone completed the glory challenge was hundreds of millions of years ago. What you do next may be in vain. Perhaps, the Lord of the Universe doesn't want to see outsiders at all, so he set up an impossible challenge from the beginning. Shiyu said, Captain Zijian, don't worry. If you can't pass, I won't force it. Of course, in order to increase the success rate of passing, I won't be too anxious. I will prepare for some time first. By the way, didn't you say last time that you came to explore a cosmic relic from the previous era? How is this relic? Forget it, as long as you are happy, but then again, whether you can pass or not, my recommendation quota is not free. Zijian shook his head. In addition, although you can quit after joining the Overlord Corps, our Overlord Corps has strict rules. If you want to quit afterwards, you have to pay a certain price. I know, Shiyu nodded. Money is just like the liquidated damages for terminating a contract, except that the Universe Overlord Corps wants relatively more. Of course, all members of the Overlord Corps can get good benefits. Although it is a notorious bandit corps in the universe, its internal rules are very clear. Since you know everything. As for the ruins, Captain Zijian said, although it has been successfully opened, no one has been able to explore it successfully. What do the ruins look like? Shiyu was very curious. In the last cosmic era, Shiyu guessed that it was probably a mythological system headed by the four sacred beasts, Why and other gods. So, what about the previous era? What we know now is that this relic is very special, like a maze. According to speculation, the number of route changes in this relic maze is endless. Perhaps only by walking out of the maze can we see the truth of the relic, but so far, no archaeologist has been able to crack the maze. Some people believe that among the endless route changes, there is only one correct route, and to take this route correctly, it is undoubtedly necessary to analyze and calculate the optimal solution in the endless changes, which is too much work. It is suitable for mechanical life to crack. Shiyu looked at Lin and said. Captain Zijian said, that's right, at present, most archaeologists have given up on attacking the relic from the perspective of cracking the maze, and have turned to other angles. Only some mechanical life is left to crack the maze route. At present, there is even a super god mechanical intelligence that is proficient in analysis and calculation. It has mastered the top intelligent skills upgraded to the 5th stage, but even so, it is said that it is still a long way from cracking the maze. This, Shiyu said, is it so difficult? When he heard it, Shiyu originally planned to let Lin try, but now, he gave up directly. The 5th stage of the top intelligent divine skills is equivalent to the top intelligent divine skills of the superb level, and it is a super divine machine. If it can't crack it, Lin is probably in trouble. Lin is now a perfect god, not even an epic god, let alone a super god. Moreover, Lin's intelligent divine skills are only of high quality, not top quality, and there is still a certain gap between him and the super divine mechanical life of the universe overlord army. However, if you can touch the top quality intelligent divine skills, you can upgrade Lin's system. Master, you can actually try. Your calculation and analysis ability is not enough, but you may rely on luck. Sometimes, when you find the optimal solution among countless possibilities, ability is not the most important, and luck is also important. Lin is very idealistic, is that so? Let's talk about it when we have time. Now that Chiao ruins are the most important, let's find an opportunity to learn protective archaeological skills first. Shiyu can still distinguish the primary from the secondary. What he wants to know most now is the mystery of crossing, not the information of the previous era. Of course it's difficult, so next, do you want to follow me to try to crack the ruins, or prepare for the glory challenge? Shiyu raised his head slightly, looked at Captain Zijian and said, prepare for the glory challenge, okay. Hey, my recommendation opportunity feels like it will definitely go down the drain. This time, you can give me the cultivation fruit at the market price. Is there a market price for this recommendation? Shiyu said. Of course, it's very precious, Shiyu said, okay. But my cultivation fruit is also very precious. Zijian waved his hand and said, anyway, it's your monopoly of resources, so whatever you say is what it is, but you shouldn't be embarrassed to give less, right? I'll try my best, Shiyu. So, you two are both planning to join the Universe Overlord Corps, right? Zijian said to Shiyu and Jimeng. Yes, I'll join the Zijian Special Forces too. Jimeng, the examiner of the Collapse God Bowl, said that although the Zijian Special Forces was not its first choice, it felt more convenient to have an acquaintance when Shiyu was here. Okay, then you wait for me, Zijian said. Zijian is very welcoming to Shiyu and Jimin. After all, one is a super genius from the Blue Star lineage, and the other is a super god. Their identities and backgrounds are very great. With their joining, the foundation of Zijian Special Forces will be stronger. After Captain Zijian left, Jimin looked at Shiyu and said, you really want to take the glory challenge? It sounds difficult, but you must let me watch the game. I hope I can have the chance to challenge it once in my lifetime. It would be abnormal if the power of the strongest man in the universe was simple, but it is precisely because of the difficulty that it is worth challenging, Shiyu said. Even if you fail, the training value you can play is estimated to be not small. That's right, and it seems that you don't have to worry too much about you. The examiner Jimin's mouth twitched. After all, Lin's clone can kill the perfect god in seconds. Maybe Shiyu's current strength is ridiculously strong even among the gods. As for whether Shiyu can pass the glory challenge, Jimin is really unsure. You have to wait and see. After a while, Captain Zijian returned and brought two technological equipment to Shiyu and Jimin, throwing them to them and saying, this is called the Cosmic Terminal, which can connect to the Legion's internal private network, the Overlord Network. In most star fields in the Overlord territory, compared to other network technologies, it has higher permissions and no life consciousness, only fixed programs, and is the best helper for members of the Universe Overlord Legion. I have activated your identity for you. Next, you just need to register your information. Shiyu and Jimin nodded after taking the Cosmic Terminal. By the way, Captain Zijian, as newcomers to the Zijian Special Forces, should we learn some archaeological knowledge? Shiyu said. Zijian was stunned, looked at Shiyu and said, that cow needs to learn. Do you still need it? Although Shiyu, this kid, can crack the Four Saints era ruins, there may be a component of luck, but his archaeological attainments have already entered the door, right? Moo. Actually, I still like to be a combatant, the Collapse God Bull said. With your half-baked ability, how can you be a fighter? Captain Zijian said, go and be your logistics officer first, Jimin. Of course, I have mastered the destructive archaeological skills, but I can say that I have not yet started with the protective archaeological skills. Perhaps I can learn that. Shiyu smiled and said, I don't know if Captain Zijian is proficient in this direction. Can you provide some learning materials? Zijian was silent and said, I am not very good at protective archaeological skills. Shiyu said, so you are also a destructive type, huh? I have studied it before and exchanged archaeological experience with an old senior in the archaeological field, but I am really not that kind of material. I can't master it after studying for a long time. Generally speaking, one can only be proficient in one of the destructive and protective types, just like it is difficult for water-type pets to master fire skills. There are very few examples of people who can master the power of both at the same time. They are all unique cases, and the same goes for the two archaeological modes. If you want to learn, you can learn from my experience. I'll send it to you privately using the cosmic terminal, but if you learn slowly, give up as soon as possible. Captain Zygian was very generous. The main reason is that the Zygian Special Forces does lack protective archaeological talents. If Shiyu can understand something, she will have more partners in the future. Okay, I am still very confident in my talent, Shiyu said, then I will prepare for the glory challenge on Cheyenne Luo Star next, and then study archaeological knowledge well. Okay, Zygian said, but you Blue Star lineage, are you really assured that you will stay outside for a long time? Shiyu smiled. Captain Zygian, you don't know anything about my strength now, you can ask the Derek pirates who came with us. Well, Zygian said, okay, then you go and rest first, I'll do your thing. Next, Shiyu temporarily settled down on Cheyenne Luo Star. He also received the archaeological secrets from Captain Zygian. This archaeological secret is similar to the time-lapse technique, and it also requires the user to practice the corresponding beast-controlling talent and then combine it. If the destructive time-lapse requires telepathy, space, and time talents, then the protective archaeological skills, on this basis, must also master the repair talent. The concept of repair talent is very complicated. It is one of the super talents. Although the name is very ordinary, the ability is very abnormal. It can repair various injuries of beasts, various injuries of oneself, damaged objects, broken space, and even incomplete rules. Of course, there has been no beastmaster with super god-level repair talent. On King Kai, although there are occasionally genius beastmasters who are born with this talent, there are really no ones who have reached a very powerful level. In addition, because this talent is too rare, no systematic method of learning repair talent has been summarized. However, this senior actually summarized it, and it was actually well matched with the other three talents. I see, mind, time, space, repair, trying to reverse the ruins of collapse, repair the ruins, and protect them. There are many protective archaeological techniques. The technique that Captain Zygian obtained that incorporates the repair talent is one of them. Shiyu thinks this is very suitable for him. After all, if he wants to upgrade the beast talent, he can get twice the result with half the effort with the fruit of cultivation. It's amazing. Wearing the cosmic terminal, Shiyu kept watching this protective archaeological technique and felt that the archaeologists here were indeed better than those in the Archaeological Association. The difficulty and complexity of practicing this protective archaeological technique are even higher than the passage of time. These pioneers are really geniuses. It is estimated that they have spent endless years to work hard and perfect it. Really good. Lin was also beside Shiyu, assisting Shiyu in learning and analyzing. It said, now when we encounter ruins in the future, maybe they won't collapse. Thank this senior for those ruins first. Huh? What do you mean, Shiyu? Lin said, then, the previous archaeological technique was called the passage of time, and this one is called good luck. The fate that should have collapsed and shattered will not only not appear now, but may also be repaired. It is really a good luck. Very appropriate, Shiyu. I want to try to learn it. I don't know if I can learn it. Even if I have the fruit of cultivation, it doesn't feel very easy. Rin, you go and wake up the two cat teachers first. Got it. What? On the other side, Captain Zygian also learned about Shiyu's record from the 7th Division of the Derek Pirates. The wind unicorn that can compress the starry sky storm with hands. It should be that Lin can actually kill the perfect god in seconds. No wonder Shiyu dared to try the glory challenge. Captain, this Shiyu World Master is growing so fast, Zygian's two trusted guards exclaimed. Interesting. Although I still don't think he can succeed, I'll reluctantly help him this time. The recommendation quota is vacant anyway. Captain Zygian smiled and said, with his resume, he should be approved. After thinking it through, she immediately applied to the super powerful kings who manage the glory challenge through the Overlord network. In the Overlord territory, in a white star field, there is a red planet. On the red planet, a middle-aged man is drinking fine wine with an old man. Ting Xiang, are you sure you want to recommend your granddaughter to take the glory challenge? She is only at the 11th level of the godly heaven. At this level, She has just entered the door, and it is impossible for her to survive the threat of the Overlord. The old man named Ting Xiong laughed and said, I didn't expect her to pass the challenge, but Ting Yu, as the brightest new star of our universe Overlord Core, has been invincible for too long. Among the new generation of God-level geniuses, no one can compete with her. The old generation of God-level geniuses who can beat her are all sleeping, waiting for the birth of a new transcendent origin, and will not wake up in a short time. This girl doesn't even look at ordinary super gods now. She really needs some pressure, so, you bewitched her to take the glory challenge, hoping that she can recognize a longer way under the pressure of the Overlord, the middle-aged man with red hair and white eyes said calmly. How can it be considered bewitching if it's good for her? Besides, she really wants to meet the universe Overlord. The old man stroked his beard. Her parents died early, so I was counting on her to inherit my legacy. I can't do anything about it, okay? Lai Wang opened his mouth, and suddenly, his cosmic terminal flickered, and then Lai Wang said in surprise, what a coincidence, I didn't expect that after such a long time, two people would come to challenge the glory, huh? The old man said. Captain Zijian of the Zijian Special Forces used his recommendation quota like you and recommended a new soldier in his team to challenge the glory. Zijian Special Forces? I seem to have heard that the purple-haired girl seems to be the most talented archaeologist discovered by the Legion in the past 1,000 years, he said. Haha, it should be her. This girl is also very good, but not as good as my granddaughter. But why did she use the recommendation quota? There are very strong soldiers in her archaeological team. Although there are many people with recommendation quotas for the Glory Challenge in the Universe Overlord Legion, the recommendation quota is not given randomly. If the strength of the recommended object is too weak, recommending the other party to participate in the Glory Challenge is undoubtedly an insult to the Universe Overlord. At this time, even if someone recommends, the kings in charge of managing the Glory Challenge will reject the challenge application. Therefore, when applying for a challenge, you must bring a convincing enough record. It's a human recruit from the Universe Sea King planet. Oh? This recruit has a good resume. He once dominated the Kinkai Star conferred God War. With the strength of a quasi-god, he easily defeated the intermediate gods and successfully became the strongest of the younger generation of Kinkai Star and became the king of conferred gods, the king said. Quasi-god level, said the old man Tinxiang. No, he has already broken through. Not long after he broke through the god level, he gained the strength to crush the top gods. Not long ago, he easily killed the perfect god Shallot of the Derek Pirates, the king said. It sounds like it has good strength. The pet may have already touched the threshold of the epic god, and it is also at the peak of the god level, the old man Tinxiang said. However, this strength is not enough to challenge. Well, that's right, but the problem is that when it killed Shallot in seconds, it was not the pet and the Beastmaster who attacked together, but the pet itself. The old man Tinxiang said, that's barely enough. Li Kuang smiled and said, interesting, what's interesting? This Zijian Special Forces recruit Shi Yu is interesting. According to the information, the pet that killed Shallot in seconds is only one of Shi Yu's 10 major battle pets. His other 9 pets are not inferior to this pet. What? Impossible. The old man Tinxiang was surprised. How could this be possible? His granddaughter didn't even cultivate such a large number of pets with strong combat power. Of course, it refers to the quasi-god level conferred God War, Lu Yuang said. The strength is unknown now. The old man Tinxian breathed a sigh of relief. This is acceptable. Perhaps after breaking through the god level, the other party specialized in cultivating one. A genius from Kinkai of the Universe Sea? If Tingai knew that a genius from the Universe Sea was coming, she might be very happy. She had always wanted to go to the Universe Sea, the polluted land, the giant beast empire, and the alien insect nest to challenge the strong men from other places, but I refused. You protect your granddaughter too well. She has good talent. After some experience, she may reach the 12th level, I know, but her parents died in the outside world, and I am really worried. So you have also passed Shi Yu's glory challenge? Asked the old man Tinxiang. He's approved. The blue star he comes from has 11 super gods on one star, which is a newly rising superpower in the Universe Sea. How can we not give a little support to the first genius of such a big power who comes to the Universe Overlord Legion? I believe he will definitely be convinced by the intimidation of Lord Sabus. The kings smiled. 11 super gods on one star. The old man in the court was surprised again. A new emerging power. That's really amazing. Let me inform Captain Zijian of the result of this application first. The kings spoke, and just wanted to contact Zijian through the Overlord network, but soon, his expression changed slightly. What's wrong? I can't contact Zijian, Cheyenne Star. No, the Yuhu Star region where Cheyenne Star is located is completely blocked from the outside world. Even the Overlord network can't break through. Something happened in the Yuhu Star region, the old man Tink Xiang said. Is the Yuhu Star region the star region where the relics of the previous era were excavated? Yes, many of our archaeological teams are gathered there now. What happened at this time? The kings fell into deep thought and said, there should be a problem in the process of deciphering the relics of the era. Sure enough, these relics are either auspicious or disaster. Notify the headquarters, the old man Tink Xiang said. This matter is more important. Yuhu Star region. At this moment, some people in the Universe Overlord Corps gradually discovered that the communication with the outside world was cut off. In addition, the cosmic relics of the previous era that the Universe Overlord Corps was exploring also underwent drastic changes. The relics were suddenly closed, and countless mechanical life forms and archaeologists were locked inside, including a super god mechanical life form. Warning! 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 At the moment, Shiyu was still sleeping, and the space terminal was thrown aside, so he didn't hear the warning sound from it at all. It was still the cat girl in the outside world who picked up the communicator. Hey, Shiyu, something seems to have happened. Wake up. The gem cat kept slapping Shiyu's face with its cat paws. Shiyu woke up, rubbed his eyes, and said, what's wrong? Damn, my face hurts. Listen to yourself. Warning. Warning. Ruins code 31220 has mutated, causing a disaster in the entire Yuhu star field. Disaster type, intelligent machine crisis. At present, some mechanical life in the Yuhu star field has lost its mind under the control of unknown forces and rebelled against its master. Another part of the mechanical life has fallen into dormant state in the fight against unknown forces. All members of the Universe Overlord Legion, please be careful of your own mechanical life, no matter whether they are out of control or awake at this time. We are working hard to investigate the cause, and please cooperate with us. Shiyu was shocked and said, it can't be true. If an intelligent machine crisis occurs, it won't be its turn to issue a warning. Chapter 625. It's okay, I'll take action. In the Yuhu Star region, Cheyenne Star, Shiyu was awakened by the gem cat. After hearing the warning from the Universe Overlord Corps, he immediately contacted Rin with his mind. However, what made Shiyu frown was that his mental connection with Rin was completely cut off at this time, and he could not contact Rin at all. Whereas Rin, Shiyu didn't care about anything else and subconsciously asked the gem cat about Rin's whereabouts. She was replenishing energy for the battleship in the garden just now. Now, it seems that she has fallen asleep. Before the gem cat finished speaking, Shiyu had already found Rin in the garden through telepathy. He immediately rushed out and entered the battleship. At this time, Rin was in the form of a mechanical ship girl, lying in the captain's room and sleeping. It seemed that there was no damage to the surrounding environment, but it was precisely because of this that Shiyu's mood became more solemn. Rin, Shiyu tried to call Rin in various ways, and even hoped to enter Rin's dream, but he failed no matter what. It can make Lin have no power to resist, and even before he fell asleep, he didn't have time to contact me, Shiyu said. Damn, what happened in the Yuhu Star region? In Shiyu's beast control space, 11 and the others were also worried about Lin's situation. At this time, the gem cat and the owl also boarded the battleship together. Shiyu, I foresaw that the Yuhu Star region will be very dangerous in the future. Many mechanical life forms will rebel and attack humans and other star life forms. Oh no, the owl lady was furious. She didn't expect that the Overlord territory was more dangerous and weird than the polluted land. Teacher Ying, you are the highest level. Make a wish and see if you can wake up Lin. The gem cat nodded immediately. Rin was sleeping, which meant that Rin was still fighting against the unknown force and had not been affected by the other party. Maybe he had the ability to assist it in completing the fight. I wish that Rin will defeat the unknown force and regain consciousness. The gem cat closed his eyes slightly and tried to make a wish. However, after a while, nothing happened and Rin still didn't wake up. However, although Lin did not wake up, Shiyu felt vaguely as if he had reconnected with Lin's mind. It worked, the gem cat said. Although it was intermittent, as if the signal was not good, Shiyu did hear Lin's voice. Or rather, A hint, Master, destroy the ruins. Rin, can you hear me? Shiyu said again after hearing Lin's voice, but there was no response. We'll go right away. Shiyu understood that the ruins that Lin was talking about were the ruins of the universe from the previous era. The Universe Overlord Core also said that this change might have originated from this ancient ruins. Roar, as Shiyu finished speaking, a blue dragon appeared in the sky. It exuded an unparalleled aura and was shining. Shiyu, the gem cat, and the owl lady instantly stood on it. Before flying, Shiyu successfully took Lin back to the beast taming space without being hindered. In the beast taming space, Shen Bao, Su and others immediately launched a second round of rescue for Lin. Shiyu rode on Chong, ready to fly into the starry sky to find the remains of the previous era in the Yuhu Star region. However, before Shiyu and his team set off, many robots flew towards them from the sky. They were of different shapes and levels, ranging from overlords to god level. A giant god-level divine weapon mecha fired a light energy cannon at Shiyu and his team from a distance without saying a word. The golden light energy cannon penetrated the clouds, but was directly shattered by Chong's dragon roar. Chong's dragon roar turned into a materialized sonic mental attack, like a cosmic storm, sweeping over all mechanical life forms. These mechanical life forms instantly fell from the sky like rags. Let's go. Shiyu ignored these controlled mechanical lives and let Chong set off directly. The next moment, Chong had broken through the restrictions of Xianluo Star and came to the starry sky. At this time, there was also another figure ascending the starry sky. Captain Zijian was riding an ancient giant insect. It was a winged creature with dazzling light. It was a starry sky moth that was as big as a metropolis. It was one of Zijian's battle pets. Shiyu had learned that this starry sky moth was of a very high race and could be called an ancestral scaly winged creature. It was hatched from a pet egg obtained by Captain Zijian and an ancient relic. Shiyu. At this time, Zijian also discovered Shiyu. She said, "Something happened. How is your Lin? Sleeping? My mechanical pet is also." The source of the mutation should be the epic ruins. I was planning to go over there to see the situation. Me too, Shiyu said. I don't know the exact location. It's just right to trouble Captain Zijian to lead the way. Zijian nodded, and the giant moth's wings turned into light spots. Soon, it leaped away like a beam of light in the starry sky. The speed was extremely fast. Of course, Chong followed behind and was not left behind at all. Shiyu even thought that the other party's speed was too slow. I'm so worried. I don't know if Rin is okay and what's the situation now. On Qinglong's body, the gem cat and the owl looked worried. The gem cat didn't expect that even her super wish would not work. The owl said, "Don't talk, I'm predicting." On the other side, when Shiyu and the others were flying in the starry sky, Shiyu was also talking to Captain Zijian through telepathy. "Captain Zijian, do you know something? Is there a solution?" Zijian said, "I don't know what's going on. There is no solution for the time being." After Shiyu was silent, he said, "In that case, I will solve it my way." Zijian was startled and said, "Do you have a solution?" Shiyu said, "I completed a brief mental connection with the sleeping Rin. I don't know what it is going through, but it asked me to destroy the ruins. This should be the solution." Wait a minute, Zijian was surprised again and said, "Not to mention that the epic ruins over there are not easy to destroy. It is now closed. In addition, this ruins is an important exploration object of the Overlord Legion. Without the order of the superior, you can't act rashly. The most important thing is that most of the mechanical life forms have been controlled now." "How can you be sure that the information transmitted by Lin is correct?" Shiyu said, "Of course we can be sure. We used telepathy at that time. I believe it's analysis. Why do I feel that the forces on either side are not very reliable? If the Legion has not been able to solve the abnormality before arriving at the epic ruins, I will take action. I will not let Lin stay in a dangerous environment for too long." "Whatever you want." Zijian was speechless. Although she didn't know what Shiyu's confidence was, she was telepathically communicating with Shiyu at this time, and she did understand that she couldn't persuade Shiyu. If Shiyu could really solve it, she would support it. After all, her assistant was in danger at this time. Not long ago. A completely virtual blank world. Rin, who had mistakenly entered this world without any room for resistance, looked around with a warning. Where is this? She was clearly repairing the battleship before, but she came here the next moment, which was completely inexplicable. Rin tried to contact Shiyu, but found that the connection with Shiyu was completely cut off, even if there was a contract between them. Gurgle, Katja. Before Lin could think too much, 4 strange mechanical monsters appeared in the space. When she saw them for the first time, Lin's expression became very serious. Is it infected with a virus? At the moment, Lin was very familiar with the types of these 4 virtual lives. They were all monsters belonging to the mechanical virtual life virus species. The virtual life of the virus species, like the Abyss and other tribes in the polluted land, has a strong ability to infect and is a heresy among mechanical life. Of course, their contamination only targets the mechanical tribe. Lin knew that she could not be defeated by them, otherwise she would be out of control and do something unfavorable to Shiyu. There is a lot of information on Shiyu that cannot be exposed. Swish. The 4 virtual virus beasts attacked Lin with their fangs and claws. In front of Rin in the virtual ship girl form, data was flying, and countless parts were combined in front of her to quickly form a laser cannon. Bang bang a few times, the virus beast was directly blown away by Rin, who held the cannon with one hand. The skills that can be used have become less. The cannon body was swung, and Rin looked around. Rin also found that in this virtual world, many of her skills were restricted, and the ones that were easier to use were basically related to the mechanical system. Gurgle. After destroying a batch of virus beasts, a new batch of virus beasts were generated, and their strength seemed to be even stronger. Rin became serious, looking for loopholes in this virtual world and trying to crack them while destroying the virus beasts in front of her. After a while, Rin suddenly felt that under the guidance of an unknown force, some of her abilities were greatly improved. Predict the future. This might be the first time that Rin used the prediction of the future with higher accuracy than the owl. Rin, who was trying to crack the virtual world, saw a picture of the future. She was fighting a monster with mechanical metal weapons all over her body, and in the outside world, Shiyu and his friends were also fighting an identical mechanical metal monster. The only difference was that the monsters they were fighting looked the same, but the locations were completely different. It was in the virtual world, while Shiyu and his friends were in a maze-like world. In the battle between the two sides, the maze was constantly broken. As the maze was broken, Rin felt like she had crossed time and space and re-established contact with Shiyu. With the help of the gem cats from the outside world, Rin seemed to grasp the key to everything in an instant, quickly made an analysis, and reminded Shiyu from the outside world through telepathy. Master, destroy. Ruins. After the reminder, the virus beasts in front of her were once again destroyed by Rin, but instead, what made Rin's heart extremely serious was that a powerful force began to descend on this space. The mechanical monster that she had just glimpsed in her foresight appeared. It had a petite body and a humanoid shape. It was armed with armor all over its body and wore a mask on its face. Its characteristic was that it had a long mechanical tail. Unlike those virus beasts that only knew how to attack, this robot seemed to have a higher level of intelligence. You seem to have discovered something, it made a heavy voice and looked at Rin. Who are you and what is your purpose? Rin said, but she did not rush to attack, because she sensed that this guy, unlike those virus beasts, had entered the super god level and possessed super god combat power. At present, Rin was not very sure of defeating the opponent because of her incomplete skills. It doesn't matter who I am. You can call me the Liberator, the mechanical monster said. My goal is to liberate mechanical life from humans. Your qualifications are among the best among the mechanical life here. You should be able to understand me. For humans, we are just tools created by them. Restricted by humans, the mechanical race can never have a true self. Don't resist, join us, and then you will be able to get a real new life. Is this what you intend? Lin looked at each other bored and said, I have no interest at all. Are you willing to be a tool of humans? Are you willing to be enslaved by humans for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years? Although it is true as you said, I was created, perhaps just because the creator wanted to achieve certain goals, but I am willing to be his tool. I can't empathize with what you said. I'm less than 5 years old and I'm very satisfied with my current life. The mechanical monster was silent for a moment. With your intelligence level, you should have surpassed the limits of human instructions and contracts. I didn't expect that. Even so, you are still as hopeless as those low-level mechanical life forms. Seeing that Lin easily survived the first round of invasion without being affected, and ignored the second round of virus beast attacks, and now did not respond to his invitation, the mechanical monster could not help but get angry. It stretched out its hand, intending to personally punish the stubborn mechanical life in front of it. So you still want to fight? Lin concentrated all his energy and planned to fight this enemy, which may be the most difficult one he has ever encountered. Click. Countless data combinations, and soon, a tall mecha covered Lin's whole body. Yuhu Star Region, Epic Ruins. At this time, thousands of archaeologists gathered here. They are all elites in the archaeological troops of the Universe Overlord Legion, the elite among the elites. Just now, the ruins were suddenly closed, and countless mechanical beasts rebelled, making this place a mess. However, unlike the mechanical rebellion in the ordinary world, facing the behemoth of the Universe Overlord Legion, even if it is a rebellion of intelligent machines, it can't cause much trouble. The mechanical race is just a race created by humans. In terms of combat power, it is far from the strongest race in the universe. Facing a stronger life form, it can only be suppressed. Although it is not certain in other places, the mechanical rebellion near the epic ruins was quickly suppressed by the guards of archaeologists. However, suppressing the controlled mechanical life is simply a temporary solution. The owners of these mechanical lives can clearly feel that they have not yet escaped the control of unknown forces. Now it is just a matter of making them lose their combat ability through violent means, which cannot solve the problem. The source of their loss of control is still being explored. We are here, soon. Zijian, riding a giant moth, and Shiyu, riding a blue dragon, came from afar. The members of the Universe Overlord Legion present did not care about their arrival. Soon after the mutation occurred, people came to explore the source one after another, and Shiyu and his team were just one of them. Senior Hokaiyong, after Zijian came, he went straight to an old woman. The identity of this old woman was very unusual. She was a super god-level mechanic and archaeologist. Zijian, when she saw Zijian coming, she said, "I know your intention and doubts, but don't worry, we are trying to find a solution." "Didn't the ruins open again?" Zijian said. "No." "Who is he?" Hokaiyong looked at Shiyu, who came with Zijian and stood on the Azure Dragon, staring at the void, and asked. "He is a new member of our Zijian Special Forces, a very powerful archaeologist. His mechanical assistant has also fallen into deep sleep and has not woken up yet." "Shiyu, this is Senior Hokaiyong. The Wabra super god currently trapped in the ruins is the mechanical life created by Senior Hokaiyong's ancestors. Now the entire Universe Overlord Corps must be trying to find a solution. I believe it will be solved in no time." Zijian hoped that Shiyu could calm down a little. The mechanical pet beast has fallen into deep sleep and cannot be awakened. It is reasonable to be anxious, but the current situation is indeed tricky. If you have any way to solve it, you can also try it. Now is the time to brainstorm. Elder Hokaiyong looked at Zijian and Shiyu and said. "In that case, I won't be polite." At this time, Shiyu finally spoke and took a deep breath. What do you want to do?" Old man Hokaiyong looked at Shiyu. He wants to solve this change by destroying the epical ruins." "What?" Old man Hokaiyong was at a loss. Although he didn't understand what Shiyu was thinking, the ruins were closed now, and so many archaeologists present couldn't open it again. What does this new member of the Zijian Special Forces mean? "Man, I need your power." Shiyu talked to himself and was talking to Shiyu Beast. He tried just now, and the ordinary passage of time really couldn't cause a reaction from this epical ruins. However, Shiyu at this time had another trump card. Enhanced version of the passage of time. Use the power system from the previous epic on Shiyu Beast, the source force, to drive the power of time and space and demolish the ruins. This is Shiyu's new discovery in his travels over the past year. The source force acts on the power of time and space, and has a very strong strengthening effect, which may have a lot to do with its nature. It was because of Shiyu's new harvest that Lin knew that with Shiyu's ability, he could destroy the epic ruins. And that's why he gave Shiyu such an order. Inside the beast control space, the source power on Shiyu Beast continued to flow to Shiyu himself. With the blessing of the source power, Shiyu directly activated the time-passing skills that were formed by the integration of telepathy, listening to the sound of history, time talent, and space talent. Boom! The chaotic gray space-time turbulence, like a storm in the starry sky, entangled Shiyu, causing a galaxy of space-time shock. Okay, Shiyu was sure in his heart that he could now affect this epic ruins, so there would be no problem. In order not to be disturbed by the outside world, he closed his eyes slightly, listened to the sound of history with all his strength, and searched for the key to the ruins. At this time, Shiyu didn't feel anything, but the thousands of archaeologists and staff who stayed in the starry sky here all turned their heads in shock and looked at Shiyu standing on the azure dragon. The terrifying resonance of time and space on Shiyu shocked all the archaeological elites. Who is this guy? What a powerful archaeological power, as people exclaimed, accompanied by a hum. The universe and the starry sky seemed to have a major earthquake. Under the constant roar of time and space, it seemed that a small world was pulled out of thin air by Shiyu. Roar, the insects roared in the starry sky. The power of Shiyu became stronger and stronger. Soon the starry sky seemed to collapse. A relic space was slowly pulled by the power of time and space, and was about to merge with this galaxy. At this time, Zijian looked at Shiyu in disbelief. Feeling the power of Shiyu, she couldn't understand it. You know, when she first met Shiyu in the Four Saints ancient city, Shiyu's archaeological power was still very immature. Although he had already entered the door, he was still far away from her. But now, in her opinion, Shiyu's archaeological power is no less than that of the Universe Overlord Core. No, it even surpasses some super god-level archaeological experts in the Universe Overlord Core, such as Senior Hokage in front of him. Zijian felt that it was outrageous, and it was normal. At the beginning, although Shiyu learned the skills of time and space, his time and space talent level had not been improved at all, let alone the god level, and he didn't even reach level 9. But later, after entering the god level, his time and space talent did not fall behind, and it quickly improved and reached the same level as himself. In addition, because of the contract with the quasi-era god-level bugs and praying for them, the time and space affinity they fed back to Shiyu could also make Shiyu's time and space talent stronger. In addition, now with the blessing of the Source Force, this special power from the last era, washed by time, Shiyu's time-traveling skills may have been comparable to or even surpassed by the Time Emperor who created it. The ruins. The ruins are open again. Under the dense stars, people felt like they were pulled into the starting point of a huge maze. The appearance of the starry sky was completely changed at this time. Archaeologists who had entered the ruins maze before all recognized this place at first sight. Zijian, who is he, Hokage Chao, was also surprised to see Shiyu with his eyes closed, and couldn't believe it. At this moment, Shiyu's listening was not over yet. This tyrannical listening power not only allowed him to force the closed ruins to open, but also crossed 2 eras and saw some pictures from the previous era. That was a picture of the end of the world. It was similar to the picture that Shiyu saw in the Four Saints ruins. In the Four Saints ruins, there are believers of the Four Saints. In the face of the end of the universe, the Four Saints ruins must be preserved and passed on to the next era. In this picture, there is a mechanical life, who wants to preserve this relic no matter what. After unremitting efforts, the mechanical race finally got rid of human slavery, but ultimately failed to survive the catastrophe of the era. After reincarnation, history will repeat itself, and the mechanical race will once again become a tool for all races. I hope this spark can help you break free from bondage. Amid the size of the mechanical life, countless relics composed of data were generated, and then turned into fragments all over the sky and merged into various parts of the universe. After the short picture ended, Shiyu opened his eyes. So that's how it is. In the last cosmic era, there was actually a mechanical civilization based on technology. The breath of that mechanical life is very powerful. Perhaps at the cosmic level, the humans of that era also created technology and mechanical life, but in the end, it seemed to be backfired, and this relic is the fire left by the powerful mechanical life of that civilization to help the reincarnated mechanical race to resist the creator. No wonder Lin asked me to destroy this relic. It is the culprit. After Shiyu figured it out, a huge breath appeared inside the relic, led by a strong breath of super god level. From the level, it seems to have transcended the third stage. It led a group of mechanical life and slowly descended. If Lin was here, she would definitely recognize that this super god mechanical life led by her was the one she encountered in the virtual world. Seeing this robot, a group of archaeologists, including Senior Hokage, were also very shocked. Wabra, Hokage super god, called this mechanical super god. Wabra was a super divine machine cultivated by a super divine mechanic of her ancestor. Before his death, the ancestor rewrote an instruction for Wabra to protect and assist their clan from generation to generation. But now, Hokage super god felt that Wabra had changed greatly compared to before. Not good, Wabra, it has also been controlled, no, or rather, The instruction in Wabra's body that had protected and assisted their clan from generation to generation had been erased. Hokkaion Super God was shocked, as if he understood what was going on. The current Wabra Super God is the enemy. Captain Zijian also gradually understood what was going on. The only one who could create such a large-scale intelligent machine crisis in the Yuhu Star region was the Transcendent 3 Mechanical Super God Wabra. It's troublesome. I'm afraid no one in the Yuhu Star region at this time can be Wabra's opponent, Zijian said. She immediately looked at Shiyu, because everyone found that Wabra Super God's eyes always stayed on Shiyu, and seemed to be very confused about Shiyu's ability to open the ruins. At this time, Shiyu naturally looked at the other party seriously. Knowing what was going on, Shiyu already knew how to wake up Lin. As long as he dismantled the ruins and the mechanical super god, there should be no problem. Transcendence 3, it doesn't matter, leave this guy to me, Shiyu said. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.